Hello and welcome to 6 Part. Today I'm going to start a new series, What If Deku Got an Isekaied Girlfriend Part 1. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Oh my goodness. I'm running late. I'm incredibly late. She hurriedly devoured the largest pink lady apple she could find in the refrigerator for her improvised breakfast as she bolted out the door, book bag in tow, along with a few items that shouldn't be on her person right now. She let out a cry of urgent stress. Despite the fact that she would technically only be cutting it close by at least 1 minute if she weren't stopped by a few very annoying red lights, she was determined not to be late and was running as fast as her legs would carry her, berating herself for oversleeping on one of the most important days of her life, and running straight down the street as if her rear end was on fire. Today is the entrance exam, and I can't possibly miss it. This could be my only opportunity to experience what it's like to attend a Japanese-themed school in the United States. If I can get a scholarship, I'll be able to attend one of the best universities in the world. That is if I make it in time. And if I pass, she thought to herself. A part of her felt like a fool for not listening to her foster parents' advice to go to bed earlier because doing so would have prevented the upsetting stress she was currently experiencing, while another part of her wanted to really kick herself in the butt for staying up late last night binge-watching anime knowing full well that the exam was going to start first thing in the morning. On certain days, she was thankful for her stubbornness, but on others, she detested it. But it was a burden at the moment. As she made a mental checklist to make sure she had everything, she reminds herself, this entrance exam is supposed to be really tough, and I've been studying for months just so I can attend. And just like any traditional Japanese school, exams begin in February, and if you pass then the first day of school starts in April. She quickly realized that she had packed her bag a week in advance so she wouldn't have to worry about it because she was going to move to a new foster home that was closer to her school in a few short days, around the time she would receive her results. She also realized that she had accidentally grabbed her large black canvas messenger bag that contained all of her belongings. She mentally chastised herself, knowing that she was too far away to return her bag to the foster home, and that even if she could, the school would not let her take the exam because they were very strict about it. Way to go, idiot. Now everybody's going to be wondering why you're carrying 2 bags like you were going on a camping trip or something. She thought, which seems unfair, but then again, this is the first Japanese school to ever open in my hometown and as far as I know anywhere in the US, so it makes sense that they would have very strict rules. Of course they have recommendation exams, but it's only for a select few who have gained such a huge opportunity, and I am not one of those students, so I have to make it to this exam ASAP. She barely avoided being hit by a truck as she crossed another street, and she didn't have time to yell at the driver to watch where he was going because he was crossing a red light. She quickly checked her pocket watch, which she took out of her pants pocket. I'm really cutting it close, but I should make it so long as there are no distractions. And provided that I don't trip over my feet again, she would say as her heart rate increased in an anime. Her foot caught on a patch of pavement as she was saying that, but she was able to catch herself and resume her stride just in time to avoid falling forward. Poka, old girl, today is not a day to let your clumsiness get in the way of your goal. She thought, letting out a sigh of relief. Poka, the girl, was well known for her kindness and intelligence, but she was also known for being a little awkward. Nevertheless, even when she stumbles, she works extremely hard to make sure she doesn't break or drop anything, or stumble when she doesn't want to, just barely avoiding a complete mess. She is successful 87% of the time, but she performs poorly 13% of the time. As her current foster dad used to say, whatever happens happens, and all we can do when it does is adapt. She also didn't believe in luck because she thought it was just superstition and understood that everything happens for a reason, whether it made sense right away or seemed absurd until it was examined. Despite the short time she had known him and his wife, she was aware of their wisdom. In fact, they were the most proverbial couple she had ever encountered. She frequently took their advice to heart, as it frequently came in handy in some of her most difficult and frustrating situations. She could see the disputed school directly ahead as she rounded a corner. Yes, Sakura Starlight's Border Academy, she exclaimed in her mind as she swiftly looked at her pocket watch once more and saw that, yes, she would make it. It would only take her a little less than a minute. Look out, school, Pocahontas Zyra Lathe is on her way. Relieved that she would make it, but determined not to be even a second late, she ran at full speed, her stride boosted by the excitement of getting to the school. However, As the sun unexpectedly broke through the clouds above her, the light from the sun momentarily blinded her, preventing her from seeing her turquoise crystal pendant begin to glow at that precise moment. The light became even more intense, and before she knew it, she felt herself fall. She was so startled that she was unable to scream, and when she forced her eyes open, she saw that she was falling through a black void. Her final thought before everything went dark was, "What on earth?" As she looked up quickly and saw the hole above her begin to close as the last of the daylight disappeared. As she began to slowly regain consciousness, Hoka noticed that she felt as though she was floating, almost as if she were in an ocean, with no water and only herself able to breathe. She had no idea how long she had been unconscious, nor even where she was. When she finally opened her eyes completely after blinking a few times to get rid of the blurriness, she discovered that she was in some sort of empty white space. "Wait a minute," her mind cried in surprise. "Where am I?" she cried out as she glanced around, only to stumble in midair as she continued to be twisted and turned as though she were in space because there didn't seem to be any gravity at all. She grunted and yelled as she struggled to stand again, feeling as though she was struggling against solid air, which she sort of was. She eventually managed to get herself back up, or at least she believed she had, because it was difficult to tell when there was nothing else nearby because everything was as white as snow. She was lucky to be able to see herself because she would have assumed she had lost her vision. "All right, so," as she began to assess, she said out loud, "First of all, I was heading to take the entrance exam when I suddenly fell through a hole after briefly being blinded by the sun. That seemed to come out of nowhere. Second, smack, ouch," she yelled as she rubbed her throbbing left cheekbone, which she slapped so hard that she was pretty sure it would leave a bruise later. "This is very real, it's not a dream." Third, after a brief pause, she replaces the pocket watch, which, oddly, was still in her left hand after everything that had happened, into her pocket. Then, she takes a compact out of the same pocket and opens it to check on herself by looking in the mirror. The smaller pieces, particularly her side bangs, frame the rest of her face and head as a whole. Her khaki brown hair is still up in a high, spiky ponytail, and a tuft of her bangs is both upright and appears to sway to the left side of her forehead. Both her fair, pale tan skin and her bright chocolate brown eyes continued to stare back at her. She was still wearing the same outfit that she had been wearing that morning, which included an overhead sky blue hooded jacket with a large pocket around her stomach area. Police strobe blue around the ends of her long sleeves and around her hoodie with white drawstrings, a white t-shirt with the words, "I love SSBA," the last part being an anagram for the academy she was planning to attend, not to be confused with any other coincidental acronyms, a turquoise crystal pendant in the shape of a flat spear hanging around her neck, black shorts that reached above her knees, black shin-length socks, and blue and white tennis shoes. "Despite having fallen through that hole, I'm still okay," Hoka said, expressing relief that she was fortunately still alive. However, upon closer inspection, she couldn't help but wonder why she appeared more, for lack of a better word, animated. She returned the compact to her pocket, deciding to inquire about that later, and proceeded to the fourth item, and finally, "I have no idea why that hole appeared so abruptly. Such things don't just happen without cause. There must be a reason, especially since this isn't a Tom and Jerry cartoon. In addition, I have no idea where I am outside of the fact that I'm no longer in Arizona." For a while, there was silence as she tried to figure out how she could possibly return home and why she had ended up here in the first place. "What am I getting myself into?" Even though she wouldn't be able to respond, she asked her out loud. She knew that things would happen right away, so she wasn't going to ask that traditional question because she wasn't the type to tempt anything. However, it appears that the mere thought of it set off something, because as she blinked, several lights appeared out of nowhere. The more she blinked, the more vivid, colorful orbs of light appeared all around her, appearing in every color she could possibly imagine as well as ones she was unaware existed. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that each of the orbs appeared to have a different type of Japanese kanji that appeared to represent something. The orbs in question were the size of those large marbles she had seen the neighbors next door play with, and they were not overly bright. In fact, they only gave off a soft glow similar to that of a firefly. She was overcome with awe at everything around her, which seemed too fantastical to be true because it was all as gorgeous as something from a fantasy book. As she gazed, her attention was drawn to a specific orb that was directly beside her. It was a clearish white color. The kanji was, which means, translate, in literal translation. She reasoned that the clearest color, White would symbolize the purpose of translation, which was to make things known by interpreting another language so that it could be understood. She reached for the orb because she couldn't help but be curious, but as she was about to grab it, the orb itself went straight to her and into a pouch that literally appeared in front of her eyes. The pouch was completely transparent, but the black outline made it obvious that it was there. It was about the size of a slightly larger coin purse, and because the pouch was clearly transparent, she could see the orb inside of it. She rubbed her eyes frantically, blinking, trying to make sense of what she had just witnessed. She opened her eyes again, only to find that the pouch and orb were still there, proving that what had happened had actually just happened. "All right," she said out loud, trying to prevent herself from exploding from shock, astonishment, fascination. She really didn't know because she couldn't decide on any one of them, so she chose overwhelmed because this was already too much to handle. Either I really am dreaming and I'm just simply in a coma which caused the dream to seem extremely real, or I've officially gone insane with schizophrenia. She said, "This is more confusing than that major math test we had last month," and then she started to cry out, "Fractions and trigonometry." In summary, she and her classmates had a bad day because their new math teacher was, to put it simply, extremely cruel. She chose not to concentrate on that and returned her attention to the orbs, only to be surprised to discover that each kanji's English translation was now hovering above them. She can now see their English names a little better in her peripheral vision, even the ones that were far away. Among the thousands, if not millions, of things that were truly within her line of sight were the following: Strength, Hyper Flash, Hu Hollow Bullet, Solar Star, Yu, Super Strength, Chengyu, Shock Absorption, Chongji Shisho, Typhoon, Bloodstock, Wenyi Squared, Masquerade, Autopilot, Chongzong, Impact Recoil, Duan, Charge, Chong, Lung Radar, Chong, and so on. She couldn't understand why, but she couldn't help but notice that some of those orbs' names seemed somewhat familiar. She didn't have time to pound, though, because she was drawn to another orb that was the kanji for insects, Chongkei, and had a chartreuse green color. In contrast to most girls, she actually enjoys bugs, even if they are dangerous. She found all insects fascinating, but she detested mosquitoes, termites, bedbugs, and flies the most because they were the true pests. Although she was aware that some of the insects she found fascinating were also pests in their own right for various reasons, she usually felt a sense of sympathy for any poor insect that became entangled in any predatory plants, such as pitcher plants, sundews, or Venus flytraps. Even though she was still completely perplexed by everything, the understatement of her decade, she made the decision to go along with it and see where it would take her. She wanted to know if this was real, if she was dreaming in a comatose state, or if she had truly lost her mind. She reached for that specific orb because, like the last one, it came to her before entering the small pouch and joining its fellow orb mate. She spent the next few minutes or hours, perhaps, in that emptiness. After some trial and error, she started to slowly move through the emptiness, examining each orb to see if any of them would pique her curiosity. Water, Shui, which was as blue as its name suggests, Healing, Gu, which was pinkish-white, Detector, Detekuda, which was somewhat gray and red, and Adaptation, Shunying, which was white with a hint of beige, were some of the other ones she had so far gathered. She had already gathered 6 orbs in total, and based on the size of the pouch and the bundle she had, she could only assume that there was room for one more orb. When she finally gathered them, she assumed that something was meant to happen. She had no idea what it was, but she assumed that if she gathered them, she might be able to leave the area. As absurd as that sounded, she had to take the chance. Occasionally, as she was moving through the area, she couldn't help but notice that she was seeing orbs that were entirely gray, not in different shades of gray, but in the same shade of gray, which was dinosaur volcanic ash. Did they have a reason for being that way, and did they also have a purpose? Upon closer examination, she discovered that the gray orbs were hardly readable because they appeared to be blurry. When she touched them, they didn't come directly to her, instead, they continued to float. She sensed that they had been abandoned, that they had been permanently stopped in their tracks whether by an external force or by their own volition of circumstance, that they were unable to serve a purpose for some reason, and that they had been forgotten. This was the case for every single orb she examined that had the same color. Even though it sounded a little ridiculous, she couldn't help but feel sorry for these poor orbs because, in the vast array of vibrant lights, these gray ones stood out and were unable to shine. Instead, they were left to float aimlessly in the frigid depths of space like asteroids. When she was examining the most recent one, she literally felt as though it was being severely repressed. That it was unable to accomplish its purpose because of circumstances beyond its control, that it felt cold and alone, that it was hurt, that it was even feeling sad and miserable in some way, but that it didn't want to feel that hopeless and that it was struggling, refusing to stop even as it gets hurt, that it had been struggling, to not give in, so much so that she couldn't help but cry as she held the orb close to her, trying to comfort it in some way, even though it seemed mad. Don't worry, she tried to warm it up by gently rubbing it and applying her body heat to it, whispering to it, everything will be all right. Although it appeared hazy, she took the orb's brief flash as a sign and proceeded to blow as much hot air onto it as she could in an attempt to warm it up and relieve the cold around it. However, the flash was too quick for her to discern what color it was beneath that volcanic gray. This time, she saw it flash, and even though it was only for a split second, she was still able to identify the color, yellow, even though she wasn't yet able to determine its exact shade. Once more, she saw it as evidence that her efforts were having some effect, but not enough to fully release it from its gray ensnarement. She must be able to do more to free it, right? Uncertain of what else to do, she drew the orb near to her and pressed it directly against her heart, rubbing it as though it were a child, but only if the child was barely larger than a mouse. Even though she was aware that the analogy sounded strange and that the orb wasn't alive, she could still tell that it was somewhat sentient after taking a quick look back at the transparent pouch containing all the other orbs. She couldn't help but notice that they all felt the same way, but she couldn't explain why or even how that was possible. She could also tell that they were merely remnants that had been taken from their former owners. Even so, the mere thought of that was depressing. How were they all taken? Who stole them? Were they all alone or are they able to communicate with each other somehow? She couldn't help but think as she carefully moved the pouch closer to her heart and held the lone orb and the pouch of orbs close to her in an attempt to provide some consolation. Looking down, she saw that the orb flashed again, and this time the other orbs in the pouch glowed brighter with it. However, it once again returned to its gray coloring as the other orbs in the pouch stopped glowing, thankfully maintaining their color. Is there anything more I can do? She asked herself as she thought about it. So far, it flashed multiple times. There was a chance, but there had to be more she could do. And not just for this little one, but for the other orbs as well. Were they as alone and isolated as this one? She couldn't just give up. There had to be more that could be done, even if she didn't know how, to give them hope that everything would turn out okay. According to a guardian she had heard in the earlier days, hope is like a light that will always pierce through the darkness no matter how times may become, while hopelessness is a blanket of darkness that will ensnare anyone unfortunate enough to get caught in it with hardly any way to escape. She particularly took this to heart because that hope has been like a beacon of hope that has supported her through the most trying times she has encountered. She never forgot her guardian's words, even when she was confused, angry, or afraid. They essentially taught her what hope was when she was feeling very lost, especially considering how many times she had been placed in foster homes for various reasons. She wanted to give others hope, whether they asked for it or not, because they gave it to her. In fact, for some strange reason, she couldn't help but think of this one song that she had heard recently. Although there were several renditions of the song on YouTube, one in particular inspired her to sing a version of her own, mostly because of the specific musical style used for that version. She would be overjoyed to express her gratitude to everyone on YouTube, especially username BreeC, for the inspiration. In some way, she thought this song was appropriate for this specific circumstance, whether it would be helpful or not. Even so, we wander around in an unfamiliar place. A long way from home, from a place we knew. Please don't be so depressed or hopeless. I am with you, and we are happy because of our relationship. A glimmer of hope was given to me. A beacon of hope for a better day. I'll give you this treasure to help you deal and chase away all of your problems. However, I still don't know a lot of things, such as why the stars shine or why the skies are blue. I will demonstrate my concern for you. My heart is yours to share, and I promise to love you. She yelled and had to shield her eyes to avoid going blind as the volcanic gray orb suddenly lit up like fireworks just after the song ended, suggesting that it was the perfect spark. After what seemed like forever, but was actually only a few seconds, the intense light finally stopped, allowing her to turn back to the orb and see with relief that it was no longer covered in that terrible gray. Instead, it was a stunning sunflower water lily yellow that displayed the kanji for hope, Shiwang, and it seemed to sparkle like a diamond. Not only that, but the other orbs themselves were also beginning to take on that same diamond-like appearance. The bright yellow orb was finally able to join the other orbs in the pouch at that point. Suddenly, it appeared as though a bubble had formed around the entire thing, and then the pouch itself surrounded the 7 orbs in a bright, thankfully not blinding this time, white light that made all the other orbs seem to merge together. The size of the orbs shrank as she eventually lost sight of what was happening until the white light stopped, revealing something even more confusing as the bubble popped. She didn't know how, but it seemed like the pouch had changed into an orb in front of her. It was the size of a tennis ball, but it was larger than the other orbs, which were shaped like a large marble. The other 7 orbs had shrunk, but they were still emitting their own colorful glow, and they appeared to be floating aimlessly inside the single orb. This may not be the ideal moment to draw this comparison, but for some reason it made her think of One for All, the trait that All Might and Izuku Midoriya share from My Hero Academia, one of her favorite anime series. Because the stockpiling combined with the original quirk to form one, the quirk was made up of 7 quirks overall, not 8. She would not realize until much later that the comparison would be the most accurate one she had ever made in her life, as a minute or so after she had first seen the orb, it began to move toward her. Then, as soon as it touched her chest, the orb appeared to phase through, entering her as she herself glowed like a supernova. She was not blinded, but she was extremely shocked and perplexed. What's going on now? Poka became disoriented as she felt herself flailing and cartwheeling in space, and before she knew it, she was being thrown forward like a softball being thrown quickly. She screamed because she couldn't see what else was going on around her until, again without warning, she fell out of that white tunneling space and it instantly closed behind her. She couldn't stop herself from spiraling out before she felt someone catch her, and the impact's solid yet gentle force made her yell, "Oof." As she heard someone, probably the person who had caught her, ask if she was okay, she found herself squinting her eyes shut and holding her aching head in an attempt to calm the dizziness. Because she didn't trust her voice and didn't want to take the chance of unintentionally throwing, she could only make the so-so gesture. The man, who she believes to be male because she could tell he was male even though she was confused, seemed to sympathize with her situation as he rubbed her back and gently and slowly guided her to breathe deeply in and out to get rid of the disorientation and dizziness. It was rather strange when you think about it, but she more than gladly accepted it because she detested feeling very lightheaded and disoriented, especially to the point of throwing, which was really unpleasant. Oddly enough, the only time she ever experiences that is when she's playing sports and has to perform a few stunts here and there. The dizziness and disorientation eventually subsided, which was exactly what she needed, much to her relief. As she looked up, she was ready to give the person a thumbs up for not only catching her but also for helping her recover and avoid a rather disgusting mess. She sighed with relief. Her jaw dropped so hard that it felt like it had detached from her head, and her eyes widened, practically growing to the size of dinner plates, while her irises shrank to the size of peas, stopping her in her tracks. She screamed in her mind, "No way. Am I dreaming? I have to still be dreaming because there is literally no way that the number 1 hero is right here with me." He smiled reassuringly at her, the same famous smile he would typically give to civilians, and said, "I'm glad to see you're okay, my dear. You have nothing to worry about now because I am here." If she is with the most popular hero in Japan and one of her favorite characters from her favorite anime, My Hero Academia, then this genuinely must be reality. She has already been pinching herself and continues to do so, ignoring the pain, but nothing is working. She looked around and saw that she was directly in front of Dagoba Beach, which was immaculate and clean. Had she not been in such a bad state of shock, she would have had the opportunity to appreciate the beauty of the place, particularly the work that this man's successor had done during the 10 months of preparation for the tests. Hold on, tests. She turned back to the man, still not believing that she was in front of All Might, Toshinori Yagi, who had caught her and helped her stop being dizzy. He was wearing the same dark navy blue coat and white scarf that he had worn on the day of the entrance exam when he gave his successor Izuku Midoriya his quirk. She said, somewhat robotically, "Thank you for catching me, sir. I've been having a very crazy day. By the way, do you know what today is because I think I may have forgotten?" He seemed to take it all in stride, assuming that I was simply anxious about meeting the greatest hero for the first time and unsure of how to strike up a conversation. This was somewhat accurate, as he said courteously, "I'm happy to hear. What you're going through is beyond my comprehension." As she listened to his conclusion, the thought rushed through her mind, "Not really, sir, not even close." Furthermore, why is today the day of the UA entrance exam, which is scheduled to begin in 2.5 hours? That soon, she screamed in her head, doing her best not to say it aloud as she gave the hero a stiff nod, thanked him, and then excused herself so she could go to the train station to get to the exams, leaving him in the dust. She completely ignored the man's attempt to call her back out of concern when she saw how pale her face had become. Her mind was already racing because she couldn't hear what the hero was saying as she ran as quickly as she could. She was unable to say it aloud because she was too preoccupied with trying to keep her breathing while running and frantically locating the train station. No way, no way, I'm on the day of the entrance exam. That means I'm in episode 3 of season 1, she cried in her head. For someone her age, there were simply too many things happening at the moment to even begin to understand. The first was that she had somehow been taken to the world of her favorite anime, or at least one of them. The second was that she had just met All Might, the most popular hero in Japan and possibly the entire world, who informed her that today was the UA entrance exam. And given that she had just seen the beach, which was immaculate and clean, she assumed that Midoriya had already left to go home and get some food and change so he could be ready for the exams. The third was that she had knowledge of the future, which meant that the future was in her hands. Did she leave everything exactly as it had happened the first time, or did she alter it entirely? What are some things she could change, and which she couldn't, for the sake of growth and helping others to become the heroes they were meant to be? There are too many questions. However, it was clear that she was determined to change some things, even if it meant losing all of her teeth in the process. And lastly, and these two were the most problematic of the whole thing. One was that she was completely quirkless, meaning that even if she did take the exams there was a chance that she would end up in general studies rather than in heroics, although she could find a way to work around it if she had to, or if push comes to shove she could enter for the support program given her knowledge on computer science, hacking and studying on quirks for years, so it might work. Now if only she knew when the exams for the support course was going to start. And second of all, which was the most disconcerting, she doesn't exist in this world. Due to the fact that she was from another, it made sense that there would be no profile of her ever existing in the world of her favorite anime, and if anyone found out that would lead to severe consequences, and she would rather avoid that at all costs, meaning that she would have to play her next cards carefully to avoid being found out, or worse, especially concerning the villains. Since UA would be suspicious if she simply signed up to stay in a homeless shelter, she had to figure out how to get some kind of legitimate residency somewhere without raising suspicions and try to avoid as much forgery as possible, because she knew that would be a nightmare to deal with on its own. Sure, she would have to stretch some things, but as long as she could stay as close to the truth as possible and make sure that no one caught on, she should be able to manage, hopefully. She can only hope that she will be able to find a place to stay near the school. But that wasn't the only problem. Even though she knew what was coming, the thought of facing villains alone was terrifying. She wasn't a fool. She understood how dangerous and terrifying the villains could be, regardless of what she might have to deal with in the future. Not to mention that she would require assistance in order to improve the outcome from what had been initially planned. There may be a chance that it will work, but she would need to be cautious about how she handled the situation. However, she heard the idea of how she can avoid making a target out of herself from some of her foster friends over the years regarding fanfiction and AO3 stories on the anime in question. She did, in fact, write down everything she knew about the timeline and everything that had happened and would happen up until the points in season 6 where she was somewhat limited because she couldn't obtain the next manga after issue 33 and her memory was a little fuzzy about the last time she checked Wikipedia. Nevertheless, these points were crucial and needed to be addressed in order to prevent those terrible events from happening. She jotted down everything in 3 different but otherwise very large notebooks, and she wore rubber gloves for everything she wrote. She did this because, at the time she wanted to do it, her hands were extremely dry. She is too stressed to remember why at this point, and she needed to apply a lot of lotion to avoid getting it on her work or somewhere else. She wore either cloth gloves or rubber gloves to make things easier and to ensure she could hold onto her pen without it slipping out of her hand every time. After she finished writing down what she knew so far from the timeline, she continued to wear them until the extreme dryness finally went away a week later. She kind of forgot about them, but not really, because they were left in her other bag, safely tucked away with all of her other belongings, untouched. Thanks to those rubber gloves, she can make sure that no trace of her DNA will ever be found on them and, thus, will never be linked to her. It's funny how things sometimes work out, even in ways that weren't really intentional from the start. If she wanted to deliver those notebooks to UA, she would need to disguise herself in some way. The UA principal was the only person she could trust with this information, so he would surely bring in all the heroes needed for the case, including All Might, Sir Night-Eye, Gran Torino, and even All Might's trusted friend from the police force, Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi. After that, things could get complicated, but that will be a problem to deal with later. I understand exactly what you're thinking. Wouldn't it be preferable to approach the heroes and tell them everything right away? Normally, that would resolve the issue, but there is a significant issue that isn't entirely her fault. A while back, she couldn't recall if it was from fanfiction or AO3, but she did recall hearing about another story from one of her former foster friends, Thomas, about a guy from their world who was born as Katsuki Bakugo without knowing how it happened. He was born with two quirks instead, one being the original explosion quirk and the other being laser-like swords. Later on in the story, it is revealed that All for One was the one who brought him into their world and even had intel that knowledge in the other world, including information about the future. There's also the horrifying fact that he and his doctor had been watching him from the beginning without him ever realizing it, including times he had begun to alter the course of events. Then one of his old friends, Weston, who was in foster care at the time, decided to torture her with that part of the story to the point that she was having nightmares about it. To put it simply, he was such a horrible jerk and hated her so much for being too productively nice in his eyes that he tried to get her arrested for a very horrible crime that she had nothing to do with. However, because of the security and safety cameras in their temporary home at the time, the police were able to identify the real culprit, and he was taken away when they discovered that he had secretly stolen some gems from a nearby jewelry store and pawned them off to a pawn shop that was every shade of shady in the criminal mind. She last heard from him through rumors that he was later placed in jail after being released from juvenile detention because of the trouble he had caused there. Since then, she had been attending therapy sessions. Can you therefore blame her for being afraid to go directly to the heroes like you? She had to be as discreet as possible here because she didn't know who or what had brought her to this world, but she didn't want to risk it being someone she knew. Who's to say that there wouldn't be another person with bad intentions observing her to see what she would do, even if it wasn't due to him in some way? Another thought occurred to her as she turned a corner. Although she had been learning a good deal of Japanese, including how to read, write, and speak the language, she had never had time to commit the map of Japan to memory, aside from recognizing some famous locations that she had only heard about or seen on Google, or discovering which towns in her favorite shows were based on real-world towns or their names. I didn't realize how much of an idiot I was. I don't know where I'm heading. I don't even know where the train station is or where I'm going because, as far as I know, MUSUTAFU doesn't exist in our world. Furthermore, there's a good chance that the topography will be entirely different from what I'm used to, even if I did have a map from my home country. Why didn't I consider asking everyone instead of just bolting like that when I had the chance? Exactly what am I going to do? Poca let out a cry as she realized how foolish she had been. Since she last witnessed Sherlock Holmes and The Great Escape, the adage, even the cleverest man can make a mistake, or something similar is starting to gain traction. Do not fret, mistress, I shall help you. She stumbled, startled, and stopped as she looked around, panting, trying to figure out where that voice had come from. It sounded male, but it sounded strange in a way she couldn't put her finger on. Who said that? She yelled. The voice repeated, I did, dear mistress. This caused her to turn left once more, where she saw a dragonfly. As she continued to scan her surroundings, she couldn't help but blink at it, wondering if the bug had actually said anything, if anyone else was nearby, or if she was truly beginning to lose her mind. Not wanting to startle her any more than she already was, the dragonfly's voice called out, You are not losing your marbles by any means, mistress, you did indeed hear me, it is only thanks to your quirk that I am able to speak to you. She gave a little yelp before the dragonfly gently landed on her nose. It dawned on her then, and even though she was shocked, she had to ask. Strangeness, what are you discussing? Incredulously perplexed, she asked, I'm quickless. Actually, that is where you are wrong, mistress. From the first moment it appeared I was able to sense it immediately, and thus I was able to know, I among many others of my kind and beyond, know you indeed have a quirk which can allow you to not only communicate with insects but control them too. He clarified with respect. She mentally cried, what? How? She was even more shocked to see that this person had read her thoughts before she began to backtrack on how this could be before it struck her like a speeding bullet. I was in a white area. The significance of each of those orbs. Is it possible? Tell me that none of those were quirks at all. But if that's true, Then not only do I have an insect quirk, but I also have a water, detection, adapting, healing, translation, and hope quirk, she said, feeling even more shocked. I am Izuku Midoriya in my own right. According to the dragonfly, it seems to be the case. Wow, this has a lot of unanswered questions, but I'll have to figure it out as I go. I really need to concentrate on finding the train station right now, she said, realizing that standing around wouldn't help given her current time constraints. I will show you the way, mistress, and do not worry about people hearing our conversation because there's one more neat aspect to this quirk. As you've noticed already, it will allow you to telepathically communicate with insects, so therefore we can keep our conversation private. The dragonfly replied calmly. She nodded, realizing that he was giving her directions, and fortunately she had been headed in the right direction before they met, as she put on the hoodie portion of her coat. As they finally reached a more crowded area, the two telepathically conversed with one another. The dragonfly, Ken, was a very useful bug. Fortunately, she arrived in time to purchase her ticket and boarded the quickest train to Ua without any problems. Due to some of the school's small shopping areas and some Japanese employed staff being rather strict about it, for want of a better term, she was particularly thankful for the school's policy that required students to carry Japanese currency instead of US dollars. She was also thankful that she had completed the currency exchange 2 days prior to the exam date and that a bystander had given her the money. In any case, she was returning home from the grocery store after getting everything on the list when she ran into a man who appeared to be fairly wealthy, especially given his immaculately tailored suit. He wanted her to have a large sum of money because, in his own words, he was already incredibly wealthy from his job alone, and this money was reportedly won from a lottery that was given to him by a loyal coworker who insisted that he take it as a gift, but he would prefer that the money be earned through his business rather than given to him by a friend, even if the friend had good intentions. The gentleman was particularly insistent when he realized that she was a foster child and might need it for an emergency, and he left right away after almost pushing it into her hands before she could ask him if he was certain about that or ask him to clarify. The money in question was approximately $5,000. She donated the remaining portion to the foster home she was living in at the time and kept only $500 for herself. She was thankful that she had prudently saved the money because it was very helpful in this situation. She was also thankful that the tickets were not as costly as she had anticipated. Ken was excited to board the train because he had always wanted to do so. Poka found this amusing, but she can only imagine that bugs are as inquisitive as cats. Poka began to mentally explain to him what had happened to her prior to their meeting after they had taken the seat nearest the door. The dragonfly sat calmly on her left shoulder while she snacked silently on a honey nut and chocolate chip bar she had in her bag. This made things very convenient because she could continue the mental conversation with any bug she was interacting with, even if her mouth was busy with other things. Well, yes, that sounds really confusing, a different world that exists outside of our own and is aware of the future. After that clustered-up bomb was dropped on him, Ken replied, I would have thought your story was more fictional than real if it weren't for the fact that I've seen billions of quirks in this world several times over every single day of my life. He was shocked to learn all of this, but he was more perplexed than shocked. She sighed from emotional exhaustion and the speed at which everything has progressed since it began. I was already pinching myself earlier. A part of me still thinks I'm in some kind of dream or maybe a really deep comatose state that has led to a realistic dream, or that I've gone crazy, but I'm starting to believe that it isn't, but a part of me is still fearful in acknowledging the truth, she said. And you also mentioned that you found yourself in a white area and, without realizing it at the time, gathered up specific orbs that stood for quirks. After you had 7 of them, they all combined to form a single spear that merged into your body before you were thrown through a white tunnel and eventually caught by the top hero, correct? Ken inquired, checking that he remembered correctly. Poka gave him a nod of agreement. Ken sighed in bewildered frustration, indeed that is very odd. And why me of all people? Why not someone else like Philip or Leah, or even Matthew? I'm just a clumsy nobody, Poka told him worriedly. The worst part is I don't even know who or what caused all this to happen in the first place or even why. Ken told her firmly, half lecturing, half encouraging, now I'm going to have to stop you there because first and foremost you are anything but a nobody, and second, while you may be a little clumsy, I can tell that you are anything but reckless. While it's true you may not know why you end up involved in all this in the first place, isn't it the same thing that kind of happens to some protagonists in shows who are in similar situation as you? There are some people who genuinely think they are unworthy until they embark on a bold quest to discover the truth for themselves. You had to be here for a very important reason, whatever it was. You have every right to be concerned because this is undoubtedly frightening and intimidating, but as of right now, I can say with absolute certainty that you're headed in the right direction. As long as you maintain that hope, which I can tell you hold dear, your heart is in the right place. Are you really sure? She inquired, looking stunning but still uncertain. He nodded to her and said, wholeheartedly, my dear. You may not have asked for any of this, and while this may sound a little pretentious on my part, believe me when I say that you should not dwell on the what-ifs, but rather concentrate on what you can do right now. Even with an eye toward the future, the present should always come first. If your heart is in the right place and you remain loyal to your inner sincerity and love, I am convinced that you can achieve your goals. That, like the heroes you've long admired, you too can become a hero in your own right. The strength of your heart should be more important than your abilities, and when combined, they can accomplish great things as long as you never give up and remain true to who you truly are, who you choose to be, because that's what will matter most in the end. She felt a weight being lifted off her shoulders in a way she couldn't explain, but she was relieved when it happened because all she did was nod. She was so stunned that tears began to well up, and he returned her smile in his own insect-like manner. Thank you, she said to him, calmer than before, as he nodded back at her. She truly needed that. He was right. She understood that in order to improve the future, she would need to simply keep moving forward, never give up, and put in her best effort each day. She knew that she couldn't run. Instead, she would need to work hard, day by day. It was up to her what happened next. She would fight and not flee. Look out, Ua. World, future, Pocahontas Zyra Lathe will become a hero who will save everyone, she vowed to no one in particular, only Ken being able to hear her. To my diary. The most bizarre thing that has ever happened to me is even more bizarre than the one occasion when a traveling group of troubadours had to take refuge in our orphanage because a severe storm prevented them from using the roads normally for days. This is still rather strange because, when you think about it, who sees troubadours these days? Up until 3 years ago, I would only ever see them on TV or in a game. In any case, I was traveling to the entrance exam for the school I wanted to attend when suddenly a portal opened, and I fell into a white space. I began collecting these strange, colorful orbs, only to discover later that they were actually individual quirks, and now I have them all inside of me, essentially making me Izuku Midoriya's counterpart. I know it sounds cheesy and improbable, but I'm telling you the truth. I ended up in the world of My Hero Academia, one of my all-time favorite anime series. I even got to meet All Might, who caught me as I was thrown out of a portal, and he even gave me directions to the train station on the day of the UA entrance exam, no less. Now that I am fully aware of what is going to happen, I have a new mission, to save the future and to be a hero to everyone. Not a thing, no pressure. Fortunately, I had time to get to the train and, in some way, while Ken the dragonfly went to look around and tell other insects about everything, I had time to find a new place to live with lots of convenient places to shop and then some after helping the guy running the place solve a case quickly, to eat at and go grocery shopping at and so on. Get a new unused phone from a garage sale and a few other things too, adopt a pet Pomeranian with a quirk who will also be my partner, and do some research to help me for the exams before the real ones start. Everything is just cray-cray. As Poca stood in front of the school's gate, she thought to herself, which is exactly what I'll write once the day is over. Yes, no joke. As she recalled what had transpired following the train ride, that was precisely what had happened after she had disembarked. With the promise that they would meet again at UA later, if not at the entrance, then right before the practicals started, Ken left her to complete his own mission. Poca was more than happy to have a translation quirk in her repertoire because she had already learned how to speak Japanese and sign language in both English and Japanese while growing up, so even if translation was suddenly turned off, she would still be able to communicate without any problems. However, just because she has a quirk that can make communicating with people from other countries around the world easier doesn't change the fact that she would still need to look into the books on those languages if her quirk was suddenly shut off and she was in a foreign country one day to avoid being lost. After some searching, she discovered a small but comfortable-looking 2-story apartment complex, one that actually reminded her of the one she always saw from Kotaro Lives Alone. Don't worry, people, she always covers her eyes whenever the scenes of the monetary bathing come up. Based on her research, she was able to select from 2 vacant apartments, both of which had showers, so she didn't have to worry about having to go to a bathhouse to take a bath or anything. When she first met the landlord, she thought it would be a good idea to remove her hood so that her hair would be free of it. However, even though it had been stuffed into the hood like discarded packed in hair in a bird's nest, her hair somehow stayed the same. She asked what was wrong and discovered that one of the unoccupied upper-story apartments was haunted by something. The family that had lived in that apartment had to leave because of the booby traps and other problems they were already dealing with, and no matter how hard the guy looked, he couldn't for the life of him figure out what was causing the mishaps he had been having for the better part of a month. Things were so bad that no one could rent it, much less stay there for long without getting into any accidents themselves, and they had to leave almost as soon as they moved in. Fortunately, none of them had to leave their belongings behind like the first family had. They left a good portion of their belongings behind in order to flee. Naturally, her dislike of the supernatural genre does not imply that she thought anything literally haunting could occur in real life, such as vampires and werewolves, so she offered to investigate. The man was confused and afraid for her, but she reassured him that everything would be fine. Others have attempted but ultimately failed, some even came out with a few injuries here and there. She only happened to see a strange man entering the apartment next to the one she was going to look into. She could tell something wasn't right about him. He was carrying some rather suspicious items, and after some investigation upon entering the apartment, it only confirmed what, not who, was the true cause of all the terror. She immediately informed the landlord, who became enraged and called the police because he had always been suspicious of the guy, Kimashido, but had never had any real proof. Thanks to her, he was able to finally evict the guy and have him arrested for all the trouble he caused by taking pictures as proof. When Mashido realized that he was going to jail, if not prison, he started crying like a baby and pleading with the police not to let him go. He even offered a large bribe just to get scot-free, but no one listened to his horror, which only made his list of crimes worse. Mashido was a jerk who did everything he did just to be a jerk and have his sick entertainment for laughs. He didn't care how much trouble he had caused others, let alone the physical and psychological harm he caused them. She was shocked but grateful that the landlord, Shinichi Heiko, granted her a complimentary stay for the first 2 months after hearing her request. Fortunately, the apartment the man was frightening was still in fairly good condition. All that was needed was to take out the gimmicks and traps, and the apartment appeared to be completely normal once more. Fortunately, I'm already skilled at finding things. For more than one reason, she thought happily. When the first family who had to leave and wanted to know how things were going to be handled was called to let them know that the situation had finally been resolved, they were appreciative but declined to move back because they had already found a new, comfortable neighborhood to live in, had already replaced their furniture, and had long since taken their personal belongings so they wouldn't have to worry about having to return to get anything. Poka had asked to move into the same apartment after seeing the chance to avoid having to worry about purchasing furniture because, in addition to being incredibly convenient for her, it would also demonstrate to the other tenants and newcomers that everything was back to normal and they wouldn't need to worry. The landlord agreed. She would have to go grocery shopping later, of course, but that can wait until the tests are over. The apartment itself, in her opinion, was ideal. It had 2 bedrooms, a good-sized bathroom, a nice living area kitchenette with a microwave, a stove oven, a boiling pot, a rice cooker, though she knew that getting an extra one wouldn't hurt in case something came up or so, but she'd worry about that later, a small slot for receiving mail from the door, and windows with some decently nice views. Pots and pans, dishes and utensils, a small shoe cubby with guest slippers. An umbrella rack, a small air conditioner, low table and seat cushions, a small but good quality TV and a small entertainment center, curtains in every room, a small couch, futons, and desks with desk lamps and seat cushions for them as well, good-sized closets and small dressers, a laundry basket dolly that could be used to carry loads of clothes to the laundromats or for clothes shopping if necessary, towels and bath mats, and even all the essentials for the bathroom and shower were present. Fortunately, no food of any kind was left inside the apartment because if there had been, cleaning up would have been a huge, foul mess. She had nothing more to ask for. Poka dropped off her moving bag, the black bag, after finishing all the paperwork and obtaining the keys. She only had her school backpack and everything she would need for the written portion of the test in it. After making sure everything was locked up and that her last name was on the nameplate, she checked the time and was relieved that she still had enough time before the exam. She also took advantage of the opportunity to look around the area so that she would know where she was. She was now extremely hungry, and she definitely needed more nutrients than usual due to her peculiarities, so she grabbed a bite to eat as well. In addition, she only ate that pink lady apple for breakfast and a tiny, insufficient snack during the earlier train ride. Before she could leave to explore the area, however, she happened upon an elderly woman who was holding a small, everything must go, garage sale. She was surprised to find a few items that she would undoubtedly need as well as other items that she had always wanted. Including a nice winter coat, a rice cooker that was in excellent condition because it had been used very little, a snow globe that doubled as a pencil pen holder, a new hardcover guidebook about Japan, a large hard plastic box with a lid filled with Legos Friends Edition, one of her personal favorites, a mini pocket periscope, and, last but certainly not least, a brand new, unused laptop and iPhone Google Pixel 3 that were both still in their original packaging. In actuality, these were all the final items she was selling. The older woman stopped Polka as she was tallying the expenses, telling her that she didn't have to worry about paying because she had now amassed more than enough money to donate for her granddaughter's college funds. As a welcome to the neighborhood, and thank you gift for getting rid of the nuisance that had been causing them and the landlord so much trouble for quite some time, the older woman generously and greatly decided to give her all of what she had left for free. The younger girls were shocked and asked if this was really okay. This was one of the most kind things anyone has ever done for Polka, and she truly could not believe it was happening. The younger girl took it in stride and said she would always be grateful to the kind older woman, even though she couldn't recall ever thanking someone so much that she was crying before today. After dropping off her new belongings in her new apartment before locking it up once more, she put on her new winter coat, a really nice dark blue Athleta downtown puffer parka coat. The adrenaline from earlier made her resistance to the cold even stronger until it finally started to slow down enough that she actually started to notice how cold it was, plus the coat itself was big, long, and thick enough that it would prevent anybody from trying to figure out what uniform she was wearing when she wasn't wearing. She soon left to explore her new neighborhood and, at last, grab a bite to eat. The tiny apartment was near a number of establishments, including a Goodwill, a pleasant little Japanese restaurant, laundromats, a small convenience grocery store, a dollar store, a bookstore, and even a library, which surprised her but otherwise brought her relief and happiness. An added bonus was that there was a pet store nearby. Everything about it was flawless, but it was simply too good to be true. Once she had a mental map of the area, the practical roaring of her stomach soon became apparent, causing her to blush. Fortunately, she was by herself, or it would have been even more embarrassing. She accelerated, thinking, better go eat before my stomach starts to eat itself. She saw the menu when she first arrived at the restaurant, simply Japanese with me, and was able to order as much food as she wanted for a very reasonable price. I appreciate the $1 menu items. A tall cup of wild sweet orange tea with lemon, 2 small simple bowls of oriental ramen, 4 small beef buns, and 2 small simple rice balls with tahini. 2 plain sugar cookies for dessert. I am aware that's a substantial meal, but considering that she was starving and had eaten very little breakfast that morning, as well as the fact that she was feeding for herself and her quirk, which required the fuel she needed for the test ahead of her, she will require all the energy she will receive. You'll find out about that and a few other factors in due time. It would be accurate to say that she had never felt more full and replenished in her life. Her new peculiarities undoubtedly played a part, but the food at this restaurant was so good that, if she were a food critic, she would give it 5 stars. She also ate it all rather quickly. At times, she was a bit like Scooby-Doo. Her high metabolism allowed her to eat a lot without gaining weight. Nevertheless, she relished every single bite. Additionally, the staff at the restaurant was really pleasant. She left a tip for the staff on her table and went to the library, where she checked out a book on Japanese history right away because she knew it would be a crucial exam detail. But before she knew it, she was standing in front of the pet store. She couldn't help but enter after seeing all the adorable animals, and she was instantly in cuteness paradise. She saw a lot of cats and puppies, a lot of cute little canaries and parakeets, hamsters, guinea pigs, cute little mice, fluffy little bunnies, ferrets that were mischievously funny, a lot of fascinating reptiles, and a lot of beautiful fish, including the common goldfish. She couldn't resist swooning over every small animal, which only made the staff laugh. She had always loved animals, almost as much as insects, so she couldn't feel ashamed of her own response. She had always wanted a pet, but she knew she would never be able to get one because human foster homes raise children rather than pets, and several of the ones she's visited don't let pets. It was unfortunate, but it made sense. She could finally have a small animal companion of her own now that she has a place of her own, which will allow pets to stay even though there are other things going on in the background. Yes, She was aware that she would have a number of tiny insect companions to keep her company, but it would also be pleasant to have an animal companion by her side. After all, you can't have too many friends, whether they be people, animals, or even insects. Before long, she was drawn away from the fish to face the direction of the dog's loud barking. The dog that caught her attention was a fluffy white male Pomeranian pup with rose pompadour eyes and a cute little black button nose. The dog was in a lone display space for itself, and she instantly felt like she was going to literally explode from overpowering cuteness. The fact that this puppy resembled Pomotaro, the dog that Hanzawa adopted from the Detective Conan spin-off, Case Closed, the culprit Hanzawa, available on Netflix, even more won her over. She was prepared to treat the puppy, but she was literally caught off guard when the Pomotaro twin suddenly jumped out of its glass cage and into her arms. She caught him before he could fall, and he immediately began to lick her face affectionately, which made her laugh. His tongue seemed to be ticklish to her as he kissed her with all the love he could muster. The staff couldn't help but laugh because it was both funny and endearing. After a while, he paused and immediately decided to cuddle with her, to which she reciprocated. It was obvious that this puppy had a peculiarity that made it easy for him to teleport from one location to another. And the staff verified it because it had only appeared shortly after the puppy was old enough to be adopted. According to the quirk animal veterinarian, the Pomeranian's quirk also apparently made him somewhat smarter than other dogs. He was well behaved and even had a better understanding of how his quirk worked. For some strange reason, no one wanted to adopt him, despite the fact that there was absolutely nothing wrong with him. His quickness made him special, but other than that, he was a normal dog, albeit above average. Worse of all, their boss detests quirked animals and threatened to send the puppy to the kill shelter if it wasn't adopted by the end of the month. That made Polka very angry. Her outrage had been, how can anybody be that heartless? The employees agreed, but they were powerless to stop it. The man would not even let them adopt the puppy themselves because he would fire them right away, and they desperately needed the job because it would be extremely difficult to find another one. They were heartbroken that no one wanted to adopt him, let alone that there was nothing they could do to stop their boss from carrying out his demands, and they were at a loss for what to do as the end of the month approached. She was even more heartbroken when she realized the situation as the puppy in her arms whimpered in desperation. With such finality in her resolve, Polka declared that she would adopt the dog out of desperation to save him and determination to give this little one a chance at life. That since she was going to take the UA entrance exam today, he would be her little friend and she would even make him her animal hero partner. The staff initially thought it was crazy, possibly impulsive, and most importantly, completely unexpected, but they could see that she wasn't going to back down, even if she was taken aback by her own response, so they agreed. Being aware that there was no other way to prevent the young puppy from dying too soon, she was able to adopt the puppy for free, including obtaining some necessities she needed for the same purpose, because it appears that their boss didn't care if they paid for it as long as it was out of their hair. She gave the dog the name Pomotaro in honor of the dog from her favorite short-lived but hilarious anime. Before long, he was wearing a brand new, bright red outfit with a silver tag that included his name, the address, and the phone numbers, both her actual number and the one she intended to use for her new phone, which the elderly woman had previously informed her of. Fortunately, one of the staff members had a quirk made specifically for engraving on tags, so it didn't take as long as she had anticipated. In her opinion, this was a plus because it only took 1 minute to complete. The man's quirk made him ideal for this particular job. In fact, he had a twin brother who had the exact same quirk as him, which was extremely uncommon for twins to have the same quirk. The twin offered his brother a job at a really nice jewelry store in a different part of the city, but there was only a 20% guarantee that the brother would get a job there if things went wrong. The wait list for the shop's opening was reportedly about a year long because they were already dealing with other issues. The jewelers would have a fantastic business opportunity if they had both brothers, but their rules were very strict, and even they couldn't disagree with their boss about it. The man appreciated the girl's condolences, which is all she can offer. The other items, like dog food, treats, bowls, toys, bags, shampoo, conditioner, brush, and even a cute doggy sweater vest, would all be sent to her place because she was pressed for time. However, she stuffed some of the dog bags and one bag, a tiny pocket-sized bag, of dog treats into her pockets as a precaution, and they agreed, packing everything into a single box so that it would be easy to deliver to her place. After everything was finished, she said goodbye and walked out of the store. She also kept a leash, but kept it off for the time being so she wouldn't run afoul of the law. A minute after leaving, she questioned whether she was crazy or if she had been too rash, but she insisted that it was the only way to save the puppy, who was far too cute and amazing to be sent to a shelter for no fault of his own. She would fight tooth and nail to ask the school to allow her new animal companion to be her animal partner because there was no turning back and she would not abandon the puppy. She giggled because she knew that he would say yes when she asked if he wanted that. He barked joyfully, wagging his tiny tail in delight, and then popped into her arms from the floor and began kissing her once more. Fortunately, she didn't have to worry about feeding him because he had already eaten before she entered. Knowing that she was getting closer, she looked at the time and hurried to sit on a nearby bench to quickly read the history book she had just borrowed from the library before entering the pet store. Given the time, she knew that beggars couldn't be choosers, even though she genuinely detests simply scanning through crucial information. Although she was aware that she was running out of time and would need to take the time to thoroughly read it after the exams were over, she was particularly interested in learning more about Japan's recent history with all the peculiarities that had entered hundreds of years ago. The dog sat by her side peacefully and quietly the entire time, looking around. She eventually finished reading the entire book, but she was only partially happy about it because she still felt bad about only skimming it rather than spending the time to read it. She could only hope that she had learned enough to be able to read the written portion. She put the book back in her backpack, embraced Pomotaro, and hurried to Ua. Even though he had a firm grip to ensure he wouldn't fall off even if she was moving, the pup quickly popped out of her arms and onto her left shoulder while he was perching there. To her, it felt nostalgic, almost like she was the lead character in an animated cartoon. When she reached the gates, she stopped to catch her breath because she had been moving quickly everywhere and had barely had time to do so. She didn't even notice other children her age as they went by. Instead, she concentrated on taking deep breaths and letting them out to slow her heartbeat. It didn't take her nearly as long as she had anticipated, and her breathing and heartbeat returned to normal in a way that felt entirely natural rather than something that wasn't and would negatively affect her. It appeared as though the adapting quirk had taken effect. At last, she straightened up and turned to face the main gate, immediately struck by the sight in front of her. The show itself, let alone manga and images by themselves, definitely did not do the real thing justice, but the school itself was stunning, and the architect was simply amazing. The size of the place made her feel like a tiny ant, and she wondered how many students could fit in a school like this. There would undoubtedly be a lot more students than in American schools in her day. As much as she would have liked to stay a little longer and take in more of it, she realized that time was of the essence when the sound of the puppies barking roused her from her stunned stupor. She looked and her heart skipped a beat in surprise when she saw someone walk by, someone she knew too well. There he is, Midoriya Izuku. Yes, she thought to herself, she recognized the red shoes, yellow backpack, and green hair from somewhere. The main character of My Hero Academia, the successor of All Might, the future hero for everyone, and her favorite character on the show. As he stood in front of the school, she hurried to catch up with him, but she was worried about him having to swallow the hair and not knowing when it would start. But, in her opinion, that was the least of his concerns because there were a few more pressing issues. Due to years of bullying for being oddball, he still lacked social skills and had no control over One for All, which All Might had given him just hours ago. Not to mention that, for obvious reasons, he was a poor fighter. She needed to assist him, particularly in controlling his eccentricity as soon as possible, which would guarantee that he would receive a higher score on the practical portion of the test, at least somewhat mitigate Eraserhead's wrath, and, most importantly, prevent him from sustaining too many broken bones, which would weaken them to the point where he might never be able to use his limbs again. If she can make friends with him, she will be able to teach him at least enough self-defense to get by after the exams. She might even suggest a dojo or some self-taught lesson videos to help him. Additionally, since everyone needs a friend, it would be beneficial for him to have one before the start of the new school year. The voice of someone she really wanted to choke at that moment said, "Stupid Deku." He was still a jerk at the time, so it didn't matter if he had a redemption story in the future. It's Katsuki Bakugo, of course. As in the anime, the greenette turned to face him when she heard his voice, oblivious to the fact that there was another person behind him. Astonished, Izuku exclaimed, "Oh, Kachan." The explosive boy calmly and icily threatened, "Get out of my way now before I set you on fire." Dude, he's literally not even in front of your direct path. He's on the side, so how on earth is he in your way in any manner? The startled Greenette exclaimed as a light-haired girl stepped in front of him before he could even say anything. Back off, Ponytail. My business with Deku is none of yours or your mangy mutts. Katsuki glared at her and spat. To the astonishment of everyone, particularly the two boys, she did not back down or respond in the manner that one might anticipate. Instead, she said, extremely bored and unimpressed, "Sorry, someone else already has that nickname. Try again." As though in agreement with her, Pomotaro barked. Izuku stared at her in astonishment at her return, truly perplexed by this since he couldn't recall ever seeing someone react this way. Never. Although he briefly wondered why she had a dog with her, Katsuki, who stopped at that point, gave her a disbelieving look as if to ask if she was serious before he simply huffed and left without giving any of them another look because he didn't want to waste time arguing with a girl and her dog right before the exams. He doesn't seem to care that she doesn't appear disabled. Poka sighed. I know it was unavoidable, but I don't regret it. I'm not going to let him torment Izuku anymore. Simply being in front of that boy made her feel exhausted, and none of them even started a full-on shouting match. Even though he literally has the ability to blow me up, he is no different from the bullies I've dealt with in the past. You okay? She asked, turning to face Izuku. Izuku simply stared at her in disbelief, not believing she had said anything like that, much less stepped in and forced his old childhood friend to leave without engaging in a tirade of threats or, worse, being blown up by him. Blinking hard before suddenly being startled by her dog, who was previously on her left shoulder, as he literally popped into his own arms as he caught him just before he could fall as he started to lick him, trying to make him snap out of it, which had already worked from him simply teleporting into his arms like that. This kind of affectionate licking made the boy yelp and laugh at the same time. This was just too adorable, and she now regretted not bringing either of their phones. In fact, she will look back on this day and regret not bringing one so she could enjoy the moment. She burst out laughing. Pomotaro, give him some space, boy. As her Pomeranian popped back to his earlier post. Your dog has a quirk, he asked her in astonishment and excitement after wiping the saliva residue from his face. It hit him like lightning. Poka answered, yup. She was ready for him to react because she knew he loved quirks and was always analyzing them. Pomotaro's quirk is a teleportation one that allows him to pop from one place to another, though it's unclear how far that range goes. This quirk somehow also allows him to be a bit smarter than most dogs so he can understand what everyone's saying quite perfectly. Izuku immediately took out his notebook and began taking notes as his eyes glowed with excitement. That's so cool and super handy, he exclaimed. These days, teleportation quirks are incredibly uncommon, so it's amazing and practically unheard of that an animal has one, much less one that enables it to be more intelligent than most of its kind. I can only assume that you intend to make him your animal hero partner because he is currently with you. That's correct, she said with ease. It will also enable him to reach places that most people cannot from their normal sizes alone because he is small enough to crawl in through spaces or simply teleport into spots where others are not able to for various reasons. He would also be ideal for rescue operations because his innate cuteness would help calm people who are already in a panic. It would be especially beneficial if kids were involved because kids typically love animals, so having him as an animal hero partner would make things easier later. He would also be excellent at assisting with investigations and locating objects and people because of his extremely good senses. I concur. In addition to the fact that Pomeranians are among the most well-liked dog breeds worldwide, no one would be able to resist him. His appearance alone could even act as a distraction against the adversaries, allowing you to attack and either knock them out or capture them. Poka could almost see smoke emanating from Izuku's writing as he said, they may be small, but they're both very energetic and protective of their owners, and having a quirk will double both tenfold. He's writing faster than a roadrunner with its tail on fire, and she wondered in her mind why the paper he was writing on hadn't caught fire yet. But as he looked back up, he stopped writing. He was surprised that she could follow him so easily even though he was muttering again and even contributing to the conversation with a level of readiness he had never seen in someone his age. She didn't even appear bothered or repulsed by him taking notes. Rather, she appeared delighted to be a part of the discussion, her expression displaying interest in his analysis. He even gave him a warm smile that he had not seen in any of his classmates in a very long time. You're quite intelligent. People often forget that knowledge is power, and when applied to heroics it can make them quite strong and versatile, and not just in the body or even in the quirk alone, she said, expressing her sincere hope as she praised him, adding, "And your analysis is really amazing." Izuku nodded, realizing she was correct, but all he could do was blink a few times. With a smile that was almost as bright as the sun, she told him, "I have no doubt that with the kind of know-how you have, you'll make a great hero." More than anything else, Izuku was taken aback by the warmth he had never experienced from someone in his grade, much less a girl. He felt as though a burden had been lifted, and he felt like he was about to cry from receiving such sincere and heartfelt praise without any hint of resentment or animosity. She focused on his abilities in quirk analysis rather than asking him about his quirk, as most children his age would. She was able to follow his line of thought and continue the conversation without missing a beat. For the first time, he was approached with kindness, shielded from further threats from Kachan, inquired about his well-being, and struck up a conversation without inquiring about his background or general peculiarity. He found it to be genuinely relieving and a breath of fresh air. She gave him a handkerchief and snapped him out of his reverie by saying, "There's no need to cry, it'll be okay." Her dog agreed by barking. He was confident that she would be a great hero in her own right because of her reassuring compassion. Receiving something like that from someone like her felt pleasant. The symbolic weight that he had been carrying for years, one of many, actually, finally dropped off his shoulders as he sniffed and took the handkerchief gently before wiping his eyes to stop himself from crying. He felt a sense of freedom that he couldn't recall ever experiencing before. It felt good. He returned the largely wet handkerchief to her after he was certain he wouldn't cry again, and she took it and tucked it into the pocket of her left coat. The woman introduced herself and her dog, saying, "My name is Pocahontas Zyra Lath, but please call me Poca as my name is way too long to say. I just got here from America not too long ago. As you may have already heard, this is Pomotaro." Then she asked him, "What's your name, my future AHP?" Despite being a little taken aback, Izuku managed to control his nerves and stammered, "MMI Midoriya." "Izuku MMI Midoriya is who I am. It's a pleasure to meet you." "It's nice to meet you too, Izuku," she replied with ease, "and please pardon me calling you by your first name. Since I'm from America I'm more used to calling people by their first names rather than their last names." Right. He blushed slightly in response, still nervous but understanding that most Americans are accustomed to the customs of their home states. Similarly, if Japanese civilians decide to travel to America, they will be accustomed to calling people by their last names instead of their first names unless they are already acquainted with them to the extent of friendship or even family. After a while, they both realized that Pomotaro was attracting attention from other people, especially Poca. Primarily overhearing them mutter about her having a dog with her and, primarily, the girls, remarking on how cute her dog was. The two teenagers blushed in shame at this. Izuku agreed with Poca right away when she said, "We should head inside before we die of embarrassment or before we're late." As the three of them started to head for the doors, Pomotaro nodded in agreement. However, Izuku stumbled and fell to the ground. "Or I'll just die," he groans to himself, conceding defeat before he has even begun. However, he soon discovered that he was no longer falling but rather hovering close to the ground, as if someone had turned off his gravity. Yes, someone did. "Are you okay?" He began flailing in surprise when a girl asked him, giggling. However, he quickly stopped when Poca got him back on his feet and they both turned to face the girl who had prevented him from falling face first. As the zero-gravity user put her hands together with her fingertips and turned off her quirk, Poca anticipated, "Ochako Uraraka, right on time." She smiled and said, "I stopped you with my quirk, I'm sorry I didn't ask first. However, I assumed you wouldn't mind if I caught you." Poca smiled back at her and said, "It's okay. I appreciate you catching him. It's not a good way to start the day, much less make a good first impression, to trip and fall before a big test. I understand this all too well because I'm a little awkward myself." As she nodded, Ochako laughed once more and remarked, "I agree, and yeah, being clumsy can have its downsides." In response, Poca said, "Don't I know it?" Izuku nodded stiffly, still in disbelief, and stammered out "TT thank you." "You're welcome." Ochako nodded in response. He was unaccustomed to being thanked by a girl, so it only made him blush once more. "Anyway, we'd better start. See you." Before sprinting to the building, the newcomer waved to them both. Izuku yelled in his mind, "I can't believe I talked to not one, but two girls in one day." Throughout, Poca was the only one who knew what was going through his head at the moment, She knew it sounded ridiculous, but could she really blame him considering his difficult upbringing? She could only imagine what he's been through since being labeled quirkless years ago, so she understood. As for the doctor, she said, as much as I never want to meet you in person, like ever, a part of me is still angry at you for everything you've done. And not just how you treated the poor boy that day 11 years ago. If I ever get my hands on you, I'm going to make you feel every ounce of pain you made every person go through, verbally, physically, and otherwise. She chanted in her mind, if I ever see any of those idiot-faced jerks, I'll pile drive them into next week. We better get going before we're late, she said, interrupting her train of thought before she could continue because she knew they couldn't waste time now and didn't want to be in a bad mood later. She is right, Izuku. After a passionate nod, the boy finally snapped out of it and they started to head for the building. Poka thought to herself, okay, I'm pretty sure at this point none of this is a coincidence whatsoever. She was sitting next to Izuku, who was seated next to Katsuki, and she was surrounded by thousands of teenagers. The likelihood of her sitting next to him and his bully was extremely slim. Pomotaro sat on her lap, obediently keeping quiet to avoid upsetting his owner, but he still looked around occasionally because of everything that was going on. Poka could still remember what had happened before this. To save time, Poka had persuaded Izuku to proceed to one of the stands to check in while she took another. After some hesitation, he consented since they agreed to meet again soon. After he left, she began to panic inwardly as the real reason for her desire to split quickly became apparent. What in MHA am I going to do? I have no record of existing here. And even if I could appear as a new participant, what are the chances of them accepting a very late participant who hadn't registered early like everybody else has? Question mark. What am I going to do? She screeched in her head as she furiously rubbed her hands through her hair, trying to think of something, anything, that could help as she walked further away from the other students that were already in crowded lines at the other stands and as most were more focused on getting registry done and everything so no human noticed her odd reaction. Are you all right, my love? After hearing a voice that caused the girl and dog to yell, they quickly glanced around before lowering their gazes to meet those of Nezu, the UA High principal. Please don't ask, please don't ask, please don't ask, she cried in anxiety as she spoke, pleading with herself to do this. I arrived to take the test. BBB, but I don't know if I could be accepted given the fact that I never made any registration ahead of time, she gasped, forcing herself to speak despite her anxiety and fear. A- and I realize this is totally unexpected, but I've been having a really rough time ever since I recently arrived in Japan, so. Yes. I'm pathetic, I'm doomed, I'm a coward, she chastised herself inwardly, pretending to be a terrified 5-year-old requesting permission to enter a frightening house by themselves in order to demonstrate their bravery, only to reveal their true fear. It's no trouble at all, my dear, in fact you're not the only one who's making a registration this late in the game. The teacher reassured her. Now say what? She asked in a bewildered and disbelieving manner. This moment would definitely do it if the clash with the Explosion King hadn't resulted in the sound of a record scratching sharply to highlight the shock. In fact, I'm the unofficial extra staff member in charge of registering participants in that category, the hybrid told her, his voice reassuring and his smile soothing. Indeed, it's what I said. By my calculations, you're the 110th person in the same boat today who has come in to register. I can get you the documents you need to set yourself up if you follow me. Additionally, I'm assuming that your dog is by no means typical because you have him with you. She responded, you're right, Pomotaro has a quirk that allows him to teleport from one point to another, shaking her head gravely despite being stunned. He is also well behaved and slightly smarter than most dogs because of this peculiarity. Would it be possible for me to have him as my AHP? As he led the way to his station, the principal nodded and told her that he would be more than happy to permit it because he didn't get to register students who wanted an AHP with them very often. This gave the girl a sense of relief and finally put an end to her problems and anxieties. When they arrived, Poka was given the paperwork she needed to register, and Pomotaro, who was always interested in the hybrid and probably eager to meet another strange animal, appeared in front of him. The principal offered to watch him while she completed her paperwork so there wouldn't be any interruptions, and she accepted and thanked him for his kindness. To her delight, the librarian did not mind and told her the date so she could determine the year of her birth if she had been born in this world. She was only thankful that she had taken the time to ask the librarian earlier, pretending that she had been so stressed that she had forgotten what the current year was. Even before she skimmed the book she had checked out to gain a better understanding of her peculiarities, she was still appreciative that she could experiment a little bit here and there. Everything else was simple, but when it came to identifying her quirk, she had to think for a while before coming up with the answer. She wrote the following in the section where she described her quirk and identified it. Another name for the Swiss Army knife is multi-tool. This quirk has several powers within it, much like one of those pocket items with several tools. An extremely uncommon quirk that is kept under wraps to prevent needless attention, particularly from people who might harbor animosity toward its user. There is still a lot of research to be done because this peculiarity has only recently appeared. The following are these tools. Translate. Enables the user to comprehend any language, regardless of its type. Water allows the user to control and manipulate water in a variety of ways, such as freezing, heating, absorbing water, manipulating anything that contains water, and much more. It cannot create water on its own and must be used with water that already exists. It can also be used for healing. What else this power can do has not yet been documented, and it is unclear if it is impacted by the moon's phases in the same way that ocean waves are. Healing. Water and healing can both heal wounds more quickly, effectively, and powerfully than they have in the past. However, it is unknown whether or not this can regenerate lost limbs or organs. Healing can heal from any injury as long as it is recent, though the extent and amount of healing has not yet been determined. Because insects frighten most people, the user has a significant advantage over anyone who opposes them. Insects. Capable of controlling and communicating with insects of all kinds, including telepathically communicating with them, they are ideal for reconnaissance, stealth, scare tactics, and gathering intelligence. Detector. Capable of determining whether or not someone is telling the truth as long as it's spoken. It's unclear if this will function over a phone call, video call, or sign language. Unlike some similar quirks, the user can turn it on and off whenever they feel the need to, but if they're extremely emotional, the power will either stay on or turn on automatically without permission. Adaptation. Able to adapt to things quicker than most others can. How this works depends on the situation in general. This also grants them a temporary stat boost when required, like if the user wants to be able to run faster than normal. This quirk will give said user an extra speed boost enough to be faster than most can run quirkless. Even those who have worked out for years in a gym to be in top form, she is able to outrun them, for example. What's more, if, say, the user wants to see into people's memories, then simply mixing adaptation and detector will allow the user to have that ability, although specifically it helps the user look for specific memories in the mind. The same goes for if the user wants to be able to find people or things they're looking for, thus allowing them to create a sonar sensor to help them to find things at a great distance. Detecting anything abnormal in a person regarding their health or mood can also be achieved. Everything varies depending on the case in mind. There's still much to learn regarding whatever or not there are other things the user is also capable of doing. On a side note, this quirk also allows the user to learn things more quickly without many issues. Although if critically emotional, the results will vary depending on the subject. If stress is controlled, then good things will come from it. Hope. This power can help good things happen if the user has any kind of hope, and when combined with adaptation and/or detector, it can help the user accomplish even more than they ever imagined possible. For example, it can temporarily slow down time, create energy shields, and allow the user to extend the range of sonar and memories, as previously mentioned, than ever before. Telepathy is another power that can be used with this quirk, but it depends on the situation and what's happening. It's also unclear what else this quirk can accomplish. She sighed inwardly, thinking, this would have been a big metric load of trouble to deal with later if not for my quick thinking and experimenting beforehand since getting on the train. Palmatero took the cue to return to his assigned perch as the principal accepted the papers and began going through them, giving them a final check to make sure everything was in order before returning them. Polka couldn't help but feel anxious, hoping that she did everything correctly and that he wouldn't ask any suspicious questions, especially since she only included her grandfather when discussing family because, despite his disappearance since she was a child, she had no idea if he was still alive. We'll talk more about that later. The last thing she wanted was for anyone to ask her if she was an orphan, which she was in theory, or any other questions because she was too shy to discuss her entire history, let alone be afraid to do so. She was shocked to learn that the principal read quickly, but considering that his quirk was high specs, it makes sense that since he was smarter than most people, he would be able to read things much more quickly than most people, unless they also had a quirk like his in that regard or were naturally gifted with the ability to read quickly. When he was finished, he just placed the papers on the table, stapled them together, and then took out a seal, which he quickly stamped into a designated spot, allowing her to register. He simply said, "Your papers have been accepted, please proceed to the examination room so you can begin the written part of the exam." She nodded quickly, thanked him, and headed toward the room he had described as a greater wave of relief overcame her, causing her to stop crying. Thankfully, that part was simple because she only needed to follow the students who received approval. The written part itself would be too pitiful to be described as difficult. While some subjects, like English literature and math mostly, as well as ordinary Japanese history prior to the emergence of quirks and the like, were relatively easy, others, like history about quirks, politics, and the history of heroism and villainy, including hypothetical scenarios on how to solve problems, were rather challenging. But when it came to wondering how some peculiarities could be used in different contexts and what she would do if she were already a hero and so on, it was both simple and difficult. Even though she was frustrated with herself, she persisted in working diligently, carefully, and quickly to finish the task so that she would hopefully have enough time to talk to Izuku and help him control his quirk more quickly so that he could be a little more prepared for the practical portion of the exam, as she could see from the corner of her eye that he was quick to write down the answers. Given his high level of intelligence, this portion of the test was easy for her to understand. In an attempt to avoid sacrificing sincere effort for hurried haste, she worked ferociously to write down the answers. She was writing so fiercely and ferociously that her hands were about to give out, but she was relieved to finish again a second after Izuku. And she couldn't express how appreciative she was that her future partner stayed silent and behaved well during what she knew would be extremely important parts. He would undoubtedly receive extra treats in the future. While others continued to write, the man in charge of this section of the test, Vlad King, quietly instructed the two of them to leave so that the others could finish and to wait until they received the all-clear to head to the auditorium. Poca was relieved because, although she had a lot of respect for Eraserhead, she would prefer not to have him give her a glare that made her feel like a timid 5-year-old this early. Poca moved as soon as the door closed behind them and they were out of the room. Izuku. Poca motioned for him to approach so that their conversation would not be overheard, and the boy turned to her. Izuku blushed at the implication at first, but he was able to relax enough to do so when she whispered after he saw her intense expression of serious concern. "Didn't you just acquire your quirk today?" she asked, but it seemed more like a statement than a question. Izuku flinched back violently in shock, but before he could yell, she rapidly covered his mouth with her hands, shushing him and telling him not to scream. She also explained how she knew. They huddled closer as she told him, and after a few moments of silence, he finally nodded, albeit tremblingly. "A part of my quirk lets me detect things and I could tell that you only just got your quirk today, and I can also tell that it's extremely powerful and that given the nature of it you don't know how to control it, let alone how without risking an injury, not yet anyways." And she wasn't lying. She was able to detect this by combining detector and adaptation, which made it more authentic. She was only relieved that she didn't look farther than the surface because she was afraid she might have suffered a terrible headache because, wow, the power levels were insane. Brain implosion was the last thing she wanted. Izuku, still in shock, nodded in fear and defeat otherwise. "However, I can assist you in managing it." With confidence, she declared. He looked back at her, startled, and she smiled at him helpfully, her eyes glimmering with resolve. She put a hand over her heart and said, "You're not the only one who is adept in quirk analysis," adding, "I do know a thing or two about it. And occasionally, even those who are typically skilled at it require assistance from someone else. I am aware of how to use your quirk without inadvertently hurting yourself." "You do?" Izuku inquired, still in disbelief but otherwise optimistic. "Of course," she assured him, adding, "and before you say it, no, this does not count as cheating. This is a fellow hero in training helping another in need, which also entails giving them some advice on how to properly and efficiently control their quirk so there won't be mishaps later. Heroes help one another, isn't that right?" After giving it some thought, he nodded, realizing that she was correct and that being a hero meant not only assisting civilians in need but also supporting other heroes in whatever way they could. And he was prepared to accept her assistance if he wanted any chance of preventing him from blowing the practical because he had no control over one for all. It would be simpler for them to determine how much power he can wield at the moment without running the risk of getting hurt if her quirk could detect such things. She told him, "Think of your quirk like the heat gauge from a gun or super power attack in a video game. Go all out too quickly and there will be trouble, and they started their brief session by moving farther away from the door to give them some space. Start small and work your way up. Before you start to feel any strain, see how far your body can handle it. It will feel more natural if you channel it evenly throughout your entire body rather than just one area. Start with 1% and work your way up. There's no need to jeopardize your physical well-being for the sake of advancement, so reach for that inner strength and focus. The moment you experience any kind of pain, simply stop. Pomotaro agreed with her from his lowly position and gave a small bark. He nodded because it made sense. She explained that going all out right away would only lead to a world of trouble that he would prefer to avoid right away. In a way, his quirk was similar to that. He also has his share of games, like other teenagers, so he was well aware of what she was referring to, including some that use that particular gauge or mechanic at particular levels. He followed her instructions and closed his eyes. He reached inside for the power, and a moment later he felt it begin to come to him. Beginning at 1%, he began to slowly allow the power to flow through his body. It felt strange, but it felt right. For a moment, he was astounded by the sensation, which was almost like putting on a warm, cozy blanket. He wondered if this was what it was like to have a quirk, but he restrained himself from thinking further because he knew that distractions wouldn't help and that he should think about this part later. To ensure there was no straining or pain, he began to move his hands and feet slowly while keeping his eyes closed. So far, everything is going well, and his body felt completely natural. His body felt as though electricity were running through it, but more like energy than anything else. He quickly increased the power to 2%, but nothing changed. Then, he increased it to 3%, then 4%, and finally, at 5%, he felt a little strain, but not enough to be uncomfortable or result in serious injuries. It was more like he was stretching himself a little too much, but not enough to be concerned. With the sensor off for the time being, Poka kept a close eye on him to make sure he was okay and trusted him not to go overboard. Although she appeared calm, she was actually grinning when she saw the boy's body tingle with the familiar green electricity. Only when he attempted to reach 6% did he instantly stop, releasing the power as it diminished and hissing slightly in agony. Yes, it hurt, but he feels fine. I was able to reach 5% without any problems besides feeling a slight bit stretched. Trying to go to 6 was what made me stop, he said, turning back to face her. Because you felt the pain and did as I told you, she concluded, smiling proudly and speaking in a relieved voice. Good, I'm glad you listened. He slowly began to smile as he looked down at his hands, pleased that he had made progress before the next section of the test. Without her assistance, he would have surely seriously injured himself, rendered himself incapable, and failed the subsequent portion of the test. Going any higher would have unquestionably caused more pain if 6% was sufficient to sting like pricking your finger on a sewing needle, but only if said needle had struck the entire body at once. He will have to determine the extent and intensity of that pain if necessary. He said, thanks Lath, if not for you, chances of passing the next part of the exam would have been impossible, with a grateful smile as he turned to face her. With a smile of her own, she said, you're welcome, I'm glad I was able to help. She then told him, in a friendly but gentle manner, but remember, just call me Poka. I honestly don't mind as I'm more used to being called by my nickname than the last or even my first. K. The boy blushed, still a little awkward because he's never called anyone by a nickname other than his childhood friend turned bully. If she didn't mind, though, he would try if having friends meant something as basic as this, even though he would still occasionally falter. You're right, Laya. He stammered, PP Poka. She smiled happily and nodded in agreement, which made him feel more at ease. He saw her say, quite seriously this time, before I forget, let me give you one more piece of advice, as if she had suddenly had an idea. Sometimes, if things are bad, you'll have to do everything you can. And I am aware that will be inevitable in and of itself. However, you must recognize when it does matter and not act carelessly. If it gets that bad, direct more energy toward the tiniest areas of your body to keep yourself from becoming a liability. For example, direct it toward your fingers and toes. This way, even if they do get hurt, you won't be totally helpless. If you really need a little extra strength behind you, only direct it into your limbs. Additionally, unless absolutely necessary, avoid doing it at 100% right away. Instead, aim for any power level between 5 and 100 so that the aftermath won't be as grisly, even if it becomes painful and even brutal. In this manner, even if you are hurt, it won't be as serious. The human body can only withstand so much, and the last thing you want is to break your bones repeatedly to the point where you are unable to move for the rest of your life. Even though I recognize that heroes frequently make sacrifices for the greater good, you still have a lot of time to train your body so you can use your quirk more and learn more about heroism so you can perform tasks more effectively. If you don't take care of yourself, you won't be able to help others. This includes training appropriately and avoiding suffering from chronic, severe injuries that could permanently harm you. You will only hurt yourself and other people more in the future if you allow yourself to become careless in that area. Everyone needs to occasionally take a break, even heroes and heroes in training. Don't forget to give yourself time to recover, otherwise, you risk making worse progress. You understand. He was taken aback by her concern for him, and despite the fact that they had only just mentioned it today, he could tell by the look in her eyes that she genuinely cared about his well-being. Since his diagnosis, no one in his age range has ever looked out for him like she did. That was a pleasant feeling to receive. He gave a nod, realizing that she was correct once more. The human body can only withstand so much before it collapses on itself, and while endurance and pain tolerance can be increased, doing so shouldn't come at the expense of future bodily functionality. There will be occasions when he must go above and beyond, if the circumstances are dire enough, but if he can do so without becoming a burden, unable to assist others, and a prime target for the enemy to murder later, it will benefit him in the long run. Before considering the provisional license exams and other things, he had plenty of time to train his body so that he could use more than 5% without any issues. He had to keep in mind that he was still a rookie when it came to learning how to be a hero and using his quirk. Knowing how important it was, let alone how much could be used without negatively impacting his situation, and only using a percentage outside the safety zone when absolutely required. Instead of saving lives, KOing himself immediately will only put them in danger. And, to be honest, it reminds him of the lecture All Might gave him a few months ago about overdoing things, how overwork will result in poor progress, and how neglecting oneself will only cause him to unintentionally injure his body more in a way that will be harmful. The line between increasing one's training and going overboard must be drawn, or else the repercussions later on would be too severe to bear. He discovered this the hard way when he attempted to surreptitiously increase his own training behind his back, deviating from the man's original plans in an attempt to strengthen himself. Ultimately, he crashed pretty badly for it. He could not help but remember the pain, the soreness, the overwhelming nausea, and the disorientation that had struck him all at once there. The mere thought of it now only made his body feel as though it were going through it again. Everyone occasionally needs a break, and considering his current situation, All Might has witnessed this and cannot forget it. It was the first time that someone, not just his hero but also someone his own age, had advised him to take care of himself more without being bullying and to occasionally take breaks away from his mother. It's true that he will have to make sacrifices at some point, but he must understand when it's necessary because repeatedly putting his own life in danger will only lead to ruin. How can he help others if he cannot take care of himself? Ultimately, they were all human, including him. Everyone needs time to rest and recuperate. Whether you have a peculiarity or not, everyone experiences fatigue or pain occasionally. The same is true for him, isn't it? It felt nice to have her acknowledge that he was just as human as everyone else. In addition, now that his massive 10-month training regimen is over, he can train at a slower but still effective pace that won't leave him feeling as exhausted, ill, and sore as he has been for the previous 304 days. He was no longer in a great hurry, so he could afford that luxury. Of course, if he passed the exams, he would have to learn how to control more of his quirk before the new school year began. After a lengthy pause for reflection, he said, "Got it." He nodded and grinned at her once more before adding, "Thank you." "You're welcome," she said, nodding back at him. Dekiru. He was actually more surprised by this than that, but not in a negative way. "Not Deku, but Dekiru," she said. "Defenseless Izuku, you can do it, you can't do it." But before he had a chance to consider it further, Vlad King came up to them both, grabbing their attention, and informed them that the written portion of the test was finished. He also gave them directions to the auditorium so they could begin the next section. She couldn't blame him because he has a dog at home, but she could see from the corner of her eye that the man really wanted to greet her puppy, perhaps even cuddle and play with him, but he was unable to do so because he had to maintain his professionalism. At the end of the day, perhaps they can come to an agreement. Poka had intentionally used the word Dekiru because she meant it. She always preferred Deku, as in, you can do it, as stated by Ochako, and always detested Deku, as in, worthless, as stated by Katsuki Bakugo. Additionally, Deku might also be a shorthand for Dekiru, so that name could be appropriated and used for positive purposes. She was more than willing to help if this was one way she could also help Izuku. As previously mentioned, they discovered that they were seated next to one another while traveling to the auditorium. This discovery left them both in disbelief, but it also made them happy that they wouldn't feel alone in a huge room full of thousands of strangers, more for Izuku than Poka, but still. Given the number of participants, it was to be expected that it would take some time for everyone to find their seats before the event could begin. The girl didn't really want to know that number because she couldn't even imagine how large it would be for the exam every year, normal and otherwise combined. She could certainly ask Izuku, but she would prefer to wait until the exams are finished before doing so. She didn't want to be confused during the presentation and appear foolish after receiving the answer. She motioned to Pomotaro to comfort Izuku when she saw him become anxious once more, and he was more than happy to comply, jumping out of her lap and snuggling against Izuku's right away. Despite being startled, he began to pet him in return, his approving chirps, so to speak, gradually beginning to help the boy relax as the puppy leaned into his tender touch. Katsuki, on the other hand, had been giving Deku a disgusting glare. He still hated him, but he was primarily upset to be seated next to him. Even he couldn't argue with the rules because, depending on the situation, students from the same school had to sit in a specific spot. It was all arbitrary, and they had no control over who they sat with. It was inevitable because they were the only two students from their middle school to attend, but that didn't mean he had to like it. Even so, he had previously seen the girl and her mud while seated next to Deku. He was still irritated with her from earlier, perplexed by what she had said because, although it sounded strange and no one had ever responded to him that way, he was still irritated. However, he was taken aback when he saw her dog teleport from her lap into Deku's right away. He thought to himself, that mutt has a quirk. This was the first time he had ever seen an animal with a quirk, aside from the principal of this school, but he hadn't met him personally, so it didn't really matter. He had heard about animals occasionally having quirks, but this was the first time he had ever seen one. However, his surprise quickly faded as his frown returned. I only vaguely remember something relating to some heroes having quirked animals as partners. She must be planning to make that mutt her future AHP. PFT, doesn't matter. They can drown in a tar pit for all I care with stupid Deku, and nobody can say otherwise. When Katsuki looked at the girl one last time to give her a glare, he was shocked. No, he never imagined this would be said for him. To see her turn to face him and give him a brief but incredibly poisonous glare, as if she knew all the crimes he had committed. It was so strong that it could actually kill him, so much so that he nearly forgot where he was before it vanished as soon as it appeared. She then turned her attention to Deku and her dog, smiling as the greenette did, now calmer than before as if nothing had happened. What was? He decided to deal with it later, but his thoughts were cut short when the lights finally went out, signaling that the start of something new was imminent. Pomotaro took that as his cue to return to Poka's lap, and he did so as Izuku gave her a quick nod of gratitude and she gave him a nod of welcome before they turned to face the stage. Before long, a spotlight shone down on a podium where present Mike, the voice hero, stood, and the white backdrop behind him displayed the school's logo. As she continued to be perplexed by this after all these years, Poka thought to herself, honestly, I still don't think I want to know how much hair gel it takes to get all that hair to go up the way he makes it. It still looks rather ridiculous to me no matter how iconic it is. Is his hair, or his skull, even still able to breathe from all that gel? What's going on, applicants? With a dazzling smile, he said, thank you for listening to me, your school DJ. Come on, let me hear you. However, there was only silence, so quiet that you could almost hear a pin dropping. She thought to herself, sorry, sir. She didn't have the telepathy part of her quirk on, so she hoped he could hear her, but she didn't want to get into trouble. But really, you can act as your own microphone without your quirk on because your voice is already loud. Do you really need a mic stand? But as he went on, he accepted it, saying, mild I'll go right to the main show, no problem. Alright, let's discuss how these practical tests will proceed. Are you prepared? Izuku turned to Poka in surprise when she abruptly stopped him from muttering by shoving her left hand over his mouth. Poka then gave him the silent signal with her right hand, indicating that it would be best to avoid unintentionally disturbing the other candidates by talking. She thought to herself, by stopping him muttering here, even though there's no malicious intent behind it, I can help him avoid getting lectured by Tenya. She always found it annoying when people accused others of things they didn't do and didn't give them the opportunity to even explain why it wasn't true. Although Tenya Iida was not a bad person, he was just a strict enforcer of the rules and occasionally a bit too stiff and stern. The way he had treated Izuku in the past and the fact that, as she remembered, he had never expressed regret for his own actions toward the Greenette, particularly for bringing the poor boy undue attention and adding to the stress and strain he already faced, really infuriated her. She has experienced bullying in the past and has witnessed numerous others being picked on and harassed. Although some of the acts were not malicious, sometimes good intentions can have unintended consequences. As a result, some of the victims ended up feeling anxious and upset, which wasn't good at all, even to the point of getting worse than that. She silently vowed, if that blue-haired straight-laced roadrunner even thinks about accusing him of anything, I am going to throw the book at him. Although she is typically very emotional, sympathetic, timid, and clumsy, the one thing she cannot tolerate above all else is bullying and abuse of any kind. If there were a word stronger than hate, she would definitely use it. She let go of him so they could concentrate on the presentation, ignoring Katsuki as he peered at them from the corner of his eye, and Izuku's eyes grew wide as he nodded, understanding her point. As stated in your application, you guys will be out there participating in 10-minute boss fights in trendy urban settings today. You'll go to your designated battle centers after I drop the microphone here. Does that sound good? All right, he informed them as they all examined the cards in front of them, which had been placed face down at the seat and would indicate which center they would be visiting. Although there is nothing in the rules that prevents us from working together, as much as I'd like to be in the same center as Izuku so we can work together, the chances of both of us ending up there are still low. What are the odds? She thought as she turned the card over and discovered, to her ever-increasing shock and causing her jaw to drop hard, that she would in fact be at the same center as the new one-for-all user. She showed him, and inadvertently Katsuki, where she was going. Izuku was shocked too, looking back at his card and hers to make sure, but he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy because he could see that she was much more shocked than he was. The explosive user wrote, I see, so they're splitting us up so we can't work with any of our friends. Yeah, you're right, Izuku said, jolting Poka and Izuku out of their astonishment. Despite being assigned to two distinct battle centers, our examinee numbers are sequential. It is, at most, a coincidence that examinees who already know one another from different schools end up in the same designated center. Poka added, a little more subtly but still loud enough for them to hear, not to mention that during these exams, according to the rules, they are going to emphasize to the candidates not to attack each other for sabotage or malicious intent as it is forbidden and it goes against what heroic schools are teaching to its future candidates. Poka also mentioned that they are probably testing to see how well we work with others if we choose to work together during the practical because there is nothing in the rules against teamwork if anyone wants to do so or do equal parts team up and soloing. You will undoubtedly be expelled if you disobey that. Izuku, who had turned to face her, added, that's true, and agreed with that deduction. Additionally, the printouts indicate that we will be fighting robots rather than real people, and those robots will be our villain targets. After all, being a hero wasn't just about defeating villains. He's seen numerous examples to support the idea that heroes are occasionally paired together, whether consciously or unconsciously, to take on villains in cases. Furthermore, causing harm to others out of malice or sabotage was not the point of being a hero, otherwise, you would be no better than the bad guys you oppose. I was really looking forward to crushing him, that girl, and her fleabag mutt. Whatever, not like they're going to pass this part of the exam anyway, Katsuki said with a quiet sneer. Since she wasn't using any of her peculiarities to tell her that, Poka wondered, why'd I feel that's going to come back and bite you in the butt later Katsuki Bakugo, vibe rising. She already knew what would happen, though this time it would be a little different because of her intervention, but still. Although Poka made it appear as though she was paying attention so no one would chastise her, she essentially ignored the rest because she knew what to expect from having seen this enough times to do it herself. On the inside, however, she considered how she would approach this case. Even though she had already experimented a little, the remainder of her behavior using her quirks would primarily be based on her recollections from observation, whether from watching TV or reading countless manga stories and stories on the internet over the years. Unfortunately, The adage, "Kids, don't try this at home," is unavoidable because she was forced to take a chance due to the circumstances. She would have to attempt to address each of the numerous unknowns one at a time, both during and after the exams were finished. No pressure or anything, she thought cynically to herself, filled with fear and uncertainty. Her thoughts were interrupted when she heard the voice of the person she was thinking about again say, "Excuse me, sir, but I have a question." Poka mentally cried out, "Tenya Iida," as she turned to face his location. "Strike me," the voice hero said, granting the young man permission to stand up as the spotlight switched on overhead for the boy seated there. His explanation was almost accusatory. "With all due respect, if this is an official error on all UA materials, it is shameful. On the printout, you listed 4 types of villains, not 3, he explained. As model students, we demand excellence from the most prestigious school in Japan. This kind of error is unacceptable." Poka thought for a moment. "I never thought I'd say this, or think this, but up close in person not only does Tenya's current uniform make him look like a dork in a grown-up way, but the way he is saying this almost makes him look responsible in a high-class snobby way. But he better not," Poka thought to herself. Tenya turned to face us and yelled, "Additionally, you with the unkept hair." Izuku was startled and pointed at himself, wondering what he was accusing him of. Poka twitched in annoyance, saying, "Oh no, he isn't. Stop muttering. You've been doing it all along. Leave if you can't bring yourself to take this seriously." Izuku winced as he told him, "You're distracting the rest of us." He did, she thought as she lost her temper. "Roadrunner, stop setting your trap now." As Pomotaro jumped off her lap to stand on the desk and growled at the boy upon sensing his owner's rage, Poka yelled at him with a vicious glare and got up from her seat. Everyone turned to face her, including the blue-haired boy, but she chose to ignore it in favor of giving the boy the lesson of a lifetime and protecting her new friend. He was simply making a significant deduction, and that's perfectly acceptable. Furthermore, all 3 of us were conversing, so he wasn't the only one. Furthermore, why do you only accuse him of wrongdoing when you ought to accuse the rest of us as well? Stop it unless you have a specific issue with him, even if he hasn't done anything to deserve it. In that sense, you're acting like a bully. Being a hero also means having a tolerance towards anything that is considerably distracting or what have you. If these little things really bother you that much, then leave." She told him bluntly, slamming her right fist hard into the desk in front of her to highlight her intolerant rage. Directly criticizing someone for a single, insignificant infraction will only increase their already existing stress and anxiety levels and make it more difficult for them to handle the next section of the test. Being picky and irritable over the smallest things is not heroic. Buster, how would you feel if someone did that to you? Now stop being a hypocritical bully and let Present Mike finish his presentation. I'm pretty sure he was already going to explain the 4th obstacle. Stop it now, capiche? Poka swiftly yelled, and no. As Pomotaro growled at him to support her. "You dare not criticize Pomotaro in any way. There is absolutely nothing wrong or illegal about me saying that I can't have him with me for this portion of the test because he will be my future AHP. If you accuse someone of doing something wrong when they haven't done anything at all, I'll report you to the teachers. Have I been clear?" The brunette was left stunned as the color instantly left his face, and he realized that there was nothing he could do or say to stop it. Izuku stared at her in disbelief, not believing that someone he had just met today was standing up for him again and even explaining why such treatment of him needs to end. Izuku was about to apologize, but she stopped him as she defended his honor and displayed defensiveness for her dog, and he could see from the look in her eyes that she was the kind of person who truly did not tolerate this kind of behavior. He was pinching himself because he could not believe this was happening, but nothing changed. Izuku was both shocked and moved by her concern for him. Does she really care about me that much to stand up and defend me like this? Even at the risk of her gaining attention to herself like this, he wondered. While Katsuki appeared unsure of whether to laugh at the blue-haired fool for making a fool of himself or be annoyed by her sudden behavior, he opted to remain silent in order to avoid drawing any unwelcome attention in a particular way. When everyone around them began muttering and talking quietly to each other, agreeing with her and even calling him out for being a jerk, the engine user felt ashamed. He sat back down quietly, keeping his head down so as not to start any more trouble. She was almost tempted to use telepathy to tell him, but she restrained herself to avoid too many awkward questions and to avoid being accused of something herself. "Sorry, Tenya, but you really forced my hand here. I will never tolerate bullying or false accusations, no matter what the intent behind them. Apologies for that, sir. Please continue with your presentation, she said respectfully, straightening her posture and turning to the voice hero after making a heavy sign that the small Pomeranian took as his cue to stop growling and calm down. Don't worry, little miss. As he continued to describe the fourth obstacle, the man reassured her, you're good, I understand where you're going with it. When he was finished, Tenya thanked him for the explanation and expressed regret for his impoliteness, but this only made the multifaceted girl clench her fists in frustration that the boy hadn't directly apologized to her friend despite having already done so to the hero in front of them. Present Mike went on with the presentation without any problems, and Poca herself sat back down in her seat. Pomatero chose to lay on the table, but he paid attention to everything. Poca vowed, I'm going to give you an earful for this later, I know where you're going to be, mister. Tenya, to her surprise, flinched and looked around as if he had heard something. She thought to herself, did I unintentionally use it? Or was it one of those, I got a bad feeling that someone's talking about me, moments I've seen in comic dubs. She made a note to herself about this later and worked on making sure nothing slipped if it was the former. By the end, they were all shown where they would change and where the buses would be so they could go to their designated areas, and the rest of the event went on as it had started without any further problems. Poca and Izuku left to change in the boys' and girls' lockers and restrooms, respectively, with the understanding that they would meet at the designated bus. Poca excused herself to use one of the stalls while she was there. In particular, she knew that the stall's angle and placement would prevent it from being captured by the security camera. Meanwhile, Pomatero was being watched over by one of the participants who was a fellow dog lover, and her family owns an adoption center for dogs and so was more than happy to look after him for a little bit. Plus, not only was she very adept in changing clothes quickly, so she was already done before everybody else, but was also looking for new material to post to her Instagram. And since the Pomeranian was a natural source of cuteness overload, she had the pup make poses with her, and promising to make edits so the ID on the tag wouldn't get seen by anybody else online, because yes, she may be an Instagram user, but she wasn't careless about people's privacy, including the ID tags of their pets, as she'd shown Poca proof of her word so that she could share the cute photos on Instagram with all of her followers. The pup himself, meanwhile, was happy to oblige and make a brand new best friend too, and dozens more, as all the other girls who were either still changing or had already finished changing were giving him all their undivided attention, because who in the world could ever resist a cute Pomeranian? Poca was pleasantly surprised to see a tiny air vent directly behind a toilet on the right side when she looked around after the door had been locked and closed. Perfect, she told herself as she started working, determined to finish this as soon as possible so she could meet the greenette. She put down her bag, unzipped it, and removed the items she needed for this task. She was thankful that, despite her haste, she had remembered to do this before leaving all the rest of her belongings in her new apartment. These items included a box of rubber gloves, which she put on right away before grabbing everything else, a brand new ballpoint pen, the notebooks in which she recorded everything about the timeline of this world, an extra large packaging envelope lined with bubble wrap that she could hold the notebooks, and a Phillips head screwdriver. She had also brought the flatheads just in case. She carefully and quietly unscrewed the bolts from the grate to the air vent and carefully slid the package inside, happy that it was able to fit in there but only by a hair, before she carefully put the grate back on and the screws back in without anyone noticing. Once the notebooks and a brief but extremely detailed 3-page letter she quickly wrote down before everything else were inside the packaging envelope and it was sealed up tight, she wrote the address, the school address, that is, after briefly worrying, to her relief, one of the girls just so happened to be talking about the address of this very school to her mom on the phone, so Poca was able to memorize and write it down. She addressed it to the principal. All she has to do now is put everything away and go find a teacher so they can find what's stuck in the vent. That should take care of the problem. From a few time travel and OC from our world house that she has read and loved over the years from fanfiction and AO3, Principal Nezu himself is the only person who can organize, plan, and straighten out everything while protecting the information from those with bad intentions. She wrote in a totally different handwriting style that wasn't from America or even Japan to ensure that nothing could be linked to her, so hopefully he won't recognize it. She will let the heroes handle things while she handles other issues in the background, all the while maintaining a low profile because, once more, she didn't want to take the chance that a villain had brought her to this world and might be surreptitiously spying on her. To the best of everyone's knowledge, she was just a typical Pocahontas Zyra Lath, a recent immigrant from America who aspired to be an underground hero and who also had a keener sense of reality than most children her age. With the thought, "Here's to hoping nothing blows up in my face the very next morning," she could only hope that everything was going as planned. After everything was finished, she removed the gloves and tossed them into the toilet, packed her screwdriver and pen, and zipped up her bag. She then removed her coat to reveal the clothes she had been wearing that morning when everything began, gathered her coat and backpack together, flushed the toilet with her left shoe on the handle, and left the stall, giving the impression that she was simply using the restroom while also changing in private. However, some of the other participants noticed that she wasn't the only one. After locking up her belongings in a nearby locker with 2 locks for added security, and she wasn't the only one thinking the same thing, although that number was only a few, and in an even smaller group some were putting 3 on their chosen lockers. Talk about extreme, she put the little keys for the locks in an inner pocket inside the pocket of her front right pants. After picking up Pomotaro and thanking the girls for watching him and for letting them play and interact with him, she blushed and said, "You're welcome," to them all, feeling a bit embarrassed. She and the puppy then left the room, but unexpectedly bumped into someone, and Poca staggered back before she felt a pair of hands grab her to straighten her so she wouldn't fall. "I apologize." She apologized right away. "Don't be, hun. It's not your fault, it was mine for not looking where I was going." As soon as she recognized the voice, she looked up to see Midnight, also known as Nimari Kayama, the rated R hero, wearing her iconic hero costume, which she still found to be extremely uncomfortable to look at. In addition, she felt that it wasn't appropriate for a school, hero or not. Don't misunderstand her. She was a good hero and was well aware that, as a teacher, she loved her students and would stop at nothing to protect them. However, there were times when her speech and body language were just inappropriate. Whether it was for show or not, it wasn't right, but she didn't say it out of consideration for the woman in front of her. As she petted Pomotaro, who gladly gave into her affectionate touch, the older woman said, "I apologize for bumping into you too, but I was just coming to check on the rest of you ladies to make sure everything was going well." She was calm and excited to begin the next party exam, but she didn't blame her. "And to make sure none of you are being naughty by cheating or sabotaging the other, and as well to make sure all of you are able and ready for the exam itself. You realize it's standard procedure." As she quickly reached the point that needed to be done, Poca responded, trying to fight back her own heartbreak, "It's fine, it's perfectly understandable. All of you want to make sure the exams go on without a hitch and make sure you don't let in anyone who only has foul intentions in mind. By the way, madam, I think there's something stuck inside the vent in stall number 9. It sounds a little worrying. Would it be possible for you to check it out to make sure nothing is amiss?" Indeed, she had angled the envelope just so that anyone in the vicinity would hear the strange noise it made, giving her claim a little more support. The indigo brunette informed her, "But of course, just leave it to me. In the meantime you better head on to the buses if you're already done." Poca gave her a brief farewell before leaving, saying, "Yes, madam." She knew it was okay to cry when she realized she was far from the teacher because the memories of the horrific events of Season 6 suddenly came flooding back to her. After a long, agonizing descent, Midnight tried to use her quirk to put Gigantomachia to sleep or at least slow it down, only to be struck by enormous pieces of rubble and debris by Mr. Compress. She was severely injured and left stranded in the forest. With the last of her strength, she quickly contacted Momo Yaoyorozu to tell her the chemical formula for her quirk so that she could make it and put the giant to sleep with it, knowing that the older woman herself was going to die as a group of villains were closing in on her. Poca knew the aftermath was unpleasant even before she saw the body. Her students' anguished, appalled, and tearful expressions when they discovered her body were simply heartbreaking. It was even more devastating when they discovered later that night that she had been killed shortly after speaking with Momo, after they had earlier believed she was still alive. All of this occurred during the assault on the Paranormal Liberation Front, formerly known as the Meta Liberation Army, and the League of Villains. She and countless others, such as Majestic and Crust, were brutally murdered, while a few others, like Gran Torino, were severely injured, or severely crippled in some way, like Mirko and Eraserhead, or scared up like hawks after nearly being burned alive by Dobby, and Mount Lady after attempting to slow down Gigantomachia and assisting the students in getting the formula into his mouth, to name a few of the people she could currently think of at the top of her mind, were all involved. Even Twice and Lady Negant, with the former having to be killed because of how devastating his quirk was to the heroes already adding in how bad things had gone for him in his past. especially at the point of questioning whether he was his real self or not after so many of his clones had killed each other a while back, while the latter suffered nearly dying by all for one's hands after she'd failed to take out Izuku. She suffered so much from being taken in by the HPSC to be a hero only to realize she'd only just been trained to be an assassin. A living weapon to annihilate anybody, even other heroes, that would make people question the HPSC's motives and or dig up and reveal any dark secrets that they didn't want the public to know, and was framed for a crime after she had killed the previous president for his follies and his own crimes. Neither of them deserved to suffer. They deserved to get a second chance to make things right and to live more happier lives. The same goes for Himiko Toga, Shuichi Iguchi, Manami Aiba, and Danjiro Tobita, even Chizo Makaguro. If someone had given them a chance, they would all have been fantastic heroes. The war, that horrible war, all of it, the ceaseless bloodshed, the chaos, the siege of death, numerous fatalities, collateral damage, and more. It was simply horrifying. It was all just chaos, pure madness, and the most destructive kind of ruination imaginable. In her view, that conflict merely reduced World War II to a major altercation between two 5-year-olds at the playground. After the PLF withdrew, the aftermath was just another living hell, and with another one to follow shortly after, it would become too much for many to bear. Some would quit because they felt that everything was too much, even though doing so would only make things much worse. Endeavor. He may have been a jerk and a monster to his family, but he did have a redemption story like Katsuki. In the end, though, he suffered much more because the terrible truth about what he had done to his family and to his eldest son during the PLF war was revealed to both the Japanese people and his own family. The fiery man and his youngest son Shoto discovered that the man in front of them, Dabi, was actually his long-thought dead elder son Tuya, who, due to Endeavor, turned into a villain in the most horrific way imaginable. Not only had civilians suffered, but everyone else had, particularly the heroes and heroes in training. All Might, Toshinori Yagi and Izuku were particularly unfortunate. All of it was utterly embarrassing. Pomotaro, sensing her heartbreak and sorrow, tried to console her with kisses while she simply ran faster, quickly wiping away the tears as a new look of determination emerged, even though some tears were still visible in her eyes. She was blatantly ignoring other people's observations of her condition. Even though I've given the future to people who are more capable than me, I'll still do everything I can to help everyone. I won't let anybody die. I won't let any more people suffer. I just won't let it. Poka adamantly declared as she headed to the door leading to the buses, wiping away the last of her tears so no one else would see them. Even if I'm a coward, even if I'm scared, even though I feel like I want to crawl into a hole and never come out again, I won't let this fear rule my life nor run away from everything to the point where I'll do everything I can to save everyone. As she approached them, she saw Izuku and Ken, the dragonfly she had met and vowed to see again, sitting on top of the boy's hair, something he hadn't yet noticed. She is prepared to give the practicals her best effort. As she and the Greenette sat in the back of the bus as it transported them and the others to their assigned location, Poka pondered, I don't know who's the worst bundle of nerves here, myself or Izuku. She was aware that it was actually happening, even though it still felt incredibly surreal. As Pomotaro sat quietly in her lap and Ken sat on top of her head, he said, I think it's safe to say that both of you are equally as nervous as the other. Good point, she said, agreeing with the reasoning. Nervous? She asked the boy standing next to her as the hero nerd. Now wearing his recognizable turquoise tracksuit, he could only nod, momentarily relieved that he didn't flinch this time. How about you? He asked, turning to face her. About as nervous as ever, she stated, sympathizing with him as she stroked her dog to provide comfort. Then again, it's pretty understandable. UA is a very well-known school and has a very low acceptance rate. This place is practically the stuff of legend, especially as All Might himself graduated from here, so of course doing well on the exams it's going to leave somebody nervous. At that, he gave a nod. Everyone would feel anxious in one way or another, whether they were at UA or another highly regarded hero school. In fact, the people he had observed displaying confidence were actually concealing their own anxiety behind the masks. With the exception of Kachan, who has the self-assurance and tenacity to prove it, he never gets anxious about such situations. And becoming a hero was achieved via perseverance and hard work, not for show or ego, well, not totally anyway. Despite the fact that he tormented him throughout his entire life after receiving a diagnosis from a doctor years prior. Despite the fact that his terrible demeanor was far from heroic. She thought about it for a while after getting the impression that he was going to go into a dark place, but then she got an idea from a story she had heard from one of her older foster siblings. Flashback, MHAA03, so she went ahead and said, "But we shouldn't worry." Before he could ask her what she meant, the girl added, "We can't let our nervousness get the better of us. Even heroes get nervous now and then, but they don't let that stop them from doing what they do." The boy turned to the girl and was intrigued by this. With a stronger fist pumped she said, "We just gotta do our best on the test. Don't worry about the grade. Just be the best heroes we can be, 'cause that's what's most important, and if we fail, if that's not good enough, own that F. No matter what anybody may say, show everyone what we've got. Give it our absolute all from the strength of our hearts." Pomotaro nodded and barked encouragingly, while Ken nodded firmly in response. Just saying those words brought back memories of her own failings, but she never let them stop her from moving forward, even in the face of adversity. After saying it, she began to feel better herself, especially since she was giving the boy who needed it the most encouragement. She won't let her anxiety or concerns about her own performance on the test deter her. Even though she would mostly have to improvise on the spot, and overcome her personal anxieties in order to endure. Izuku felt something, and his eyes gleamed, motivated by that. And he could see that the fire in her eyes became more genuine as she finally let go of the tension in her shoulders and felt better speaking that aloud. He could see in her eyes that she still harbored some worry, but she was resolved to get over it if it meant supporting him and giving him the boost he needed. He and she were in the same situation, but, again, what she said made sense. Izuku gave her a shy but resolute smile, nodded slowly, inhaled deeply, and said, "All right." She nodded back, relieved to see the fire burn in his eyes as she had hoped she would, and smiled back. Then, as if anticipating his question, she said to him, "By F, I mean, E, as the former is an American thing." Okay, that made more sense. As he nodded and she gave him a gentle fist bump, he thought to himself, a little more relaxed this time, enjoying the gentle approach as he returned it. "That's so manly," a voice said in front of them, startling them both. They turned to face a boy with bright red eyes, downed, spiky, shaggy black hair, and light to medium tan skin. He smiled at them, his teeth literally looking as sharp and jagged as a shark's, and he pumped his own fist, inspired by their display. Kirishima Eijiro. Poka was immediately taken aback by this. She had no idea that the boy who had dyed his hair red was in the same neighborhood as Izuku and now her. What were the chances? Furthermore, she is unable to remember whether there were any clues as to which area he had been in during the exam. However, since she had only seen him in his flashback in Season 4, this actually gave her a chance to see him in the clothes he had been wearing during the test. He was dressed in the same black shoes he wore in the Season 3 swimming pool episode, and he wore a dark red high-collar button-up shirt with the sleeves rolled up to cover his elbows. The shirt itself was nearly as dark as his solid black pants. She will admit that he looked pretty handsome. His kind disposition alone would make him an excellent boyfriend, even if she wasn't seeking romance. Additionally, they had drawn attention from more than just him because, to their further surprise, Ochacho herself was seated next to him. She turned to face them from inside her seat and pumped her fist. Upon hearing what she and the boy next to her had heard, the ZG user exclaimed, "Yeah. I feel fired up." She felt inspired herself. Pomotaro simply barked at them as if trying to get them to cheer up, and Ken did the same but without the barking as he flew from one head to another between them. This made the two blush as red as rubies, and they both covered their faces amusingly, their whines muffled. To their increasing surprise and flustered embarrassment, it appears that everyone on the bus had heard them, especially from Poka herself, as everyone was now talking about it, giving their own cheers, and shouting thanks. The two in front of them became aware of the puppy at that point. While Ochacho squealed with delight, Eijiro exclaimed, "No way you got a Pomeranian. It's so cute." Ochacho was the first to catch him as he began licking her, making her giggle. Eijiro petted him tenderly as he turned to him to begin licking his hand and turned back to look at the girl, and vice versa. This caused the dog to turn to them. He happily barked before popping out of his owner's lap and right in front of them, startling them. Eijiro crooned, "Who's a good boy?" "You are. Yes you are. Yes you are." The two finally lowered their hands as their blushes subsided and they began to laugh at the sight of the display in front of them. But when they saw that everyone was staring at this display and talking about how adorable the Pomeranian was, even taking pictures of the puppy, they wanted to hide their faces once more. After taking a deep breath to calm herself, Poca informed them. His name is Pomatero. As you already witnessed, his quirk lets him pop in from one point to another. He's going to be my future AHP, Poca said. He was with me when we met you at the entrance. I can't believe you didn't notice, she said, turning to face the chocolate brunette. When she didn't immediately begin to swoon over him, I was a little taken aback. Poca pondered. Perhaps she was simply too anxious to notice him or do so. The girl the dog was cuddling with said, and I feel ashamed for not seeing him right away, but the dog said, he's way too cute to not notice. Poca laughed as Izuku finally took a deep breath to relax fully. At the same time, the girl felt guilty for inadvertently attracting attention to him because she was the one who agitated everyone. As if to bolster his assertion, Izuku said softly, and he's really good at comforting people when they feel nervous. The dog finally came over to him and began to cuddle him as well. That's awesome. It's not every day you get to see a hero who has an AHP with them, so meeting a potential participant who has one is even more awesome. The black-haired boy said in response to the greenette's gentle embrace. In response, Ochacho said, I agree. Poca remarked, I can only imagine. She knew in her head that, based on her memories of the show and manga, there were no AHPs, at least not any that she was aware of. So this was either a completely new idea in terms of this universe being slightly different from what she knew by heart, or the subject was so uncommon that they could only be found outside of Japan, or anyone who does have an AHP lives far away from Musudafu or something. The principal and that one cat from the Vigilantes Volume 3 manga were the only peculiar animals she was aware of. Later on, she will need to conduct additional research. By the way, the hardening user remarked, what's the story with the dragonfly on your head? With a look of curiosity. This little guy here is Ken. He's been helping me in navigating around here as I just moved here quite unexpectedly from America not too long ago, she said, looking up to meet the dragonfly's gaze as he gazed down at her. To put it simply, a part of my quirk lets me communicate with insects. You're from there? Izuku inquired, astonished and intrigued that she had captured both his and the other's attention. That seems pretty unbelievable given how perfect your Japanese is. Yes. In order to celebrate helping him become more open enough to speak with people without stuttering, I'm getting myself a large cake later. She responded with a smile of delight, saying, that's because I've been studying how to communicate in Japanese and understand the language for years. Mainly starting from the first time I saw an anime that was produced in Japan before it was dubbed into English when I was a kid. It got me interested, so I dove in and started learning. Sometimes back home I even spoke to myself in Japanese when I didn't want anybody to know what I was saying in private. She acknowledged that she still had some work to do, but she acknowledged that this would undoubtedly help him in the long run. Ochacho cried, that's pretty neat. Although she worriedly thought, there's no telling if this is permanent or if I will someday be sent back home, Poca assured her, yup, and now I'm finally getting to put it to good use given that I'll be living in Japan for the foreseeable future. Other than my current guardians and the few friends I've managed to keep over the years, I doubt anyone will be waiting for me there. She then went on to tell him, a part of my quirk also lets me translate any language out there no matter what kind. This really comes in handy in case something comes up, like in case I end up in a foreign country out of nowhere, or if I somehow get amnesia and can't remember the language I worked so hard to learn or something. Izuku's eyes glistened with excitement as he exclaimed, that's so cool and super useful. He could already see the wheels turning in his brain as Poca tried desperately not to laugh at his response because it was simply too cute to resist, but she had to for his sake. I agree, replied Eijiro. Having a quirk like that can really help in situations like that, or if you meet somebody who doesn't speak Japanese or English. And be helpful if the language you are confronted with is one you've never spoken before and yet, boom, you instantly understand and know how to speak that language without a problem. Ochacho continued. The sound of the bus stopping indicated to everyone that they had reached their destination before anything else could be done or said. One by one, everyone filed out of the large white vehicle, talking to each other the entire time, with the group of 4 getting off last. Pomatero was riding on Izuku's shoulder this time, but it was the other shoulder from the one he typically perches on with his owner. Curious now, Ochacho folded her arms behind her head and asked, what's America like over there? Poca responded honestly, or as best she could as she thought, it's quite different from here in Japan, even though I've only been here for a short while. It's far more different than you could ever realize, and I've only been here to this Japan for like literally hours, she said, returning to the topic at hand. I haven't really had a chance to explore this country, so I don't really know what else it has in store besides what I can only imagine and have read about in the past. Eijiro asked, nervous but curious. If you're from the USA, then I got to know, who's your favorite American hero? Star and Stripe, she responded. She's totally cool, and she's practically All Might's twin sister in a sense. I'm glad I took the time to look up more information about her on Wikipedia a while back, Poca thought to herself. That, and she's the only American pro-hero I can think of at the top of my head besides Cow Lady and Godzilla. Pressure's a pain in the butt, but I am being sincere. Ken concurred, indeed mistress. I know, right, and it's not just because she's the #1 hero there. Izuku responded with enthusiasm. There was even an interview a while back where she explained that during his time in America, he was the one who actually saved her and her family when she was a child from a villain attack, and since then had inspired her to become a pro-hero in the first place. Really? Exclaimed Ochacho, that's so awesome. With an excited expression, Eijiro exclaimed, and super manly too. Poca nodded and giggled a little. When she turned to face the gates, her eyes widened and she practically felt her jaw drop. Wow, that gate is enormous. As she pointed to the gate and whistled to attract the others' attention, she said, that's definitely the biggest gate I've ever seen in my whole life. While Pomotaro gave a small bark of agreement and fascination, Ken said in amazement, I'm inclined to agree. Eijiro's eyes widened as he exclaimed, whoa, no joke. Are they expecting us to fight giants or something? Although technically it wasn't a lie, Poca said weakly, hopefully not. Fortunately, there was only one enormous opponent in each testing area. Ochacho said, a little dreadfully, oh now I'm getting nervous again just thinking about it. In response, Pomotaro approached Ochacho, who was now perched on her right shoulder, and began to lick her tenderly while nuzzling her face. She was startled at first, but she quickly calmed down and petted him in return. She grinned and sighed, feeling as though she had been holding in for more than a few seconds. Thanks Pom-kun, she said. After giving Eijiro a quick rough, he went over to kiss him tenderly. He then did the same for Izuku before returning to Poca. Thanks Pom, she said with a smile, good job. She then took a treat out of her pocket and gave it to the dog, who sniffed it before accepting it and happily munching. She hoped Pomotaro would show those who were upset and in a panic by simply being there and maintaining his composure in stressful situations. Both during ongoing rescue efforts and in the wake of everything. His gentleness, kindness, empathy, and good looks are enough to soothe anyone. Either the people at the pet store raised him well, or he's more emotionally intelligent, or both. Before she thought the final line in a bitterly mischievous manner, Poca thought to herself, in any case, Pomotaro is going to receive extra treats later and I'm going to be sending a nice gift to the staff for their care and kindness for him. And send a brief, surprise, to the man who wanted to get rid of the poor puppy. I hope your conversation with Animal Protection Services is enjoyable. Eijiro and Izuku nodded and grinned slightly as they said, I needed that, thanks little pup. As his owner petted him, the puppy leaned into it out of instinct and barked softly once more, saying, you're welcome, in his own dog language. Poca speculated, turning back to the gate as she spoke, the huge gates are most likely for participants and students who have the ability to make themselves bigger, maybe to the size of a giant, hence why they're so gigantic, and for getting the robot enemies inside the fake city without issues. She had a hunch that it had something to do with Mount Lady, even though she wasn't sure if she had actually attended UA or another hero school before becoming a pro, but she wouldn't be surprised if UA staff had learned about her quirk and the challenges it came with, and had taken the appropriate precautions in case something went wrong. If it wasn't, they'd always been there in case an instance like that did come up or something, or it's because they use giant robots for their tests and such from the beginning. Again, it's still a mystery. Together, Eijiro and Ochacho scratched their chins and said, huh, that makes sense. I agree, I can concur with that deduction. As the voice approached the group, Poca couldn't help but give him the stink eye because it turned out to be Tenya Iida. Pomotaro sensed his owner's mood and snarled under his breath to warn him that he would not be spared if he did or said anything bad. He went on to say, I expect no less from a prestigious school such as UA to do such a thing to make things convenient for them and their future wards. The brunette attempted to ignore the tried words in light of what had transpired earlier in the orientation hall. Ochacho immediately recognized him and pointed out, you're the kid that got called out after trying to call out someone else. At that, the boy winced before acknowledging, yes. Well, that wasn't my proudest moment. With a disappointed frown on his face, the The hardening boy crossed his arms and said, "Yeah, what you pulled back there wasn't manly, dude." He bowed and said, "I apologize for my tomfoolery back there." It was extremely unbecoming of a future participant hoping to get into a prestigious hero school such as this. The boy with the blue hair was only able to nod. But Izuku, who was still anxious about what transpired in the hallway because of this boy, hesitantly inquired, "Who are you apologizing to exactly?" The blue boy in question looked up to see him, feeling a wave of guilt at the expression on his face. To be honest, he couldn't blame him because he had treated him unfairly despite the fact that he had done nothing wrong. The light-haired brunette from earlier did have a point. This boy wasn't the only one talking. She and another boy were, too, as were all the other boys in his immediate vicinity. Despite this, he had the gall to place the entire blame on him because he was anxious, which was unjustified, unhelpful, and most importantly, self-serving. She had every right to lash out at her friend in that way because she was defending him. Speaking of whom, he turned to face her and flinched once more when he saw her pup growl at him and the stink eye she was giving him. Of course, he can't blame either of them for still being upset with him. It hit him when he registered the green-haired boy's question, and he felt like flinching from his own blindness. Despite having apologized to Present Mike, he never expressed regret to either of them, particularly the boy. He shamefully lowered his head while responding, "To you and your friend actually. I let my own nerves get the better of me and I end up blaming you for something that wasn't exactly a cause for concern. Everyone else around me was talking, not just you and your friends, and yet I picked on you without meaning to. I made myself look like a bully because of it, and almost made you even more nervous than you already were and even garner unwanted attention on yourself. And yes, I will admit that I was about to lecture your friend about her having a dog with her if she hadn't stopped me like she did. I faced bullies in the past before, so I don't tolerate bullying at all, especially if it's towards others who I care about. I understand that you were nervous, but it was still very inconsiderate of you to react the way that you did, especially acting like all of it was Izuku's fault even though it wasn't. And I understand that you take rules and manners seriously, but it doesn't change the fact that the way you acted back there made you look like you're an obsessive-compulsive nitpicking bully. And it was very unbecoming of me in that regard." He concurred, and although it hurt, she was still correct in that regard. "I promise I'll learn from this blunder so that I won't repeat it in the future. As a hopeful hero in training, the last thing I want is to make others uncomfortable or weary around me for snapping at anyone for the tiniest trivial things. So I do hope you too can forgive me for my foolishness." She turned to Izuku as he turned to her, and she gave him a relaxed smile in return, as his nervousness finally subsided. Her dog companion calmed himself as he finally stopped growling upon sensing her relaxation, and they nodded to each other before turning back to the boy. He was a good person with a good heart. He was just pleading for forgiveness after making some mistakes. "Of course," said Poka first, "holding a grudge towards someone is just a waste of time and leads to nothing but trouble, no matter what the reason." She's right," Izuku continued. "Besides, you're apologizing to us now and you acknowledge that you did something wrong. You never meant any harm, so let's just forgive and forget, okay?" "Of course," the brunette replied as he straightened his posture and stood upright once more. "And I shall endeavor not to disappoint you both by backtracking." Everyone nodded in agreement, with Ochacho grinning as she exhaled in relief that there would be no more problems and Kirishima grinning toothily as he was happy that the matter was over. An alarm went off before any of them could say or do anything more. Present Mike, who was perched atop a tall tower, called out, "All right, let's start." Many were perplexed by what he meant, but only Poka understood. Without hesitation, she grabbed the greenette's wrist and began running towards the gates that had begun to open, practically dragging him as he soon, though haphazardly, followed suit, startled but perplexed as he was about to ask her what she was doing. "Get moving. There are no countdowns in real battles. Those two already got the memo. Run, 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 listeners. You're wasting air time here," the voice hero said, quickly answering his query. Nearly immediately afterward, the boy noticed that everyone else began to move in the direction of the gate as they were, but because of the light brunette, the two had already gained an advantage. The engine boy trailed closely behind because of his peculiarity, because it was inevitable that he would eventually outrun them, followed by Eijiro and Ochacho as they ran as hard as they could to catch up. Izuku and Poka ran, now gaining his footing as he followed in stride, and began searching for any adversaries they could confront. Poka told him, "Remember what I told you." The boy nodded, and his quirk soon increased to 3% as he began to catch up to her stride, nearly outrunning her. Knowing he understood, she released his hand and used both to hold them wide in the air, drawing water from the nearby people who were already perspiring. She was able to sense this earlier, storing the new ability to sense any water nearby for later. She then pulled her hands to herself, closing them into fists as the sweat droplets were drawn to her. This surprised some of the participants in the process, but fortunately not enough to deter them from their objectives. Here's nothing. Poca jumped into the air, thinking. Before she put her legs down and posed as though she were riding a skateboard, on which she only had passable skills, all of the perspiration that had accumulated under her control quickly gathered around the bottoms of her shoes and almost immediately turned to ice. As she had hoped, she was soon hovering in the air. As they continued to move without stopping, their pacing now matched that of the other. Izuku was astonished by this display as Poca explained, "Since I can make water float and move along with anything involving water, including ice, I thought it would be a handy idea to use it as a way to help me glide or even fly, not only ensuring that I don't overexert my physical limits but it also helps me to get to places faster." "That's genius," Izuku exclaimed, shocked. "I know, right?" Poca replied sheepishly and smiled nervously, "Though truth be told, this is my first time testing this theory into action. It was a risky gamble even though I'm glad that I was proven right. I haven't had my quirk very long either, so there's still some parts of it that I do not know about. And while I do have a good handle on quirk analysis, it wouldn't hurt to have a second opinion. Although I really don't know who I can ask without coming off as desperate, and I'm not even sure how much normal quirk counseling costs." The boy was completely taken aback by this since he had assumed that she had always had it. He didn't think she was a late bloomer, probably later than most based on what she just said, which meant that she had also spent the majority of her life as a child without a quirk. Despite being a novice at using a quirk, she appeared to be an expert. However, this could have been due to her years of knowledge about quirks and how they work. Although he had spent years studying quirks, he was still able to relate to her situation because he needed her assistance to understand his quirk before the written exam started. There is a difference between knowing how someone else's quirk works and knowing how your own quirk works. That's just one issue that needed to be resolved among finishing other things and all the paperwork, including immigration, confirming new residency, and other things. She also mentioned that she had only recently moved to Japan, so it would be challenging for her or even her family to get help right away on how her quirk worked completely beyond what she has grasped so far. It's standard procedure for families to relocate, let alone for a single individual, particularly when it's between Japan and America. Overall, it will be hectic, time-consuming, and physically demanding. Before he discovered the solution to her issue, the boy pondered, maybe one day he would discover the solution that would permanently alter his life. Since she had helped him earlier after the written exams, Izuku thought it would be the least he could do for her in return for everything she had done for him in their brief time together. "Then maybe I can help you with that." Izuku understood her situation and seized the opportunity to offer her assistance. "Why really?" Poca was so taken aback by his offer that she nearly tripped and fell, but fortunately managed to catch herself and keep gliding in midair. She hoped that he would assist her, but she didn't anticipate it happening so quickly. To be honest, she was hoping for much later. "Why yeah," he stumbled a little before catching himself right away. "You helped me with my quirk and you stood up for me several times today. It's the very least I can do. Besides, we could benefit from the other. Since we're both good at quirk analysis, we might be able to bounce off each other's ideas, thoughts, theories and even find new creative ways in using our quirks, one way or another." She was equally moved and relieved by this, which warmed her heart. With his assistance, she would have one less concern as she adjusts to her new residence. It was a win-win situation for both of them because she could keep him company and help him improve his social skills before the next school year began. In addition to the fact that loneliness stinks, having no human companions can make you feel lonely even if you have insect or animal companions. "I would really appreciate it, thank you," she said, nodding. Before they could exchange another word, a one-pointer robot materialized in front of them, and a side wall exploded directly in front of them. They both jumped at this, but Poca quickly overcame her own fear by telling herself and Izuku in her head, "Don't be scared. Come on, let's do it." That jolted him out of it. His expression changed from terrified to determined as he leapt at the robot, sailing through the air while yelling, "Smash!" and pulling back his right fist, which jumped from 3% to 5% before being thrown forward. As soon as he made contact with the robot, he literally knocked off its block, causing the head unit to fly. Then, the remaining one pointer simply shut down. Disbelief and a sense of accomplishment surged through him as he landed, realizing that he had succeeded. In fact, he put his mentor's quirk to use. The one pointer was defeated by him. Nice shot, Izuku, Poka called back to him as he turned to face her. She was leading a swarm of bees, which shocked him greatly because he didn't know when she had summoned the bees, let alone had time to do so. She sent them swarming towards another one-pointer that came their way, confusing and disorienting a robot as some of them managed to get inside and chip away at its circuitry and wiring, especially the most crucial parts that kept it operating, until it shut down entirely. All of this was completed in a matter of seconds, which was remarkable and almost unprecedented for the Greenet. Izuku gasped in shock. "Whoa. Great job. Let's keep going," she exclaimed. "Thanks." "Right," said the Greenet. The two parted ways in search of additional robots to battle, as well as any examinees who might require assistance. They discussed briefly earlier, as they boarded the bus before reaching their exam location, how they would collaborate while also occasionally breaking off to collect points and assist anyone who might require assistance. Demonstrating their ability to work both independently and collaboratively, because heroism isn't just about fighting alone, it's also about working with your partners, whether or not you knew them, to complete the task at hand and supporting them because they will have your back. Even though she was still worried about her new friend, she had to take her words seriously and have faith that he would be all right. She was confident that he would succeed. He needed to mature and become stronger on his own. She wasn't going to be there all the time, and the last thing she wanted was to spoil or baby him. "Look out, robots, 'cause here we come," she exclaimed as she sped forward, nodding to herself as she saw 2 pointers ahead. The principal and their soon-to-be new employee, Toshinori Yagi, also known as All Might, were among the staff members of UA who sat and watched every participant that the monitors displayed in a dark observation room that was illuminated by nearly 1,000,000 screens that showed different participants in the exams in every area. The only people not in the room were the voice hero and the dog hero, Hound Dog. Nezu said, sipping his usual cup of tea. "Clearly the examinees have no idea how many villains are present or in their location. They have limited time, must cover a vast area, and hunt down every last target." This time, however, it was strange because he had what appeared to be a large, overstuffed envelope by his side. They had no idea what was inside, other than the fact that their coworker Nimari discovered it stuffed inside an air vent in one of the stalls in the girls' changing room after being directed to it by another examinee. The woman was still perplexed by this, but she trusted the principal to look through the contents and determine what was inside. Even though they had no idea who had shoved it inside because there were a lot of girls in the changing room and a few had used that specific stall to change in private, they believed it could have been any of them because the envelope in question appeared to be brand new and couldn't have been in there for more than a minute or two. However, Nimari was aware that the principal had opened it and discovered a multi-page letter that he had read. What was enclosed in the letter? The principal was wearing his typical poker face, so she had no idea what he was thinking, but she could tell by the expression in his eyes that he was thinking about 1,000,000 things at once, but of what? Once more, she was clueless. He was so quick because of his quirk that as soon as he finished reading the letter, he folded it up and put it in his inner vest pocket. He then closed the envelope and motioned for them both to go to the observation room because the physical examination was about to begin. He planned to look at the other contents of the envelope later. When she asked, the hybrid merely replied that he would tell her and the others later, after the exams were over, when he had had time to look at the remaining items inside. He was more than capable of multitasking without any issues, so it won't be difficult for him to do so given everything else that will undoubtedly arise after the exams. As he pointed to each individual participant that matched each of his statements, the hybrid said, "Some use information gathering abilities to form out strategies, while some use speed to pull ahead of their peers. Of course, remaining calm under pressure can give one a huge advantage, as can pure power and combat ability." The first participant was a tall boy wearing a mask with an octopus-like quirk, the second was the youngest son of the Adadan agency, the third was a flamboyant blonde boy with a laser quirk around his belly button that seemed to be carefully focused thanks to the belt around his waist, and the fourth was a platinum blonde with spiky hair and an explosion-type quirk. He said, "The most successful students use a combination of all these tactics, they are the ones who rack up the highest scores." Nimari offered her opinion, saying, "I'd say this year's group looks promising. Not to mention interesting," Powerloader said, gesturing to a screen that had captured his attention. It featured Poka herself, using her quirk of physical contact to heal a fellow examinee who had burn marks, but they were rapidly disappearing under the light pink glow, while her pup consoled another examinee who not only displayed gratitude but was utterly enamored with the small puppy. Huh, it's not every day you encounter somebody who has a healing-type quirk, and a strong one by the looks of it. Snipe responded, not goin' to doubt for a sec that Argie's going to take the girl under her wing and make her her apprentice. Although I'm curious as to why she seems to have a dragonfly constantly by her side, I'm more than intrigued that she has a dog with a quirk with her. It's not something you see every day, especially as any hero who has an AHP is kind of rare. Ectoplasm asked, perplexed, wait, wasn't that kid flying earlier? Don't you mean commanding a swarm of bees and roaches? I saw her totally command swarms of them to attack some of the bots and blind them, freaked out a few examinees but was able to calm them down with the puppy. Vlad King responded. You both got it wrong, she was manipulating water, turned it into ice after gathering it all from the literal sweat of her fellow examinees and skewered a few of the two-pointers like they were made of paper match. 13 of them disagreed. I thought it was super reflexes or agility. I saw her parkour and backflip around a few of the robots to distract them to help a fellow participant get some points. Nemuri added, holding her chin in deep confusion. But then, I'm not joking when I tell you guys that a moment ago I saw her put up a shield of energy to protect herself and another participant from getting ran over by another bot, but for a sec I thought I was seeing things and assumed that it was just her ice that she was using as a shield. Almost exactly echoing what everyone else was about to say or was already considering, Vlad King cried out in exasperated frustration, okay, what on earth is going on? Nezu interrupted, drawing everyone's attention as they turned to face him, stunned and even more perplexed than before. To answer all of your questions in one answer, it was actually all the above. Huh, everyone cried in shock, but especially the top hero, who had just coughed up blood violently as a wave of terror swept through him. In fact, I actually ran into the girl when everybody was getting registered at the entrance. She was one of the few late participants coming in. She was very distraught and worried. Thankfully I was able to help quail it and entertain her puppy while she filled out the registration forms. He told them as he took the paperwork out of his other vest pocket, unfolding them as he continued to go through the contents. Her quirk is called Swiss Army Knife, or also known as multi-tool, and much like the item itself her quirk has multiple tools to it, some of which can be combined to aid her when needed. Each quirk-like aspect is unique and makes the user as a whole unpredictable to her opponent who would not think she had more than one aspect of her quirk. Stopping briefly to take a sip of his tea, Nezu then continued. To give you a brief summary of what she can do, she has the power to translate any language flawlessly no matter what kind it may be. She can manipulate water in any way, shape and perform but cannot produce it herself. She can communicate and control insects whether verbally or telepathically. She has the ability to adapt to whatever is going on in her environment, from giving her temporary physical boosts to helping her to learn things more quickly than others could, to even combining it with her other quirks to achieve new abilities and feats, from detecting things in her environment to seeing into a person's memories, to name a few. She is a living lie detector, so she can tell if anybody is lying or telling the truth to her, and unlike most people she does in fact have the power to turn it on and off when needed. She can heal any injury no matter how grave it is, yet it has yet to be determined just how far her limits can go in that regard. And lastly, the last of her power is a wild card, as it can allow her to achieve many things if she has any hope within her and depending on the situation at hand, and it especially becomes more prominent if she mixes it adaptation and detector with it, possibly even the other aspects of her quirk if she knows how to apply it right. Confused and shocked at the same time, Snipe whistled, talk about a jack of all trades. With some skepticism, Vlad King questioned, is it really possible for someone to develop a quirk with multiple aspects to it? A case like that would be extremely rare. It has happened a few times before, but even then those occurrences have happened few and far in between, about as wide as the United States itself. Nezu responded, still composed despite the fact that everyone was perplexed by the news. According to what she wrote, her quirk only just came in recently, and the reason why no one knew about it is because it was to protect her from any who may try to do her harm because of her quirk or even kidnap her. That makes sense, Powerloader replied, rubbing his chin in agreement. With a unique powerhouse like that, it makes sense to keep it on the hush-hush in order to make sure that no one with malicious intent would try and swoop in to kidnap her, and even use her for malevolent misdeeds. Or even sell her to make a big fat profit. Or worse, the government could try recruiting her to become an assassin. A person with a quirk as unpredictable as this would be impossible to track down and could cause some serious unease to arise, and that's just putting it mildly since I don't need to say it out loud just how terrifying it could become. Ectoplasm added, or worse still, recruit her to become a villain. That would be a new nightmare for the heroes to face. During my brief interaction with her, I could tell that she is the type to easily become fearful, stressed and worried. But I could see the fire in her eyes that told me that she wanted to do good despite her emotional flaws, and from what I saw she seems to be rather clumsy. She even wrote in her resume that she's planning to go underground as she's not someone to be a spotlight hero and it would work more with her quirk and preference in that regard. Nezu stated to them, which would be a wise move on her part. With time and training I'm sure she can become one of the best underground heroes out there. The fact that she even acknowledges her own shortcomings but is willing to work hard only shows how serious she is in wanting to improve and help people. Eraserhead, also known as Shota Aizawa, listened to this with interest and concern, and it truly caught his attention. Toshinori, on the other hand, was experiencing a tornado-like surge of emotions that included fear, suspicion, anger, apprehension, and more. He found it far too suspicious, even though All for One's name was all over it. However, there is no way this is possible, he pondered. In exchange for the monster piercing his ribs and organs, which nearly cost him his life, he crushed his head like a literal bloody egg. He could not have survived the injuries he had caused him because what the hero himself had done to him was far worse than what his archenemy had done to him nearly 6 years prior. Unless, of course, he had a backup plan before he died. Or he managed to escape with his life, but even if that were the case, he didn't think the man would be able to survive long enough without assistance from those around him, particularly a highly skilled physician who could treat even such severe wounds as the one that callous villain had sustained at the time. His thoughts returned to what had transpired at the beach a few hours earlier. We never did find the body after I fainted from blood loss and was taken to the hospital immediately afterwards, he thought to himself. The girl he had caught, who was taking the physical exam with everyone else, came flying out of the portal that appeared out of nowhere almost immediately after young Midoriya left him to go home and prepare for the exams. The portal closed as soon as she emerged, and if he hadn't caught her, she probably would have been hurt. The young lady, he was able to identify her name after taking a quick glance at the documents the principal was still holding. Zyra Lath, Pocahontas. Although he had heard many names before, including one from his time in America, this was undoubtedly the strangest and most unusual sounding name he had ever heard. The girl appeared quite shocked when she looked up to him to thank him for helping her reorient herself, but not in the way he expected someone who had never met him but had heard of him up until that point to be shocked. No, this type of shock was quite distinct. It was a more extreme form of disbelief. It was more akin to the kind of astonishment that a character from an isekai anime would display, particularly if it had to do with something they already knew about but had never realized was real. Although she asked him where she was in a very stiff manner that showed the telltale signs of her trying not to freak out but being on the verge of blowing up from it, it appeared as though she had wanted to scream but refrained. She then simply ran away, but not before he noticed that she was even paler than before and appeared to be on the verge of passing out from shock, possibly even fear, or screaming so loudly that present Mike's peculiarity would seem like a mere noise maker. There was no indication of a dog or dragonfly by her side during all of that, which only strengthened his suspicions. He had no way of knowing who this girl was, what she was doing, or whether she was actually an AFO agent or just a hopeful hero participant. He simply didn't know. He immediately recognized the hidden message in the principal's gaze, which was that the two would meet in his office to have a private discussion about the situation after the practicals were over. There was a time and place for everything, but for the moment, as he wiped the blood from his mouth with his handkerchief, he would have to wait. He made the sensible decision to keep his mouth shut until then, taking a few deep breaths to calm himself despite the suspicion and anxiety that still lingered in his chest. Powerloader decided that it was time to unleash the final opponent that the examiners were going to encounter, with the intention of investigating the issue later. Poca paused to catch her breath and said to herself, I think that's 40 bots. But I don't know how many hero points I have. It was only because she was flying with her water that she was able to conserve as much energy as she had. Otherwise, she would have been much more exhausted and likely on the point of collapsing. She knew that this exam would be difficult, but she didn't know how. She still had enough energy to continue, but that didn't change the fact that she was still out of breath. It also didn't change the fact that she could revitalize her own energy with her healing quirk. She made use of all the quirks she possessed in any way she could. From using the sweat from others to use as a means of flight and piercing attacks. To call on any bugs that Ken told her were nearby to aid in either literally eating the insides of the robot to deactivate them or to simply blind them so she could save other participants who were either outmatched or at a severe disadvantage or even to protect them from getting harmed. To sensing her surroundings around her so that not only does she avoid accidentally crashing into anything or anyone but also she would know if there were any enemies or other participants nearby. To healing anybody that had been injured as long as their injuries were above minor bruising and cuts which would heal over time. To obtaining temporary physical boosts like speed, strength, flexibility, agility, durability, and strength especially in the legs to achieve leaps and bounds literally. To being able to tell if someone was lying to her about their apparent physical states which only happened a few times. To talking with other participants who were actually not from Japan and were still having trouble trying to learn how to speak Japanese completely, having a quirk that makes you multilingual can really help. Especially in overcoming a language barrier straight off the bat, to producing energy shields as not only a means of defense in protecting herself and others but also as a means of offense when needed and even for carrying participants away from the danger, to telepathically giving warnings to other participants so that they can avoid serious injury, and more. In addition to all of that, she had occasionally formed short-term partnerships with other competitors to help them earn extra points alongside her and demonstrate their ability to collaborate with both familiar and unfamiliar people. After all, cooperation is what makes the dream come true. She even had the opportunity to see some familiar faces during all of this, including Yuga Aoyama and Mezzo Shoji. Although she was tempted to confront him directly and try to help him with his family situation, knowing that they were in danger from the AFO, she was unable to do so for a number of reasons, chief among them being the obvious fact that if that monster discovered her too soon, there would be no way to know what would happen. For this reason, she was thankful that there were hundreds, if not thousands of students in this area, so she could make it more difficult for anyone to try to figure out what her true quirk was, especially by wearing a hood and occasionally lying down to keep the confusion going. However, she must leave the naval laser user and his family's problems to the heroes so that they can truly assist him and provide them with the necessary protection against that heartless emperor of evil. She encountered Eijiro and Ochacho, whom she assisted in exchange for their assistance, from relieving the zero-gravity user of her imminent nausea to healing the hardening user of his injuries and providing them both with the energy their bodies needed to continue. They also protected her when she stumbled badly due to her clumsiness and nearly got destroyed by a one-pointer and two three-pointers. As promised, she and Izuku occasionally collaborated to earn points and assist other participants who needed help, from actually preventing them from being eliminated by a robot to occasionally offering them insightful counsel that could help them with their peculiarities in battle against robots and potential villains. Tenya, who fortunately managed to avoid getting hurt, even saved her from being struck by flying shrapnel fragments. Although she could have easily protected herself, she was momentarily distracted and was appreciative of the engine user's help. Overall, everything was going well, as far as she could tell. At least she didn't have to worry about any of these participants fighting against each other because they were all focused on fighting the robots and earning points, even though if she was being completely honest, this was more of a hectic commotion than any time she had dealt with any of her younger orphan foster mates over the years. Those heroes in comic books, manga, television shows, and movies make it look so easy, but I know that some of them don't really get it right away, and for others, they just had years of practice. What about me? I am still a novice. Is this something I'll ever get used to? Poka pondered as she inhaled deeply one last time before taking to the air once more. The frozen perspiration she had accumulated still adhered to the bottoms of her shoes in a state of permafrost to prevent it from melting. As he returned to her in time to land on her head just before she began to take off, Ken responded, "Only the hands of time will reveal that soon enough, mistress." Furthermore, neither the dragonfly nor her puppy have been slack. In addition to providing some reassurance to some of the more apprehensive participants here and there, Hamatero also warned his owner of any danger he saw, whether it was directed at them or at another individual. He would even intervene from behind to yank a troubled individual back by the collar of their shirt to prevent them from being struck in midair, and he would even serve as a distraction so the robots would focus entirely on the puppy and not the owner or any of the other examinees. Additionally, Poka gave him occasional treats to help maintain the dog's strength. Not too many, but just enough. And Ken had been a big help too. He was quick and helpful for a dragonfly, from spotting disturbances that the little bug can sense to telling her what kind of insects were nearby that could help her in any way. Even a swarm of flies were helpful. She didn't know what kind of dragonfly he was, though she hasn't looked up the different breeds of dragonflies yet, but she knew that he was a native of Japan. She hasn't done her homework on foreign bugs in a while because she was too busy in the months leading up to study for the entrance exam for the school she had originally intended to attend. She'll have to make a mental note to find a book on that later. Alternatively, she could have asked him, but that would have to wait. She made a mental note to get him some sugar cubes as a token of appreciation for his help after the exams were over. Poca thought to herself, I literally have no idea how much time we have left in here, but judging by the robotic corpses becoming more present, so to speak, that I'm seeing more and more of, I can only guess that the exams are almost over. She soon became terrified, realizing that the zero-pointer would appear at any moment. Poca, who had been hovering only a few inches above the ground, lost her balance and fell forward, trying to catch herself but forgetting that her shoes were covered in ice, making her feet so slippery that she ended up flailing before she fell hard in her butt. The ground literally began to shake a moment after she had that thought, to the point where it affected the air. Ow, that's going to leave a mark, she thought, squirming in agony but determined to ignore it in favor of the events surrounding her. The tremors were severe. She sensed her surroundings using a combination of her quirks, just as she had done throughout the exam, and when she looked to her left, she saw the enormous robot rising from the ground while debris flew everywhere. The voice hero had advised them to stay away from the final robot. She couldn't help but stare at it in amazement because the TV and manga did the real thing no justice at all, and their attempts to convey its sheer size were pitiful at best. This thing was Jahujic. Has the UA staff lost their minds? That thing is much bigger than a mammoth. This is outstanding, she mentally screamed as she removed the ice from around her feet, but she kept the water liquefied again. As she stood up, she saw the greenette and ran to the boy, who had been staring at the object in shock and horror before his focus was drawn to his new friend. You okay? She asked half-assuredly. All he could do was point at the robot in silent shock, his voice stuck in his throat, and he could only nod. I know right, Poca replied, that thing is a beast. If no one's careful there could be an accidental death. The idea of it made the two shiver, and even though it was unlikely to occur, much less under the watchful eye of UA's staff, it was still possible that it would, once more, happen by accident. Soon after, the two are drawn to the Pomeranian's urgent barking as he points his nose in the direction of the zero-pointer's location. They both saw Ochacho on the ground, pinned by her legs by a huge slab of concrete, unable to get up or even reach her hand enough to use her quirk to get the thing off of her. Ow, was the first thing they heard when they followed where he was pointing. The two of them immediately began running to the girl's location, Izuku with one for all pulsing through his body and Poca with her shoes, soles once again frozen in place as she soared through the air. Pomatero, however, teleported to Ochacho's side right away, wanting to assist, and he did his best to pull her out by using his teeth to tug on the collar of her jacket, but it was insufficient, not even close. Ochacho sobbed as she acknowledged her situation and said, it's no use. I'm too stuck, get out of here and save yourself. She most definitely did not want to see a dog killed in front of her. The puppy, however, ignored that and simply shook his head angrily, telling her no as he continued to try, even though his owner and her friend were right by his side. Poca grabbed the bottom of the slab and exclaimed, that has to be over 50 meters. Her ice liquefied, but it hardened again after she pressed the water against the concrete slab in a way that would make it easier to lift the object off of her. After a few moments, the zero-gravity user felt her legs were free enough for her to start crawling, which she did as quickly as she could with the dog helping her along, trying to ignore the pain in her ankle, the scrapes she had here and there, and the fact that her legs felt like they had been crushed by a steamroller. However, even with the ice doing the work, it was still fairly heavy. Poca herself used her own strength to help it along as she urged the girl to start crawling once she felt the weight leave her legs. Poca released her ice as the piece of concrete hit the ground with a loud thud, after realizing she was out. She immediately came to the girl's side and used her recuperation to eliminate her wounds once more. While doing this, she was mentally telling her army of bugs to move any other participants away from the robot and apologizing to them if their presence had scared or frightened them. While the light brunette assisted the other girl and any other participants who were unable to flee quickly, Izuku concentrated on stopping the zero-pointer. He could prevent anyone from being harmed or unintentionally killed by this enormous robot if he could turn off the zero-pointer. He wasn't sure how he would adjust to hearing his new acquaintance, telepathically speaking to him in his head. Their plan was straightforward: she would assist anyone caught in the crossfire, while he would concentrate on stopping the robot without hurting himself. Even though it was brief and in the heat of the moment, they both nodded firmly in agreement. He was about to launch himself straight up at the robot's head when, for a split second, he recalled what Poca had told him about using more of his quirk without putting himself in danger or becoming a liability. Taking her advice to heart, he knelt down and applied more force to his big toes and the two next to each other, thinking that this would be enough to propel him into the air quickly and effortlessly. Although it will hurt, at least he will still be able to walk, and 40% is better than 100 right away, isn't that right? Adrenaline made it easier for him to ignore the pain in his 3 toes on both feet as he pulled back his right fist, channeling his quirk once more as he prepared to smash the zero-pointer's face in. A moment later, he was already shooting up into the sky, leaving a cracked-up crater where he had once stood. When he got close enough, he yelled, "SMASAASSHH," and threw his fist forward. As if it weren't composed of sturdy, long-lasting material, the robot's face collapsed in on itself like a wall of tin foil, resembling a crumpled paper ball rather than scrunched metal. It shut down instantly when the robot's body stopped moving. He was briefly pleased that it had worked, and even more so that he had been able to use his quirk to save the other competitors below. With the outcome, there would be no flying debris that might accidentally strike anyone nearby. However, this happiness was short-lived as gravity quickly took over and he realized that he was falling back to the ground. His mind was already racing with fear and panic as he struggled to think of a way to prevent himself from falling and suffering severe injuries or dying young. Examining himself, he knew that although his toes were in excruciating pain, the rest of his feet were fine. However, his right hand, which was an angry red with occasional purplish tinges, clearly had seen better days. Despite the fact that it hurt more than his toes, he was still able to move it, even though he still felt pain shooting through him when he did so. What might everyone do? He thought. Maybe if he channeled enough power, he might be able to cushion his fall by generating enough wind to decrease his descent. His mentor's quirk always produced a lot of wind. As long as he didn't land incorrectly and run the risk of suffering another injury, it was better for the landing to be rough than painful in this instance. He drew back his left fist, prepared to start his plan, but before he could, he felt something slap him in the cheek with a loud smack. He was a little stunned before realizing that his descent was slowing down, but it was still going too quickly for him. He looked down and saw the black-haired boy from earlier, who was waiting to catch him, which he did without losing his balance for a few seconds before reorienting himself, only letting out a soft oof, as the greenette was now safely in his arms. He gently put him back on the ground and asked, "You okay, bro?" "Why, yeah." Izuku nodded, still feeling as though he was lighter than air. He turned to face the source of the smack and saw Poca, Pomatero, Ken, and the chocolate brunette approaching. The former was still fine, while the latter's clothing was a little roughed up. The gravity girl put her hands together by the fingertips and whispered, "Release." Her quirk had been cancelled out, and his feet were back on the ground like clockwork. He was practically sitting on his heels, which made the pain in his toes more noticeable as he carefully kept them raised as much as possible because his injured toes were sensitive to the material inside the shoes, causing them to sting. With a half-joke but mostly worried expression, Poca pointed to his wounds and asked, still hanging in there. As he said, "Besides the obvious injuries, I'm still okay. I knew there would be injuries, and you weren't joking about it, but ouch, this hurts." Izuku responded with a sheepish smile and a soft laugh before glancing down at his injured right hand, which he imagined had struck the bad end of a meat-tenderizing mallet. The other brunette said, "I can only imagine." Her smile was unable to conceal her worry at how severely he was injured, and she shuddered inwardly at the idea of that ever happening to her own hands, and not just because her quirk was in her hands, because it was a 5-point touch activation type quirk. Without saying anything, Poca moved to his side and used her quirk to heal his wounds once more. He watched in a somewhat morbid, from a visual perspective, fascination as his wounds began to heal in front of his eyes, feeling everything being reassembled and the pain finally subsiding. He even felt some of his energy returning to him, not just in his hand but also in his toes, which were also healing. The only indication that he had ever been hurt was the shredded right sleeve of his jumpsuit from using more of his quirk and a few tiny bloodstains at the tip of his shoes, which were understandable because his shoes were already red and the stains were small and along the lines of the shoes, so nobody would really notice unless they crouched down and took a closer look. Other than that, he was in perfect health. As Pomatero popped onto the greenette's shoulder and began licking him, the raven-haired boy said, having a healing quirk is so cool. With a literal sharp smile. The boy laughed at this and gave him a light petting in return. The chocolate brunette said, I know right. And super handy too. She was still shocked that she didn't feel sick or overburdened. We managed to get the others away from here just before you smashed that robot's face in like it were made of paper match. They're all well and healed, Poka said to Izuku, laughing lightly at that and using her left hand to rub the back of her head while using her right to indicate any other direction. Izuku deflated at that and sighed in relief, saying, glad to hear. The girl, who was still out of breath from everything, sighed in relief as well and tried to keep herself upright in a discreet manner. How will I perform on the field when the time comes if this is only from 10 minutes? Knowing that she would need to undergo rigorous training once this was all over, she asked herself incredulously. She knew she would need more experience before she could call herself competent enough to survive a simple fight with a real villain, the ones that are more dangerous than the mere street-level punks, that is even though she had some self-defense skills, good reflexes, and flexibility from some independent gymnast training and learning how to break dance. She can also go a long way in track as she was frequently told to be an ace at it and even asked if she was interested in that kind of career field. After all, she will require more than just her intelligence, tactical planning, and any other skill she possesses to support her in her endeavors. You'll either need to find a gym or a quiet place where you can do some training and quirk training without getting in trouble. Ken responded, most likely the latter, as the last thing we want is people asking too many questions about your quirk right away. Thankfully we can simply ask any insects around for any kind of recommendation they can give us for this case. Before turning to face Izuku, Poka said, you got that right, Ken. His injuries weren't as bad as what happened the first time, so this should help spare his limbs from further suffering in the long run, at least I hope so. Sure, his injuries were still concerning, but at least they weren't as horrible as what happened the first time. The idea of never being able to use her own arms again made her shudder on the inside, especially since her arms had been subjected to unbearable stress, strain, and pain. Even though she had a high pain threshold, it was far weaker than Izuku's. The distance between them was roughly the size of Mount Fuji. Present Mike declared, and that's it. Time's up, as a siren sounded, indicating that the physical exam was over. All participants, including the group, were able to unwind, and any robots that might have been active were automatically turned off when the allotted time ran out. As she let herself drop to her butt, Poka took a deep breath and let out a loud sigh, relieved that the tests were over and that she and the others had made it through. Well, that's that. Yup, Eijiro said, beginning to stretch his limbs to release the tension that had built up from everything. Still uncertain, Ochacho remarked, I just hope we did well enough to pass. Poka half moaned, I sincerely agree with you. She didn't want to think about it right now because her energy was exhausted and her mind felt like it was about to shut off as the adrenaline began to wear off. Izuku said to her, I assume you're quite exhausted, huh? Even if my healing can restore someone's energy, including my own, it doesn't change the fact that I myself can still feel the drain of stamina and fatigue forming in from using it multiple times, she replied, her body glowing a soft light pink. Pomotaro barked in agreement and let out a very adorable yawn that made the zero-gravity user squeal at how adorable it was. Izuku, who received the unasked memo, then put him back on the ground because the puppy was too exhausted to teleport to her normally. Once on the ground, the puppy just walked over to his owner, got onto her lap, yawned once more, and curled up into a ball of fluff before falling asleep. So cute, Ochacho exclaimed, unable to handle the overwhelming amount of cuteness. I almost feel jealous that you have such a cute and reliable partner with you. Despite her exhaustion, Poka wisely advised, jealousy is an ugly mistress, my dear, and you do well to stay away from it lest it ensnare you in the worst way possible. She intended to go to bed as soon as she finished her quick grocery shopping because, yes, she must eat before bed to avoid waking up feeling awful. Seeing her point, Ochacho gave in without protest, saying, You have a very good point. Getting jealous all over anything is only a bundle of trouble waiting to explode, it just won't help anyone. Because she was raised in poverty, Ochacho understood the importance of humility and gratitude for what she had. Her parents did not raise a rapacious brat. Nor, for that matter, a jealous one. Eijiro responded, You got that right, then returned his focus to the pale brunette, saying, You sound pretty wise for someone our age. Poka acknowledges, I get that frequently. Before he stopped himself and realized, sorry he exclaimed, still having that kind of profound wisdom as so madly. I understand what you mean, it's like calling someone dude, while sure you can call a woman dudette, the word dude still implies regardless of gender. You were just saying it's amazing. You meant no harm so it's okay. She abruptly stopped him with her hand raised, signaling for him to shush it as she dismissed the healing blow and recharged enough to stay awake. Thanks miss, finally someone who gets it. The boy with the raven hair grinned, but he stopped short when he realized something crucial. Oh wait, I don't think I know your name yet, and wait a second there. Come to think of it, I don't think any of us actually introduced ourselves. Wait, you're right, Ochacho concurred, equally taken aback. Why yeah, said Izuku. Then it seems like introductions are in order. Poka announced as she got back up, carefully maneuvering her puppy in her arms as she looked at the group. The tiredness now faded to make room for a kind greeting, smiling as she began, I'll start first, my name is Pocahontas Zyra Lath. But please call me Poka, given the fact that my name is too long to say, I'm also from America so as you can expect I don't mind you guys calling me that. As you already know, this puppy here is Pomotaro, and the dragonfly currently on my head is Ken. I hope you don't mind if I call you all by your first names since I'm from the States. The same goes for Ochacho, who nodded in agreement, and Izuku, who smiled as he continued, I'm Eijiro Kirishima, nice to meet you all. Not at all, Eijiro told her, not seeing any issues there as he understood why. Same here, Ochacho remarked. My name is Ochacho Uraraka. And I'm Izuku Mmi Midoriya. Sorry if I sound so nervous. Izuku stammered for a moment, still getting used to actually introducing himself to people his age without fear of being attacked or treated badly right away. To the surprise of the greenette, the hardening user reassured her, not at all man, I'm sometimes kind of shy introducing myself to a new person too so I know how you feel. To the boy's further surprise, Ochacho said, me too. Poka added, giving him a comforting smile, it's often like that, meeting new people can be scary at first, but once you get to know them then it won't be so scary later. Eijiro smiled amiably and said, she's got a point there. Having friends makes the journey ahead seem less scary, 'cause being alone stinks. True that, Ochacho nodded vigorously and smiled warmly at the greenette. Plus it will make things a little easier once we transition into high school, and whether we all get accepted or not, having friends with you will still help you in the long run. After all, nobody likes to be lonely. He was taken aback by Poka's insightful remarks once more when she made yet another point that was supported by others. Even though they had only known each other for a single day, it felt like the more time he spent with her, the more he began to believe that this was what it was like to have a true friend who was compassionate and understanding. Even he had to acknowledge that this was a far cry from Kachan, who disliked advice as if it were being given to him like a subordinate, had a terrible temper that was easy to trigger, and was as amiable as a prickly cactus. Greenette was shocked to even consider the comparison between the two of them because they were so different from one another. He now has two more true friends to confide in and, ideally, rely on because of her. As the day wore on, he began to worry that he would either become overwhelmed or end up with a growing list of questions that he would never be able to find the answers to. The idea of actually meeting nice, amiable people who didn't have anything against him made him feel as though everything had been flipped upside down. Except for Poka, who had already figured that out with her quirk before they went to the orientation hall, they were unaware that he used to be quirkless. He guessed this was just something he was going to have to get used to, especially as, hopefully, this new school year would promise the chance to finally meet lifelong friends he never got to have growing up and have an actual good school year, this time with a chance to make good lifelong lasting memories. Even before the school year began, he had no idea that he would be making friends, much less on the day of the entrance exam. As they all turned to face the source, an elderly voice chimed, truer words were never said. It was from a short, extremely so elderly woman with gray hair styled into a netted bun, a large syringe poking diagonally out of it to the left. A long mouth with distinct nasolabial folds, small eyes, and nose. She wore a doctor's lab coat, a pink dress with 2 yellow buttons, a belt with a pink, R-shaped buckle, a helmet around the sides of her head, and a purple-tinted visor joining it over her eyes. The dress also had a yellow and red vest-like design on either side. She also carried a large cane that resembled a syringe. The youthful heroine, recovery girl. So cool, I'm one of your biggest fans. If only I had my notebook with me so I can ask you for an autograph. Izuku exclaimed excitedly as soon as he recognized her. She asked the group, "Are all of you okay? Do any of you have any injuries?" And gently reprimanded them, saying, "Maybe later, but for now keep your priorities straight, dearie." Ochacho answered, "Thanks to Poka here, we're all fine." Even though Poka knew the girl was harmless, she blushed at that and rubbed the back of her head sheepishly, feeling as though she was being put on the spot. Eijiro exclaimed, "Yeah, her quirk is totally awesome and very helpful." Izuku nodded in agreement. "You really caught my attention, dearie. It's not every day I meet someone as young as yourself with a healing quirk wanting to be a hero, let alone someone who has a quirk that can do more than just heal," the elderly woman remarked as she approached the pale brunette and walked in front of her. Poka responded, "I can only imagine," with a nervous laugh and a drop of anime perspiration. "Yep, I knew that was going to happen. There's no way the old woman's going to ignore a child who has a powerful healing quirk, especially as she herself isn't getting any younger anytime soon." Poka thought, without a doubt knowing that she was going to take the girl under her wing and train her as an apprentice, and no one was going to say otherwise given the look in her eyes. It was true, she thought thoughtfully, no one says I can't be both an underground hero and a nurse, because I actually do have skills on first aid which have served me well more than once in the past. A Wabimi can be both a rescue hero and a model, Gunhead can be both a brawler hero and the owner of a dojo, the voice hero can be both a talk show host and a radio talk show host, the hound dog can be both a hero and a teacher and school counselor, and so on. In fact, if the pro heroes at UA can be teachers, why can't she have another side job? After all, there is nothing wrong with heroes working side jobs. Even though she already had a lot on her plate, she was more than willing to make concessions given certain aspects of her own mission because doing so would be beneficial to her in the long run. "Even some of the worst injuries I saw you were able to heal as if it wasn't a problem, you're even capable of healing yourself too." The elderly lady commented on her findings, "And by the looks of it you were even able to revitalize the energy of the people you healed." As the puppy in her arms yawned sweetly once more, not waking up as he curled more into the arm his owner was holding him in, the younger girl said, "Yeah, though there is a true difference between energy and stamina as they are two completely different things, which people half of the time forget." So cute. She fought tooth and nail to avoid accidentally activating her own quirk on herself, and the zero-gravity user squealed in her head as she tried desperately to bite back her verbal response so as not to wake the puppy while it was asleep or interrupt the conversation taking place in front of her. The recovery girl nodded and said, "You have years of experience in first aid, do you?" "Indeed you are correct." With a confident nod, Poka said, "Yup, it comes with the territory." Kindly grinning and asking her, "I know you must already be a bit exhausted, but if you do not mind, I would like to see you use your healing in action. There are a number of participants here who got hurt in this test and it would help to have an extra hand on this." She was willing to make concessions in order to ensure that everyone could return home without too many problems, even though she would have preferred to politely decline. She threw aside any residual fatigue because she knew that others might require assistance. Furthermore, this wasn't her first experience with this. Yes, this time she actually had the ability to heal, but she was accustomed to going above and beyond to assist others in spite of her own deteriorating health. Additionally, she believes that having an experienced professional by her side will help her determine the extent of her healing and how far she can go before reaching additional limits. Who was she to turn down such a beneficial opportunity? Additionally, she would feel more at ease knowing that everyone else could return home sooner and without further delays. Otherwise, she didn't feel comfortable rejecting her. She said, "Sure," without hesitation. Ochacho was the first to offer her assistance, not wanting to be left out, saying, "Maybe we can come along too. There might be a chance that there might be other people that are trapped under some bits of debris and such. Thanks to Poka here we have extra energy to spare." She shared the pale brunette's feelings. Then Izuku added, "Plus it would give me an opportunity to observe that part of her quirk in action since I offered to help her with a few other details on possibilities and limits to her quirk that she herself may need help on." He was a little taken aback, but he didn't want to miss out on helping others who might be struggling right now and waste time learning about that aspect of his friend's quirk, and the others as well, because he'll get to see them in action outside of combat, if that is okay. Eijiro offered without hesitation, saying, "Count me in. I couldn't call myself a man if I left others to fend for themselves knowing that I had the quirk and energy to provide assistance to them too." This made the recovery girl smile more. She was happy that her friends agreed to help as well, which will make her job easier. Not to mention that the points they already earned were more than sufficient, Doing this will give all 4 of them additional rescue points, which will increase their chances of being accepted. As she thanked everyone and gave them a handful of gummies to help them regain some strength before the group started to move around the exam site, Ken, who was still energetic and only slightly exhausted, offered to help find anyone who might have been hidden and in need of assistance. Poca agreed, and she shared this information with the others, who also agreed. She had a feeling that the upcoming school year would be a good one. It was time to get going because the day was still young. I've never been more exhausted in my whole entire life. Poca groaned wearily as she pushed herself to continue walking even though she was feeling far more worn out than she had ever experienced in her life. I feel like a gang of mosquitoes sucked out not only my blood but all of my other resources too. At the moment, the group was leaving the school as the sky was beginning to turn orange. The remainder of the day was spent walking around the test site with the young heroine in search of anyone else who might have been hurt at the very end or who might be stuck and in need of assistance, of which there were many, as well as those who required some sort of consolation. Izuku documented all of his findings in a brand new, blank mini notebook that the elderly women gave him along with a pencil. He not only documented her peculiarity but also the others as he occasionally questioned each of them about their limitations. Even taking a few more notes on the Pomeranian, who was still sleeping at the time, but is now fully awake because the pup woke up about 25 participants before they were done and gave them another paw. He was hesitant to ask at first because he didn't want to come across as intrusive or creepy, but with the support of the others, he was able to ask a little more freely and give them some advice and insights that might help them in the future. He was relieved when they all told him that his analysis was anything but creepy. The recovery girl herself also told him that this kind of analysis would be very beneficial to him in the future because such a skill was extremely valuable and shouldn't be wasted. For all of them, time just passed quickly. The elderly hero offered to give Poca and the others a final medical examination because she was already quite tired at the end and wanted to make sure they were okay to travel home. They accepted this offer because the pale brunette was too tired to argue and fell asleep as soon as she sat on the bed, taking a power nap for a good 30 minutes. This was just enough for her to make the trip home, which was fortunately close by, before the woman sent them all on their way. The older heroine let Izuku keep the small notebook she gave him, as long as he gave her permission to copy his notes for her own medical records and to maintain a record of the quirk section of their profiles. She also naturally asked the boy about his general health and quirk condition so that she could document it for his file, which he agreed to. Only proving that there's a difference between energy and stamina, even if they can sometimes be the same thing at times they are, at the end of the day, 2 completely different subjects altogether. Even though Eijiro was feeling pretty exhausted, he managed to keep walking and stay by the girl's side in case either of them needed a hand because they appeared to be about to collapse and were sleepwalking. Izuku was by the pale brunette's side while the hardening user was next to the chocolate brunette. Yeah, Izuku nodded before asking the two worriedly, "Are you sure you two will be okay?" Ochacho gave a weary nod of agreement and said, "Yeah." Poca assured him, "Thank you for the concern, don't worry, we'll be okay after a nice long night's sleep." As she struggled to control her growing hunger, the Isekaied girl thought, "I didn't even bother to count how many people I used my quirks on, but I'm pretty sure, at least roughly, that I have assisted and healed at least over 100 teenagers." But there was a brief pause before Poca opened her weary eyes and said, "You know what?" She quickly straightened her posture, and Pomatero once again sat on her shoulders as he and the others gave her their full attention. Ken was once again on top of her head, walking with pride as she said, "I don't regret all that I did today. I may be tired but who cares? I'm going to need a nap but that's okay. It was all worth it in the end if I was able to help others more than just during the actual test itself. Knowing that I made things easier for everyone, even in the smallest of ways, is something to be happy about, right?" They all perked up, especially Ochacho, who was awakened by this. They stared at her in wonder and were once again inspired as they all grinned back at her. In the process, all of their weariness quickly subsided. With tears welling up in his eyes, Eijiro cried out, "That's so manly. I agree with you tenfold." "Absolutely," exclaimed Ochacho, pumping her fist, "because that's what it means to be a hero." "Yeah," Izuku replied, feeling a surge of trust wash over him when he said, "We all gave it our best, going plus ultra both in the exam and afterwards. No matter how tired we all are, at the end of the day, no pun intended, we all achieved something great and all the energy, stamina, effort and time we put into it all helped us to grow as future heroes, so it was more than worth it." The Pomeranian howled and Ken made a loud buzzing sound with his wings as the others exclaimed, "Yeah!" Each of them cheered in their own unique way. The blue-haired engine boy from earlier surprised everyone by raising his hands, clapping loudly, and crying as he exclaimed, "So beautiful! How noble to think like that!" The group turned to face the source of the loud applause. When he repeatedly said, "Bravo," they all felt ashamed because they thought it was a little excessive, especially Izuku and Poka, who both blushed more than the others. How embarrassing, in a flattering manner. Both of them had the same thought. Following the gang's introduction to the boy, who gave off the impression of being a robot with his arm gestures, they all started talking, got to know one another better, and discussed the test. All right, Tenya Iida made their gang of 6, if you include the puppy and dragonfly, become a gang of 7. Discuss a way to wrap up the day. It would have been true to say that he was too tired to remember. He was glad he had today off because if he hadn't, he most likely would have passed out long ago. All right, technically speaking, he had the day off for his first job because he was a doctor to everyone and to his master and close friend. Nevertheless, nothing could have prepared him for what transpired following the significant procedure he had performed on the man, nor could he have predicted what would transpire once all was said and done. He was just relieved that he was able to calm him down and get him to fall asleep, although his sudden ruckus will set him back for some time, more in terms of him getting proper rest after such a lengthy, crucial and critically important operation. Based on the analysis he received, he set back his recovery time to a solid week and a half, give or take, due to the nature of the operation itself. This was after he managed to get the man to rest easily after struggling for almost an hour to get him to simmer down, almost tempting to get the tranquilizers to get him to fall asleep even if that would hinder things. As he sat down to unwind with a nice cup of tea, those events continued to play clearly in his mind. Only a minute after he had finished, the master abruptly woke up and screamed in sheer terror. This had really frightened him because he had never, ever reacted so irascibly in all the time he had known him. He was completely taken aback by what he had told him, left completely perplexed, and most importantly, shaken because he had never experienced anything like this in any operation he had ever performed on him. I mean, never. He had to do everything he could to remain composed so that he could calm the man down before he pulled something, seriously injured himself, or did something worse that would further delay his recuperation. The doctor didn't think about what he had been told until he had finally calmed down and fallen asleep. It just doesn't make sense at all, he thought to himself, feeling anxious for the first time in a long time. In every operation I've done, nothing like this has ever occurred. Not once. Regardless of the situation, I always exercise extreme caution and pay close attention to every single detail that I work on and apply. This time, what was different? Is there any way that a quirk could have caused this? Or am I at last suffering from Alzheimer's? Despite his best efforts, he was unable to come up with a solution to this dilemma because it had never happened before, and most definitely not in this way. Concern and annoyance grew as he searched for answers to all of them and was unable to come up with any good ones. He was particularly angry at himself for not being able to come up with a suitable response, let alone for permitting such an event to occur in the first place. And his headache, which was already getting worse, got worse just thinking about it. Additionally, the outburst from his close friend will cause some long-term setbacks and may even lead to future problems. The one bright spot, at least, is that some of the shorter procedures he must perform for the man won't be as drawn out or taxing. In relation to that, the doctor soon yawned loudly and extensively as sleep overtook him. Given the significance of the operation and the fact that he had been working since the crack of dawn, he really ought to have anticipated this. As the kids would say, he might as well go to bed early because it was still his day off and there was nothing else crucial to do, either financially or otherwise. Since his quirk allowed him to work without eating for the entire day without experiencing any kind of fatigue, hunger, drowsiness, or exhaustion, the disadvantage was that the very next day he would experience all of that at once, especially hunger. At least he didn't have to worry about eating throughout the day. However, this doesn't change the fact that he still needs to eat occasionally because he himself cannot afford to be lethargic and jeopardize his health for the sake of work. Nevertheless, it was a very useful quirk for a situation like this. Additionally, it might benefit him by making his mind more focused, calm, and sharp so he can attempt to solve this most recent puzzle. He will, too. After telling their right hand, he made sure the young master, who was more like an immature brat and whom he was still afraid of, though not for the reasons many might assume, would not inquire or worry. Noisy company, whether via video phone or otherwise, was the last thing he wanted. It would be an understatement to say that she had never in her life woken up the following day after a significant event feeling so exhausted, achy, and sore. She had the impression of a roughed-up action figure who had been trampled underfoot by a group of boisterous toddlers. Compared to what I endured yesterday, helping, caring for, and overseeing the orphans in foster care and orphanages is a breeze. This is absolute torture. At least you don't have to worry about any of the orphans being hit by missiles, being run over by giant robots, being hit by sharp flying debris, or getting severely worn out due to quirk exhaustion, she moaned in her mind. At least you don't have to worry about getting points, at least you don't have to worry about overusing a quirk that you only got yesterday, and at least you don't feel like your body is in pure agony while you're exhausted as everyone else leaves. Finally, though, complaining would not benefit anyone, not even her. In addition, she didn't regret giving the test her all, supporting the other participants, and making new friends because she meant what she said yesterday. Despite her body's cries to the contrary, all of the pain she endured was worthwhile. Even though she didn't want to get out of bed, she knew that she couldn't stay in bed forever. In addition, she had already gotten more than enough sleep after going to bed early, saying goodbye to her new friends, and getting their phone numbers and vice versa, and Ken, who left but promised to see her later because he had things to take care of the very next day. She also did some quick grocery shopping, unpacked, made a quick dinner for her and her puppy while writing a new entry in her diary, thankfully, thanks to years of practice. Not to mention that before she fell asleep, she had to rapidly set up her new phone, add the new numbers, and launch a new group chat. She didn't even know what time it was, much less when she finally fell asleep, though she vaguely recalled that it was an unreasonable amount of time. Give or take, good memory or not, you're not able to keep track of things very well when you're absolutely severely tired. Her body was emitting pain like the sound of a boombox, so she forced herself to sit down slowly, trying to ignore the pops and cracks she heard. If you don't get up and stretch yourself, old girl, it's only going to hurt worse, she told herself, taking care not to wake her puppy, who was sound asleep on his new dog bed next to her futon. As she recalled her own surprise at discovering it inside the package that was left outside her doorstep and thankfully kept an eye on by the same lady who was having that sale so nobody stole it, she thought gratefully, it was really generous of the pet shop staff to sneak in a brand new package of pads so that Palmetero can do his business even if I end up missing taking him on a walk for one reason or another, along with a few other goodies that will definitely help. But that wasn't the only surprise she received. It seems that one of the woman's aforementioned granddaughters paid their grandmother an unexpected visit and intended to donate her old clothes to a store in their neighborhood because they no longer fit her because she had put on a few pounds. The grandmother offered to take them from her hands and give them to a new neighbor who might be in the most need of them, which turned out to be Polka herself. After the generous offer of items she gave her early that morning, she was astonished and asked if she was certain. She politely insisted that she might need a new wardrobe so that she would have one less thing to worry about while settling in, even though she couldn't explain why her situation was chaotic. Her genuine and compassionate demeanor brought her to tears once more, and she thanked her again for being so considerate and giving. She briefly wondered if this was what it was like to have a grandmother because she had never had one. The woman even offered to help her if she needed it. She was a stay-at-home grandmother with a small business of her own, so it wouldn't be too difficult to help in any way she could. The teenager was surprised to find that she was quite vivacious and active for her age, and she wondered if this was due to her genuine drive and lifestyle or to some other aspect of her quirk. Nevertheless, she thanked her for her willingness to help and promised to ask her if something came up. She fervently remembered to buy the woman a lovely gift basket as a token of appreciation for her kind generosity. She had left the new clothes by her bags, so she hadn't had a chance to look at them yet, but she intended to do so after breakfast. She considered this as she began to gradually stretch her body, a little at a time, to ensure she didn't pull something by accident or cause something to pop or crack too quickly and sharply, which would have made her pain worse. Indeed, she could formally state that this uneasy sensation in her body was the worst she had ever experienced following a significant incident in the past. As she thought, note to self, look up ways on how to alleviate aching body pain of this caliber later. Every pop and crack she heard confirmed that. Stressing that she would need to undergo some training to ensure she could adjust to her new lifestyle, she did recall that the Greenettes offered to assist her in her training so she wouldn't have to worry about seeing a specialist. In addition, it was a lot less expensive because she didn't want to risk meeting a counselor who was either really awful or, worse, worked for AFO. Though she fervently shook her head as she snapped herself out of it after losing her balance for a while before catching herself, the thought of that monster having far more influence not only within the region of Japan alone but also throughout the entire world due to having lived for so long made her shudder to her very core. Back to the present, she will have to worry about that later. She was still taken aback by Izuku's offer to assist her. Don't get her wrong, she considered asking him, but she didn't want to confront him right away. She wanted him to get used to her company and didn't want to complicate matters for him by bringing up his past treatment. Even though he was still anxious around her, she didn't believe that their brief time together had had enough of a positive impact for him to voluntarily offer his help. Nevertheless, she was extremely happy to see that her efforts were already paying off. The two had decided to train on Dagoba Beach the day after tomorrow, which was now just tomorrow. Poka had informed him that she needed to catch up on some studying, run personal errands, and take care of a few things at home that needed her attention, which he understood. She was surprised, but grateful nonetheless, that those who were planning to take the Hero High School entrance exams were granted 2 days off to rest and recover because they knew how demanding and exhausting the event would be for its hopeful participants. As of right now, the boy will return to school the day after tomorrow. Once he returns to school, his classmates will undoubtedly turn on him. She thought darkly to herself, just wait, you self-centered jerks, it's going to come crashing down on every single one of you, the staff included and especially so. She already had plans to permanently neutralize this sham of a school and bring it down on everyone who even dared to call themselves Good Samaritans. She didn't have to worry about school because of her situation, and she had easy access to a library where she could get any information she needed because she knew it would help her in the long run. She also still had the book she received yesterday, so she could take her time reading it properly instead of cramming and skimming it yesterday due to the timing of events. Needless to say, yesterday was incredibly chaotic, exhausting, terrifying, and insane. She started preparing breakfast and made a mental note to get ibuprofen later after she had finished stretching out her body and could move without feeling like she would pass out from pain, even though she was still feeling like a bruised summer peach, which was much more manageable. She could recover from this as well, but she needed to keep in mind that her body needed to become accustomed to such demanding activities and build a pain tolerance. Even though she can recover, she shouldn't rely on it too much because doing so could cause more issues in the future. In this specific case, she will take care of her body in the same manner as she always has, preserving her energy and preventing the emergence of bad habits. She quickly checked the time on her new phone before setting up the new clock and setting it on the table after discovering, to her brief surprise, a small clock in one of the drawers in the kitchen tucked away in the way back behind the box of staples, roll of duct tape, and packet of sticky notes along with a package of fresh batteries for said clock. The clock itself, a typical analog clock shaped like a small hand radio and even resembling one from the 1980s, read 6:09 a.m. This was rather early, but it didn't bother her because she was used to getting up even earlier because she was often responsible for preparing meals for everyone in the foster care facilities she had been in. This was primarily because she had the patience and time to learn how to make the meals tasty, filling, edible, and nutritious. She didn't mean to offend those who could cook simple meals, either well enough or excellently, or those who couldn't cook for whatever reason and could only prepare non-ruinable items like sandwiches, bowls of cereal, or sliced fruit. Half the time it was always a little sloppy, but it was still better than something that was burned or cooked incorrectly. Additionally, she enjoyed cooking as a hobby and loved discovering new recipes and methods for preparing delectable meals thanks to the many YouTube videos and do-it-yourself kitchen projects. She had learned how to improvise and even create something new from other specific videos she had previously watched, such as those in which people genuinely attempt to recreate specific dishes from particular films, video games, or television shows, even if she lacked all the ingredients to make those dishes. Additionally, she was able to make and sample some Japanese food that she had been dying to try for a long time while in Japan, as well as obtain some ingredients that are only available here or in any other international markets she would be allowed to visit. At that moment, her stomach decided to let everyone know how hungry it was by growling as loudly as a bear, which caused her to blush in shame. Hee. She was already hungry, and all that talk about food was only making it worse. She was only able to buy a few things because the grocery shopping trip was short and somewhat hurried, but she knew that she would need to buy more later and would definitely look for a way to make money so she wouldn't have to worry about going without. Making herself a plate of sandwiches, she thought to herself, and I most certainly will need to raise money for school tuition, although whether I passed or not is unknown. I do know that I did well enough, but it doesn't change the fact that UA will ultimately decide who goes and who won't. If I didn't already have ideas on how I can easily do it without being suspicious, I would probably be running around like a headless chicken in panic. Nothing has changed as of yet, but then again, it shouldn't be shocking considering the warnings I included in the letter. Since it's only been a day, I must wait and trust the principal and the others to handle things while I do what I can to assist without raising a red flag. She was done before long. Simple but incredibly tasty, filling, and enticing are chicken lunch meat and baby Swiss sandwiches with mustard and mayo, heavy on the meat, served on potato bread. Served with a tall cup of apple juice and some chopped kosher pickles on the side. She immediately started eating after filling the dog bowl with pet food, which caused the puppy to yawp and stretch a little before leaving the bedroom to eat. She also turned on the TV to see what was on the news after replacing the batteries in the remote. Thankfully, both the clock and the remote used the same type of battery, which was a AA. She might as well stay informed about current events on the news if she was going to be living in this new world for the foreseeable future. If she couldn't obtain a subscription for it beforehand, it wouldn't hurt to pick up a newspaper if she could find a stall selling them. After all, being caught off guard by ignorance of current affairs was a no-go. As the girl was leaving, the librarian called out, "Have a good day, Miss Lath." The girl yelled back, "You too, madam, thank you." As she walked out of the library, she yawned as she came to a stop at the crosswalk's red light. "I'm happy that I was able to get a new library card sooner than what it would normally take in my world and current time period," she said, smiling, satisfied with the outcome. "I spent a good 6 hours at the library, the day is still young, and I've already made pretty good progress. Even the tiniest things can change in the last 200 years or so, which just goes to show that technology and such things still had time to advance despite quirks having appeared many years ago." Polka was now wearing long black pants with white and light blue bedazzled gems at the sides of the pants around the rim, line, and pockets, white bowling socks, and black boots. She was also wearing a light blue long-sleeve sweater with a cute little singing bluebird in the middle, on top of a white button-up long-sleeve shirt, and the collar of the white shirt was on top of the whole of the blue one. She was also wearing the same coat that she had bought before yesterday's exam, just like she had yesterday. She had a light blue and pink fanny pack around her waist that featured a picture of Pushing the cat, who was riding a skateboard while sporting a hat and sunglasses. Her hair was up in a high, spiky ponytail as usual, but because of the nature of the world and the pendant she wore underneath her clothes, it was now more realistically styled at the ends. The lady's granddaughter, Hamawarina, if she recalled correctly, had excellent fashion and clothing sense, and although these were hand-me-downs, they were in excellent condition along with the others. She had long learned to never take anything for granted or be ungrateful for anything, especially since these were so beautiful. Fortunately, the clothes fit her perfectly because the granddaughter was a little small for someone who was almost ready to start college. Her build used to be exactly like Polka's, and there were enough clothes to last her for a long time, so she wouldn't have to worry about going shopping for new clothes for a while. She and Pomotaro decide to visit the library first after completing their breakfast before continuing their neighborhood exploration. Fortunately, she was able to obtain a brand new library card yesterday, as previously mentioned, since the one she already had would obviously be useless in the world she was in, particularly given the futuristic and eccentric time period she was in. The librarian was quick to issue her a new one, practically sighing with relief when she didn't press her on certain questions she couldn't answer. To her astonishment, the librarian was quite understanding as long as her puppy had already been walked and was well behaved to ensure there would be no accidents inside. She had honestly assumed that she would have to leave her puppy outside while she went to check out books. While Polka grabbed several books and began tearing into them, the Pomeranian napped most of the time and occasionally played with some of the passing kids. She was surrounded by so many books that you would think she was building a fortified book fort for herself. She soon burst out laughing when she recalled how, on a visit to a large library many years ago, she actually built a fort out of books. All of those history books were like candy to her brain as she devoured one after the other, learning as much as she didn't know and more. Through the franchise, she even brushing up on some of the things she already knew about this world and picking up new knowledge about some of the topics that even she was unaware of. It goes without saying that she would seize the chance to live in a library. However, that was untrue, and she already had a comfortable home of her own, so there was no reason to feel jealous. In addition, she had other things to do. She is reminded that getting to know her new neighbors and the employees of the stores in her neighborhood is just as important as getting to know the neighborhood itself. This will help her transition and make things less suspicious. In addition, if something goes wrong, the neighbors may be able to give the police helpful information if she disappears or something. This will be beneficial in the long run, even though she fervently hoped that would never occur and will work to prevent such a situation from occurring in the first place. As you might anticipate, she had checked out a few books to carry around in her backpack, which she had already emptied and arranged before leaving the house. The only items missing were a notebook and some writing instruments so she could take notes, as well as one special personal item so she could read while attending to other matters on the side. Furthermore, even though this might seem distracting, in her case it wasn't, because she was adept at multitasking and could use her new sonar feature covertly. She was able to sense everything around her, including people, animals, and insects, and even determine whether or not they had good intentions by combining adaptation and detector with a few tweaks. Thankfully, everyone around her was anything but evil. Because she was clearly reading a book and going about her business, no one would ever suspect that a young adolescent was using her quirk to surreptitiously scan her surroundings. That did not, however, imply that she was not reading. In the midst of all of this, she was able to occasionally identify a few heroes in the neighborhood thanks to her combined quirk power. Although she was eager to identify them, she didn't want to draw attention to herself or unintentionally distract them. She wouldn't question that one of them was Eraserhead, though, since he is an underground hero and the school is nearby, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to patrol the neighborhood. That is, if he isn't currently mired in paperwork. He and the others will have a very busy week or so ahead of them. Polka thought to herself, especially for All Might. Then she began to slow down, pausing close to the pet store as her mind returned to the greatest hero. She remembered how she had looked in Japan like she had yesterday, and a wave of guilt and anxiety washed over her. If the man hadn't been there, she might have had a bad fall, been injured, or even ended up in the hospital, which would have caused a lot of problems, or worse, she might have been knocked unconscious and discovered by a renegade criminal before being abducted. No one would have known that she was in trouble, and the future would have been bleak based on the information she still had on her at the time. Even though he had to prepare for the tests as well, she felt bad about leaving him hanging like that after saving a child, from a very dangerous fall and making him worry about her safety. What about the former? Given that he was also present at the exams, watching her and every other participant during the physical portion alongside the principal and other staff members, she was even more concerned that the man was suspicious of her. After some discussion and closing her book after bookmarking a page, she decided to facepalm herself at that precise moment. You fool! Did you not realize that he would witness you utilizing multiple facets of your quirk? He and the others, there's no way he was going to miss that. He will now be extremely worried that I am somehow associated with All for One. As though, the day that occurs is the day I willfully amputate all of my limbs, leaving me quadriplegic for the rest of my life, and then simply take my own life before I have a chance to go through such a nightmare. Since she was well aware of how frightening the man can be when it comes to serious matters like this and when villains endanger the lives of people, especially children, the more she considered it, the more she began to fear that he might show up out of the blue and begin asking her questions that she wasn't prepared to answer. Not to mention the terrifying prospect of him suddenly and violently attacking her. Folks, let's face it in the most straightforward manner possible. She is small and he is large. She has only had her quirk for a day, but he has had it for years. He has a lot of experience using his quirk and applying it to acts of heroism, but she is still a novice and has only applied what she has learned from watching television and reading manga. He is incredibly strong, and even though she has a rather adaptable personality, it could never compare to the level of strength and life experience he has. In addition, he was clearly much taller than her and could easily crush her like an ant, whereas she, on the other hand. We all know how that will end up. It would be like attempting to battle a grizzly bear with only a pair of winter mittens and no abilities at all, or attempting to repel an avalanche of boulders quirkless with only a cheap plastic baseball bat. Not to mention the fact that, even though she was only a teenager, he might actually attempt to kill her in order to eliminate a possible threat. She shuddered violently just thinking about it, which made Pomotaro half yell in shock. He turned to his owner and began licking her in an attempt to calm her down, which was effective in removing her from that gloomy cloud of anxiety. I guess that's just going to have to be a bridge I'm going to cross sooner or later, she said, physically deflating herself with a sigh, if I survive long enough. However, I must keep in mind that no matter how well you prepare ahead of time, something will inevitably go wrong. The secret will be to be flexible. If my initial reaction isn't to flee and hide in the middle of an unfamiliar and crowded place like a terrified 5-year-old. She simply wasn't sure at this point whether she was more fearful, deludedly brave, or maybe both. As she and Pomotaro arrived at a small but pleasant park, Poca remarked, "Okay, wow, who knew there was a nice little park close to Ua, just a little ways down. There are plenty of shaded benches, a large area for playing and kicking the ball, a large but somewhat small playground with a sandbox and all the bells and whistles, wooded areas to explore where you might find a pond, a small but lovely water fountain in the middle, a few ordinary drinking fountains scattered throughout, and even a clock inside a decorative artificial cuckoo clock on the side of the park entrance. All in all, a perfect little park for any children and families to come to." Her phone rang at that moment, and when she took the new one out of her left breast pocket, she noticed that the others had begun talking. She texted everyone a good morning before leaving the house, and they all replied that they had things to do and wouldn't be able to talk until later. During his uncle's visit that week, Eijiro assisted his parents in rearranging the living room and doing some landscaping in the backyard. Ochacho and her family had to travel to Hokkaido to see their relatives. Tenya was studying more material for the upcoming school year and finishing up any remaining homework he had. Unsurprisingly, Izuku was training as well, promising to continue taking it easy and paying attention to the advice she gave him. Now that the 10 months of complete torture are over, at least he can take his time in training, she thought, although she couldn't help but worry because the Greenette has a way of going overboard. She chose Poki Poka Poki as her username, primarily because it sounded funny and was catchy. Gravity Girl for Ochacho was straightforward and on the nose. For Izuku, Small Might Fan 182 was a dead giveaway, which made her laugh for many reasons. Tenya's was Book Smart Engine. It was so obvious that she couldn't help but laugh at it. Eijiro, too, it fits that he was a manly hero. For a while, they talked about how their day had gone so far, whether there had been any mishaps, what they liked and didn't like, recent news stories that had come up, and other topics. It was the first time she had texted friends because the majority of the kids in the foster care facilities she had visited didn't have phones, iPhones, or even flip phones, and those that did typically kept them to themselves, sharing them occasionally if they knew they wouldn't be stolen or destroyed. However, some of the kids who did had either already had their phones stolen by a foster parent or a stranger, were so damaged or destroyed that they were no longer functional, or simply kept them to avoid such outcomes. Needless to say, she was a little excited and nervous. The Greenette most likely experienced the same thing, if not more so than the former. Even after she located a bench to sit on, the conversation went on as Pomotaro popped to the ground and sniffed around, interested in his new surroundings. The park itself was largely deserted, save for a few people she had occasionally seen. Ochacho, Tenya, and Eijiro eventually had to leave because one of them had important errands to run for her family. The second wanted to return to his studies in order to finish before his brother got home so they could have a brother's day out. Since Tensai was an active pro hero, he would only have a few days off, so it made perfect sense for the girl, and the third had to return to work because the only reason he was able to speak was because he was taking a break with his father and uncle. The girl set up a private group chat between Poka and Izuku, leaving them alone. INP group chat room. How is your home life going, Poki Poka Poki? Is everything going well? Now that you have a quirk, how did your mother respond? Small Might Fan 182, all is well. Mom was thrilled that I had a quirk, even though I was on the verge of crying all over the house. She was very demanding to know everything, and I had neglected to mention that I had made some friends. Poki Poka Poki. I imagine she asked me a lot of questions, such as whether Ochacho or I was your special someone. 3 embarrassment emojis. Yes, Small Might Fan 182. I did everything I could to deny it, but she will only accept it for the time being. Poki Poka Poki. It's obvious. To be honest, I have never experienced anything similar myself, but I have witnessed enough instances for others to be aware of it. Small Might Fan 182. Are you serious? How do your parents behave? She felt a little depressed, but she was accustomed to people asking her this question, even if it didn't lessen the pain. Poki Poka Poki. To be honest, I'm not really sure. I only have a few memories of my parents because they both vanished when I was just 2 years old. After that, my grandfather and I had to take on the role of surrogate father. There was a brief silence before he responded. Oh, Small Might Fan 182. I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to pose such a delicate query. I sincerely apologize. Pokey poka pocky. Don't worry. I've been asked this question before, so don't worry, I'm accustomed to it. And it's okay, I'm sure you didn't mean any disrespect. Small Might Fan 182. Are you certain? Pokey poka pocky. I can assure you that nothing was harmed. She wanted to acknowledge that the question still hurts every time, but she knew that there was nothing she could do about it other than to move on. Fan 182 Small Might. Would it be okay if I asked you a question? That is, if you don't mind. Yes, Pokey poka pocky. I assure you that everything will work out regardless of the questions you asked. Small Might Fan 182. Is it certain? What happened to your parents? Do you know? What caused them to vanish? Additionally, if it's okay with you, may I also ask what your grandfather is like? I hope I'm not bothering you. Emoji for a question. Pokey poka pocky. 3 inquiries, but once more, no worries, I get it. And once more, don't worry, everything is fine. I have no idea how to respond to that. Really, nobody does. As I previously mentioned, they simply vanished one day when I was just 2 years old. They were going on a date night, but they never returned home. I think my grandfather might have known what happened, but he never said a word. No matter how much I asked him, he said that it was not for me to know and it was better that I didn't. That day sticks in my memory because it was the first time I ever saw my grandfather so upset, and worried. Later, he started crying, so I had to console him because I knew he needed it and we were all that was left. When I think back on that day, I often wonder if the person or thing that caused them to vanish was dangerous and my grandfather was defending me to keep me from leaving him too, which makes sense. My mom's special locket bracelet and my father's special locket wristwatch were the only items that survived, and I still carry them around in a special pouch. Despite his sadness, my grandfather did everything in his power to raise me. Despite his advanced age, he is still quite vivacious and strong. He became the surrogate father I was missing. He has always been incredibly strong and never gives up on people, especially when their lives are in danger. In addition to being a very talented clown and entertainer, he was a police officer and always made me laugh. Smile emoji. Small Might Fan 182. I see. I'm glad you have someone by your side, even though it must have been really difficult. Emoji of a thumbs up. She had read that, and it hurt so much. She really wanted to tell him that, a few years after her parents' disappearance, her grandfather had also vanished. And that his private journal, which has been locked up for a long time, and the pendant she always wore were all she had left of him. More than anything, she wanted to tell someone what's been bothering her, what's really happening in her life, and to release all of her suppressed and bottled up feelings of pain, loneliness, frustration, and sadness. She wanted to tell someone she could actually trust without fear of being hurt, mocked, or betrayed. Since he would be the only one who truly understood, she wanted to tell him. However, she was aware that she couldn't for a variety of reasons. Above all, she didn't want to risk someone outside looking through her phone and reading her texts, which could result in a lot of issues like her being placed in foster care or an orphanage. She's already been through more than enough to last a lifetime. The second was the very real fear that whatever it was that brought her here was anything but amicable, and that she would be unable to speak even if she wanted to until a certain moment had passed and everything had returned to how it had at that moment. In addition to keeping herself and others safe, she also made sure that she didn't say anything that bad guys should never hear. Thirdly, she was concerned about the HPSC as well as the villains. She was well aware of their true corruption and the fate of poor Lady Nagant. She also knew that Hawks had received covert assassination training, just like she had. Additionally, they couldn't possibly pass up someone with a multifaceted quirk. An opportunity of her caliber was too uncommon to pass up. She was also aware that, as an orphan, she would have no one to turn to and that, should she decide to defy them, the HPSC members would make things difficult for her. They are just as evil as the villains, if not more so, because they were part of a toxic, corrupted justice system that twisted what it meant to be good in order to achieve their goals and maintain power regardless of who had to pay the price, including their own employees and the heroes they had raised, hired, or sponsored. Fourth, she had to remain silent because she was terrified that something would go wrong, particularly that something terrible would happen to those around her. She had to keep her mouth shut and pretend to be a typical teenager, despite her feelings of uncertainty, fear, and terror. She must somehow attempt to carry out her role in the background without giving anyone away. She has some ideas about how, but she needs to concentrate on the here and now. Pokey Poka Pocky, thank you so much. If it's okay with you, may I ask how your mother is? What about your father? Little Might Fan 182, don't worry, I don't mind. She is incredibly compassionate, emotional, and kind. To be honest, I'm not sure what I would have done if it weren't for her. Smiley face. She thought grimly, probably committed suicide or became a villain by now. The thought of either of them made her feel sad and afraid. And without a doubt Katsuki Bakugo would be the first to pay for everything he did to the boy. Little Might Fan 182, what about my father? Okay. After a brief period of silence, it became clear that he was nervous to discuss it. Pokey Poka Pocky. Izuku, I understand if it's a delicate subject. If you can just be straightforward and honest, I won't press you further. I don't want to force you to tell me more than you're comfortable sharing, but you don't have to lie to me. I swear that I will support you no matter what you say. Poka made sure her message was clear even though she hoped it wasn't overt. What happened to his father, a topic that was frequently discussed throughout the franchise? Did he and his wife get divorced, or are they still wed? Why hasn't he appeared on the show? Was the boy's lack of a quirk the reason he left them? Was he a bad guy? And a lot more. At least to her, it seemed like those final two were mentioned half the time. There were many more theories and questions than these. Since she was one of the people who firmly believed that he was a villain or that he lacked a quirk, the idea of his father abandoning him and his mother always made her angry, at least for the former, since the latter was more unsettling. Which would you prefer, people? A divorce resulting from the father's villainy or the father's departure due to quirklessness? Or had he passed away already? Because the younger Greenette doesn't have a father, the hero is more deserving of being the boy's father than his biological father. Inko doesn't deserve to be alone, and the two would make a cute couple. She's not ashamed to admit that she is a Toshinko shipper as well. When her son was receiving terrible treatment due to that diagnosis, Inko was the only person who truly supported him. Toshinori Yagi had to fill in as the father figure because his father failed to show up. Compared to his real father, that man is a better father to him. Until she proves herself wrong. You get the idea, then. With a weary sigh of sympathy, she hopes her friend won't keep it from her. She won't blame him if he does, though, because she was just as guilty as he was in the past, but she still wants him to know he's not alone. Furthermore, he need not be. Poka's phone suddenly began ringing, and she practically juggled it to keep it from falling to the ground out of shock before finally catching it. Her heart felt like it was going to burst out of her chest as she yelled in terror. She glanced quickly at the contact ID and saw it was Izuku. She picked it up before the second ring ended. Izuku, Poka said anxiously, clutching her chest with one hand to try to stop her heart from pounding so rapidly and holding the phone close to her in the other. His voice practically bled with defeat and anxiety as he asked, "You know that my quirk came in late, right?" "How could I forget that?" "Because don't forget my quirk also came in late too. I know what it's like to live a life without powers, although I imagine our situations were different." She responded, concluding in her head, in more ways than one really. "Well, you would be right," he replied with a tired sigh of his very own. "Unlike me, you actually knew your father before he vanished. Even if you don't really remember him too much, you still remembered that he was kind and that he loved you." "But my dad, well," she asked softly, "what happened?" Already anticipating the worst, Detector was alert from the moment he posed the question to her. She is aware that she informed him of her abilities, which included turning into a living lie detector that she could activate or deactivate as needed. He must have remembered that, so he knows he can't lie. Despite neither of them knowing if it worked over the phone, she immediately recognized the truth when she heard that recognizable soft, pleasant, and quiet jingle in her head, confirming that it did work over the phone as well. She'll tell him this later. "He's gone. My father works abroad to provide for us, as a businessman for a very wealthy multi-million-dollar company. Due to this we hardly ever saw him, and the only time we ever really would see him would be on special occasions, as most of the time it was always letters and phone calls, even if they were usually brief. We hardly got to interact even if we did have a few moments before he had to rush back out again. On the day that I was supposed to see the doctor to figure out why my quirk had not come in, everything just went downhill." She continued to listen, hoping to subtly tell him that the stage was all his, and she waited for a moment without saying anything. His reply was immediate, despite the hesitation that came from his depression. When the doctor diagnosed me as quirkless, things got bad. On that same day Dad had come home to celebrate a big major promotion he had gotten and to hear the news about what my quirk was. When it was revealed that I wasn't going to get a quirk, he was surprisingly calm, almost disturbingly so, but the way he acted was very weird. He said it was disappointing, but that was about it. Around then we somehow had a feeling that something was off with the way he spoke then, but we couldn't tell why. We wouldn't know until hours later that he was not pleased by this in the worst way possible. What did he do? She asked, anxious to find out what the man had done, her heart pounding with expected fear and her stomach doing backflips. In all honesty, she was prepared to believe whatever he had to say, even if it was brief, vague, or even partially accurate. Since they had only met yesterday, I didn't want him to push himself if he was uncomfortable, let alone not ready to tell everything. However, nothing could have prepared her for his next words. Quote, "There are most parts that are hazy honestly, as I don't really remember too much from the other part of that day. Mom actually told me what happened, hence why I know. When Mom and I were at the park, her way of trying to cheer me up after Dad went to take care of a few matters, we were ambushed by a villain who wanted to kill me. If it weren't for Mom's quick thinking, he would have succeeded, as Mom used her quirk in the heat of the fearful moment to inflict harm on him, as she used shattered glass that was laying on top of a trash can nearby. He was in too much pain to do anything, which gave us the opportunity to call the police. Thankfully his quirk only allowed him to produce paint out of his hands, which didn't help him, as his attempt to try and get the glass out or attack only made his own injuries worse. He answered. The more he spoke, the more she really wanted to give him a hug. When the police arrived, upon seeing them, the man pleaded to not be arrested, as not only did he apparently have severe capiophobia, but he was also hired to kill me with the promise of getting a giant check that would promise him a comfortable life and no longer having to worry about where his next meal came from ever again. He confessed who hired him and why. It was Dad, and the reason why was so that he wouldn't have to give child support for him once he left and be reminded that his wife had given birth to a defected son, not caring at all about how his wife felt. Knowing it was him who had done it broke our hearts, leaving me stricken with sadness, while Mom was just filled with anger, as we were both horrified, betrayed by the one man who was supposed to be there first no matter what. With one hand covering her mouth in horror and the other still holding the phone near her right ear, she was already crying. Her grip tightened to the point where she was half afraid she would shatter her phone in two. Words cannot express how Polka felt when she heard those words. She was deeply horrified, saddened, angry, and her own heart broke. Her quirk told her that it was true, so even though she wanted to strongly deny it, she knew she couldn't. She was unaware of what had transpired with his father at the time of his quirkless diagnosis, and the potential outcomes were so uncertain that she was unsure of the universe in which the father would be absent from his life. The knowledge that this was the case was too terrible to consider. She fought desperately to keep from crying as she screamed, "How could anyone be that heartless? That's the worst thing a father could ever do to his child and his wife." After she had stopped talking, "I know," he said, as he already sounded like he was in tears. By that point, he had already packed his things and set off for his next flight. Even though international police had been informed, they weren't able to have him put in prison, as a colleague of his managed to bail him out under a blatant lie that it was all misunderstanding. But it didn't stop anybody from not only making him pay child support for me against his will, as not doing so will land him in prison or at the very least make him pay a hefty fine, but also getting him a restraining order that forbade him from ever coming anywhere near us. Essentially banning him from returning to Japan ever again, which for him was actually a downside, as there were only certain things that he could acquire from there and he would have no choice but to order online, which for the most part he loathed, in the future if he wants anything from Asia again. Not long after him and Mom divorced, apparently he had gotten engaged with his boss's daughter. And his boss did not believe the authorities when he was informed about what his employee had done. Although this resulted in his company having been investigated constantly for ill intentions for the foreseeable future, which years later actually did cause problems for that company in question and as a result led to slander, revealing of secret scandals, and eventual bankruptcy due to constantly having paid numerous people to drop all the charges once the news got out and they lost all of their support and finance. Polka expressed her displeasure, saying, "At least some form of justice was served, though to me that feels kind of like a hollow victory." Pomotaro had long since returned to her side after hearing his owner's yelp earlier, laying his head on her lap and huffing as if to concur with her. Izuku concurred. "Ever since then, it's always just been me and Mom. But every day I'm thankful to have her in my life because, well, you know how the quirkless are treated, right? With grave sorrow, she answered, how could I not? Sure, she didn't understand what it was like to be treated poorly because she didn't have special abilities. But she did understand what it was like to be treated poorly because she had less than most people. Because she was an orphan, because she pinched on her grandfather's return even though everyone said it was a futile attempt, because she was considered delusional for thinking he would return at all and that he had abandoned her outright even though she knew that wasn't true, because she was never adopted even though there was nothing wrong with her, and the list goes on to irrational and unfounded accusations. She was aware that it was bad, and she knew it could get very bad from the fanfiction and AO3 stories she had read over the years, but to really know it was this bad was pure nightmare fuel for her. She had done her research, bracing herself on how badly the quirkless were treated while she was having lunch earlier before coming to the park. Needless to say, she was just grateful that she didn't choke on her food from the bombshells she discovered. She had to keep telling the staff that she was okay after they saw her crying and almost crying her eyes out. After reading this information, one article after another only made the situation worse, and she eventually had to excuse herself to the bathroom so she could cry more privately without disturbing the customers. She was comforted only by her Pomeranian. She didn't know how long she was trapped there until she was calm enough to leave, but she didn't give a damn. Izuku told her gravely, I honestly don't want to imagine where I would be without her. Me either, she readily replied. Have either of you ever told this story to anybody you could trust? Only Aunt Mitsuki, said he. But Kachan, the spiky blonde hair boy you met at the exams yesterday, doesn't know. As far as I'm aware he was never told. It's probably for the best. I would have to disagree. I know that he would have been furious too if he had truly known what your father was going to do to you. I also know that if he had been informed years ago, he would have supported you even after everyone was aware of your status. While she was still feeling worn out from thinking about the explosive quirk user, she thought, this is one conversation that I'm arguing with myself on, even though a part of me believes that he would not cared outright, or at the very least to an extent. I honestly want to agree but disagree. Poka said it bluntly, how will you know how he's actually going to react if you never tell him? Considering that you called his mom your aunt, then you guys must have known them for years, surely the boy has every right to know. I may not have known him for too long, and I can already tell that he has a pretty bad attitude problem, especially in him calling you Deku, but how will you know how he actually feels if he's never told? Surely even he must care about your family even if he doesn't like you, so how will you know if he's being left in the dark? Poka was about to apologize, but he interrupted her, saying, you may be right. Although I'm not sure if he will be willing to listen to me. The silence that followed was longer than the previous one. You made a valid point. There is a reason why the walking Pomeranian, Bakugo, despises Izuku, but it is still not a valid excuse for the jerk to begin harassing the greenette so severely. There had to be a way to tell him without the boy snapping at the greenette right away or completely ignoring what he had to say. Furthermore, since the girl was unknown to him, there was no way he could believe what she said. Then it occurred to her, why not have his mom tell him? If you have her number then you can ask her if she ever told him. That would be a good way to get confirmation. If she hadn't then you can ask her to do that to get him to understand how bad things were before the bullying started, and if she had then you can ask her how he had reacted so that you might know. If you see her as an aunt then surely she cares about you like you're her nephew. The same goes with her husband too. I'm sure they would listen, and even a temperamental brat like that boy will listen to his parents as they were the people who raised him. You won't know unless you ask, right? Izuku thought about what she had said while on the other end of the phone. He was hesitant, but that was a valid point. When they were younger, every time he told his aunt and uncle what their son had done, Kachan would attack him and threaten to never do it again, even though they, especially Auntie, would severely punish him for it. The boy would constantly harass him for tattletaling on him, regardless of what he did. He stopped going to their house because of Kachan, and vice versa. The only time they ever saw the entire family was when they had dinner together, which was the only time he could ever feel at ease with the boy in the same room as him because the parents were watching and he was powerless to do anything about it, although it was clear that being close to the boy always made him angry. At other times, however, it was nothing but venomous words that were acidic enough to melt metal and explosive pain. The blonde consistently made it apparent that he didn't want anything to do with him, even though the greenette wanted to stay friends with him and mend their relationship in spite of everything that had happened to him. Wildly so. However, he realized that he was only going to ask questions and make a request. He wasn't really telling his mother anything about what his son had done. Additionally, now that everything was cleaned up, Kachan wasn't here. He recalled from a late phone call his mother had received from his aunt last night that he was going to train his quirks in his backyard, just like he did on the beach. This way, the platinum blonde would be too far away to blow his face off when he was told the truth. Thus, was there anything stopping him from asking? Maybe. The only benefits of skipping school were being free of the vultures and leeches that live in his junior high, not having to deal with Deku, and receiving additional training for his quirk prior to receiving his acceptance letter. Without a doubt, the only question was when it would arrive. Having scored a lot of points and even taking down a 0-pointer, he was certain that he had passed. He will admit that the written exam was difficult, but he was able to ace it with ease. After all, he was the greatest. Anyone who claimed otherwise obviously didn't know who they were speaking to and should be corrected. He would become the next big hero, get rich and famous, and annihilate any villain who dared to stand in his way. Nothing, not even Deku and his girlfriend or her mangy mutt, could stop him from becoming the next big hero. Regarding that girl, he still didn't know her name, but it didn't matter to him. She was as plain and pitiful looking as Deku, and in a way, she looked more like a tomboy who hadn't had her growth spurt. However, he was still perplexed by her response to him at the door. In all his years, he had never experienced such a reaction from a person of his age, and there was not the slightest trace of fear on her face. She took a bold stance, her face screaming with deadpan frustration and disappointment, and she seemed utterly unimpressed, as if she didn't even give a damn about what he said to her. As if he were nothing more than a bother and a time waster. He was bothered more than he should have been by it because it was simply too confusing and frustrating. That last part in particular irritated him. Even though it was only a brief moment before the announcement for the physical portion started, it was enough to leave a lasting impression on him despite his best efforts. The expression made it clear that he was dead, that he would die, and that she would turn his life into a nightmare if he dared to do anything that upset her. No one ever looked at him like that, male or female, and those who did don't even compare to the intensity of this girl's gaze. With the exception of his mother, who was always scarier than her despite all of their arguments, the girl was definitely close. Even though he only saw that image in his dreams last night, it was enough to wake him up right before his phone's alarm went off to signal the arrival of morning. No matter how much it made him shudder, he was not going to admit it. Let the thought of one little girl make him a pussycat, or let that one look be enough to make him back down from a fight. He angrily shook his head to dissuade it. The next time he saw her, he was going to challenge her to a fight and demonstrate his unwavering strength by placing her in the same position as he does Deku. He might even shake them both down to find out how they performed on the test so he could be satisfied that neither of them did well. What will an eccentric boy and a young girl with a puppy do, really? Weep until the robots rust. They would sooner perish on the field than accomplish anything. His father turned to him and said, "Katsuki, I'm sorry to interrupt, but your mother wants to see you. She says it's important." Although he wanted to ignore this and go back to work, he had nothing better to do because he was taking a break before returning to training, so it wasn't a big deal. Additionally, it has to be serious. His father only tells him that his mother wanted to see him for something significant when things were really serious because if they weren't, his mother would have come to him herself. If they were, it was something else entirely, usually because he had done something to make her angry with him, but what if this happened? Then, it became so serious that she was unable to come and get him on her own. No matter how much of a strong front he puts up against her, whatever he did or said, his mother will always be scarier than he is. Sure, the two will argue half the time, but that doesn't change the fact that, even though he will never say it aloud, he was afraid of her when she got angry. He followed his father into the living room, where he saw his mother sitting on the couch, dejected and guilty, with her phone resting on her lap. It appeared that she had just concluded an unpleasant conversation with someone. She raised her head again and looked into her son's eyes, which were gushing with sorrow and seriousness. Her expression alone indicated that what she wanted to discuss was serious, even though she was not crying. Whatever it was, he hoped it had nothing to do with his UA application. "I can't believe it worked." Poca was overjoyed, "but nonetheless I'm glad we have confirmed it. This will definitely make rescue operations, travel or escape plans a lot easier. If we can gauge how many times he can do it before he tires out, and remember not to be heavily reliant on him all the time if he needs a break. Yeah, it'll be a game changer going forward. And I'm also glad we can confirm that conversations over the phone can also be affected by your quirk," Izuku said. As he curled up in the boy's arms and gave him tender pettings in return, Pomotaro barked in agreement and wagging his tail. In case you're wondering how the three of them ended up together on Musudafu's Dagoba Beach, there's a simple explanation. Not long ago, they were actually speaking on the phone in different parts of the city. The boy had called his friend back to confirm that he had made the much-needed but otherwise reluctance-inducing phone call to his surrogate aunt. The two soon began talking to each other, but then the boy had a fascinating question for her. Could her dog teleport himself and someone else with him, let alone to a location far beyond his immediate surroundings? Yes, it was a good question. Since they still intended to conduct the training tomorrow, it wouldn't hurt to try, even though technically they were going to be testing a theory for the Pomeranians' quirk rather than for the girls. Poca herself raised the possibility that the puppy might actually have an image of where to teleport to and thus be able to make the trip, as long as that location was real and he knew where to go, after they confirmed that he couldn't teleport to a place he had never been to. In order to test that, they had Izuku take a photo of the beach he was on with himself on it and send it to her. She also took a photo of the park and sent it to the boy. This way, they would have a way to teleport back to that area of town so they could get home without taking the train. If this turns out to be accurate, it would greatly reduce the time and cost of traveling to specific locations. It would be particularly useful in the event of an emergency evacuation or the need to teleport away in order to receive assistance, transporting significant victims to a remote location so the villains cannot reach them, and so on. Assuming their theory was correct and he had the ability to teleport more than himself, let alone to a location that was far from his immediate surroundings. And it had worked, much to their astonishment and grateful excitement. Pomotaro immediately leapt out of the girl's lap after she showed her puppy the picture of the teleportation destination. She received a response from Izuku after a short while, confirming that it had been successful. The boy was laughing over the phone as the puppy began licking him tenderly with his ticklish tongue, delighted to see him. The next and most important portion of their test then began. As soon as the puppy was back with her, Poca held her dog in her arms until she experienced a sudden feeling of weightlessness and immobility. For a brief moment, it seemed as though she was moving from one scene to another, like in a cartoon, before she landed on her butt in the sand with a startled, oof. There was an uncomfortable silence when the two teenagers first saw one another, but then they both grinned and started laughing because, in addition to being amusing, they received positive proof that it had worked. A bonus was that Pomotaro wasn't at all exhausted after the travels. When their laughter finally subsided, the Pomeranian jumped out of her arms and into the boy's arms again. Poca got back up and took a moment to survey the beach. To describe it as breathtaking would have been an understatement, as the beach was truly beautiful. She knew because she had seen the montage in the third episode of Season 1, but unless you've actually been with the Greenette and his mentor during the last 10 months of their training, you wouldn't think that this place used to be a huge garbage dump. She now sincerely regrets that All Might caught her before she could have had a chance to enjoy the stunning beach at dawn. She would have been crying more back then than she is now because she couldn't stop the tears from streaming down her face as she stopped to take a photo of the location. However, no matter how many photos she takes, they will never fully convey the awe and beauty of Dagoba Beach unless you are there to witness it all. Izuku awoke from her reverie and said, "Beautiful, isn't it?" He was now at her side. As they watched the puppy begin sniffing around, Poca said, "Yeah," and wiped away her tears as Izuku let the Pomeranian down to inspect the area. Poca warned him to strictly avoid the beach and to do his business elsewhere. As a naturally inquisitive puppy, he surveyed his surroundings, eager to see everything. However, he became sidetracked when a few seagulls flew in and were ready to land, so the Pomeranian began chasing after them. He barked enthusiastically as the seagulls squatted in surprise, and he continued to pursue them even as they were flying around, futilely attempting to catch them so he could play with them. In an attempt to reach the birds without his quirk, he kicked up sand and jumped around a little higher than Pomeranians typically could. He humorously landed on the soft sand before shaking it off and carrying on with the chase. Poca was filming everything on her phone because his antics made the teenagers laugh. It was simply too adorable and funny not to record. She thought to herself, this is so going on the internet later. Then, with dismay, she thought, and I'm definitely going to need to give him a bath later. She was aware of a simple method for removing the sand from herself, but she didn't want to run the risk of unintentionally drowning the Pomeranian with her peculiarity because he is easily agitated. Fortunately, she has seen a tutorial on how to bathe a dog without a bathtub, which will make things easier. Once she gets her water quirk going, she will be even more careful because she has an idea of how to get him completely clean without posing any water hazards. The teenagers laughed as the Pomeranian returned to them and began shaking off the sand from his body and fur after the seagulls had completely fled the beach. They both covered their eyes to avoid getting sand in them. As she halted the recording and put her phone away before beginning to brush the sand off her body, Polka playfully reprimanded, "You silly pup." Fortunately, she was still wearing her coat, so most of her clothing underneath didn't get sandy except for the lower portion from the knees down. Izuku followed suit after the sand threw itself at him, just as it had her. He couldn't recall the last time he had laughed this much or with someone his own age, and when he gave it some serious thought, it seemed like forever ago. He had his mother and all of his strength, but he had no one his own age or anyone else he could rely on, which only served to highlight how lonely the life of a quirkless teen has been. How cruel the mistress of loneliness is. It seems odd but amusing to look back at the pony-tailed girl who had placed her coat on the bench and her dog. He was just getting ready for the tests yesterday, and he never imagined that he would instantly become friends with a girl and her dog that he had just met, let alone make some new friends in the process. He had to pinch himself to make sure he was still awake when he got home yesterday because it felt almost too good to be true. The group chat in the morning further confirmed that everything had actually happened. He had real friends, which proved it was true. He didn't feel lonely in that sense for the first time since he was 4 years old because he had people his own age with whom he could genuinely converse without worrying about being misled, made fun of, or harassed. In order to avoid unwarranted attention and questions that they were uncomfortable at any point answering, let alone prepared to answer, he and his mother made up a lie that he was working overseas, that the couple had broken up because they were drifting apart, and that there had been no skirmishes at all. He then revealed something about what had happened to his father that he had never disclosed to anyone before. For some reason, he couldn't explain, but when he was with her or even just spoke to her on the phone, he felt as though he could tell her anything. For example, he felt that she would always be there for him, that she wouldn't leave him, and that she would understand. Not only because she was a living lie detector, but also because of the genuine and friendly environment around her. He didn't know why, but... He felt more comfortable speaking without stuttering when he was around her. Like a peer genuinely cared about him, subtly letting him know that it was acceptable to talk, make friends, and express his thoughts if necessary because they wouldn't hurt or reject him. That he could put his life in her hands. Though he had a feeling it wasn't anything malevolent, there was something in the back of his mind that was trying to push the girl forward, but he couldn't explain why or what it was. As in, it was attempting to tell him something about her that he should know, but he was unsure of what it was and why, and he felt as though an invisible wall was preventing him from knowing the entire truth. He was beginning to get annoyed because he could not figure out why. Deku. Oh no. As he and the others turned to face the source of the voice, which was none other than the person he knew it belonged to, Izuku immediately felt a wave of terrible terror rush through him like a raging tide. With an angry expression on his face, Katsuki Bakugo, who was standing atop the staircase and was dressed in a black t-shirt, orange cargo shorts, and white running shoes, stomped down the stairs, skipping a few steps as he started to speed walk over to them, specifically in his direction. The greenette would have perished countless times over if appearances could kill. Rapidly approaching like a man on a mission, he threatened, "You're going to tell me everything right now or you're dead." Before the boy could get to him, Poka stood in front of Izuku, who was dressed simply for exercise, and created a dome-shaped energy shield around them. Pomatero was standing by their side, barking angrily at the rapidly approaching teenager, who, unfazed, detonated a large explosion on the shield to destroy it. He then passed through the smoke before colliding with a hard wall and grunting in shock. The girl in front of him stood her ground, arms crossed, one foot tapping as if she were a parent disciplining her mischievous, troublemaking child, her face radiating with protective determination as her eyes showed that she was completely unimpressed by that stunt. He was pushed back by the force of it as he stumbled backwards, but he quickly caught himself and rubbed his nose to ease the pain as he looked back up, completely surprised that the shield was still up, not even cracked up. Even Deku was taken aback by this, demonstrating that he was completely unprepared for it. Bakugo was surprised that the girl wasn't even slightly shaken, that his explosion didn't work, and that the shield was undamaged. nor appear to be having any difficulties. The fact that this was powerful enough to push him back like that was also unexpected. He had encountered a number of people with shield-type quirks, most of whom were about his age and half of whom were marginally inferior. One of them in particular didn't even withstand the first blow from his quirk. As he charged at the dome once more with the intention of blowing it up, shock quickly gave way to determined frustration. This time, he smacked his forehead into it, sending him reeling back in agony. He probably needed an ice pack later, so it was probably enough to make his head hurt even though it wasn't enough to cause a concussion. Now even more frustrated, he kept detonating explosions in an attempt to shatter the dome or at least cause it to crack until it does. However, the more he attempted, the more ineffective it proved to be, and the more unfazed the girl in front of him became. In fact, she appeared to be bored, which only made his frustration turn into rage. The more Katsuki failed, the more enraged he became. In addition to being worried about his friend's safety, Izuku was also in awe of how well her quirk was holding up and how undamaged the dome itself was. As far as he could recall, no one had ever been able to oppose Kachan long enough to make him feel even more irritated, no, furious, than he already did, so this was undoubtedly new. I was not impressed at all I felt was rage and anger at not being able to leave even a tiny crack. Indeed, there have been others who have been able to gain an advantage over him, but only for a brief period of time before the boy would ultimately prevail, leaving the other person bruised and in either a painful or sobbing mess, or both. It was therefore unfathomably shocking to see his new friend who remained unflinching, refusing to back down and holding up like these explosions were nothing. For him, this was unprecedented. It seemed as though the world had been completely rewritten and turned upside down. And definitely not something the blonde who came before them liked or was accustomed to. Nobody kept track of how long the explosive teenager continued to detonate the bombs, but eventually he was breathing heavily due to exhaustion. Despite this, he forced himself to keep trying, but it did not lead to any results at all because his hands and arms were hurting too much for him to carry on. It was even more difficult to hide the fact that he was in so much pain that he was unable to even lift them at the moment. His arms hung limply by his sides as he shook violently from being overused in this way and to this extent, his eyes never leaving the still-standing dome as the smoke finally cleared completely. The dome was still in perfect condition, so the dog and the two teenagers were unharmed. Nobody, no one, ever lived as long as he thought this did, not even close. No one ever took an explosion to their shield and managed to remain upright without any problems. He truly couldn't believe it. To him, this was just messed up. He gave it everything he had, but the girl didn't appear to be exhausted or out of breath in the slightest. He was particularly unnerved by the fact that she didn't seem scared either. He had never seen or experienced anything like this, and he did not like it at all, to put it mildly, because he felt as though he was about to blow up. Even though his arms were in excruciating pain, he didn't want to give up. He refused to acknowledge that she had used force against him without making the slightest attempt on her part. She had cheated in some way, and neither he nor anyone else could convince him otherwise. He was unable to. He simply cannot. With a tone reminiscent of an unimpressed teacher reprimanding a mischievous student, the girl asked, "Are you done throwing your tantrums so we can actually talk like civilized teenagers?" It actually sounded more strict than his own teachers could have been, even if they had tried, which only served to highlight the fact that they were sleazy, indolent slackers. The explosive teen was furious about this and was about to respond that he wasn't having a tantrum when the girl pointed out that he was being interrupted. "You should be happy that there's no other person around this area, 'cause otherwise they would have already called the police on you for assault on two teenagers and a dog who literally did nothing to earn your ire. And no, don't you even say it. It doesn't matter how great your quirk is or how versatile it is or how much potential there is or even how great your confidence or grades are or what have you. A crime of assault is still a crime of assault and you would be arrested and have your chances of getting into UA completely taken from you if you don't shut up and actually start talking like a real human being. Even teenagers can be arrested for crimes just like adults can within the state of Japan. So unless you want to flush your perfect record down the drain by me calling the police on your rear end, I suggest you make the wise choice here, unless you're actually willing to face problems with the authorities just so you can have your worthless last laugh." The group fell silent as no one spoke. The two boys were utterly taken aback by the girl's reaction. She not only endured all of those explosions without even trying, nor did she grow weary afterwards, but she also sent a very clear warning that only a homicidal fool would ignore. Not to mention take seriously. To further demonstrate that she can and will call the police on him if he doesn't listen for once, she is even currently holding her phone out. There are no ifs, ands, or buts regarding it. Izuku was equally astounded by what she had said. No one is exempt from being arrested by the police for a crime. Not even a teenage delinquent was spared the chance of being put in jail if they didn't end up in juvie first, or prison, which was worse, and worried that his old friend would actually listen for once in his life rather than rebelling again and getting himself arrested. Nobody, not even a teacher or student, actually made the audacious claim that the platinum blonde should be arrested for his behavior, and they were more than willing to put it into practice without hesitation. This isn't just due to partiality or eccentricities. He simply couldn't fully understand it because it was all new to him and a topic like this had never happened before. Izuku felt guilty in some way even though he hadn't done anything to deserve the teenager's ire. However, he was too shocked to even attempt to apologize, which wasn't necessary. Furthermore, Hoka was taking her threats very seriously and wasn't even joking around. He was also perplexed as to why she was making such an effort to keep him safe when no one else his age ever did. Why is she so concerned? He wanted to know why, not because he was unappreciative of her assistance. Katsuki, on the other hand, was unsure of whether to yell at her or just stay stunned that a peer his own age had actually threatened him. For him, it was a threat, but for her, it was a thorough warning. Not only did she bring up the unavoidable logistics, but she did so without showing any signs of fear, anxiety, or even the slightest suspicion that she was lying. She wasn't backing down, as evidenced by the way her eyes narrowed, seemingly piercing right through him. It was obvious that she wouldn't think twice about ruining his life if he did anything. Defending quirkless Deku as if he were a bachelor in distress and she was the knight in shining armor, reversing roles. He felt that everything was thrown off balance and that this wasn't supposed to happen, but it is now as obvious as day that nobody ever stood up for him, much less protected him, and threatened the explosive user himself. He found it absurd, impractical, and nearly defying the laws of reality. He didn't anticipate this happening immediately after his mother had told him about Deku's father's situation, including why it was never made public in the first place and why everything was kept a secret about what he was really doing for a living. He had never been informed because if anyone found out, Deku and his mother's situation would only worsen. In addition, he was too young to fully comprehend what was happening, much less be trusted with something so important. He was furious, but, contrary to popular belief, it wasn't for the reasons you might think. Before Izuku's diagnosis was disclosed in kindergarten, the two of them were childhood friends, close friends, and practically blood brothers. Izuku should have been informed of what had happened right away. Sure, things were bad between them, and they probably would have gotten worse anyhow, but still. And although their families have been friends for a long time, despite the animosity between the children, particularly with regard to Katsuki, he and his father ought to have been informed right away of what had transpired because, as it turns out, neither his mother nor Auntie Inko told him since everything had occurred while he was away for work. He would have stood by Deku's side even if he had been informed of the diagnosis that severed their relationship because the two families were like family to each other and should have been there from the beginning, helping one another through that difficult period. That's what he thought, at least to him, based on everything his mother had taught him about the value of family. He was a brat at the time, so he chose to ignore it. If nothing else, he would have tried to put up with Aunt Inko's son during those difficult times. The last straw was when the boy came to help him up after he fell into the river years ago. He couldn't help but feel like he was being looked down upon, like he was better than him, because he was not informed of anything and was later informed of the diagnosis at preschool rather than by the boy himself, despite the fact that he never indicated such. Overall, he was unable to suppress his feelings. Betrayed, he ought to have been the first person the boy could talk to about such a serious situation. Although he could understand why it was kept a secret in the first place and couldn't blame his aunt for wanting it to stay quiet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he couldn't be trusted with something like that. Even so, the boy and his mother's situation would have been much worse if that secret had been revealed. He has witnessed on TV, in a live news story years ago, how a family was shunned and denigrated by others simply for being connected to someone who had committed a heinous crime. Despite the fact that they were also victims of that person, no one expressed regret for them, and things got so bad that they had to leave the country in order to find some semblance of peace, upending their own lives and depriving childhood for their children. The difficult question of how he would have responded if he had been in the Midoriya's shoes had been posed to him by his mother, who had brought up that news article to highlight the point after all this time. In all honesty, he had no response to that other than to rashly leave the house, disregarding his parents' pleas for him, in search of Deku. He had seen the boy working at the beach on multiple occasions with an odd tall, blonde man who appeared to be about to die any moment now, and he had been spying on him, wondering what he had been up to lately after noticing his strange behavior over the previous 10 months. Naturally, he had left him alone because he was more concerned with studying for the UA exams, but he couldn't help but wonder what the Greenette had been up to. He didn't spy on him frequently, but only a few times. He never intervened, and he didn't really give a damn about what the boy was doing, even though he had noticed that the trash was gradually clearing up each time he had spied on him. It was honestly puzzling that the beach was nearly entirely cleared when he was last surreptitiously spying on him, which was around a week and a half ago. It was also perplexing that the quirkless nobody had done it all by themselves. It must have been some kind of training combined with community service because he found it difficult to ignore the fact that he was gradually getting more fitted in his uniform. At first, this was not noticeable, but as the months went by, it became more noticeable, though no one seemed to notice, only he seemed to notice. How in the world did no one else notice, even if a blind bat could see that? Idiots with limited thinking. In other words, if it was that tall, blonde man, he was his trainer. When he spied on them, he always saw the man encouraging the boy to keep working harder, to put his back into the work, to cheer him on, to supervise him in case something went wrong, and even to give him a water bottle and a rag during break times. As far as he could tell, nothing malicious was going on with the nearly dead-looking man because he showed no signs of being villainous. Since he showed no indication of using a quirk at all during his time with the boy, he couldn't help but wonder if it was just his quirk that made him appear like a skeleton in flesh and blood. However, he was troubled when he noticed the man occasionally coughing up blood. Stupid Deku was worried about his health, which he could understand because coughing up blood is not normal. This meant that the blood wasn't a result of his quirk, but rather of a medical condition he must have. He wasn't sure what it was, but he had a suspicion it had something to do with the fact that he occasionally saw the man clutching the left side of his shirt around his rib cage, which meant that he must have had a serious injury there. Before long, they began to wonder if the skeletal shape was actually the result of a strange occurrence or a serious illness. He had questioned why the man wasn't in a hospital or something during that period. Most likely stubbornness. He was aware of this from his mother's occasional outbursts about some of her obstinate coworkers. It is not unheard of for some people to be extremely reluctant to visit hospitals, even when they have rather obvious problems. Even so, he couldn't help but be suspicious, but he didn't really care or bother to ask. It's not like he would ever ask Deku anything, so he left them alone. Still holding the opinion that, despite having a more muscular and fit body, the boy would fail the entrance exam. He was now on the beach where the boy had spent the previous 10 months cleaning up, protected by his girlfriend and her dog, while he was left feeling angry, exhausted, and in pain. He was also warned that if he attempted to blow up Deku again, she would call the police, whether he liked it or not. His angry glare at the gang only grew more intense. Talk about an information dump, the girl suddenly commented, which brought him out of his train of thought as the girl stared at him with a raised eyebrow. Apologies for intruding on your thoughts, but seriously dude, Izuku has literally not done anything to warrant your anger or ire. He always cheered and supported you even when you were horrible towards him and others. Plus, why should he have told you anything after everything you put him through? The only one who's the problem in this situation is you. Especially as you've been practically stalking the boy and his mentor for months. Talk about creepy. And for your information, this boy has been working his butt off so that he would be able to participate in the interest exam without too much hindrance, fighting tooth and nail every single day so that he be able to stand alongside the other participants fairly with his own merits. He's anything but a helpless weakling, and if you even think about him cheating, guess again, cause I was there with him so I know he did not cheat, you egotistical idiot. They fell silent once more as two boys gazed at her as though she suddenly developed a second head and began speaking Italian. I also have the ability to read people's minds if I need to, so I read yours while you were pondering since you were taking too long, she replied. I did the same for Izuku, not enough to find out personal secrets but definitely enough to know that this bitter blood between you two, mainly involving you exploity, needs to stop, cold turkey, or it's only going to lead to consequences later down the line, because trust me when I say that that attitude of yours is only going to lead to a world of trouble you'll have no way to crawl out of. The boys' mouths fell open at that. Yes, This was definitely not what they had anticipated. After setting down his soda on a handkerchief that had been laid out, the explosive user told the Greenette, arms crossed, "It's not like I was worried about you, I just wanted to make sure what I was told was true." Izuku told him, "It's all true." The current OFA user was holding a can of soda when Izuku let out a weary sigh, but this was more emotional than anything. Izuku knew him well enough to not push it. "Do you have any idea what it's like to not be told of something important like this? No matter what the reason behind hiding it all, me and my old man should have been told this years ago instead of having a bombshell hit us like this. No matter how I would have reacted back then, do you have any idea what it's like to not be trusted with something this sensitive when we were still friends?" Katsuki asked him after they were silent for a long awkward moment. The Greenette asked wearily, "Do you want the shorthand answer or the longhand?" He wasn't sure which he would prefer and didn't want to take the chance of being blown up for responding. Again. "Short and simple," he answered, watching the girl who had stayed silent the entire time, watching him closely in case he tried anything. It wouldn't be difficult for the girl to telepathically call the police for assistance if she needed to. He might not be aware of her range, but he was aware that they could communicate effectively. Although Mandalay from the Wild Pussy Cats is the only telepath he is aware of, if Deku's constant hero ramblings are to be believed, it would be extremely foolish to underestimate any telepaths. No matter how much he wanted to scream, yell, and deny everything, he was unable to do so because the information she had blatantly spat at him, both verbally and by forcing him to look it up on his phone, had been true, and every article and link he clicked on only served to confirm it. In addition, he was no longer in the mood to yell. He was clearly on her hit list because she did not like him at all and made it clear that she would deal him a severe blow if he even crossed one small line. As angry as he was, even he couldn't ignore the logistics and the blatant proof that was before him, which only made him feel like he was going to explode again, but he had to reluctantly concede, if not for his own sake then for that of his future career. It was a little unexpected, though, that the Greenette appeared to be more self-assured enough to stop stuttering and was making a greater effort to avoid irritating him by constantly muttering, which usually resulted in the blonde getting upset with him anyhow, but not this time. He was silent despite the fact that it did not feel normal or correct to him. Even so, he noticed that the platinum blonde was glancing at the girl from the side because he thought that his interactions with her might have contributed to this abrupt shift. "I'd probably feel dejected. Upset that I couldn't be trusted with something as sensitive from someone I trusted and cared about." Izuku began slowly, "Although for me I would understand if it was a touchy subject and back off, for you on the other hand. That's a different matter because there's a difference between you and me." Huffing, Katsuki said, "Yeah, very." The wind blew gently, not enough to pick up the sand but enough to feel good, and they were once again silent. The explosive user was the first to break the silence, saying, "Ponytail." "But nonetheless, what is it?" Poka said blankly, "Someone else already has that nickname too. You said you read our minds, and yet you displayed having a dome kind of quirk. What? Do you have a dual type or something?" he asked, still annoyed that he was reminded that he's still trapped in a bubble, and had failed to destroy her shield earlier, but nonetheless wanted to know what the deal was. "To put it bluntly, it isn't. Mine is a unique type of quirk," she responded. "Mine's kind of like a multifaceted stockpile type. A quirk with 7 different quirk-like aspects to it." She even used hope to examine her own quirk, and it verified that all the quirks that had accumulated within her were now one single quirk with several quirk-like aspects rather than a quirk with several quirks. The blonde simply blinked at her like she just told a bad joke that did not make sense. He turned back to the Greenette, who then replied with, "She's telling the truth, we both ended up in the same test site, remember? So I was able to see her quirk in action." Still doubtful, he asked, "Is that even possible?" "Yes, but a quirk of this caliber is extremely rare, about as rare as blood-type gold back before quirks came in, and that type becomes slightly more common to a degree, though nonetheless is still rare to this day," she replied. It seemed too fanciful to be true, so the blonde took out his phone once more to research it. This time, he did it on his own initiative. After a few minutes of careful searching, he finally found an article, a fairly old one that was so obscured that it was not well known today, that supported her claims. Then he questioned them about her capabilities. The blonde could only observe the girl's brief telepathic exchange with the boy before the two nodded to one another and turned back to him. The Greenette and the pale brunette then turned to face one another. Poka and Izuku spent the better part of an hour, give or take, explaining to Katsuki what her quirk was, its 7 components, what each one could do on its own and when combined with the others, how each one could be applied differently depending on the situation, what she might be able to do once they do quirk training tomorrow, and how she had used her abilities in the test. She even mentioned that, like Izuku, she had only recently developed her quirk, which is why their plans for tomorrow were crucial. The boy had offered to assist her in order to save money on hiring a quirk counselor to help her with the matter, especially given how different her quirk is from others. Pointing out why it had not been known sooner even after it was introduced and the risks it would pose to her if bad guys discovered it sooner because she would be a prime target and would probably be abducted or killed before she had the opportunity to become a hero student. The girl had given him the glare that told him to watch his mouth, which bothered him, but he stuck to nodding or shaking his head to make sure he was following. The blonde had mostly remained silent, only speaking up to ask questions and keeping any boastful or critical remarks to himself. Disdainfully he had to admit that the girl really sounded like a powerhouse despite her confirming that she at the end of the day was a rookie. It bothered him due to her quick learning and creative productive applications of her newly acquired quirk, but he had reminded himself that just because she was able to use it near expertly like she had it her whole life right off the bat, it doesn't change the fact that he himself has had years of practice with his own, so in a fight he could win, but given what he had been told, she wasn't going to make it easy if she had to. The ability to translate between different languages, command an army of insects that regard her as a queen, heal any wounds, no matter how severe, as long as they were recent, become a literal living lie detector, adapt to various situations and scenarios far more quickly than anyone could naturally, and literally use hope to gain special abilities or power-ups. With the characters dispersed throughout the story, it all sounded like a plot, and even then, the plot itself sounded illogical and hazy. You would have to be blind not to see the truth in front of your eyes, though, as the girl had demonstrated it briefly for each one. This was especially true when she was able to relieve him of the aches that remained in his arms from his earlier attempt to destroy the dome. That final remark, though, as he turned back to face them, jolted him out of his reverie. What are you talking about? Deku doesn't have a quirk. The group fell silent once more as the two stared at him before turning back to each other. The boy was afraid to reveal his quirk for fear of being attacked and accused of keeping it a secret his entire life. The latter appeared prepared to restrain the boy should he attempt to attack, and she gave her friend a reassuring glance. Pomotaro, too, though you wouldn't know it from the way he laid his head on the sand and looked up at them like he was pleading, he sat quietly by his owner and appeared prepared for anything that might come up. As he told Katsuki everything, Izuku swallowed and turned back to him, looking as anxious as ever and as if he were about to run. As the three of them, along with the dog, were strolling down the street, the blonde complained, "Did you really have to freeze me like that, Bluey?" The boy was fighting tooth and nail to keep from chattering his teeth and rubbing his cold arms. Despite his strong desire to give in to the temptation and begin warming up, he was regretting his current attire due to his most recent episode. It wasn't as cold as it had been yesterday. Sure, it was still chilly, but it wasn't extremely so. He had worn what he had because of his training and his quirk, which caused him to start sweating and get really warm from all the training, so he wouldn't have to worry about getting cold. Now, though, you see what I mean. It wasn't until today that he realized what it was like to be transformed into an ice sculpture, and to be honest, it was chilly. Try again, mister, and it was either that or send my army of bugs on you to restrain you, and just because I already had you trapped in a bubble doesn't change the fact that I wasn't going to take chances. Poka replied without having to look at the boy's face, because if you think I was going to stand back and let you pounce Izuku for revealing his quirk to you, you got another thing coming, that, and let's be real, having bugs crawl all over you is terrifying and will make anyone get the creepy crawlies and develop an insect phobia instantly. Izuku nervously noted, granted I was expecting him to react like that. Still, a reaction like that is pretty extreme. And believe me when I say I've broken up a lot of fights between people over the tiniest of things, and I can safely say his reaction was definitely the worst. Poka made a pointed statement. Pomotaro agreed with her and roughed. Her preparation for this was largely due to years of reading fanfiction and AO3 stories. When the girl told the blonde-haired brat about Izuku's quirk, she anticipated this and probably 4 other outcomes, so she wasn't even slightly surprised that it turned out this way. He was told that he had a strength-enhancing quirk that was a stockpiler type, and even given a demonstration, without mentioning OFA, though Izuku is unaware that she is aware of that. How did Katsuki respond? After a full 5 seconds of silence, he let out a furious scream. yelling at the greenette and accusing him of hiding this from him their entire lives, laughing behind his back, and looking down on him. He then began to burst the bubble he was in order to get at the boy. It didn't work because, in addition to the bubble itself being impervious to his explosions, he was immediately submerged in water before Poka's quirk caused it to instantly turn into ice made of seawater. His head and hands were the only parts of his body that weren't frozen, but only enough that he would run the risk of hurting both his hands and a portion of his face if he attempted to blow his way out. In order to keep him silent, she even momentarily froze his mouth shut. At the same time, she let him taste frozen salt water, which was still salty but strange in a good way. The girl was still unimpressed by that response because it was pretty much what she would have expected from the canon universe. Even worse was listening to the boy's muffled screams as he tried to break the ice in any way he could, but it didn't work, especially since he ran the risk of seriously hurting himself. She defended her friend again by telling the jerk in front of her that his quirk did come in late, that he was a rookie like her, and that quirks could develop much later than a few short years after the age of 4, at the latest up to the age of 9 or 10. She even showed him 3 different articles she found about the case, stating that the last time it had occurred was decades ago, noting that the person was All Might and that he didn't get his quirk in the normal or even abnormal sense. She informed him that she was able to use her quirk to determine that the greenette would not be able to use it until his body was physically ready to handle it, as doing so would result in a severe and potentially fatal backlash. It was also pointed out that he would have died outright if he had gotten the quirk back then. It didn't help that he was never given the chance or opportunity to try and train his body so that he could become physically stronger, to prove himself in the body, whether from a normal dojo or otherwise, because of all the severe bullying and torment that had been inflicted upon him due to the diagnosis. Subtly and without his knowledge, she was pointing fingers at him. For this reason, he had to really cram in the training over the 10 months prior to the exams in order to be prepared by cleaning the beach itself. In one instance, a person would still remember they had a quirk but would feel so horrible and worthless that they would want to end it or make up lies to gain a better life, which would only lead to tragedy. In another, it could actually result in the person actually snapping, turning to villainy, and unleashing their hidden quirk on the populace as revenge. In yet another, the blonde was accused of being pig-headedly arrogant, pointing out that a child who pretended to be quirkless for more than 10 long years was not only stupid, but also self-destructive, and could even make the person forget they actually had a quirk, believe the lies they had fabricated, and end up killing themselves. In that sense, everyone would lose in the end. The next thing she said really resonated with them both. The way the doctor conducted the examination was against medical protocol because merely analyzing a patient's foot X-ray to determine whether or not they have a joint has been out of date for just over 82 years. This is a serious infraction that can result in license revocation and even a police investigation, which could lead to the patient being fired or even make it more difficult for them to find employment in that field in the future. It doesn't change the fact that, had the doctor done his job properly, he would have confirmed that he had been quirkless at the time or would remain quirkless for years to come. She pointed out that her quirk told her that he was quirkless until recently because that gave them a more firm confirmation. Whether the so-called procedure his doctor performed was accurate or not, it would still land him in hot water. And whether or not this was true, it was better to address it now rather than later. Being careless in such a manner was totally unacceptable. He had a different doctor than the greenettes, which only served to confirm that assertion. The girl had unfrozen his mouth and asked him how his doctor had performed the procedures on him. It would be an understatement to say that the boys were truly shocked by this. To emphasize the point, she even created a kind of field around them using detector in hopes so that the 3 of them could determine whether or not any of them were lying. The boys were shocked to discover that she had actually met a band of troubadours in the past after first letting them test it to make sure it worked. This was done by beginning with obvious truths and working down to blatant lies. She was able to avoid the boys discovering that there were some details she was withholding from them, specifically, details they weren't yet ready to learn, by carefully crafting her explanations. Or, depending on how things work out, ever if she could. Subsequently, the girl allowed the boys to speak to each other. Izuku refuted Katsuki's accusations, and his sincerity shocked the explosive user. He then asked Katsuki 3 different times to make sure his response remained the same. All in all, this effectively broke down one of the barriers between them, but there was still more work to be done to make their relationship at least bearable. After everything had been said and done, Katsuki finally allowed himself to calm down completely, well, mostly, which told the girl to stop freezing him. She even made him as dry as a brick so he wouldn't be dripping wet or any colder than he already was. This was impressive to both boys because it made drying off from his body to his clothes 1,000 times faster. As soon as Pomotaro realized that everything was now calm, he took the time to sniff the platinum blonde, who was staring at the dog and not trying to push him away. This quickly cancelled the field surrounding the dome. They felt that it was better to let the platinum blonde break the ice first in that situation, so they let him think about everything he had learned and let him speak up when he was ready. Even though Poca was still upset that the blonde hadn't apologized yet, she wasn't going to press the issue because the boy was a tricky one and she would let him say it in his own time, even if it was in a rough way. However, she still understood that she had done more than enough and that the rest was up to him. Izuku has known the boy longer than she has, much to her dismay, so she was willing to trust his judgment in this case, for the most part, unless she needed to step in, to know when he will do so, and how he will. Since she was new to Japan, Poca proposed that they take a walkabout so the two boys could show her this side of the city and help her get to know the neighborhood. In one instance, it seemed a little self-serving, but it was better than doing nothing. Bakugo initially refused because he didn't want to waste his time. However, Izuku, in a moment of unexpected bravery, suggested that they go to the park later so that he and Kachan could spar. This would allow them to test Izuku's quirk not only in combat based on the blonde's expression but also to see how it would perform against a real person. Seeing the look in his eyes and the chance to test the waters for Izuku facing a living opponent on equal terms, the platinum blonde finally agreed. Instead of wasting him because he didn't have a quirked ground, yes, it was becoming ridiculously stale. The idea of him actually being able to fight him for once on quirked grounds was an opportunity that couldn't be wasted. However, he stated that he would only do it under the condition that the greenette not hold back. Although even he understood that there was only so much he could do before he ended up breaking himself badly by showing him the memory of how brutal the injuries were from the exam. Poca pointed out that with the condition that Izuku not go up to 100, the last thing anyone wanted was for their bones to get horribly broken up repeatedly until they were unusable. It doesn't change the fact that this was a very bad habit, especially since she wasn't always available to patch them up in case something went horribly wrong. Poca was completely taken aback by Izuku's proposal because she had not anticipated it from him or anyone else at all, especially since they had only recently met yesterday. She wasn't sure whether to be impressed, shocked to the point of asking him if he was certain, or start questioning whether she was dreaming. She decided to keep quiet about that for the time being. Along the way, the boys pointed to some things about their side of the city. From the abundance of apartment buildings that varied in quality but nonetheless were nice no matter which one you chose, to recommendations to specific restaurants and eateries and what dishes to try and avoid it at all cost, this earnestly got Katsuki going as he listed the best spicy foods to get at upon learning that the girl had a love for spicy foods and cooking. To some of the nearby school districts including their junior high, which made the girl glare at it like she were trying to burn the building down into nothing with that look alone, which didn't go unnoticed as the boys saw the imminent rage flaring up around her. They chose not to ask her why she was angry at the building as if it had personally offended her mother, more especially when she told them not to ask, to a few other places she should check out when she had the time, such as a cat cafe, arcade, the pet shop, to Burger King as it had a big brand new active playground for kids and teens to play in, to name a few, until eventually the gang reached the park. The girl was finally able to see the entire park with her own eyes, even though she remembered it all too well from what she'd seen in the flashbacks from the boys' shared childhood. It goes without saying that it was larger than she had anticipated and unquestionably larger than the one across town. The lot was much wider. The playground in the corner was smaller but still had plenty of features, such as multiple swing sets, and the sandbox next to it was larger than the one at the other park. The forestry and wooded areas surrounding the park were, as you might expect, much more lush, wide, and unquestionably larger than the other, with benches for sitting here and there with good patches of shade, a clock on a pole in the corner, water fountains, and restroom stalls that appeared to be larger than the other parks, which was smaller and could only accommodate 2 people at a time for both sexes. As the 3 of them entered, Poca reflected for a moment on the few field trips she had on the other Earth and remarked, "But I think Reed Park is a lot bigger than this park, and not just because it's also home to the zoo there too." Knowing what was next on their agenda, Poca allowed the boys to lead her to a section of the lot that was sufficiently covered and distant from the entrance for the 2 boys to fight it out without being discovered by onlookers, heroes, or law enforcement for their peculiarities. She was genuinely shocked that the 2 of them's duel occurred earlier than planned, but she still anticipated some changes simply by entering their lives, even though she wasn't always sure what they would be. Furthermore, in light of everything that happened at the beach, it is imperative that the two fight it out and destroy all barriers between them, even if it means using violence primarily due to Katsuki. The sooner they can transform their relationship from toxic to at least competitive rivals, the better, and hopefully avoid any incidents for the explosive boy later on, and prevent him from becoming a bigger target than he already is from his deeds in the past alone. To ensure that everything goes smoothly and to prevent any serious harm from occurring, Poka would serve as both the referee and the nurse. Before they began, Poka established 3 final rules: that if there was a tie between them, they would have to accept it, whether it was because they were both exhausted or because she stopped it. They would not be upset about it. They would accept the outcome regardless of who won and not complain or lash out about it. And they were not allowed to gloat, boast, or use needless derogatory names because it was a waste of time, and not so subtly muttering that it really got on her nerves. It would be their own right to challenge themselves if either of them desired a rematch, not because they wanted to win by a wide margin. That was a surefire way to build up a large and unhealthy ego. Additionally, remind them that this was a spar rather than a full-on conflict and that she would end it without exception if things got worse. The 2 boys accepted that and assumed combat positions. Katsuki's hands made a few crackling pops, and Izuku let one for all flow while green electricity was visible. "All right, let's begin," exclaimed Poka. As she and the others were walking down the street, the skies had long since turned orange, with hints of red, purple, and magenta. Poka explained, "Yeah, sorry, just because I can heal injuries doesn't change the fact that when someone is hungry, hunger is a different matter altogether which I can't heal. Just as I cannot heal someone emotionally or mentally with my quirk, and if someone is already throwing up, then the only thing I can do is use my quirk to push out the bad stuff out of their body through that and heal them as the process goes, so that when they're done though they will feel a lot better physically and otherwise. Yeah, we could teleport, but I don't want to frighten Mamadori or unintentionally start abusing my little buddy's power," Poka thought, considering the Greenette's mother, who had acquired that moniker from tales she had read for years. Sure, you can restore someone's energy and stamina, but there's a huge difference between all of that and hunger itself, as well as emotional and mental pain. Izuku adds. It was like a symphony of rumbling stomachs when all of their stomachs growled at once, making them all blush at how loud they were all at once. With his stomach embarrassing him, Katsuki said, "At least dinner will be waiting for us thanks to Auntie." The others nodded, and Pomotaro barked in agreement. Poka remarked, "I'm still pretty surprised that I literally saw tears coming out of your phone when you called your mom and told her about bringing over friends." She was immersed in one of her favorite anime worlds, so it was quite surreal to see that with her own eyes. Normally, she would see something like that in a cartoon or anime. It's a heteromorphic trait from mom's side of the family, so yes, things like that can happen. Half the time, people ask if that's our true quirk or not. "Yeah," Izuku said sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. Poka said, "I can imagine." She was already aware of this fact from the show and several of the stories that were told. For once, Katsuki offered his opinion without complaining, saying, "I can agree with that. The last time she cried excessively I almost drowned. And another time she cried so much that the neighbors below thought that there was a serious leak." The Greenette said sheepishly in defeat, "Yeah, it was so bad that the neighbors had to reinforce the entire ceiling below us so that it wouldn't happen again. There was no other way to avoid the problem completely, so he was only grateful that their insurance company was very generous and that the neighbors hadn't sued them for the damage that was done." Poka said, anime perspiring as she considered it, "I don't doubt you too, given what I just saw. When insurance companies receive reports of water damage from the adorable cinnamon rolls, I wonder if they ever get a field day. Oh, it wouldn't be too much of a stretch," she thought jokingly as she remembered the earlier altercation. As soon as she gave the go-ahead, the boys' fight became so intense through Bakugo that she had to erect a barrier around them to prevent the fighting from spreading to other areas, unintentionally setting anything on fire or destroying any public property, and, most importantly, making the dome around them invisible to anyone outside unless they had a quirk that allowed them to see such a thing. After checking, she was happy to report that she had even made it soundproof so that, even though they could still hear what was happening inside. The fact that Katsuki kept yelling at Izuku to stop dodging him so much and actually fight him, calling him a coward, and Izuku responded by yelling back at him and occasionally hitting the barrier, either from being thrown back by the force of the explosions or bumping into them while dodging. But not giving the barrier a second thought, and occasionally even using it as a way to push off it as a means of avoiding and moving, was also beneficial, at least on the surface. It appears so, as Poca used telepathy to hear him acknowledge that she had put up a barrier to ensure that this round would be private and ensure they wouldn't accidentally cause any collateral damage or cause a commotion. He complimented her on her quick thinking and the versatility of the hope aspect of her quirk, which made her blush but otherwise warmed her heart. If it hadn't already made the blondes eager to begin, it was fairly clear that the training had swiftly devolved into a full-on fight between the two boys. The platinum blonde repeatedly told the pale brunette to stop talking when she insisted that it was only meant to be a training spar and not a full-fledged battle. He even nearly blew her up multiple times in retaliation. If she hadn't had her shield ability, she would have been hurt. Despite this, neither boy held back at all except for one, for obvious reasons, and they approached each other with a determined fire in their eyes. Izuku was especially upset at the other boy for ignoring his friend and almost blew her up multiple times in contempt. Izuku thanked her as his movements became more blurry, making it harder for the explosive user to land a hit or try to knock him back. Izuku was even able to land a few good hits on him, but that didn't stop him from becoming frustrated at this new development. He glared at the girl, having a sneaking suspicion that she might have given him a tip about something given the look she gave the other boy a moment ago, before turning his attention back to his green opponent as he put more effort into the fight itself. Poca cheered his friend on, ignoring Katsuki's glares as just because she was supposed to be the unbiased referee that didn't mean she couldn't cheer her friend on, knowing he was going to need all the motivation he was going to get for the next coming year and beyond. The two even began arguing during the actual fight, which was reminiscent of the one they had after their professional license exams, which were held in the same training area as their soon-to-be first battle trial. But there were variations. 1. Katsuki was unaware of One for All and that All Might himself was the source of the Greenette's quirk, not yet. 2. The explosive user was expressing his personal annoyance with Izuku, which he had been harboring for the past 10 months. He still had that angry energy inside of him and needed a physical outlet to express it, regardless of how inappropriate it was, even though they got everything out in the open at the beach. 3. Katsuki Bakugo demands to know why Deku persisted despite being told repeatedly to stop, why he never stopped pursuing him after the bullying began, why he never stopped pursuing him since they were children, and why he never gave up. Eventually, he demands to know why the boy always forgave him despite everything he had done to him and why he still wanted to be friends with him despite being told repeatedly that he hated him and that it would never happen. Why he persisted in asking why, even when it was obvious that they were in a relationship, and why he refused to give up despite everyone's advice to do so. And 4. Izuku himself, to her in his own surprise, was venting out his own frustrations regarding Katsuki. That which he kept to himself through all that time. Just like in the episode, that sure he may have hated him for his horrible attitude and how he had treated him all his life for what he lacked. Yet he still looked up to him as he had everything that the Greenette didn't. Despite his awful attitude, he was still determined to be strong hero. That despite everything they've been through growing up, he still saw him as his inspiration to keep going and be a hero even if it did came from a toxic source. That he will never stop caring for others even if there are people who will hate him for one reason or another, and even if said others were to revile him. That he will always do the right thing no matter how many times he gets knocked down or how much hate and torment is thrown at him. That as long as there was even one person he could reach out and help, then it didn't matter what perils he had to face. In contrast to before, he now had supporters, and he didn't want to disappoint them. Further disproving the Platinum Blonde's accusations, as he never looked down on him but looked up to him, as even though All Might was their favorite hero, Katsuki himself was the one who was actually in his life even well before he and All Might met nearly a year ago. Although neither boy was aware of it, Poca was, because she could feel the energy emanating from the barrier that was not immediately apparent to others. This energy subtly and unconsciously urged the boys to be more open despite their arguments, to be honest with one another, and to stop keeping it bottled up, because the miscommunications from preschool through middle school needed to be resolved once and for all. After verifying, she was shocked to see that the hope component of her quirk was reacting in this way to her unconscious thoughts, memories of what she remembered from future events, how she felt about it all, and her requests that everything be resolved sooner. To her ever-increasing astonishment, this allowed them to dismantle the walls further, make amends, and finally clear the air, all well ahead of schedule. Even though it was incredible, she knew it could lead to issues, so she had to try to suppress her as soon as possible to avoid any more unpleasant surprises. No one bothered to keep track of time, but eventually, Just like in the episode, Katsuki had managed to pin Izuku down. This time, the brunette was closer to defeating the platinum blonde than before, mainly because of the unexpected surprises he kept throwing at him, just as he would have in the future. Thankfully, the impact into the ground wasn't as intense, so Katsuki wouldn't accidentally kill or definitely paralyze the green-haired boy. Nevertheless, Katsuki wasn't entirely satisfied. It felt wrong, even though he had won by fair and square. Aside from the one-for-all part, it was nearly the same response he gave. Asking why, after 10 months of training, he still lost even though he had a firm hold on it. He simply wanted answers. He wasn't boasting or gloating, as Poka had prohibited them from doing. After thanking the swarms and dismissing them, the boys turned to her, who approached them gently as she then answered, this time firm but solemnly sincere. Poka used a swarm of bees to pull the blonde off the brunette. The blonde was initially shocked to see the bees carry and handle him with such care without ever getting stung. He was put back to standing up while the other remained calm, knowing he was in no danger. Shouldn't that be easy? You've had your quirk your entire life and Izuku has only had his for a short time. There's a huge difference between years of hard work and practice, and getting something right on the fly due to being naturally prodigal or because of a latent factor. Just because he has a quirk it doesn't mean you should expect him to be an immediately threatening powerhouse. And unlike you, he had to work his butt off every single day for the past 10 months to cram in training his body so that he could use the quirk without ending his own life, going plus ultra to catch up with his peers, including you, and unlike most beginners he has discipline, even if he can be a tad reckless. Unlike those who already had their quirks for years, he himself is anything but arrogant and lazy in practical quirk use. He still has a long way to go, but he's on his way to become a hero. And sure, Bakubrat, I may absolutely hate your foul attitude and how you treat others unjustly, but you too are on your way to be heroes as long as you curb that anger of yours so no one goes hating you upon your debut. It shouldn't matter who gets to be number one and who doesn't. Both of you are aiming to become heroes, whether number one or just being the best you can be. And believe me, there is a true difference between the number one and being the greatest, as there are two distinct definitions to them. Rather than be enemies, and rather than you, Bakugo, going on and turning this into something worse than it already is and making a big deal out of it just because to you it doesn't feel right. You both should be rivals, working hard to build each other up and get stronger together and not bring the other down for reasons that are just getting really unfair, stupid and ridiculous by now and wasting valuable time. Except that the other is aiming to be a hero and nothing will stop them, even if there may still be some things that you two still disagree on. You are essentially two halves of All Might, Izuku being the part who cares deeply for others and wants to save them even if some of those people were those who hated him, while you, Bakugo, being the part that fights to win and being the victor. Both of those feelings are necessary in being a hero, otherwise you'll never be able to truly represent justice. That's why Izuku admires your strength, Bakugo, and I know that's why you've always feared his heart and will I read your mind, remember. So I know, so don't even try denying. What do you say? Now that you've laid your feelings on the table, maybe you can understand each other, or at least enough to find common ground. If you have mutual respect and focus on making one another stronger, I have no doubt you can become the ultimate heroes, winning and saving people at the same time. Sure, the blonde was irritated at being called Bakubrat and getting poked at a few times, but he didn't attack or yell as he let her continue on. As she went on, considering what she had said, the two boys glanced at each other without showing any hatred or disgust. Katsuki scoffed and acknowledged that he didn't want to hear it, but this time there wasn't any rage or defiance behind it. Poka then subtly pointed out that, more often than not, we need to hear things, even if they are things we don't want to hear. In fact, we really do need to hear them, or else we won't change or grow. We'll only end up doing something so foolish that we can't take it back, we'll never learn and so never succeed and mature, and we'll ultimately keep ourselves from becoming the best versions of ourselves if we don't have those hard words and a solid foundation to start with. It's for our own benefit, whether you like it or not. The Pomeranian barked in agreement, and both nodded slightly, so there was no disagreement on that point. She used her quirk to heal the boys after turning off the barrier because they were both quite bruised from the fight. Mamadoriya would have a heart attack over her son's condition upon returning home if I didn't have healing abilities. From there, you are aware of the rest. In case you weren't already aware, she used some of the things All Might had said to them in Season 3. She was thankful the message reached her. They were all still somewhat taken aback by how swiftly the entire ordeal had gone by for them. Before long, they were standing directly in front of the Midoriya apartment, and Izuku pulled out his keys to open the door. Izuku will be hosting guests at his house for the first time in years, and the first time in a long time. Well, that he's bringing home company without any kind of malicious intent on the part of the guests or being immediately turned away. He sincerely hoped that this visit would go well, but he was waiting for the other shoe to drop. This will be the first time in a very long time that Katsuki has visited the Midoriya's house without his parents. As he looked back, he couldn't help but wonder if it had truly been that long since he had visited without being coerced or without openly telling the Greenette that he would never return. How is Auntie doing? Has she received any kindness from her neighbors? Is she aware of everything? Would he make her angry? Call him what you will, but despite the fact that he and her son are not together, he truly cares about his surrogate aunt. To say that they did not get along would be an understatement. For Poka, this will be her first time ever going to the house of one of her favorite MHA characters, which she has seen in many episodes. The mere thought of it made her giddy with nostalgia. She felt a little too happy to be here, which should worry her, but she didn't know why. She simply attributed it to her fangirling while she worked hard to prevent herself from acting out. Additionally, she will finally get to meet Inko and sample her cuisine. The mere thought of it makes her mouth water. Izuku exclaimed, "We're here." As they made their way inside. "Izuku, give your friends a tour of the bathroom, I'll be out soon." Inko Midoriya called back. "Okay," he called back as he and the others removed their shoes and put on their guest slippers. Poka advised Pomotaro to wipe his feet on the doormat to avoid bringing dirt into the house, and he complied. Poka was appreciative that earlier he had taken the time to shake off any leftover sand from himself whenever possible to avoid becoming a walking ball of sand. He still definitely needed a bath, but at least he was no longer sprinkling sand all over the place. He led them into the living room, passing the well-known All Might theme nameplate that led to Izuku's rooms. "Okay," he called back as he and the others removed their shoes and put on their guest slippers. Poka advised Pomotaro to wipe his feet on the doormat to avoid bringing dirt into the house, and he complied. Poka was appreciative that earlier he had taken the time to shake off any leftover sand from himself whenever possible to avoid becoming a walking ball of sand. He still definitely needed a bath, but at least he was no longer sprinkling sand all over the place. Izuku acknowledged Bakugo's observation that some aspects had changed since his last visit, which was approximately 10 years ago, and continued to explain the situation. Poka and Pomotaro looked around as they conversed. It was odd, for some reason that she was unable to explain. Even though she has seen this location numerous times, this is her first time ever being here. She sensed, like she could actually unwind just by being here. It almost seemed as though she could identify any changes that might have occurred between before Izuku's quirk diagnosis and now. Before long, she was examining a number of the pictures on the walls. She immediately started swooning over his adorable baby photos as she pulled out her phone to snap them. She was still astonished that Inko looked very different from how she looked now, but she was still as attractive as she had been in those days. She was looking at pictures of Izuku from his early childhood to his current adolescence and was amazed at how much his expression changed from being truly happy to pretending to smile and concealing the anguish and sadness that were visible in his eyes. Few of them appeared truly joyful, but for the majority, it appeared as though he was trying to hide the hurt he was experiencing from everything he had to go through as a child by donning a mask. She believed that his mother should have been informed long ago and that he didn't want her to worry any more than she already did, but that didn't change the fact that she was his mother, had every right to know, and nothing could stop her from worrying about her only son. She could only imagine the suffering he endured while keeping the truth from his mother. Furthermore, how would the woman feel if she discovered that her surrogate nephew had been the primary tormentor of her son since they were young? Given that his parents permitted this to occur to her only child, the young adolescent wouldn't be shocked if she became extremely upset and possibly severed her relationship with his family. They were meant to be family, and family never harassed one another for any reason, not even over something as insignificant as whether or not one had a quirk. Izuku's mother loves him and always will, so he shouldn't be scared to tell her the truth no matter what. And he shouldn't have to be scared to share what he's been through with anyone, especially his mother and mentor. Those bullies led him to believe that telling anyone would only make his problems worse, but that wasn't the case, causing him to forget that, regardless of the motivations behind it, silence is never always ideal. Telling no one about his problems and some very obvious issues that are as obvious as a bonfire on the beach will only make the situation worse. She felt anger because she couldn't believe that the blonde cared about his surrogate aunt but detested her son. She thought that was pretty messed up. In a way, he was torturing her because she was depressed, guilty, and possibly even depressed because of him. She also started stress eating, which is why she became smaller and plumper over the years. He caused her a lot of distress because she was worried about her son, because even the Greenette couldn't hide every single injury from his mother, and all those excuses he must have come up couldn't hide every single injury every single time. Wasn't the blonde aware of the high expense of repeatedly visiting a hospital to receive treatment for any severe injuries that weren't manageable with a first aid kit at home? And let's not even talk about school supplies, which must have suffered from extreme wear and tear and even been destroyed frequently. Getting new ones every time is expensive, especially if it occurs frequently. By torturing the poor boy, the blonde was effectively forcing thousands and thousands of dollars out of their wallet, and because of how much he was indirectly forcing them to pay for the repeated harm he caused, they might have even been in danger of not being able to pay their mortgage and other bills. If he really cared about his aunt, he would not have tortured her only child. If he didn't like him, he should have simply left him alone. However, he went and did something that was completely unacceptable. If she had been in that woman's shoes, she would have severed her relationship with the brat, obtained a restraining order against him, and ensured that he would never be allowed to attend UA or any hero school again. She would have also prevented him from attending that middle school because she knew that a police detective with a quirk that could put an end to this madness forever. The woman already had enough to cope with, from the staff and teachers disregarding her requests to completely stop the bullying to undoubtedly dealing with neighbors who made disparaging remarks about her or her son, particularly when it came to shielding him from those who hated him for not having a quirk. She felt powerless because she knew there was nothing she could do to stop the abuse of her son. All of this made her feel like a burden to others, alone, and unable to ask for assistance without unjustified retaliation and conflict. She would not be shocked if, at this point, her son was the only thing that kept her going in spite of the darkness that they both had to endure and was constantly attacking them. He was her pride and joy. The woman might literally pass away from heartbreak if she lost him. How would she feel if she found out that the boy she considered to be her surrogate nephew had openly advised her beloved son to end his life? What if he did jump, really? What would happen if she killed herself because she was so heartbroken, devastated, trapped, and felt like she had nothing left to live for? Given how close they were, would that haughty brat even give a damn that he practically killed them and devastated his family? Whether it was a joke or not, death was not something to be played with, and encouraging someone to commit suicide was by no means a lighthearted matter. You could even be arrested for suicide baiting someone, regardless of whether they actually committed the crime or not. Regardless of whether it was a joke or not, the police would still look into the matter and arrest the offender. She wouldn't be shocked if the blonde brat, tormentor, and monster was even assigned a villain rank because of how violent and volatile he was most of the time, especially when he was angry. Not to mention how strong his quirk was. Just because you're unique doesn't mean you should be treated cruelly to the point of suicide or resort to villainy as your only option for survival. Izuku is nothing but good and brave. He was very intelligent and understanding. Neither he nor anyone else deserves this kind of fate because of a single, straightforward diagnosis. Someone should never be made into a punching bag because of it. She wouldn't even be shocked if they were given the death penalty for their crimes, even though she knew that sometimes it was necessary for everyone's sake. Don't get her wrong, she would never want to inflict death on anybody. Whatever happens, it was for the police and the courts to decide what would happen to that person. Anyone who says otherwise is black-hearted, ungrateful, monstrous, and deserves to be put in prison for life. People like him are too conceitedly self-centered to understand that no one, human or animal, has any control over whether or not they get a quirk, much less what kind they get. What matters more is what one does with their life. In the big picture, nobody actually has any control over anything that has to do with genetics and the like. And even if there was a quirk that could somehow change one's appearance, a dog will always be a dog and a cat will always be a cat. It would be like attempting to turn a fully grown dog into a cat. And nothing will stop others from spreading the word. Word gets around quickly, and any hero school worth its salt would forbid him from ever attending because they would never permit a callous degenerate like him. If he doesn't go to juvenile hall or military school first, he might even be arrested by the police. If he wasn't placed in an asylum for his blatant denial of responsibility and his claims that he was going to be the best hero and that the heroes needed him, he would undoubtedly be placed in Tartarus as a class rank of villain. If Katsuki Bakugo truly wanted to be a hero, he would have shielded the Greenette from the bullies and, if the teachers would never listen, reported the bullying to the school board. Heroes never torment or bully others, not even their own allies, for things that weren't their fault. Putting others down or putting them in their place, only to feel proud and big is never what true heroes do. Since it would be against their values and everything they stood for, true heroes would always stand up for those who are being tortured and tormented, whether by bullies or villains. Real heroes don't care about wealth or fame. Instead, they should always be more concerned with defending others, thwarting evildoers, bringing peace to the populace, and reassuring them that help is always available when things get tough. Because life is valuable and should never be wasted or destroyed for pointless and trivial things, real heroes would not care if you had a combat quirk, a weak quirk, or even a quirk at all. Life, justice, peace, and doing good for the sake of doing good are all important to real heroes. Poca was aware that it was the teachers and staff's fault for boosting his ego and boasting about how great he was and how nothing could stop him from pulling scot-free. However, this doesn't change the fact that the blonde bears responsibility for his own actions, and what he has been doing for more than 10 years is highly unacceptable, cruel, and will never be forgiven in the eyes of the public. What if, in the process of eliminating a villain, he killed the people he was meant to save? What if, in terms of casualties and collateral damage, he turns out to be even worse than Endeavor? This is the most likely scenario. What if, in response to being called a villain, he does something even worse, which would only serve to highlight the reasons he was given that label in the first place? He and all of the middle school staff will face retribution because she had no doubt that they had also falsified his and Izuku's files to make the blonde appear favorable and the brunette appear degenerate. In addition to false information and misconduct, staff members will also suffer for bullying students, disregarding their responsibility as teachers, and blatant villainy because their actions alone could turn students into villains themselves because they wanted to make more appealing students look promising and didn't even bother to discipline them if they did something wrong. Lack of self-control and discipline can cause someone to develop into a heartless, reckless, and selfish adult who doesn't care that their actions could backfire and cause them to suffer unavoidable consequences. This is especially true for platinum blondes. If someone doesn't shove a large amount of humble pie down his throat and break his conceited and self-centered heart in two, he will only later become a target of villains if he doesn't turn into a villainous hero himself. Since the boy is already a villain, she was going to rip his head off and kick it around like a soccer ball if she came up with any more ideas than she had already. Poca. When she turned around, Izuku called from behind her and saw that the brunette was clearly shaken and pale as snow, with tears already welling up in his eyes. Bakugo, on the other hand, appeared shocked as though he had just seen someone murdered in front of him. He was much paler than the brunette, and Pomotaro gave her a worried look while whimpering. She felt like a deer caught in headlights, and her heart fell instantly. She asked them nervously and sheepishly, "You've heard everything, did you?" The two boys gave a slow nod. She lamented in fear, "I knew some of Izuku's bad habits were going to rub off on me one way or another." "How much?" she asked. Heartbroken, Izuku said, "Right from when you said you were able to tell I was wearing a mask as I got older." She waved her hands and flinched violently, tears welling up in her eyes as she prepared to. What? Say sorry, ask for forgiveness, weep uncontrollably, weak. She felt as though she might have ruined everything by becoming a muttering blabbermouth once more, but she didn't know because her voice was stuck in her throat and her mouth was moving but nothing came out. "I heard Inko say, 'I'm coming in.'" And it caused everyone to flinch violently. Katsuki shook his head violently to get rid of the shock, and Pomotaro turned his attention to the hallway door as his whimpering instantly stopped. Izuku and Poca viciously wiped the tears from their eyes. They all agreed in silence to discuss this later, but even though they seemed normal again, it was clear that the damage had already been done. The door opened to reveal Izuku's mother, Inko Midoriya, who had light tan skin, big, round eyes, straight, shoulder-length hair, a small, spiky ponytail at the back, and her signature pink cardigan over a white shirt, a blue-purple knee-length skirt, and slippers. Her eyes and hair were the same as her son's, but slightly darker. She seemed to have heard nothing, which is good. They will discuss this matter privately later. She couldn't help but stare at them for a moment. First at Poca, but only for a brief moment. The girl saw intense emotion in the woman's face, particularly in her eyes. Call her crazy, but she believed that the woman truly. No, that would be insane. It couldn't be. Right. Her eyes then shifted to Katsuki, and she exclaimed, "Katsuki!" before sobbing and erupting like water spouts. The blonde was in the woman's arms in a flash, and she was so happy that he had finally come over to visit alone this time that she was practically squeezing the oxygen out of his lungs. The blonde didn't have the heart to push her away, especially after having that bombshell dropped on him, even if it was indirect. However, the girl's statement was entirely unquestionable. It was the first time he had ever felt guilty, especially in light of the consequences of his behavior toward her son, which ultimately had an impact on her. The woman's injuries were immediately apparent when she was examined closely, as if for the first time. All of her justifications for increasing her intake of sweets due to a sweet tooth now made sense. They were her means of concealing the fact that she was stress eating as a result of the stress and guilt she had been carrying around for so long because the world was so heartless to her son for something that, really, wasn't his fault. Duh. Auntie's son was never tormented for lacking a quirk or asked to be quirkless. Auntie didn't request to endure all of that stress over something over which she and her ex-husband had no control. For something that was entirely beyond everyone's control, she didn't ask for her only son to be tortured and mistreated. Auntie, she is unaware that it was him. She was unaware that he was the primary tormentor of her son. She was hugging someone she didn't know was the source of her stress, the obvious bags and wrinkles under her eyes from sleepless nights and continual crying, guilt, and worry. She's not sure. Has she managed to make the bill payments? Were they strapped for cash because they had to visit the hospital or buy new school supplies on a regular basis? In any case, how costly were hospitals? Additionally, Shirley's school supplies weren't very expensive. Correct. Her son. If something terrible happened to him, which was every day, she would stop at nothing to save him and would never be able to forgive herself. If her son had actually killed himself on that day months ago, would she have followed suit, going through too much suffering to continue living after losing the only thing she had left? Suicide was a huge deal, and since everyone in this neighborhood knows one another, word would get around fast. He would be held accountable for the crime right away, and he would only have one dream. Everything the girl had said was so powerful and so blatantly obvious that you would need to be totally blind to miss it. Why, if he really hated the boy so much, why didn't he just leave him alone? What kept him from letting it go? Why didn't he simply sit down and tell the boy that their paths could no longer intersect because of their status, but at least end it amicably? Everyone might. Although he always defeats the villain, he always ensures that everyone is safe and even makes sure they are okay before departing. He has saved lives time and time again. His smile reassures people that everything will be okay and gives them the necessary sense of calm. Fervently recalling every time he sees him on television. He has never openly tormented his opponents, and he has even prevented them from killing themselves, whether on purpose or not. He is concerned about the people he is trying to save. From helping young children whose cats became stuck in trees to performing community service, he makes time to help with even the smallest things. The top hero defeating the villains and winning each time is all that matters to Katsuki. He always ignored everything else because, to him, it didn't matter. However, sorry I never came to visit sooner. I was always busy, he said curtly but politely, clenching his fists to contain a wave of emotions he did not want to show. Her insistence was, no, I understand. Do you really? He pondered. Smiling, the woman continued, especially with the exams having been yesterday, you had to put a lot of work in not only training but making sure you get all your school work done and getting prepared for the exams themselves. I imagine they must have been difficult. Auntie, I've never boasted about it. She was far too modest, sincere, and humble for her own good. Additionally, her son, with his hands in his pockets and his eyes closed to prevent them from revealing anything he didn't want others to know, he replied, nah, it was nothing. We handled it all right. When he said, we, rather than, I, as they had anticipated, the other teenagers were taken aback. Even though Poka wasn't using her quirk and hadn't since they started walking back to the apartment because she chose to wait and see how things worked out, she could tell that he was thinking about something, probably related to what she had said but decided not to say. Now the blonde had to do it on his own, and he will probably be doing so when he returns home. What about Izuku? She turned to him, still worried, and apologized if she had said anything that might have offended him. He gave her a sad but reassuring smile, letting her know that he understood and that she didn't mean any harm. She said what she said because she cared deeply, and it was clear that she didn't tolerate any kind of injustice at all, regardless of its source or its perpetrator. She turned back to the older woman, immediately concealing her concerns with a genuine smile, glad to have finally met the woman, and nodded, albeit uncertainly, indicating that she understood the message. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Ms. Midoriya. I'm Pocahontas Zyra Lath, but please call me Poca 'cause my name's very long," she began. She let go of the blonde and approached her, saying it was nice to meet her too and getting a good look at her. The girl's Pomeranian barking caught their attention as she introduced her dog to the woman, who fell in love with him right away. She picked him up and cuddled him, and he happily snuggled back and licked her face affectionately, making her giggle because she felt like her heart was about to burst from overwhelming cuteness. The three teenagers couldn't help but laugh or giggle at the scene, so this thankfully helped to calm their emotions. Soon after, she led everyone to the dinner table, where the food was covered with stainless steel metal covers to keep everyone from seeing what was underneath. However, they could still smell the delicious food that was hidden inside because they were so close. She also took a few pictures of the Pomeranian. It's funny that the girl was unaware that the woman had them, but it's likely that she did it to surprise the guests. They were shown a feast worthy of a king when the covers were removed. Izuku had told Inko about certain foods she couldn't eat because of severe allergies, so there wasn't a single food that would cause her any issues later. Poca was especially thrilled about finally getting to try other Japanese dishes that she had been wanting to try for a very long time. Seaweed-free miso soup, stir-fried vegetables, beef curry and rice, beef takoyaki, soy ramen with fried vegetables, fried cod and spicy fried salmon with soy sauce, and rice balls with chicken and vegetables. She was just surprised to learn that the woman had already started preparing a few of these before her son had even called. She had gotten a great deal on some groceries she had purchased from the market, which allowed them to have plenty of other meats for a while. She went overboard because she had a feeling that this evening would be different. Merely serving to remind her of how frightening and remarkably accurate a mother's intuition could be. She didn't want to appear like a drooling mess, as though she hadn't had a good meal in months, so she had to swallow to stop any saliva from escaping. After all, that would be impolite. Even a bowl of food was available for the Pomeranian to eat, and he joyfully ran in circles before jumping on the food like it was prey and beginning to eat it mindlessly. Which caused everyone to laugh and chuckle once more as they sat down to begin eating. The food was even more delicious than she could have imagined, and it nearly looked like stars were going to burst from her eyes with joy. It was everything the pale brunette could ever want and more. She became increasingly aware of how hungry she was as she continued to eat, and she more than agreed with her host's advice to eat as much as they want and to not be embarrassed to ask for seconds or thirds. "That's the drawback of having a quirk of my caliber. I need more food and therefore more calories and nutrition in my diet than normal," Poca said. "I wonder if this is how others who have quirks that require more food in the body's diet than normal, like Momo's, Izuku's, or Fatgum, maybe even All Might, or even AFO." She shuddered in fear at the mere thought of the world's first real supervillain, reminded once more that he was now as real as she was, but she ignored it in order to concentrate on eating because she didn't want the others to notice and inquire. However, she mentally noted that she needed to start looking for work immediately in order to buy enough groceries to satisfy her newly developed appetite. But nothing stopped Inko from asking like a billion questions to the pale brunette about what she's like, where she was from, asking her if she already had feelings for her son given that she was calling him by his first name, which made the girl blush like crazy as she fervently told her that they were just friends and nothing more. What hobbies she enjoyed and the like. She's much like a mother who's vivacious, super sweet and hoping her son will have a good relationship with a lady friend in the future cause she wants her son to be happy and she wants grandbabies. Needless to say, the girl never felt more cornered in her life by a mother. Not even the older kids or even any bully she's faced ever made her feel this cornered and trapped, although she did all she could to answer the questions politely and earnestly. That didn't stop her from sweating, feeling overwhelmed and looking like she about to get crushed by a behemoth about the size of Japan itself, and considering Mount Lady, Gigantomachia and their quirks, that was almost a real metaphor. Bakugo was trying not to laugh while he was eating and risked choking on his food because this was just too funny for him to even describe, literally and otherwise. If he weren't focused on eating his auntie's food, which was always delicious no matter how many times he came with his parents in the past, and the fact that the battle earlier really riled up his appetite, he would be pulling out his phone right now to get a video to blackmail the girl for freezing him earlier and making him look like a complete fool with that force field. Izuku apologized to the girl for his mother's forwardness and begged his mother to give her some space because he could see that she was making her feel very uncomfortable. The older brunette then turned back to the platinum blonde and asked him a number of questions, including how he was doing, how his parents were doing, how school was going, and other such questions. He was accustomed to the woman asking a lot of questions, but that didn't change the fact that he always felt pressured whenever she did, so he always answered politely. A girl was shocked by the boy's politeness and wondered if someone had taken the real Bakugan from the seat and replaced him with a more courteous version of him. However, considering how close their families were, it makes sense that the boy respected the woman regardless of how much he and his son do not have the same wavelength of flow. One thing, though, was very clear to a girl: he was wearing a mask. His voice, though inconspicuous at first, barely and briefly squeaked out that of a subdued tone as if he truly hated lying to her, trying not to crack. She could see the telltale signs that he felt guilty as he spoke with her. Certain and brief twitches in his expression told her that he felt his heart pounding the more he spoke as he concealed certain parts of a school life from her. It made her think of some of the younger orphans she cared for who felt bad about something they had done and were struggling to hide it because they both wanted to keep everything from her because they trusted her and didn't want to be punished for it, but they also knew that if nothing was done, things would only get worse. When she was younger, before her grandfather vanished, she even recognized herself wearing that same expression. There was a part of her that wanted to feel sorry for the boy, but she also knew that he had to bear with it and that soothing him wouldn't help, especially since he would be upset if she did. He had to deal with this on his own. She had already done her part, so it was time for him to either come clean and correct his act or let things continue as if nothing had happened and let the real truth finally burst in everyone's faces, especially his. Particularly considering the details she provided to Ua, it was inevitable that they would knock on his and their middle school's doors. He would still be able to attend school if he wasn't turned away, but it would be another matter entirely whether he was placed in the hero course or general studies under extremely stringent and severe supervision and limitations. It was going to be a difficult decision, but even though she detested the blonde's past transgressions, she wasn't going to deny him his future because she knew that he had the capacity to change if given the chance and that it was best to begin this storyline as soon as possible. The explosive user needed to get in shape, take the medication, and mature as soon as possible if he had any chance of attending a hero school. Speaking of school, Inko finally asked them the crucial question. I know Izuku told me about how he did on the test, but I want to know how you two did on the test too, especially you Poka, as he told me that you two ended up at the same test site. I believe I did well. I'm not sure how many points I got precisely, but I do know that I took out at least 40 different robots. I was in a hurry between finding a robot to slay and helping out another participant who was in a bit of a snag, so I didn't really keep count. Poka promptly responded, and Izuku. I actually gave him advice on how he can use his quirk without accidentally hurting himself and strictly warned him to only go beyond his safe limit if absolutely necessary, as the advice his trainer gave him was hilariously lousy at best. After thanking her for helping him grasp his quirk before the test started and being briefly informed that her quirk allowed her to sense things, she was able to assist him there, knowing that it would have been disastrous if he hadn't received it otherwise. Inko could only laugh at that. According to Poka, we were both doing pretty well, but then all of a sudden just a few minutes before the test was over, the ground shook violently and out came the 0-pointer, which was about the size of a skyscraper. Inko began to worry and gasped in shock. Poka immediately continued, leaving no room for the female brunette to ponder. While everybody else was running, the both of us noticed that our friend Ochacho was in trouble. She was trapped under the rubble and wasn't able to use her quirk to get it off of her. I was even able to spot a few others that were lagging behind or stuck too. We both ran to help. I stayed down and helped the girl along with the others, simultaneously getting them out of their jams and healing them. Eijiro came in upon seeing what was going on and helped out, while Izuku leapt at the giant robot, soaring like an eagle, and made its face cave in with a powerful blast. Had I not thrown Ochacho to cancel his gravity and Eijiro hadn't been there to catch him after making contact, he would have been even more hurt than he already was from overusing his quirk. Thankfully the injuries were only minimal at best, as only his toes and his fingers were the most hurt, having poured more of his quirk into those sections in order to minimize the pain and liability factor. I healed him up once he was back on his feet. The woman had a waterfall of tears streaming out as she thanked her profusely for being by his side, saving him from a very nasty fall, and healing him. Poka, who was next to the woman, was immediately pulled into her arms and almost had her neck crushed as the oxygen was being deprived from her. Mido. Ria, choking. Not breathing. She wheezed weakly before the woman released her, enabling her to breathe at last. She took a dramatic breath and coughed a little because she now understood what it was like to be strangled, albeit in a heartbreakingly loving manner. Is this woman working out her upper body in secret? As she rubbed her neck and apologized to the woman for hugging her too tightly, Polka thought, seriously though, with how strong your arms are you could decimate anyone who even dared to arm wrestle you without even trying. Because I'm pretty sure that she could very well snap a bamboo shoot in half like it were nothing but a literal toothpick. Oh stop, you're just flattering me. The woman denied, blushing the entire time. The female team couldn't help but laugh at that response because it was so adorable, especially since the woman covered her face in shame. Izuku simply sat there in silence, grateful that she had kept her version brief and straightforward and that she had immediately mentioned that she had the ability to heal. This saved him from having to endure his mother's bone-crushing bear hug of anxiety and fear, or from receiving a glare of disapproval and a fairly in-depth lecture. She's not wrong about Mom's strength, he thought, since he could vouch for that. He also believed that she was secretly working out her upper body while he was growing up, which is why her hugs seemed to get stronger every year. Fortunately, things weren't always like that. She still gives hugs, but they are softer and more loving. It's not that the bone-crushing hugs weren't loving, she just has a tendency to overdo them. Bakugo just watched while he ate without saying anything. There was a part of him that hoped the conversation would help the woman forget that she had also asked him how he did on the test. Of course, he would have given an honest response, especially since he was in a different testing area than the other two, but in reality, he was thinking about too much at the moment. And it had nothing to do with the tests. Everything she said, it was, is that accurate? No matter how hard he tries, what the girl said earlier, even if indirectly, was pretty much like getting hit by a ton of bricks, he asked himself as he continued to eat despite having already lost most of his appetite. It was as clear as being told outright that the grass was green even though you yourself believed it was always red, based on the information she had shown him on the beach and the things she had said to him both there and here. The more he thought about it, the more he felt as though a herd of southern bison were stampeding on him, crushing him from the inside out. He couldn't stop thinking about it. No matter how hard we tried, it seemed like everything she said was repeating itself. It was getting to be too much already. He didn't know what to do because too much happened in a single day. As the platinum blonde bit down hard on his next bite to conceal how much he flinched at her question, Inko asked, "How about you, Katsuki? How did you do?" He replied, slightly more composed, "I nailed it. Took out more than enough robots to pass. They weren't even that big of a challenge, not even the 0-pointer I took out." He was sneaky, breathing in and out through his nose as he chewed his food and eventually swallowed. "I see," she said, maintaining her smile. Fortunately, Katsuki didn't find the subsequent conversations to be abrupt or intrusive. The female brunette primarily spoke to her son and his new friend, only occasionally having to respond when he was directly questioned. Which was pleasant, but he was aware of its short lifespan. Everyone finished quickly, and Polka never felt more content in her life, both in terms of her taste buds and her stomach, so she'll have to remember to ask her for the recipes later, and buy her a present as a token of appreciation. She was mostly self-taught, and although she was a competent cook who was very productive and efficient, especially when preparing meals for big crowds, she was aware that her cooking could never match this kind woman's, regardless of what anyone said. However, there were more pressing issues to deal with at the moment. She gave the boys a look that indicated it was time to confront the elephant in the room because there were important matters to discuss. The teens and the Pomeranian headed to the male brunette's room after assisting with dishwashing, with Inko insisting on doing all the laundry. Wow, compared to what I could see from the show and manga alone, this is a lot more All Might memorabilia. Polka thought to herself as she surveyed the boys' room, very amazed and dumbfounded at the same time, blinking hard to make sure she wasn't dreaming. Note to self again, try and help Izuku decorate his room with more than just All Might merchandise in order to even things out on a later date. If I were as big of an otaku as Izuku, then my room would definitely be littered with more than enough anime franchises to make somebody question whether I was still sane or not. Katsuki, on the other hand, was just making fun of the room's arrangement, which was typical of a nerd. Deku, on the other hand, was still a huge All Might fan. Although he will never say it aloud, the platinum blonde admits that he was shocked that Auntie was able to obtain all of this over the years, considering what had happened between her and her ex-husband years prior, even though the two have been fans of the #1 hero since they were young. He can be certain that Deku has far more merchandise of him than he could ever acquire, or anyone else he knew for that matter. He thinks he's better off not asking after some thought. He was thankful that he wasn't such a crazy otaku, even though he did own a few pieces of merchandise. When they went to buy hero trading cards years ago, the Greenette and he unexpectedly managed to obtain the exact same card. The odds of that happening were 1 in 200 million, so they were both very happy and surprised. The Greenette even still had the extremely limited edition All Might trading card, which was kept in a small frame on his desk. Back then, they were still friends. Before his peculiarity appeared, things were easier. Back when they were practically brothers and only related by blood, they were joined at the hip. Where are those days now? He thought to himself as he experienced a chilling sensation in his heart. Sad. Did it feel like this? He asked himself this because, although he really didn't like the feeling, he was unable to be angry as one might anticipate. He couldn't be angry at anyone, but himself. Understanding that they were wasting time, Izuku made sure to check that his mom was still working so she wouldn't eavesdrop before locking the door behind him and making his way over to his bed where he sat at the front where his pillow were. Pomotaro was resting on Poka's lap as she sat at the end of it. And as silence fell, Katsuki sat with his arms folded in the rolling chair near the desk. Poka, who initiated it, sighed in defeat, but her poise held as she stated, "I didn't mean for you guys to hear all that, though I am surprised that Ms. Midoriya did not hear any of it, still what I said can't be ignored or be claimed as invalidated." Both boys gave a nod. Izuku began, a little hesitantly, "Poka, what you said about silence not always being golden, and that silence will actually make things worse here, is it true?" "Yes," she replied, sounding almost tiredly as if she were older, like thinking about what she was going to say made her feel older than she actually was. "I've seen it numerous times before. Witnessed it, experienced it, the whole enchilada. Grandfather always told me that if something bad is happening then it's always better to tell someone, even if there will be others that won't listen or will think that you're lying. Keeping quiet about it will only make things worse if not for yourself then for others around you." Years ago on the news there was a report about a little girl who was being bullied quite viciously. So much so that she literally came home bloodied, yet no matter how much her parents asked her she wouldn't say anything. That was due to the fear and trauma she had been experiencing. The worst part was the teachers at her school did nothing about it, even more that her bullies had threatened to do her family harm should they get outed by her. Eventually everything came to a head when it went too far and she ended up literally losing an arm. She would have literally been raped to death as she bled out had her father not been around the area to stop them. Thankfully she lived to tell the tale, but she was in need of serious therapy and rehabilitation. It was so terrifying that the news story only spread around for a short time because her father had pleaded with the media and news people to hush about it, paid them all off handsomely so that his daughter could recover peacefully. So that story is hardly known except to those who were able to see it before it was taken down, I being one of those people who saw it back then. Both boys gave her a horribly pale look, one with intense shock and the other with deep horror. "And that's just one story among many I know," she continued. "There was a news story about a little boy that was being tortured because he was autistic by his own homeroom teacher. She showed no compassion at all. The boy became more recluse, aggressive and even started wetting his bed due to the trauma. No matter how much his mother pleaded for him to tell her he wouldn't say a word, so she secretly snuck a tape recorder into his backpack so that she can listen to everything that was going on. The very next day, when she found out, she reported to the police and the school board." In another story, a little girl was being treated badly by her own bus driver. The same news there. She didn't tell her parents what she was going through and why she was reluctant to ride the bus. Then there's a story about a little girl being abused by her own grandmother for being a female, again scared to tell her parents what was going on as she was threatened by her own relative. And there are many more stories I can name off the top of my head, and many I can go into detail if you desire. There's even stories where students are being picked on by bullies and yet the teachers absolutely do nothing to punish the bullies for what they've done, not caring how outraged the parents of the victims are about it. No matter how much proof there was of the abuse, the teachers blatantly ignore it, even the principal, and the same applies for any teachers that are heartless to particular students for one reason or another, whether it's because of race or status or because they initially didn't like those victims at all, with or without reason, even if it's a stupid reason. In fact, there's even a story where the victim's mother became a respectable teacher herself and used her position to gather proof about just how heartless her son's homeroom teacher had been towards him and his friend, and made sure that that horrible woman could not ever get a job anywhere as a teacher ever again. Her way of getting revenge on her for what the teacher had done to her only child for not being rich and for the other teachers not punishing that awful lady for what she did to her child. Again, there's so many to name that it would take all night to explain if I had to. Izuku was already crying at that point, and Katsuki appeared ready to scream or throw something in anger. And here's the thing, she kept saying, all that stuff I told you about just now, they involved people who did not have quirks. In fact, the victims and perpetrators and everyone around them did not have quirks, as they were from the time before quirks ever came into existence, and there are plenty of other stories from cities today where nobody had a quirk or rarely did, period. The fact that there are still cities in the world with a higher proportion of quirkless people than quirked people, some to the extent that anyone with a quirk would be treated poorly, much like the quirkless in a city full of quirked people, shocked the boys greatly. Some continued to believe that the idea of heroes and villains only existed in comic books, manga, or television shows, while others were either obstinate or unconvinced of the existence of quirks and heroes unless they encountered someone with a quirk or moved to a quirked city. In rare instances, some cities were so cut off from the outside world for various reasons that the very notion of anything existing outside of that particular brand of normal seemed nonsensical to the residents of those cities. It was all in their history books, and Izuku knew a lot more about it than Katsuki did because, at the time, he didn't care about oddballs, and the blonde became agitated when the topic was brought up. But now that everything has been laid down to him on the table about as heavy and hard as a 2-ton anvil, being in denial or throwing a tantrum about it will only make things worse for him. And her historical knowledge was demonstrated by the fact that she was even aware of such tales from before superpowers were the norm. Whether you have a quirk or not, nobody is safe from being abused or bullied or tortured. Whether you have a completely useless quirk or an extremely powerful quirk so strong that it looks villainous to everyone, no matter what quirk you have or not, people will find one reason or another to hurt someone, even and especially if that person in question did nothing to deserve it at all. Sometimes quirks are not even a factor, whether it's because of status, where you are born, the region you originated from, whether you're rich or poor, black, white or multicolored, whether you have really nice things or not, even down to the most trivial and common of things that everyone else has. There's going to be jerks out there who want to hurt others. There are even some that are willing to hurt others for absolutely no reason except for making themselves feel big, inflating their egos, making themselves feel powerful, disliking certain people cause they irritate them even when they never did anything at all. Self-entitlement to abuse others, whether for vainglory, whether for power, whether for money or prestige, even going as far as ruining the victim's life for laughs. Those jerks even have the absolute nerve to deny that they did not do anything wrong even with blatant evidence of their wrongdoings, even on to the end. Those are the kind of pig-headed, selfish, cruel, heartless monsters that deserve to be put in prison. Poka spoke as if she were narrating a story, arms crossed as she frowned deeply. There are even such monsters who don't even care if they get punished or not as long as they get what they want. And they'll even go to any lengths to break out and continue doing what they're doing, not caring about anything or anyone or even how much their rap sheet's going to grow, or what punishments will come. There are even those that outright start abusing others again after being released from prison. Those are the truly maniacal monsters that are emotionless and uncaring, filled with hatred, villainous glee, ruthlessness and, sadly, cannot be reasoned with no matter what. The young lady looked at the platinum blonde and replied to him straight out, in a way, Bakugo, your quirk is villainous. Had people not seen your quirk in a heroic light, then they certainly would have treated you like a villain, not caring that you are a minor or what you have to say on the subject. You would have been treated badly just as Izuku had been for not having a quirk at the normal age that everybody else gets theirs. The only thing that broke the new silence was two boys taking out their phones to look up articles about the things she was talking about and similar topics. The more they investigated it, the more they were reassured by her claims, and the more embarrassed they were to discover one story after another. Of course, some things were impossible to find based on what she said, but there were also things that were undoubtedly discovered, and that's only talking about the events that occurred prior to the quirks era. The other things they discovered about the troubling topics she was telling them about were simply overwhelming. And it was simply disgusting when it came to the articles of victims who either lacked a quirk or had one that resembled that of a villain. Izuku's tears never ceased as he felt more heartbroken seeing other people suffer as he had. Some of which has suffered worse than he had, although that didn't invalidate everything he experienced growing up. Still, it was so awful. There were even a handful of articles that the victims' parents were not supportive of their children and in fact even hated and treated them badly too. with only a very small handful of those parents willing to protect their child no matter what and not caring if they had a quirk or not, as they would always love them no matter what may happen. Not because he was unaware of this, he had read articles about bully victims before. However, this did not change the fact that all of this was tragic, and it was even frightening to read about victims who were using villainy to either survive or exact revenge on their tormentors and other wrongdoers. Izuku would have died long ago, been left on the streets, or committed suicide if his mother had acted as badly as those other bad parents in those tales. He truly didn't want to think about it, let alone what might have happened if All Might hadn't changed his mind that same day months prior, or if they had never met at all. What about Katsuki? It seemed as though everything was growing colder and the world around him had become muted. The more he researched the same topic that the Greenette was delving into, the more his shoulders slumped in increasing horror. He eventually narrowed his focus to people whose peculiarities didn't appear heroic to others and those with enormous peculiarities who didn't behave heroically at all. Additionally, he experienced a range of unpleasant and cramped feelings as a result of what he read. He, reflecting on his previous deeds. No. As a result, either the person was mistreated so severely for that one thing that they themselves became the villain they were accused of in the process, either as a means of survival or as retaliation, or they ended their own lives. For one case, and for the other, those who don't act heroic but have powerful quirks, some ended up in jail to varying degrees, some didn't, but they were banned from all the hero schools in Japan and their lives were left in ruins, some turned to vigilantism in retaliation, only to have their actions further prove they were anything but heroic, and some still would be viewed negatively even if they were to enter the heroic spotlight. For one reason or another, those individuals were frequently tormented by their teachers and peers, mistreated or deserted by their parents, or both. In another instance, the perpetrators were so encouraged and praised that they didn't care who they trampled on or who stood in their way, whether directly or indirectly. They would use their status and quirk to get what they wanted, regardless of how wrong it was, and they didn't care who they hurt in the process. Even those who supported them would act as though they were mocking or looking down on them, and they would attack without warning. Even when the victims did nothing at all, they would still get away with their crimes because others, particularly their victims. And those heroes who were bullies eventually had their pasts exposed, which led to them losing their jobs and even getting arrested. This is especially true for those who abuse their newfound power and authority to obtain anything they desire without considering the repercussions. Very few people in this category genuinely feel regret for their past deeds and try to right their wrongs in order to gain the respect of others and improve themselves. There was a bright side, though, because even though a small number of people had traits that made them appear evil, they were ultimately able to prove that they were heroes. Some even changed their ways and became better people, earning respect and love in the process. However, it still took a lot of time and effort for those people to get there, prove it, and earn it. However, there were still too many that demonstrated his lack of improvement. The world can be a very dark, grim, ugly and heartless place, and there's just no avoiding facing or even seeing those kind of awful things, but whether seeing it in real life or even hearing about it from everyone else or from the news, without any light to shine for those trapped in that darkness, then all would be lost. Poka said, after a brief solemn sigh, before she looked at the two boys, her intense determined stare enough of a sort of presence for them to notice as they turned to her as she gave them her final 2 cents, but it doesn't have to be that way. Both of you want to become heroes, right? Then become the true heroes you want to be, and do so with all your heart. Be the kind of light that shows that there will always be someone to help them, that there is always hope, that there will always be a light to guide them out of their most grim and dark of circumstances. Inspire them to be that kind of light to others, assuring that good will always prevail in the end. Looking towards the future and not wallowing in the past, because what matters now is what you do at this moment, for change doesn't start tomorrow but today, for only you can decide what you want to do with your life and no human, animal or insect has the right to take that away from you. No matter what mistakes may have been made in the past, learning from them and letting them push you to do better will help you to become beacons of hope, proving always that there will be a better tomorrow for everyone. They both gaped at her. The Greenette was filled with admiration and a renewed sense of resolve to become a hero like All Might, to be the kind of hero that he and the other person think he can be. For the first time in his life, the Platinum Blonde was a little nervous and wondered if he was truly deserving of being a hero for everything he had done to Midoriya, for being the worst nephew to his surrogate aunt, for being a terrible person to everyone, and for something over which he had no control. Treating him badly for something like that wasn't fair. No one could avoid being born that way, so it was like treating someone badly because they had a particular allergic reaction to something that everyone else considered normal, or even because they had a particular color trait. He is certain that Auntie would feel deceived, appalled, and enraged by his actions if she were aware of what he had done. If his parents found out, would they disown him? He soon began to remember a time when his father had told him about a neighbor who had a severe dog allergy years ago. Because of this, he was teased by some cruel coworkers, 2 of whom even sent their dogs at him, oblivious to the fact that he had a serious condition. The 2 idiots simply laughed at his suffering, which was made worse by the fact that they had peculiarities related to dogs, which they used to cause him to suffer. Had his father not intervened and called the police on the 2, he would have either died or been seriously disabled. The 2 idiots entered a not guilty plea despite the overwhelming evidence against them, the fact that his allergies made the case unavoidable, and the fact that everyone at their workplace had received explicit warnings about it. They simply couldn't stop making fun of him in public, even in court, until the judge ordered them to wear muzzles and found them both in contempt of court. Having a stupid face and being born with a weak allergy about as pathetic as a flimsy wall of tin foil, is another reason they attempted to sue him. Naturally, no one paid attention. The 2 were given a 10-year prison sentence without the possibility of release, and their dogs were to be adopted by a group of local farmers on the southern side of the city. The offenders were also made to pay the man's medical bills and compensation for their actions. When his father last checked on him, the victim was doing much better, had long since healed from his injuries, and was actually preparing to move to Moscow with his new girlfriend in order to gain more knowledge about his father's side of the family. Even though it shouldn't have been that significant, it was strange that he remembered that one instance out of all the others. Now that he thinks about it, it seems to fit the scenario perfectly. It was a 1 in a million chance that the man would be born with such an allergic reaction. Thus, Midoriya's quirklessness, or rather, her misdiagnosis of quirklessness at birth, was not her fault. Nobody voluntarily requests mistreatment for something that is entirely beyond their control. Anyone who genuinely does so is obviously insane and/or suicidal. For the sake of Katsuki, is he capable of being a better person? Could he, for once, treat the greenette like a real person and not as a punching bag, even if he doesn't want to be friends with her? Additionally, well, what? That wasn't the only thing on his mind. For some strange reason, after giving it some thought, he realized that simply being with her is enabling him to, what would he say, possess greater clarity. He felt more open, but not in a coercive manner, which nevertheless raised suspicions in him. Did it stem from her general disposition or from a peculiarity that was projected subconsciously? Although he wasn't immediately aware of it because of the anger and adrenaline, he had actually noticed that he felt unusually more open during that earlier spar with Midoriya. He couldn't think of anything to dislike about it, despite the fact that it felt really strange and out of place. Regardless of how, it felt remarkably natural. Did the other person also notice this? After a brief moment of reflection, he decided to return his attention to the current situation. What do you say? It's not going to be easy, never is, but are you willing to accept the challenge ahead of you? She asked with a smile as she held out her right hand to them. Naturally, Izuku accepted her hand without hesitation. Katsuki. He looked at the girl for a moment, trying to figure out what she was doing, but he still took her hand, scoffing as he pretended he didn't give a damn as long as it got the girl to stop yapping. Pomotaro barked joyfully in approval as Poka nodded to the 2 boys, realizing what he truly meant. It was nighttime in Japan, and since it was still winter, the night was obviously still very cold. Nevertheless, everyone was accustomed to this and had already prepared themselves to deal with such harsh climates until spring finally arrived. The near full moon shone brightly through the clouds in the sky. However, 3 teenagers were still awake at this time of night out of all the people who were either asleep or unable to sleep normally due to insomnia or something else, or who were still awake due to cramming, late night shifts, late binge watching shows, and the like. While the other did not have to worry about school, she still had some important work to do on top of what she was already doing, and 2 of them knew they needed to rest but were unable to do so. Izuku was the first. He lay awake in bed, confused about how the day had gone, and he made some very unexpected turns that still made his head spin and gave him the impression that he was having a fever dream. He was training first, then he was talking to Poka about a personal issue involving his biological father in a group chat with his new friends, the first he's made since kindergarten. After that, they tested Poka's Pomeranians, ability to teleport, and Kachan abruptly appeared before the pale brunette forced him to sit down and have them all talk things out, getting him to actually listen for once in his life. After that, he gave her a tour and sparred with the platinum blonde, which resulted in dinner at his house, and they all agreed to become true heroes. Even though it all seemed to be a blur, he could still clearly recall every detail, including what happened after the girl had to leave because she had some important errands to run. However, he suspected that, even though she was honest, she had left specifically so that they could have a private conversation because she felt that the two should talk about that conversation alone. Which was accurate. His mother checked on them and then left the two of them alone to take care of other things, but he could still remember how it all happened after she said goodbye and had her Pomeranian teleport her back to the park from which they had come. Ugh, Midoriya. He turned to face the platinum blonde in a moment of shock, not believing for a second that he had used his last name instead of the nickname he had used since he was a child. However, he was even more shocked to see Kachan's condition of being. His shoulders and hands, which were clenched into fists, were shaking, almost as if he was having difficulty speaking. His head was lowered, and he had a deep frown, but it wasn't the same frown he was usually associated with because this one was very different. He appeared to be struggling with himself, but he was trying to make himself say something. He gave off the impression that he would rather eat his hand than say what he wanted to say aloud, even though he knew that he had to say it or else nothing would be right. With concern, he asked, Kachan, but prudently avoided getting blown up too close. Once more. Only then did the explosive user look up to meet his eyes. His orange-red eyes were brimming with a variety of emotions, half of which he didn't think he could feel because he knew them all too well. He didn't express them because he wanted to let him express what was on his mind. I can't change the past, what happened growing up was just messed up. You didn't ask to be quirkless. Andy didn't ask for that either, neither of you asked to suffer because of it. I shouldn't have treated you the way that I had. Had I actually been taught about how serious this subject was years ago, I wouldn't have done what I'd done and said what I said for all time. He told him, forcing his hands into his pants pockets in order to avoid causing an explosion or drawing the attention of the Greenette's mother. Quote. Izuku remained silent, but he gave him a startled look that conveyed that. He expressed regret for his actions, admitting that he should have stopped sooner and that it took years for him to realize the consequences of his actions. He lowers his head just enough to cast a shadow over his eyes as the blonde goes on. I don't expect you to forgive me, but knowing you, you're always going to forgive anyone even if they ran over your dog, because I know you just as you know me. Even if I didn't want to, we know each other, and yet things got so bad that we never had even a decent conversation anymore without someone making things worse or being there to make us talk, or me being the explosive idiot who snapped at even the stupidestly of things. He was probably talking about both Poca and his own mother on a particular section. He then spat out, gritting his teeth. What I'm trying to say is I can't say I'm sorry even though I really should. A part of myself feels like I can't, and whether that's pride, shame or something ridiculous I can't tell yet. But, I do regret everything I put you through. I really do now. Whether I remember all of it or half of the stuff that I did, I know I've done too much. And what I put your mother through from hurting you all the time. Knowing what I know now, I should have been locked up years ago. If you had a bit more backbone, you would have and should have reported it sooner to someone else who had more authority than our school does. I deserve it. But, trauma is not the same as getting bruised up. It does leave scars, and the effects can be harmful as well as long-term half of the time. Even though he finished most of what he wanted to say, his inner rage reached a breaking point when he yanked one hand out of his pocket and grabbed Izuku's shirt front, drawing him near to him as he stopped short of their foreheads colliding. He was startled, terrified, and instinctively grabbed his hand by the wrist with both of his hands. He wanted to ask if he was okay, but he remained silent. For allowing him to finish, as well as to avoid his fury. This was fortunate because his old friend who noticed this was. I'm happy, for permitting him to speak further, said, I'm still going to be a hero no matter if you do have a quirk now or not. And just because you can truly follow your dreams now, it doesn't mean that I'm going to back down nor let you rest on your laurels. So I better expect you to go plus ultra. I don't want to have a weak-willed wimp like you falling behind me just because you only just got your quirk straight out of nowhere. So you better be working your butt off if you want to make it into the big leagues. No one's going to hand out the kid gloves to you just because you're a rookie. Got it? A soft smile spread across his face as he realized that, in his own way, Kachan was making every effort to make amends for what he had done and was advising him to put in a lot of effort if he wished to follow in All Might's footsteps as a hero, implying that they were rivals without explicitly saying so. To let him know that he understood, he only needed to say, "Right," without pressuring him. After releasing him, he nodded and grunted. Then, he told him outright that he would be with them for training first thing in the morning, inviting himself to get the boy into fighting shape. He knew that there was not much time left before the new school year began, and whether or not they were all accepted to UA, he didn't want the boy to fall behind or waste his potential because he didn't get into his ideal school. Soon after he received the time to arrive, he departed, saying goodbye to his mother. He remembered hearing him murmur that he wanted to see the girl's abilities in action so he would know what he was up against. This was to be expected, since Poka had stopped him cold in his tracks with just the ability to control water. Since Kachan's temper is so bad, he would have asked them if they had a quirk that allowed them to see into the future, like Sir Night-Eye, or if they were just making up a cockamamie story for laughs if he had told them that all of this was going to happen. From being quirkless, lonely, and friendless to having a quirk, a loving mentor, genuine friends, and even a rival who didn't want him dead, he felt as though everything had completely changed. He'll get used to it eventually, but it was going to take some getting used to. He looked to his right and wondered what the following day would hold because he had no idea what lay ahead, and that was just a bridge he would soon have to cross. He'll just have to wait until morning to find out. Katsuki Bakugo followed, who was simply unable to sleep after everything that had been thrown at him. If there were any emotional and mental trash dumps, he would have hired a fictional garbage man to remove these conflicting emotions so he could finally have some alone time. But this was his insanity, which he needed to confront and resolve. It seemed as though everything that had happened that day was being replayed repeatedly. First it was just a normal day of him training, then his mother straight up told him about an incident that happened with the Midoriyas years ago that he was never told of, that had been kept secret for years. Then he was suddenly stopped dead in his tracks before he could even physically and verbally demand answers from D. Midoriya by his new girlfriend and be forced to sit down and actually talk things out. Practically having 10 pounds of humble pie shoved down his throat as the hard cold truth hit him like a runaway bus about his behavior, actions, and his lack of real common sense. Then before he knew it, he and the other boy were giving the girl and her dog a tour of their side of the city, strangely finding several things in common with her in the process. Getting into a sparring match with the Greenette that, upon looking back, really did go off the walls beyond what they originally planned. The ponytail girl had to put up a barrier around them so that they wouldn't accidentally cause collateral damage or attract undue attention from either bystanders or even the police. Plans for dinner, what that girl detonated on them, what was discussed, then to his conversation he had privately with D. Midoriya. Everything seemed unreal. However, he actually forgot about his subsequent flight from the house after hearing what his mother had told him earlier that day, when he realized that he was fully expecting her to cheat on him when he got home. But to his surprise, she didn't do that. Instead, she merely reprimanded him for leaving without telling her that he would be having dinner at the Midoriyas. Sure, she still yelled, but that was all she did. He noticed a look in his mother's eyes before she was dismissed, as though she was expressing her sincere regret for never telling him the truth. He simply nodded before walking away. Going to bed without getting thrashed by her for upsetting and worrying her like that felt strange. In contrast, his father merely nodded to him, expressing regret for his previous behavior and expressing his gratitude for his return. He was genuinely shaken by everything that transpired today. He almost thought that if he went to sleep now, he would wake up and discover that the entire day had been a realistic dream. He will check the same thing he checked earlier that evening when he woke up the next morning to confirm if it was so or not. Furthermore, everything that occurred that day was too real and vivid to be a dream, even if it was one. And the impetus behind it all was that strange and rebellious pale brunette, who always had an answer for every moniker he gave her, and who would get very defensive when it came to Midoriya or any injustice. She was also accompanied by a dog that could appear anywhere. Even though it seemed unbelievable to him, she had a quirk that allowed her to perform a variety of tasks. In fact, the quirk itself was a jack of all trades, and the next morning would reveal how versatile it actually was. When you think about it, her name even sounded more like the name of an anime character who transported Isekaied to another world, a rather corny formula. Even though it was amusing that her nickname sounded a lot like a certain kind of music and she was a fan of it, she laughed about it in a kind way. The fact that she could actually read people's minds and know everything that transpired between him and the other boy, along with the firm warning that she would immediately turn him over to the police if he carried on in the same manner, wasn't funny. She had every right to do that, even though he really did not want to admit it. He should have been turned over to the authorities years ago, or at the very least moved to a different school so he wouldn't be tormenting the poor boy, given what he had read and everything that had been discussed with the girl in Midoriya. Perhaps he should have been given additional anger management training in addition to what his parents had already made him do. When reflecting on any or all of those sessions, two things became evident. The first was the therapist himself, who was hardly sufficient, unhelpful, and actually made him more irate. In actuality, he had a mindset that was similar to that of his homeroom teacher. Isn't the goal of therapy to help you deal with your angry feelings rather than exacerbate them? Why didn't I just say anything regarding that ages ago? He asked himself, because I could have avoided turning the room into a bombshell every time. When it came to the second thing, he understood why and felt like palming his face until his head looked like a paper match project that had fallen in. He simply didn't listen during those sessions, and even when he did, it was only half the time because the man just babbled on. Additionally, whenever he had checkups with his parents, he pretended that everything was fine, acting as though he hadn't performed poorly at his appointments, as if he and the man truly thought that nothing was wrong. In therapy, even a stupid ape could perform better than that idiot. Talk about behaving like a brat with emotional instability who can't stand being treated like a dumb boy who only takes in dumb things. I'm so dumb, he cried out as he prepared to tell his parents what was truly happening first thing in the morning and demand to see someone else. In order to prevent further agitated incidents, unprovoked tantrums, and aggravating moments, as well as to begin the process of him correcting his mistakes, his mother would give him a lecture for not speaking up sooner. He would need to demonstrate that he was not the same boy that everyone thought he was if he hoped to still be able to attend UA and, at the very least, avoid getting into juvie. Even though he might still lose his temper, it would at least be controlled to a more bearable and controllable level and be abrasive rather than violent and volatile. It was inevitable that people would begin looking into his middle school and discover everything that had been going on if the girl's statements and the articles he had read were accurate. Even though it sounded like a lot of trouble, he didn't care about the possibility of avoiding any more severe punishment if he was willing to cooperate by telling them everything and voluntarily apply for rehabilitation. Even if he was aggressive, he would prefer it to be at the level of the rabbit hero because she was somewhat similar to him but different. He was going to be the next big hero, but it wasn't worth ruining his own life for the sake of his own alleged vile attitude, behavior, and motivation. And being around that girl, Faith, wasn't the only thing he was thinking about. Wraith, was it Faith? In any case, he had sensed. Open, but in a way that was more akin to a soft prod, so subtle that it was hardly perceptible, if not completely imperceptible, until one gave it some thought. It was still debatable whether it was due to her or to her peculiarity. It was best to put that off until tomorrow morning when he would receive the answers. Midoriya, he thought absently as he pondered how he was doing tonight while his mind drifted to the younger Greenette. He still has disliked him a lot. He was bothered by a lot of things because of that boy and then some, but after everything had been discussed, it was best to refrain from snapping at everything that bothered him, as the brunette had suggested in a tactful, straightforward, and vicious manner. If he continued to snap at everything that bothered him, it would only make matters worse. Really, he shouldn't lose his temper over his own breathing. Wow, he had been acting really strange. What the devil is wrong with him? He didn't want his name to be written in history as a literal explosive villainous brat. And the fact that his school students did not view him that way, despite the fact that they were all brown-nosed fools, and some of them only respected him because they were afraid of his wrath, does not alter the reality. Regardless of what he did or said, others will say otherwise and do so in a vicious manner. After all, he aspires to be like All Might rather than Endeavor because, looking at previous articles about the man, he could almost see himself acting as recklessly as him, from collateral damage to casualties and even a few fatalities, and not just from villains, though that is somewhat rare. He consistently maintained his innocence and provided sufficient evidence to support his claims, but others disagreed, leaving him essentially stuck at number 2, which he didn't want. It was a victory worth pursuing if he could at least learn to be tolerant, stop yelling at people for breathing, and stop allowing his rage to take over everything at the drop of a hat. In that girl's words, he should also stop naively thinking that everything revolved around him. He will prove that he is the best, even if it means swallowing his words and seeking assistance for his problems. The only sound in the apartment's darkness was the continuous clicking and clacking of a laptop's keyboard, which was the only source of light in the space next to the TV that was showing the late-night news. She continued to work like a woman prepared to go to war, taking a quick sip of her Sprite and, in a sense, focusing only on one thing. She was aware that a particular middle school's numerous obvious issues and crimes could not be ignored in order to bring it down. She chose a more satisfying option because, although it would be satisfying to simply burn the place to the ground, it would end too soon and the parasites from there would escape scot-free. Cruel scheme, she would hold them accountable for their crimes, and she would not allow them to get out of it. Oh no, she wanted them to suffer in the most brutally legal manner possible. Using the data she had been collecting since that morning's visit to the library. What, you believed she was merely reading books there? You had better remember this, my dearest readers. Although the way she typed on the laptop gave the impression that she was a hyperactive mega computer geek on her third espresso, she wasn't known as the self-proclaimed flea of the internet for nothing because she could even hack data while she slept. She had even been told once that she had or attempted to do so while in her sleeping stage, even mumbling computer-related things while doing so, but she wasn't able to get past the lock screen to do any serious harm. Which she was, in a sense. She briefly expressed gratitude for remembering to register for the support department in case things didn't work out. Even if she was unable to construct anything, her computer skills and her suggestions for costumes and support items would undoubtedly be a boon to anyone's resume in terms of advancing and fostering the support industry. This would be sufficient to demonstrate to the public that the support department had everyone's back, not just the heroes. Although she struggled in some subjects, her strong grades in all other subjects were not to be disregarded. Everyone at that pathetically inexcusable excuse of a school really are just asking to be apprehended and ruined. I can practically hear that school just screaming to be put out of its ugly mercy. And no wonder, everyone else there are idiots, and I won't let Izuku, Katsuki nor any rare harmless few who actually have done nothing wrong who go there suffer any more than they already have, she muttered, grinning like UA's principal. Her desire to destroy it all grew stronger the more horrible and unsettling information she learned about the middle school the boys went to. And it only got worse after watching all the footage of how poorly everyone treated Izuku and the disgusting, blind praise Katsuki was receiving. Her typing was so fast and forceful that it was a wonder she hadn't broken the keys on her laptop or even the wireless mouse she was using, which clicked on everything she needed to look at as quickly as a speeding bullet. Even though she was from a different world and lacked any technical peculiarities, she was able to unearth video evidence that had been altered and erased without a hitch. The restoration process was easy, and she wondered whether the staff was attempting to get rid of the evidence at all. After all, even a baby could conceal things more effectively than these imitators. If she had an army of lawyers at her disposal and were legally an adult, she would gladly destroy the school with a large wrecking ball and ensure that it would always be remembered as the worst in history. However, since she was only a teenager from a different world and didn't want to draw any dubious attention to herself, it was better to use her hacking abilities here and enjoy the satisfying outcome of seeing that location permanently closed and all of the criminals who visited it being held accountable for their crimes. Furthermore, who says she had to physically raise her fist to initiate action? Hardcore, indisputable facts would always be the solution, not violence. She paused briefly to allow her fingers to relax as she gradually clenched and unclenched them to relieve the strain she had placed on them, causing them to throb. She also took a moment to check on her Pomeranian, who was now completely clean and sleeping soundly, to make sure he didn't need to go for another walk before bed. She was determined to finish her work before she went to bed, though. She returned to work after taking a brief break. In general, she thought she would be at work for a few more hours at the very least. This made her surprise even more pleasant and unexpected when, in the last hour or so, she was able to gather not just enough evidence about Mount Fuji itself, but far more than you can bang a gavel at. Wow, are they genuinely pleading for an arrest? Did they really intend to conceal their crimes from the authorities? Obviously they must be too power-hungry and egotistical to consider that even a third-rate slacker could dig up evidence without any issues, she thought, dumbfounded. Her laughter soon resembled that of Feniko from Agrestuco, and a sly smile of anticipation appeared on her face. Eagerly anticipating the day after tomorrow to unleash this tsunami on the gullible tyrants. In light of the fact that she had training with the boys first thing in the morning, she decided to wait until then to make sure everything was in order and perhaps even find additional evidence to add before putting her plan into action. The last thing she wanted was to be hacked by someone else who didn't want any private information to be revealed. She always had more than 3 security measures in place to make sure that wouldn't be discovered, so it wasn't like she was going to let it happen. Furthermore, it wouldn't hurt to add to the case file she was creating if she could actually find any additional evidence that she hadn't yet obtained. When she really considered it, she wasn't going to be shocked if it wasn't the recovery girl who wanted to hire her as an apprentice, but she would also be a little afraid if Nezu had decided to do the same thing and fight the older woman for that right, possibly even enlisting Izuku in the process for the latter. She yawned, quickly saved everything, had it copied in case something went wrong, loaded it onto a flash drive, checked that all of her bases and tracks were covered, copied it again, and double-checked that she had everything ready in case of any unexpected viruses or other issues, and then closed the computer. It's always good to make sure that you're not being followed or stalked even with the circumstances of my own laptop from my world. If anyone tries to follow those breadcrumbs or hack into it, then the results would be useless unless they have a tech-type quirk, as in my case my own laptop is an unknown variant and can't be identified, no matter what. Nearly unhackable, but that doesn't give anyone an excuse to lie on their laurels, as it's always better to have defensive measures up than not to. She murmured as she slowly got up and began to stretch her legs, feeling and hearing the satisfying pops of her yawn. It's always better to be safe than sorry. Shortly after returning home, she made a discovery that still astounded her. Unbelievably, she discovered that she still had access to information from her world on her old laptop when she checked a few things before starting her work that evening. She could easily access anything from the world she was in without being identified and getting into serious cyber trouble if something came up because of it. Simply put, she was able to see anything and find everything she needed without anyone noticing her because she was a shadow on the internet. This meant that she could readily access any new information about what was going to happen in the world she lived in. She still needed to be careful, though, because the instant she loses control, lets her guard down, or becomes arrogant, she will be caught with her pants down and throttled worse than a matador being trampled underfoot by a herd of bulls. In order to protect herself and everyone else, she knew that she should never leave valuables out in the open. She even put up a barrier before and after the hacking session ended, and she would only take it down once she was certain that her device was securely hidden. However, although this new information will be helpful, it will only make her mission riskier because she will have more secrets to keep, more concerns to worry about, and more stress to bear. As if things couldn't get any more complicated, this meant that her anxiety and paranoia had increased. She needed to be alert and mindful of her movements, or else everything would fall apart. She was only able to relax by inhaling deeply and exhaling a few times. She had to keep in mind that stress and anxiety would only lead to more harm and errors. For the time being, all she could do was watch her step and move forward. Poca was relieved to see that it wasn't as late as she had anticipated. It was still late, but it was more reasonable when all was said and done because she would have enough time to get a good night's sleep before starting her plans the following day. Even though she still has a lot of work to do, she would find time to make things right. Katsuki screamed, "Get back here, you little fluff ball, or I'll blow you to bits," as he made a futile attempt to capture the slick little pup he had been pursuing for almost 30 minutes. Pomotaro just barked as he continued their little game of cat and mouse, or in this case, dog catcher and dog. He kept popping from place to place, which not only made the platinum blonde try harder to chase him, but also made him feel angry and frustrated that he was unable to even catch the quirked puppy. Ken sat on his perch atop the pale brunette's head and asked, "So the goal here is to make him exercise more of his physical traits than his quirk traits by having him chase and try to capture your future AHP." It was comic gold, so she wasn't going to waste it. One can never be too overly reliant on their quirks alone. A good hero is not a one-trick pony after all. So it would be a good thing to learn how to fight quirkless, including how to take care of matters without using one's quirk, especially depending on the situation at hand, and in some cases have to resist using their quirk under any circumstances depending on the severity of the situation, Poca said, trying desperately not to laugh at the entire thing while documenting everything that happened. Ken replied, "I see, that makes sense." Izuku stood by her and said, "I keep forgetting that you're the only one who can telepathically understand your little friend up there." He was still unsure whether to go calm the boy down and give him a break or to let him go until he was exhausted so he wouldn't have to worry about being yelled at or blown up. And resisting the temptation to laugh at the current pursuit. "Well, you didn't see Ken yesterday considering that he had matters to take care of himself and the two of you have only met the other day, so it makes sense." Poka responded, although I don't blame you, as to most people it would look like a one-sided conversation. And it wouldn't really be the first time someone has done something like that depending on the circumstances regarding a specific type of telepathic quirk. Izuku continued. Yeah, said Poka, he and Beaches don't usually get along for a number of reasons, so the platinum blonde kept screaming at the irate puppy and didn't stop trying to catch him, even when his ankles began to protest. There was smoke coming from his hands now, but the goal was to succeed without causing an explosion while simultaneously resisting the urge to detonate explosives in his hands out of rage. The objective was to either catch her companion or see how long he could last before setting off an explosion, or until he or the dog became so exhausted that he had to take a breather. In this instance, she gave him a scenario in which he was literally surrounded by flammable substances that would undoubtedly catch fire at the slightest spark. The girl had originally intended to have a timer, but he told her not to, which she understood and respected. Fortunately, we are still by ourselves. It is now 8 a.m. and yet I haven't seen anyone, much less felt any, coming here to the beach at all, she thought, since none of them wanted to cause a stir. However, if word had gotten out by now that this place was being cleaned up, it wouldn't be long before the beach was welcoming visitors again. She got up early as usual and was eager to make the most of the day. She dressed and ate breakfast, then took her puppy for a walk before teleporting to the same beach where they had been just the day before. They had just arrived there, right on schedule with Katsuki and Izuku. Poka suggested that they learn how to fight quickless as a starting point before they began training their quirks. When the explosive user asked why, she explained that it would be wise to learn how to fight without a quirk because they weren't everything and that they might need to avoid using certain quirks in the future to avoid serious problems and terrible outcomes. She also gave them multiple examples of the specific situations that might arise. Even he knew how to fight if he couldn't use his quirk for some reason, so she gave him some examples of heroes that she knew of that could fight without their quirks or appeared to be able to, like Eraserhead or even Present Mike. Additionally, it would be very beneficial for them to exercise what they could and couldn't do in that condition so they could see what they needed to improve. Izuku had little to no real combat experience, as was to be expected. Therefore, it was up to the other two to teach him how to fight correctly, or at least enough so that he wouldn't end up being a liability, and to the point where he could train on that topic independently unless something came up to warrant the assistance or if he needed a sparring partner or two. To Poka's relief, Katsuki refrained from making any offensive comments despite being partially to blame for the boy's lack of such skills, primarily because Poka wouldn't put up with it and would eat him alive if he did. Notwithstanding the situation, it was clear that the Greenette was eager to learn, so the two focused their efforts on training him. Following a few light exercises, the two agreed on who would teach the boy what. Katsuki taught him how to throw a proper punch and how to use other moves that required using his hands, while Poka began teaching him how to use his feet for fighting rather than just running. She focused on explaining why the legs were the strongest part of the body and gradually taught him how to fight with both as they had him spar with each other one after the other to help him gain experience and practice. Occasionally giving him advice on a few topics, fixing a few errors he made, and making notes to remember for future training. Even though Katsuki occasionally yelled at him, Izuku was still able to understand what he had done incorrectly and that the boy was merely attempting to assist him rather than harm him. They all took their first break after a while and made plans for the remainder of the day's training, including going out to lunch in the afternoon, Izuku's treat. Before their break ended, Katsuki had inquired about her dog's quirk and how long he could use it before getting tired. The girl really didn't know the answer because she had just recently met her partner and had no time to test it out because she had just moved to Japan. She suggested that he compete against her Pomeranian because the platinum blonde was keen to get started next. From there, you know the rest. The match ended not because the boy caught the dog, but rather because the dog grew weary and yawned sweetly before curling up into a ball and falling asleep, leaving everyone to gawk at him. Of course, the explosive boy was too stubborn to concede defeat. When Poka finally spoke, she said, by my count he teleported about a total of 272 times before he finally got exhausted to the point of falling asleep. The boys turned to her in disbelief, especially Izuku, who had been keeping track of everything for the better part of 30 minutes, give or take, though he shamefully admitted that he lost track after 83. To the best of their knowledge, no one had a teleportation-type quirk that would allow them to teleport that many times in a row. Yes, the type of quirk was already fairly rare, but typically those kinds of quirks wouldn't allow them to teleport that many times in a row. Even though everyone was watching, they were still quite perplexed by the dog's nearly 300 teleportation attempts. "I know, shocking huh?" replied Poca. "Honestly though, I can attribute him falling asleep because he was forced to teleport a whole bunch with hardly a break between intervals. I imagine he'd be able to teleport way more if he were given more moments of time to catch his breath before teleporting, so he probably could reach 300 if allowed the opportunity. And don't worry about Pomotaro, he just needs a good nap and some food and he'll be right as rain." She then headed over to her pet and took out a small bag of dog food, portable dog food dishes, and a bottle of water from her backpack. She set everything up for him so he could start eating as soon as he finished napping. Keep in mind that due to Katsuki's unrelenting chase, he made him reach his limit within the span of nearly half an hour alone. Now if it were for longer periods of time, like longer minutes or hours at a time and such, then he wouldn't reach his endpoint all too quickly. Poca said as she recalled the test and afterwards yesterday. "That makes sense," Izuku responded, taking out his notebook as he wrote. "During and after the test was over, I don't think he reached his limit by the time the exam ended, as he only napped for a short while before waking up and helping us find the other participants to help out. By allowing himself to recharge with that nap alone, he was able to continue using his quick longer without any issues." Ken nodded in agreement, and Poca agreed, saying, "That sounds about right." Katsuki simply sighed in frustration that, in theory, he had not won the chase because he had only succeeded in making the pup too exhausted to go on. It was disappointing, but he knew there was nothing he could do about it because he understood that quirks, whether they be human or animal, were an extension of the body and that there was always a limit to how much one could do before having to stop. For example, his hands and arms would be severely strained and in excruciating pain if he overused his quirk. If he is not careful, he may even injure himself. According to what he was told, Midoriya would literally break his body if he used his quirk more than was safe. He suppressed a shudder at the idea of how severe the breakage could get, as the pale brunette gave him all the details, both verbally and physically. Additionally, it made sense that the dog, regardless of his potential, was still a puppy and that it would take some time for his limits to shift and for the number of times he could teleport to increase. After picking up the Pomeranian and deciding not to let him breathe in sand while he slept, Poca carried him over to the bench and laid him on her fluffy white coat, which she had previously folded up, allowing him to sleep on it like a makeshift dog bed next to his food dishes. Poca then walked back to the boys, telling Ken in her head to keep her pup with her until further notice because she knew what was about to happen, and he complied without protesting. "According to my hope scanner, he'll be alright with plenty of rest. While I could in fact give him back his energy, I won't use my quirk because 1, he loves his naps, and 2, the quirk itself, while it can recharge one's energy, it doesn't change the fact that if you're sleepy then you need to sleep," she clarified. The two boys understood and nodded. Turning to face the platinum blonde, she cracked her knuckles and said, "As soon as break's over, you better not hold back on me." "PFT, like I even plan on doing so." Katsuki bit back, eager to begin the next scheduled battle, but only after the break was over because he needed to rest, and Poca herself assured him that she would relieve his aches before they began. The group had drawn random lots to determine who would go next, whether they train alone or with a partner, or who would spar with whom, just prior to the cat and mouse game. It just so happened that Poca and Katsuki received the next round. A multi-tooling quirk versus a quirk. In order to determine which particular quirk the girl would use in each of their rounds, 1 at a time, 2 at a time, or all at once, the gang even drew lots. Even though the likelihood that she would use her entire quirk against him was slim to none, they were still shocked that they recognized it right away. Since this was a battle of physical strength rather than verbal skill, it was clear that translating would not be effective. The only thing it would do was make sure that they could still communicate with one another, even though Poca herself could still understand them because she had already mastered Japanese over the years. Additionally, since Detector was a lie detector quirk, it wouldn't help her on its own unless she intended to combine it with other quirks. Speaking of which, she decided it wouldn't hurt to turn off detection for a short while in order to stretch and mentally get ready for the next battle, since she would undoubtedly need to concentrate on the boy, since no one was around and she didn't detect anyone. In addition to making her paranoid, using her quirk non-stop will exhaust her. She needs short breaks to relax and breathe in order to avoid overstressing herself. None of them knew, however, that they were being watched as she stretched out. He had only just arrived, just after she had switched off her surveillance. Being an underground hero, he made sure to remain silent and out of sight to avoid being discovered. Even though he couldn't really feel anything snooping on him, he still needed to exercise caution because he didn't know the girl's range. Since the girl wasn't home, he assumed she was out and about, but where was she? His boss had instructed him to spy on her. He didn't know at first until he told Nezu, who informed him. A short while later, he discovered her on the beach in the opposite section of Musudafu with the two boys from the exams. Because he lacked the ability to teleport there instantly like Laith did with her dog, he had to take the train to get there, which took some time. Beach Dagoba. He had been hearing rumors for the past 10 months that someone was cleaning the beach itself, but the last he heard, it was a garbage dump with no one even bothering to clean up the trash. And considering the view he was taking in at the moment, it only served to confirm that the rumors were accurate. He was perplexed, though. Although he couldn't help but wonder why there was a large dragonfly with them, he remembered that the girl can control insects, so the confusion was brief. He also understood that the girl and the greenette would hang out because they were so close during the exams, and her puppy was napping there, which also makes sense given the circumstances. But the platinum blonde delinquent? It was highly improbable. The principal told him and others late last night, and he was still quite shocked. Even though it still seemed pretty unbelievable, the information about specific details that neither he nor his former classmates had disclosed to anyone, secrets that they had never disclosed to anyone, and the evidence that the principal had gathered since the exam only served to confirm that it was all true. Given what the principal said, it is likely that one of the participants had knowledge of the future and wanted them to be aware of what was happening and what would happen in order to stop extremely horrific tragedies and terrifying travesties from happening. Even though All Might was the most surprised, the same was true of his former mentor and friend, Naomasa Tsukauchi, a police detective whom the Erasure hero actually knows from working with him on a few cases. The person who went by the name, Mirai Clues, knew everything about them, including what was going to happen and what had to be avoided at all costs. They also pointed out some things that, regrettably, had to remain the same in order for certain events to occur and for some people to grow. This will lead them to things that need to be dealt with as soon as possible, including some events that they themselves were unsure about because they weren't sure if they could be prevented entirely and hoped that the heroes could assist in some way and offer an apology beforehand. This had to be thrown at him out of the blue just as he was getting ready to take on a new group of troubled kids in the upcoming school year. Izuku Midoriya, one of his future students, is not only the heir to his soon-to-be co-worker All Might Toshinori Yagi, but he will also be a prime target for the villains, especially the real boss of the League of Villains. The idea of his new group of students being attacked by villains on a regular basis was terrifying. While knowing in advance which exam takers would be his wards, and Vlad's Class 1B as well, was convenient, it didn't alter the fact that this was a very serious situation. Although they didn't know everything, the principal had told them enough to make it abundantly evident that if nothing was done, everyone would be doomed and the future would be in danger, not just in Japan, but also globally. Furthermore, a villain with a personal connection to All Might and his posse existed. This particular villain was unmatched by any other villain in the world, and he was even worse than any villain who had ever existed or perished since the beginning of Quirks. It was evident that underestimating the League of Villains was suicidal even after learning about how dangerous he was due to his quirk and villainous behavior. The fact that one of the alleged villains was actually Hizashi and Nimari, who had been very dear to him, and that this villain and his doctor had taken him and transformed him into a villain with a warping quirk and forced him to do terrible things was what really shocked him the most. With every second that went by, the nightmare continued to worsen. The fact that he was the original target 17 years ago and that the incident caused by that giant villain was orchestrated to capture him and transform him into the very thing that his dear friend has now made it even more horrifying. Despite the fact that he managed to escape with his life, Oboro Shirakumo suffered severe injuries because no one had informed him of his survival or that he was near death and would not survive even if they arrived at the hospital. All they were told was that his injuries were extremely lethal. He and his former classmates were crying in agony at the horrifying revelation for the first time in a long time. If they had known what was going to happen to their friend, they would have fought to the death to save him, or at the very least made sure he was buried properly and wouldn't have been duped by a fake body that was made to look like their friend's deceased body at the time. However, the USJ incident had to occur because they knew that it would be their first encounter with him, his ward, and the other villains. It would be their only chance to capture him unawares, and they would have to do so carefully to ensure that none of them escaped this time. If there was even a chance to be able to save him, to bring him back onto their side, they had to take it, even though it would require them to wait. Particularly when it was revealed that his ward was, in fact, the grandson of All Might's deceased master, and what her grandson had endured, the number one hero was undoubtedly horrified and overcome with tears upon learning what had happened to her grandson and the rest of her family. All that effort to try to protect them from his greatest enemy had been for nothing, a waste from the beginning, especially considering the possibility that the maniacal monster was the one who gave the boy his quirk in the first place, which set off the boy killed his parents, grandparents, sister, and dog. Despite their reluctance to inform their future students about what was going to happen at the USJ, they all agreed that it was necessary in order to catch not only all of the bad guys but also their main targets and the abomination known as Nomu, who would be a very serious issue that needed to be dealt with in the upcoming months along with its errant brothers and sisters. It was enough to reassure the children that they would return alive, even if they were injured. It was better to be hurt than crippled or dead. This would allow them to gain experience, even if it was too early for any student to be put through in a situation like that. If it will help them become the heroes they were truly meant to be, then so be it. However, if it was any consolation, at least they knew that their students would be able to handle the other villains because they were not the top-tier types. The sooner they can cut off any potential threats, the better. They had to carefully plan everything to ensure that no one escaped, not a single soul, and that no one was killed or at least not so badly injured that they needed serious medical attention, like what would happen to him if he wasn't careful. Even though it didn't guarantee that there wouldn't be any more threats, if they could eliminate a few important players in the overall scheme of things, preferably without killing them if possible, then things would undoubtedly improve. For the upcoming school year and beyond, they had a lot to do and a lot to plan, but having these resources available to them to help them get ready beforehand will undoubtedly speed things up. Additionally, since they already knew which students would be admitted, they had less work to do on that front, including identifying some students who would go on to play crucial roles in their victory over evil. Including a number of pupils who were not in their homerooms. He was already interested in Hiroshi Shinso, a potential student who would eventually become his personal pupil and enroll in Class 1B. He would stop at nothing to guarantee that the boy would be accepted into the hero course, particularly if he had the ability to rescue his friend from the darkness in which he was literally imprisoned. There would still be a lot to talk about, but for the time being, the principal let them all go so they could all reflect and let everything sink in. However, he made it clear that he needed to talk to a few of them privately. Additionally, there were certain issues that needed to be resolved before the start of the following academic year. He wasn't overly shocked to learn that the girl had to be the one because, to be honest, he was already wary of the girl who had several peculiarities, or rather, quirk factors, appearing out of nowhere for the exams the way she did along with her pup. Because of what she knew, it was already clear from the surveillance during the exams that she was very aware of her surroundings, cautious, and trying to avoid attracting the attention of anyone who might harm her. She was incredibly helpful to anyone she felt literally needed help, and even though she was easily frightened, she applied her quirks without any problems during the exams. The man was particularly incensed at the big oaf's ineptitude because Izuku Midoriya, who was under strict orders to never disclose to anyone ever, had received his quirk from All Might on the day of the exams without any guidance on how to use it correctly overall. Only she, however, was aware of how he could use his quirk without seriously hurting himself and making sure that no one was killed. In order to develop his own fighting style that wasn't entirely dependent on the fighting style of the top hero, he had to use both his arms and legs in order to avoid limiting himself on that subject or his own potential in that regard. During the practicals, the outcomes were amply demonstrated. They could ask the girl to help with quirk counseling if she was interested, since that ability would be extremely helpful in helping others train their quirks in a way that was simpler to explain. Speaking of the greenette, the girl's insect companion sat on top of the sleeping dog, the boy was on standby, and her puppy was dozing on the bench. Since the poor boy was being treated horribly because he was quirkless, he felt sorry for him. He was furious because he knew that the faculty and students at his school had done nothing but make his life a living hell, including making things worse for him in any way they could. This was especially true of the platinum blonde who was his main bully and even advised him to kill himself 10 months ago. If Midoriya hadn't met All Might that day, he would have died, if not at the hands of the sludge villain, then by taking his own life. Worse, he would have turned to villainy as a result and, given what he had previously learned, been enlisted by other villains to terrorize the people of Japan, most likely by AFO himself. He was obviously very upset that the man had shattered the boy's dream in the manner that he had during their first meeting, but he was also happy that the older man had made amends by doing something good for the boy during those 10 months. The erasure hero was intrigued by the boy's potential and realized why he had been selected. Particularly after learning about all the boy will accomplish in the future and his aptitude for quirk analysis, he already fears what Nezu will teach him once he has him. And knowing what the quirk can do, where it came from, and how it would change significantly for the boy later in the upcoming school year will undoubtedly help him train the boy thoroughly so that he can use his entire quirk without any problems and not have to rely on his new friend completely, allowing him to become the best hero he can be for everyone. The fact that the boy was the last user and had to be because the quirk seems to have gotten so strong that anyone with a quirk who possesses it itself would later be killed as it had the fourth user by cutting their lifespan short also made Shota angry because the Foresight hero was trying to force his former boss to pass the quirk onto his apprentice instead. Not only by depriving the boy of his dreams and crushing him completely, forcing the boy to return to torture for being quirkless, which could have serious repercussions, but also by condemning Mirio to Tagata's life. Although he hadn't been told what was happening, he was certain that he would kill that man the next time he saw him, which wouldn't be for a while because he had some urgent issues at his agency that required his attention. He would be notified as soon as he was available at his agency. Since he and everyone else had assumed that his nemesis had been killed 5 or 6 years prior because of the severity of the injuries he inflicted on the man compared to the injuries he had received from him, he was upset to learn that the boy's quirk had its own supervillain. However, he couldn't hold the older man responsible for giving his quirk to his apprentice. Shota shuddered with dread at the mere mention of how terrible it was back then. Because there is always a limit to every quirk, no man could ever survive from those kinds of injuries, even if they had multiple quirks to prove it. However, it seems that All for One was comparable to a cockroach, and he wasn't going to die easily, even if it didn't happen right away because he was in hiding to recover until the right moment to make his big entrance. He knew it was best for the time being, even though none of his coworkers knew the boy's current situation or his quirk in detail, other than the fact that he was All Might's chosen apprentice. Even though he couldn't protect the boy all the time, he would do everything in his power to help train him so that he would be prepared. It was simply inevitable, but that didn't mean the others couldn't help him and his future classmates get ready for what lay ahead. Speaking of students, he couldn't contain his rage as he stared at the platinum blonde. Knowing what he had done to his classmate, he would undoubtedly expel and blacklist the boy from UA and any hero school anywhere for the selfishly foolish reasons behind it, as well as for his heartless, ruthless, selfish, literal explosive, and careless attitude, if it weren't for the fact that the boy himself would have a sort of redemption arc and become one of the main players to fight against the great evil to come. The boy is still accountable for his own horrible deeds, even if the blame was actually placed on his teachers and unimpressive classmates for making his personality worse. However, the fact that he was unable to expel the boy would not deter him from firmly stating that bullying was unacceptable and that he would face consequences for even the slightest infraction. He made it very evident that the world did not revolve around him, that no one was his stepping stone, and that a great quirk was nothing in the face of legal retribution and would not make everything go his way. No questions asked, no angry violent tantrum would stop the man from punishing the boy in a way that no actual honest dedicated teacher would compare to those at Alder and those from his previous schools. All Might, who exudes a fiery radiance of rage, wanted to join Nezu in his efforts to bring down the global hammer on them. No one treats my boy like that and gets away with it for long, not while I am here. He said simply, and Shota nearly felt sorry for those idiots who will face his wrath, almost. He did not anticipate this at all, though, and was shocked that the explosive user was even with the girl, her dog, and the boy he detested. One would immediately assume that the teenagers wouldn't want to interact with each other based on what was captured on camera on the exam day. He would most likely have to state that something must have happened yesterday that resulted in this if he were to place a wager. It appeared that Bakugo and Lathe were going to spar, so he would have to find out later. Because he didn't know the full extent of her quirk beyond what he could infer from her entrance papers and exam results, he had to assume that she couldn't use it continuously without getting tired. However, this doesn't change the fact that every quirk has a weakness. He would still have to wait to see what would happen. He took out his phone and began recording so he could later conduct his own analysis. Poka only once warned him about her using her entire quirk, aside from translation and just detector, against him. Just remember, you asked for it. In response, he gave a nod. Ken cheered, give it your all, mistress. The girl vowed to comply. Katsuki had no intention of even being gentle with her. He was going to go all out and nothing, not even the greenette, could stop him if he attempted to stop him. She was also clearly very perceptive, which is something to be wary of for a nosy hero wannabe like her. It appeared that she was fully expecting him to be harsh with her. Katsuki immediately flew at her, exploding at high velocity to reach her before she had a chance to breathe, preparing a right hook to knock her down. The girl made the motion, 3.2.1, and then snapped her fingers, signaling for them to leave. Using the explosion he made as a smoke screen to divert her attention, he made a motion with his hands to have him spiral into the air above her, ready to catch her off guard. He did this because he remembered her shield from yesterday. Even though his feet were buried in the sand up to his ankles, he managed to land on his feet just as he was about to nail her in the back when an invisible force suddenly exploded in front of him. He barely had time to avoid meeting the sand head first. The buzzing he had never heard before was now louder than a foghorn, and as he looked up, he simultaneously flinched and let out a hard, fast explosion to avoid a swarm of hornets, giant ones. Mind you, where did they come from? That suddenly charged at him. As he tried to escape the bugs that were pursuing him non-stop, he accelerated in the air with each explosion. He had already discovered the hard way that it was not a good idea to blow up insects like hornets, wasps, or bees due to 3 reasons. 1. There were always more than one if there were any nearby. 2. There were too many of them and they get upset if you mess with them. And 3. Their stingers hurt. When he was a child, he discovered this the hard way when he had to go to the hospital after getting stung so badly and repeatedly because he thought it would be a good idea to blow up a bunch of them because he was bored. This happened during a family vacation during summer vacation, and his mother grounded him for being a fool. He spent the majority of the trip recuperating in the hospital, which was not enjoyable at all. In addition, he believed that she was using other aspects of her quirk to enable them to catch up to him, so the fact that these insects were bigger than your typical bee, wasp, or hornet and that his opponent was controlling them would only make matters worse if he even dared to blow them up. It also didn't help that they were flying faster than other insects. Once he had the opportunity, he glanced at his opponent before making a quick, sharp right turn to dodge a flurry of flying icicles. They immediately returned the favor, so now he was being pursued by flying icicles and a group of devoted insects. Despite his best efforts, he was unable to avoid them, outwit them, or even outmaneuver them. He was sure he could keep the ice and bugs at bay wherever he flew, but he knew he couldn't keep flying forever, so he had to confront his opponent, who had been doing this to keep him away from her. He made a U-turn and flew straight at her the first chance he saw. She dodged at the last second so quickly that it appeared as though she had simply disappeared. As he spun around in midair, he sensed someone behind him and saw her instead of the ice and swarm that had been after him. She made subtle gestures to the sides surrounding them, and her expression conveyed that she meant business. As soon as he looked around, he saw that they were encircled by icicles and nearly hundreds of hornets, creating a cage that resembled a dome. It was the size of 2 park restrooms put together, which restricted his movement and made sure that if he went too far, he would either be skewed by ice or stung by insects. She set him up, so he hardened his glare at her. She attacked him so quickly and forcefully that he was unaware that he was being lured into a trap, making it impossible for him to flee or fly too far without putting himself in danger. This was a smart move for a rookie, but that didn't mean he was out yet. He wasn't going to let her chase and cage strategy frighten or stop him cold. She may have restricted his movement, but she also foolishly surrounded herself with him. Even if the insects didn't hurt her, she would still be at risk of being skewered by her own icicles, and the smoke from his explosions would eventually cause her insects to fall because they wouldn't be able to withstand it now that they were close enough. She would also be at risk of inhaling smoke and or getting blown up at close range because, even though he couldn't explode the bugs, he could still smoke them into submission and catch the girl off guard as soon as she began coughing. And he would charge at her head-on to prove it. The explosion struck its target, but it was ineffective because he could see that her arms were coated in the same energy as her shield dome. However, just as he was about to right-hook her, she blocked him by putting her arms together in a X in front of her. She pushed back, then swung that same fist at him in a downward hook at the same speed, which he also barely managed to avoid. She then launched a fast right uppercut at him, barely nicking his chin as he barely avoided it. Before they knew it, they were engaged in a foot and fist fight. Sand flying. There's smoke rising. It goes without saying that their fight was fierce. There were fists, hook swings, and fast play roundhouses, but the two hardly ever managed to land a solid blow because Poka was quick by adaptation and blocked his blows with hope, while Katsuki was quick by reflex and used precise timing on explosions to avoid her blows. However, Only Katsuki was harmed when the girl struck him because, in addition to being well protected by her quirk, his opponent also possessed the ability to heal, so even if he struck her or left her too tired to maintain her body shield, she would be able to continue and maintain her health. And he could see that she wasn't inhaling smoke because her quirk was shielding her from it as well, despite the smoke that was constantly brewing from his quirk. However, every quirk has a limit, she cannot maintain all of her abilities indefinitely. Even a versatile quirk like hers had flaws, which he was well aware of because he had learned this the hard way while growing up and constantly honing his quirk. She must eventually take a break because she can't continue doing this without getting tired, and when she does, he will attack. Regardless of the circumstances, even a brief moment could have an impact. However, just as he was about to try to nail her with a spinning right hook, an invisible force knocked him back, just like before. He was only able to stop short of the ice and bees by exploding again, but this time he was unable to land gracefully and instead flopped roughly on the sand. After spitting out the sand that had landed in his mouth, he turned his head back to glare at her, only to discover that she had left and that he was now entirely encircled by hornets and ice. The enclosure surrounding him had shrunk to the size of a small foyer, which was only about as large as he was standing, but it was gradually beginning to close in on him, trapping him even more and decreasing the likelihood that he would try to flee. If you think this is going to keep me trapped like a rat, you got another thing coming. Katsuki was going to show her that she was mistaken if she had assumed this was the end of it. Then, since the hornets were so close, it was more likely that he would kill them and melt the ice, that is, if she didn't turn them into permafrost, as she claimed to be able to do. If the ice didn't melt, he could just as easily explode the ice away after the bugs died. He then crouched down and lit up his hands, not enough to explode, not yet, but enough to produce smoke, more than he had been producing throughout his brawl with his opponent. He simply has a method to make sure he won't suffer from smoke inhalation right away and shield his eyes from harm, but he wasn't immune to the smoke by any means. Trust me, he tried, but it was a fruitless endeavor. Although he couldn't see through his own smoke entirely, he was able to see enough to see what was ahead of him. He was the source of the smoke, so it was this close to him that he had to close his eyes right now to prevent them from burning or watering instead of having them all spread out around him. Normally not the patient type, he held his breath and played the waiting game while the buzzing gradually subsided. Her army would undoubtedly die because the bugs were so close. They were still susceptible to things like this even though she was able to control a legion of insects. Despite their purported ability to withstand nuclear radiation and endure for days without a head, cockroaches also had limitations. He held back the explosions for a long time, but as soon as the buzzing stopped entirely, he let out a loud bang that sent the ice and smoke flying as he opened his eyes. He stood back up, releasing the breath he was holding. He was prepared to fight again after being freed from the hornets and ice, but as he looked around, he saw that his opponent was nowhere to be seen. He was writing frantically in his notebook about something he was seeing, but he was looking in Midoriya's direction, and it was only by chance that his eyes met his that he saw a look of great shock and even fear. However, he was focusing on what was above and behind him rather than on him. He instantly felt and saw a massive shadow looming over him from behind at that precise moment. As he turned to face the sea, he was shocked to see a massive wave that resembled a tsunami rising high above him. It seemed to have its own will and was poised to strike like the blob from space. Something drew his attention, and as he looked at it, he saw a shadowy figure in the middle of the water, with hands spread out, a pair of glowing blue eyes shining through the shadows of the roaring wave, and long hair that seemed to be flowing gracefully like anemones on the ocean floor. Its light appeared to see right through him, as if it could see right through him. She had too. Who else might it be? She is aware that one of his weaknesses was water. Water was a big deal to avoid in battle because it washes away sweat, and if a large body of water was involved, then he was in trouble. This was in addition to being completely deprived of his sweat and being literally powdered up to prevent him from unleashing explosions, something he discovered when he was 9 in a very embarrassing way while his mom was making cake around that time. He was grounded for a week without cake and training for that, admittedly stupid, tantrum he threw at her, even though it was his own fault. He tried, I promise, but he was unable to overcome a bathtub full of water or even an actual ocean of water. Unless someone poured buckets of flammable liquids into it, his goose was as good as cooked unless he could escape. But, as with the ice and bugs, the water follows him like a large wet hunting dog as he flew with all his might to at least stay ahead of it as it was approaching quickly. This is exactly what he did as he exploded again, just moments before the water crashed down on him. Izuku was well aware of Kachan's peculiarity and how much of a disadvantage he was. Poka had a significant advantage over her opponent because she could control and manipulate water in any way and from any location. It was clear that she didn't end the fight by using water right away because she wanted to give him a chance to fight but also to demonstrate that he needed to realize what he was really up against. The boy would have blown a gasket if she had shot him before he even had a chance to attack, and it would not be good for him if he became competitively nasty and vicious at her for doing that without even trying. She could have easily ended it by washing him away or freezing him in a split second because they were on a beach and had easy access to the water nearby. No, she wanted to give everything she had so that he could give it everything he had and demonstrate their true potential. And she really was not being kind. With the exception of her hornets, who had been discarded for the time being to protect them from the smoke as they took off. However, the Greenette felt that she was being gentle with him. The next time will probably be different, but for the time being, she was giving him opportunities to either find a way to make things better or give up, which was the last thing he would ever do. In fact, he can see it. She was instructing him to avoid taking on more than he could handle. He ought to be ready for anything. That, whether he acknowledged it or not, he shouldn't undervalue his opponent or let his guard down in the face of a villain who would be much more than the boy could handle. To understand when it was appropriate to fight, flee, or, in this instance, surrender because his life was not in danger. However, since the situation was neither fatal nor final, he would not benefit from treating it as though it truly existed. Even though she was holding back, she wasn't being gentle with the boy, rather, she was pushing him hard, either to help him reach his limits or until he did. It had to be both. The more Katsuki pushed, the more his arms began to ache, and it became more difficult to fight back the pain. However, he refused to acknowledge defeat because he couldn't and wouldn't. He was still winning. His teeth screamed in pain from how hard he was gritting them, as it felt like they were about to bleed out or break into tiny pieces with no hope to repair them. Unfortunately, the more he pushed, the harder it was to unleash another bang without feeling like the blood in his veins was turning into a painful siege of lava. The water was barely nipping at his heels, and his explosions were becoming weaker and weaker, barely maintaining the momentum of speed he had been maintaining up until this point. It must, not, slowly, down, must, he told himself, suppressing the urge to cry at the extreme suffering he was going through. No, slow, down. Try as he might, must, attempt as he might, not, finally, slowly, he simply couldn't, do down, continue. He was exhausted as soon as he was submerged in water, with only his head remaining unaffected by the sea, similar to a final, feeble explosion. Since it was still February and winter, he had expected the ocean water to be cold. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the embrace water was cool, almost lukewarm, rather than painfully cold. Given her ability to manipulate water, it stands to reason that she would also be able to regulate the water's temperature. When Poka, still in control and safe because she had created an air pocket to prevent drowning in the water, stepped out of her watery domain, she and her clothes went from drenched to dry as a brick. She then proceeded to heal the boy, who was left pouting despite the relief of the chilled water surrounding him, especially his arms and hands, and the relief of the pain he felt. The rest of the ocean receded, leaving only enough to keep his body trapped. "I did tell you that you asked for it and not to go too far, mister," she said. "There's no shame in admitting defeat or even retreating when you know it's the best option. Your life wasn't in danger but your arms certainly were. If you'd kept going you would have damaged them beyond repair. Just because I can heal injuries doesn't mean you can just go and be reckless." "Shut up, you twerp," he snapped back, annoyed. Unimpressed, she told him, "That name is so decades ago, try harder." This only made him more irritated because she always had a counter to whatever nickname or taunt he thought of, whether it was offensive or not. No matter how annoyed he was at every counter she had and every time he spoke to her, he wasn't giving up so easily if this was her way of telling him to use people's names more than the ones he thinks of, to really try harder to remember and use them. He was released from his watery prison as soon as his body was healed, and as soon as she sent the water back into the ocean, he dried up. He was a man of reason and action, and he had experienced many things over the years that would have left ordinary men permanently damaged or even questioning their sanity given his routine. He was not typically someone who was startled, shocked, or afraid. Additionally, He was aware of the girl's abilities because he had witnessed her in action during the exams via the monitors. However, what he had just seen firsthand spoke louder than words could express. The tests were only a small portion of her potential, particularly with regard to water. According to the papers, she couldn't make water, so she used the competitor's actual perspiration to help her in the tests. However, now that she had a huge body of water, like the actual ocean, what could she do with it? When one gave it some thought, it was frightening. And despite being a novice, her flawless command of it gave the impression that she was the sea's queen, as the water bowed to her will without even perspiring or erecting any resistance. Furthermore, there was more than just the water that demonstrated significant promise. Hope, who took him a while to recognize, prevented the blonde from hurting herself and knocked him back when necessary as a temporary diversion. She also appeared to use it to control insects, which was a formidable force because those weren't just regular hornets but giant Japanese hornets, frightening little insects that were not to be trifled with. Hazashi would have a heart attack and die if she'd sick the swarm on him. Adaptation enabled her to respond swiftly to counter him, while healing must have been used to maintain her strength and heal her opponent. Unless she used it to detect things around her with adaptation or hope, the translator and detector would be useless on their own. One would translate languages, while the other would be a lie detector. She had won by wearing him down by any means, pushing him until he reached his lowest point, and the boy was unable to deliver a real solid hit at all. Bakugo's frustration was understandable considering that he was the obstinate, arrogant type. However, it was understandable why Leith wanted to keep her quirk a secret from others and why she wanted to go underground. If she ever fell into the wrong hands, she would be a real monster. Having witnessed her use her abilities firsthand, he knew that leaving her alone was not an option. She still had room to grow, but if she was genuinely hoping to go pro, she would get there in time. However, without someone to watch over and mentor her, who knows what would happen. He had been told that they couldn't approach her on the subject until a certain point had passed that assured them that she wasn't being watched by any villains or worse and that they weren't the ones who brought her here to Japan against her will, but that didn't stop him from doing what he could to get her ready for the upcoming school year. This was especially true if she was the one who knew the future, because if she was in more danger than ever. Given their proximity, it might also be beneficial to mentor Midoriya, who was intelligent and had promise despite having no actual combat experience, though this could be fixed. What about Bakugo? A voice caught Poka and Izuku's attention as they were discussing the recent events, particularly the ways in which she had used her quirk. The blonde asked abruptly, "Why?" Poka turned to him, who had been silent for some time, thinking about what had happened. She was about to ask, but she stopped herself when she noticed the expression on his face, which was neutral, and said, "So he figured it out as Izuku did." "Why, what caught on?" Izuku asked, sounding almost like a declaration, but he also sensed what it was from the look on his face. Katsuki's voice suggested that he was angry, but in reality, he was mad but not angry. Astonishingly composed, but irritably serious. He questioned, "Why didn't you use your full power?" Poka did not offer an explanation when she told him, "If I truly did, it would have ended all too soon. You would have never had a chance to attack at all and you would have been very angry, demanding do-overs until your face turned blue. For example, I could have used hope to completely trap you in an invisible box, making it so that no matter what you did, you absolutely cannot escape until you actually wore yourself out, if not by your quirk first, then by screaming your head off in rage," she continued, producing a little energy in her hand as a bright, snowy white glow appeared. "Or inhale smoke, or I could have taken the hornets, giant Japanese hornets, specifically on you alone and let them do the rest. Or I could have used hope to create a barrier around myself until you reached your limit on both accounts, or I could have used adaptation alone and evaded every attack you made until you collapsed, or I could have just turned you into a Baku cycle again, or I could have kept throwing ice at you until you were too exhausted or injured to continue, ensuring that you wouldn't be harmed by them any more than minor scratches and bruises, as I don't want to cause a fatal injury or worse." The boys could tell there was more to say, and whatever it was, it had to be significant, so Poka gave them a hesitant, contemplative look. "You'd better tear off the band-aid now rather than have it happen at school because they're going to find out eventually, old girl." She reminded herself that concealing it from them at this time could lead to issues, even if it might later upset others and is frightening for a very valid reason. Don't misunderstand her. She understood that, despite the fact that a topic like this was very serious for a very good reason, it could still be used for heroic purposes just because it was frightening. However, this brought her back to Himeko, who suffered because of her quirk, was unfairly treated, tormented, and abused for having it from birth, was never allowed to choose what she wanted to do with her life, was denied access to the one nutrient she most needed to survive, let alone stay sane, was forced to be someone she wasn't, never received counseling to help her deal with any problems that arose, and was shaped to be the normal that her parents wanted her, regardless of how wrong their actions toward her were. Himeko. She didn't deserve it because she had already reached her breaking point, which was brought on by a classmate's action of protecting her from her parents and other bullies. Everything happened because of her cruel, heartless, and useless parents, who will not think twice about blaming her for it. This further paints her as a monster because she would have to resort to villainy in order to survive. Even though she didn't know when she would finally lose it and only remembered a few things from the anime about her hometown, she was relieved that there hadn't been any news about the girl at all, criminal or otherwise, meaning that there was still time to save her before it was too late. She still wouldn't give up until she found the girl and saved her from her fate, even if it meant intervening directly. Furthermore, there was a chance that the HPSC would coerce her into becoming an assassin in exchange for blood and a safe life, which would only be untrue if the villains hadn't already gotten their hands on her. It wouldn't be true freedom even if it allowed her to live apart from her parents, who would be arrested. She might even end up with the same, if not worse, fate as Lady Nagant. If I don't assist myself in this, so how am I going to be able to assist her? She hated her own frailty because she had to accept it. She didn't know exactly when it would happen because it was still unclear to her, but she knew she would need all the assistance she could get to avoid a terrible fate, whether she would find her or the teachers would find her before anything bad happened. Regardless of the cause, no one should ever have to resort to the dark side in order to survive due to situations that were not even remotely their fault. She has read tales of the girl receiving a redemption arc or even being saved much earlier, promising that her chosen course would be better for her and that she would never end up as a villain in the first place. Permitted to follow a dream that she herself decided to pursue, free from abuse or irrational expectations. She was aware that she was good, and she would demonstrate it. Despite everything she did, she even gave her life to save Ochacho in the canon universe. The girl had found her in that sea of darkness, and she would follow suit. Or I could have stopped you in the most scary and uncomfortable way possible, in a single instant with no way to fight back, she said, shifting from doubt to seriousness as she released the energy in her hand. How so? Katsuki questioned, his eyes narrowing, oblivious to the existential fear he would soon encounter. Like this. The blonde's body jerked and twitched uncontrollably for a moment, almost as if it was contorting, and then he found himself falling to his knees with his arms crossed tightly behind his back as if he was being retrained before his chest hit the sand. Suddenly, the blonde felt as though his entire body had been taken over. Sharp startlement quickly gave way to resistance as he made every effort to free himself from whatever was holding him back, but to no avail because his body would not listen to him as the pain increased. His heart pounded as it soon became apparent that he had absolutely no control over his body. He was like a puppet, unable to move without assistance. His body was literally working against him, depriving him of his free will. Furthermore, there was no chance that he would be able to move at all with his strings cut. He detested being helpless, almost paralyzed, essentially crippled, and unable to do anything at all, and the more he struggled, the more it hurt. His heart began to race faster and faster as a growing sense of fear took hold, and he was on the verge of forgetting how to breathe. He was immobile due to this pointless resistance, the dread that ran rampant the more he tried and failed to escape. He detested this. He was on the verge of demanding an explanation, demanding to be released from this hold, threatening to kill the girl, screaming at her, and calling her a variety of dreadful names in one sentence when he abruptly regained control of his body and the excruciating pain abruptly stopped as quickly as it had begun. Despite the fact that she did not injure his lungs in any way, he felt as though he could breathe again as he gasped for air. He got back up on his feet and turned to face her. He was about to yell at her or even attack her for the stunt, but that didn't happen because he felt a wave of emotion suddenly come over him. It wasn't his own, but he could tell it was calm. However, it was so serious that it forced him to pause and pay attention. It wasn't like the way his body felt before. It wasn't painful or forceful, but rather felt almost natural. It didn't control him, though, rather, it reassured him that everything was fine because the anger he had previously experienced subsided as quickly as dousing a flaming torch in water. Observing Midoriya, it was evident that he was experiencing it as well. He seemed quite shocked and began to panic, but he quickly calmed down after realizing he wasn't in danger. My apologies, I was just giving an example. Still, I understand that you're angry, Bakugo. Nobody wants to have their body hijacked like that. She turned to face Poka, who was now praying with her arms crossed, and said, as for what I did, first I'll give you a quick pop quiz. You probably know a good portion about the human body from your classes, but do either of you know how much water there is within the human body? Katsuki was more perplexed after seeing this and tried to think about what he remembered from biology until he found the answer, but he was still perplexed until he recalled what Poka had told him about her water manipulation. This nearly instantly caused the greenette to pale drastically in shock because he knew the answer right away. She had the ability to control water from anywhere, regardless of its source, even though she was totally incapable of producing it. Now that he knew the answer, shock quickly overtook him like a greenette. Yes, she replied, her voice giving off a warning signal. I can literally control people by manipulating the blood within the body of a person. From making their bodies do whatever I want them to. Or even quite easily kill them from the inside out. While it would be very handy to use against villains so they cannot fight back. I consider this a forbidden art unless absolutely needed when absolutely necessary, as it's not something to flaunt round with like a parade float. This kind of power is very serious, and if used incorrectly it could lead to horrible consequences, which is why I have to be careful in every step I make when using it at any time. Even for minor things. Just because I can do this with ease, it doesn't change the fact that I have to be cautious, as refined control, self-discipline and concentration is an absolute mandatory thing, easy or not. It makes sense why she was reluctant to discuss it. If I were in her position, I would feel the same way. It's scary enough to have a blood-type quirk of any kind, but to have one of this kind, even if it's not a true blood type precisely, would only take one mistake to paint her as a villain in an instant. Izuku thought pity for Poka, comprehending her motivations for her actions. As much as he didn't want to admit it, Katsuki shuddered when he said, she caught me off guard and pinned me down like it was child's play, the feeling of literally being unable to fight against my own body. He could understand why something like this was something one shouldn't toy with. From the beginning until now, this girl has detested him, and if she had wanted to protect Midoriya, she could have easily killed him or pinned him down. He was not as safe as he thought he was. Even though she didn't murder him or cause him severe pain. In the same way that air is necessary for everyone to breathe, blood is a necessity for all living things. If she had been ruthless and not a violent pacifist, she would have had complete control over everyone and everything. What if she'd preferred to be a villain rather than a hero? Let's not consider it. This is also the reason why I'm planning to go underground. Not only would my skills be very useful in that particular section, but also it would make it even harder for any villains out there to try and identify what specific quirk I have if everybody gives a completely different description every single time. She continued, and coupled with some of the skills in my repertoire that would be handy in this field, it's the best option for me even if it means I might still end up in the spotlight on occasion. Nonetheless, you see why going for the Spotlight Pro route as a whole is not on my agenda. Both boys nodded in comprehension. A quirk this adaptable, even a small portion of it, and even deadly in some eyes, would be too much to ignore. And yes, while I am well aware that Vlad King has a blood-type quirk and yet he became a very well-known hero and a great one at that, let's not forget that blood manipulation isn't the only thing I can do. She made the point. Suddenly, right next to the three, a black-haired man wearing black and an absurdly long white scarf appeared in front of them. Pomatero was sitting on his shoulders and was beaming from ear to ear in a dog-like manner, even though he was still tied. He looked just as shocked as the boys, but Poka was even more shocked. As the boys stared at her as though she had suddenly grown a second head, she said, "Please pardon the abrupt invite, sir, but I don't enjoy someone spying on us even if there's no malicious intent behind it." The dog barked and then jumped off the professional, who had been crouching, and stood back up. The dog landed in his owner's arms and she held him close, yawning once more before dozing off again as Ken the dragonfly flew over and perched on his queen's head. "How did you know I was there?" the man asked, eyeing her with narrowed eyes after rapidly recovering from his shock. "I sensed your presence not too long ago. Even while in the midst of a battle I was able to tell where you were hiding. I can only estimate that you spotted us while on patrol just before the brawl began," she replied. "For a hero such as yourself it makes sense why you would be concerned about three teenagers and their dog and bug friend being on the beach with nobody else around, going at each other with quirks ablazing." Perplexed, Katsuki questioned, "He's a pro." "You better believe it, but not a spotlight hero. He's an underground and one not to be trifled with either. She stated, especially when his quirk flares up. No way you're Eraserhead the underground hero. Izuku thought for a moment, staring at the man intently before it struck him like a flaming arrow, his eyes shining like stars as he entered fanboy mode. The older man gave them a deadpan glare as his quirk flared up, thinking to himself, when this is all over, I'm demanding a raise from Nezu. Poka said the obvious. Someone's annoyed. Ken asked sarcastically, but not snarkily, what gave you that idea? The three of them along with Ken cried in shock as they, the Pomeranian, Dragonfly, and Crow Hero, took the train to the school itself. They sat in the only empty car they could find to have some privacy. Too loud. He moaned and growled at the same time because his ears were being screamed at. For them, Poka immediately said, sorry. But are you serious? He gave a direct response, like a heart attack. As everyone exited, Katsuki remained suspicious and asked, how do we know this isn't a scam? Poka pointed out, matter-of-factly, if he was I would have told you two via telepathy while we were still on the beach. She also reminded him of the IDs they had displayed as evidence. She's got a point, Izuku said. Almost nothing gets by her for long, so if this was a hidden scam she'd have warned us and had Pomatero pop us out of there and to the police by now. In response, the platinum blonde merely huffed, indicating that he understood their point and would be on the lookout for the man. I don't blame the boy for being suspicious, although he should really lighten up a bit. Still, it doesn't help that this man dressed like a hobo, but then again given what you have told me about him it makes sense why he dressed as he does. Yet, to offer all of you something like this straight out of the blue is pretty shocking and would seem suspicious to the eyes of others. Ken spoke loudly and only Poka could comprehend what he was saying. After being reprimanded for their carelessness, none of them had anticipated receiving an offer from the Erasure hero to train on the grounds of UA High School. However, they still understood why they were training on a deserted beach rather than a quirk gym, especially with regard to the girl in particular, and made some remarks about the match earlier. Bakugo Katsuki. Good points. Ariel's dynamics and terminal velocity in the air, his impressive speed control while using his quirk, his attempts to find a weakness or exhaust his opponent in any way to get a clean shot, and his use of his quirk to create a smog in an attempt to kill the insects so he would only have to worry about the icicles, which would be simple to knock away. His determination to persevere despite overwhelming odds. Flaws points to improve on. Underestimating the level of his opponent's skill on the first shot. Failing to consider using his ultimate move which the boy had told him about, which also made Katsuki facepalm at actually forgetting that in the heat of battle while being chased by the bugs and ice, which could have ended the chase sooner and saved him from exerting so much energy and time. And quickly forgetting that control of water meant that she could control anything that had water in it, including the ocean, which he should have driven her away to limit her use of water. And for not giving up when it was clear that he was going to lose and that he was in a lot of pain because his life was not in jeopardy, because it was never a good idea to ignore one's own health in the line of hero work, even though it might occasionally be unavoidable. You're no good to anyone if you end up killing yourself because of careless abandonment and a pride-driven desire to win a bad match. There must be a distinction made between persevering and backing off when required. Lathe, Pocahontas Zyra, her skill with water and insects, which still shocked him because he didn't know giant Japanese hornets even lived in Musudafu, and her strategy of exhausting her opponent, shielding herself, and diverting his attention long enough for her to dive into the ocean and unleash her ultimate move, which she named Tsunami Phantom, after ignoring the bugs while the boy's vision was blurred by the smoke, or all positive aspects of her quirk. Her exceptional combat adaptation allowed her to maintain her health without faltering and easily keep up with her opponent during the intense battle. Drawbacks: actions to take. If her quirk was as powerful and adaptable as she says and based on what he observed, she could have literally ended the match much sooner rather than allowing it to continue. He could understand why she didn't, because it wouldn't be fair to her first-time opponent, who he could tell would be very upset if it ended before he could do anything. It was a matter of pride mixed dangerously with an extreme superiority-inferiority complex, which need to be addressed post-haste, but it also served as a reminder that he still had a long way to go and to never underestimate his opponent, regardless of their quirks, skills, or strategies. Given that one of his coworkers actually had a blood-type quirk that allowed him to control blood, he specifically understood why she would prefer to use blood-bending as a last resort and only when absolutely necessary. He was well aware of the potential consequences if blood-bending is not used appropriately or at the right times. Even with the amazing feats he has witnessed thus far, She still had a long way to go because she was only 15 years old and had only recently acquired her quirk. She had time to develop her abilities and broaden her repertoire of moves and strategies. She even admitted it aloud, saying, "I know that I'm not perfect and am well aware of my own flaws via my clumsiness and my tendency to be rather wary and emotional at times." Despite her decision to go underground, she was determined to become the hero that everyone needed and would stop at nothing to make the streets a safer place for people to walk. Her determination was evident, as were the boys. One of them, who was clearly a huge fan of All Might, had a great deal of respect and admiration for him because he was the one who inspired him to become a hero. Despite the fact that he acquired his quirk much later than most others, he is determined to help people in need no matter what, including those who have wronged him. He also chooses to smile and give hope to others even in the most dire and gloomy situations, just as the man had given him hope during his darkest childhood. In addition to being loud and quiet, viciously temperamental, which was, to put it mildly, very crude and even disrespectful towards the erasure hero himself, the other person also admired the big guy and wanted to be a hero too, to be number one, to surpass him. However, from the looks of things, it seems that things have changed, and whatever happened yesterday, he had a feeling that the girl was somehow the catalyst. However, he had to care for 3 problematic children. One had little to no actual combat skills and experience and struggled with self-worth as a result of being tormented for not having a quirk growing up. Another had a volatile temper that needed to be controlled and a dangerous case of inferiority complex that needed to be addressed before something worse happened. The third was not only a potential informant but also had a target on her back if word got out about what her quirk was and what it could do. Additionally, the girl was not only easily frightened and possibly living alone because he hadn't yet. He moaned to himself in frustration and exhaustion as his headache grew worse. "I don't get paid enough for this." He would have simply sunk back into his sleeping bag, going into full cocoon mode, and ignored everything else for the remainder of the day if someone had told him that there was someone out there, no less a child, who knew exactly what was going to happen before it happened and had given them all the information they could need to avoid any serious incidents that were soon to come. He would have been sent to keep an eye on said child from the exams who had a very powerful quirk, only to be confronted by her without warning, and then found himself directly in front of her and 2 of the boys for the exams who he knew about thanks to the information. Each of them was rough around the edges for one reason or another, especially for the platinum blonde, but they all had potential and still had a long way to go. With enough time, effort, training, and the right kind of guidance, there was no doubt that each of them would grow into great heroes in their own right, whether or not they were in the spotlight. However, they would require all the assistance they could get because they needed more than just one another to help them reach their objectives, and Midoriya needed more than just his mentor to help him too. In addition, they would need a suitable training facility that would benefit everyone, especially the girl given her peculiarities, as he was certain that if anyone saw what she was capable of, word would spread unchecked and eventually reach the ears of any lowlife villain who would undoubtedly kidnap her for nefarious activities or worse. Even worse, the HPSC would take her without regret if they learned of it. If what they were told was accurate, those men also needed to be stopped at all costs because they were a contributing factor to the terrible events that transpired. Which only served to highlight the importance of saving Hawks and expediting Lady Nagant's release from prison. Still, to think that we'll be training on the grounds of UA not long after the exams and even before we get our results, that's not something that happens every day, and undoubtedly not everybody gets this kind of opportunity every day. Poka mumbled, although an opportunity like this is not something to take lightly or for granted either, things like this are super special and should not be squandered by any means, let alone be abused in any way. The boys nodded. It was like winning the lottery, but unlike other teenagers who would immediately blow it all, they weren't wasteful or foolish. This was a serious situation that needed to be handled seriously. They weren't going to be the foolish fools who believed they could do whatever they wanted without consequences because, once again, that is foolish. Egotistical self-entitlement will never get anyone anywhere, it only results in dire consequences that are irreversible. And it only gets worse if they let it all go to their heads. Katsuki swore to himself, never again, as the somber details of the reports he had read came flooding back to him. For Izuku, it was another blessing that he was struggling to accept because he had already been blessed with so much despite all the tragedies and suffering he had endured over the years. It would have been enough to be acknowledged by his hero that he could become a hero, but all of a sudden he was offered to be his chosen successor and inherit his quirk. He had been trained non-stop to get his body in shape so he could be ready for the exams, his quirk, and the future. He had made real friends for the first time in years, and he was beginning to gradually mend his relationship with his child. He continued to believe that he was having a fever dream and that everything would go poof when he woke up, but each day showed that this was not the case. He was at last able to pursue his dream, and he would have to be stupid to turn down such a kind offer if it meant he could develop and learn more to become the greatest hero he could be. Before, Katsuki would have been bragging about how he got into this situation, making disparaging comments about how great he was, further demeaning and discriminating against Midoriya for being at the bottom of the food chain, and telling him to give up on his goals and just go away. Now, though, being offered such a thing shocked him greatly, but regardless of what the other two told him, this offer seemed suspicious, but he said nothing, neither a boastful comment nor an insult to anyone. He will acknowledge that it was real until they reach Ua, but he couldn't help but be after everything that was laid out yesterday. This was a prestigious hero school, where they raise a new generation of heroes and do not tolerate bullies in any way, shape, or form, so even though he didn't show it on the outside, he was anxious and conflicted. When he got home that evening, he checked it out and it only serves to highlight one of his problems. In other words, it was only a matter of time until they noticed something wasn't quite right after looking at his profile. If he couldn't convince them that he wasn't, they would fire him. He no longer wished to be such a jerk. He still aspired to be the best, and he would stop at nothing to achieve it. However, not at the price of. Because of his actions, he was viewed and treated as a criminal, or worse, a villain, and lost everything as a result. He truly had no idea what would happen, but, even if it means losing his life, he will demonstrate that he has what it takes to be a true hero. What about Poka? She was quite taken aback because she had not anticipated this at all. Sure, she had anticipated it to occur at some point in the future, but not in this manner. And this was for Izuku. She had no idea that she and Katsuki would also receive the same offer. She had no idea what was going to happen, how it would all play out, or what this next unexpected chapter in her journey would hold. When the erasure hero first offered what he offered to all three of them, she blinked hard and stared at the man as if he had grown a second head. She quickly slapped herself to make sure she wasn't dreaming, which caused the others to give her a strange look, but who could blame her? She even asked him if he was positive, and he said that he was. Given the letter she had already discreetly sent that morning, whether it was a coincidence or not, she really had no idea what she didn't know, regardless of how much she knew about various topics. This was especially true because, even though she was aware of the significant events that would occur in the near future, it didn't change the fact that she didn't know what was actually going to happen in the present at that moment. All she could hope for was that she wouldn't be immediately exposed and that the principal would honor her request to remain anonymous if he did figure it out before the scheduled time. Despite the fact that the principal himself was a person to be wary of due to his past, he was still a trustworthy ally and someone you could rely on for assistance, despite the fact that he could be eccentric and difficult to read. She didn't want to ask the hybrid if he could be trusted to keep his mouth shut because she was confident that he would given what she had shown him. He should have realized by now how serious the situation was, but that didn't change the fact that a tiny bit of fear and doubt were still gnawing at her, and she wasn't sure what would happen between the exams and the official start of the school year. Aside from Izuku's struggles with the costume allowance papers and his conversation with his mentor on the beach following the results, she didn't know anything while in the canon. It was a total blank slate, especially now. Although she detested her fear of the unknown, there was a very good reason for it. As an unofficial self-appointed timekeeper, she would have to prepare for any changes that might occur, whether or not she was prepared for them. My message has reached its destination if you are reading this. I hope you and the others are doing well and that by now you and they are planning to address the issues that need to be resolved before the start of the school year. Although I am well aware that everything takes time, I still find myself worrying about the other issues that need to be addressed because I am the one who knows best that it will take longer than expected for plans to be put into action, both in terms of timing and planning. I sincerely hope that the issues I brought up are being addressed right now because, depending on what is done, these could change the rules of the game. For the benefit of Eri, Himeko, Nagant, Shoto and his family, the Aoyamas, the Crawler, Pop Step, Gentle Criminal, La Brava, David Shield, and others, in particular. If you are willing to follow them, a few things that may be helpful are included in this letter, such as additional information about events that I was unable to access until last night. The rest is up to you. though, as I will do everything in my power to assist behind the scenes and keep you informed of developments. When my next letter arrives, you will have to wait and find out for yourself. Warm regards, the Mirai Clues. When he arrived at work this morning, he did not anticipate finding this on his desk. He rarely left campus unless it was for a serious or academic case because he had a house there. This literally appeared on the cameras earlier this morning at the crack of dawn, and whoever left it not only got around his security but also made sure that no DNA traces could be found on it when it was analyzed. The name chosen couldn't be more clear. It was done to protect herself from anyone who might figure out what she was doing and keep others off her trail, and the handwriting style was the same as before, so he knows it's from the same person. Even though it was written in Japanese this time instead of English like in the first letter and the notebooks, the hybrid principal found this intriguing because he had a hunch. He knew who it was from because the handwriting was identical. Despite the seriousness of the situation, things were getting funnier since the entrance exam. Don't get him wrong, he fully understood that the information he had been given was extremely important, especially since it was about their future. If what was written was accurate, they needed to move quickly and solve every issue as soon as possible to ensure that not only would those horrific events never occur or, at the very least, that they would end happier than what is portrayed, but also that everyone would have a happy future, including the civilians, heroes, and most importantly, his soon-to-be students, who would be in the most danger. This was the thing that hurt him the most, but he could only hope that it wouldn't be as disastrous when it did happen. Already they were investigating the cases that have been highlighted in the first letter. With the hints, details and clues that was given to them, it made things easier and fast to tackle. Another day passed and yet they were already finding enough proof to not only put these cases to bed but also proof that what had been written was in fact true. He was expecting the Aoyamas to arrive soon. The Toga family was already being investigated and hopefully soon be confronted before things got worse. They were to confront Endeavor once he got back from his mission in a couple of days, but they were nonetheless expecting his youngest son to come to campus soon enough. Already they were looking for the two aforementioned heroes in the second letter to protect them from Queen Bee in a clock. And they were in the process of adopting Hitoshi Shinso, as it turned out that he was an orphan and his living situation was not exactly good. Nagant's case profile was being reinvestigated and plans for a villain rehab project on campus was already underway. There was still more to do, but rest assured for their informant they were already taking care of matters as we speak. However, the fact that it was delivered inside his school and had to be found in an odd location rather than being delivered directly to him only added to the intrigue of this very interesting event. It was an oddity too intriguing to ignore. Even though he had a strong suspicion that he knew who this Mirai Clues was, he was still curious. He sensed something significant was going to happen from the moment they first met, even though he didn't expect anything negative from this person. However, he never in his entire life, never, expected anything to happen based just on that initial encounter. She was unaware that, in contrast to her, the others had only been able to secure a spot within the final few days before the due date, even as close as the day before the exam itself. He had not been lying when he had told her that she was neither the first nor the only person entering the exams late in the game compared to others. He was more than appreciative of the way he had said it because, based on what he had read on the form the girl had filled out, she would have realized that he was only telling half the truth. That was more coincidental in and of itself, but he was still relieved that he hadn't unintentionally startled her more than she had already been given what he had seen before he approached the poor girl and her dog. He was thrilled that the adorable puppy was a quirky animal like him and would be a part of UA's history because it had been a while since an animal hero partner accompanied a student at his school, roughly 11 years ago, give or take that amount of time. There was no doubt that this girl would attend his school with her dog. Even before the results of her portion of the exam were announced, he knew that it would be foolish to turn her away, especially given the circumstances. Even if she wasn't a future seer, her quirk would make her a prime target for villains, and it would be cruel of them to turn her away and put her at risk of being captured, killed, or worse. For example, he had completed his own work before being accepted by the HPSC inquiry about them, so he was already wary of their actions, and the information they were provided only served to confirm that they were in no way faulty. Since the child would essentially be like a bonfire on the beach if she were to enter the starlight of heroism, the fact that she even desired to become an underground hero rather than a spotlight hero only served to further ensure her safety. However, leaving her completely unsupervised would be foolish. The reason was clear. For this reason, he had Aizawa take care of her, but occasionally he would step in knowing that she would likely be on guard in case someone was spying on her and that he should not step in unless it was absolutely required given the circumstances. In addition, the support department was already developing a way to conceal his presence so that even she would be unable to notice it. This would allow it to be easily turned on and off based on the situation. It's unclear if it will succeed or fail, but Nezu was certain Powerloader wouldn't fail him. According to what he has seen of the girl and what he has learned in these brief days, she was afraid that someone was watching her and wanted to be absolutely certain that no one was spying on her. Worse, she wanted to present herself to the world as a typical teenager in order to avoid drawing undue attention or alerting anyone who might be spying on her, whether or not that was the case. She therefore begged not to be called out or outed until a specific date, indicated in the first letter, to ascertain whether or not she was fully independent. She was attempting to cover as many ground as she could. And even though she gave him the information and trusted the heroes with the future, that didn't change the fact that she would do everything in her power to support on the sidelines, even if it meant putting her own life in danger because of what she knew. Furthermore, the fact that the information was given to him in this specific way rather than being delivered directly to him or showing up in his office out of the blue only served to highlight how important confidentiality was and how impossible it was to put something in the same spot twice. It also demonstrates how seriously she was taking this situation and how much she didn't want anyone to know that something was amiss. He will comply with her request and wait until the scheduled time, but that doesn't mean he won't occasionally lend a hand when required, particularly in light of the text he recently received from the Erasure hero. If the information was to be believed, there was still hope for this boy, they just needed to act post-haste before anything else happened. He would be more than happy to assist in the girl's training as well as that of her friends, even though one of them was an actual friend and the other was somewhat dubious but still had potential. Particularly because, even if she had no idea what lay ahead, a quirk like hers was extremely valuable and would make her a prime target for any villain or HPSC member who wished to harm her and those she cared about. In addition to protection, she would also need a way to train her quirk without drawing attention to herself and to have as much freedom as possible to use her power with the right guidance. Even a haven in case she has nowhere else to go and something goes wrong. Since the girl already had enough stress and pressing issues to handle, hopefully this will allow her to relax, even if only temporarily or in certain areas, so that she won't feel cornered or have a panic attack. She will also be relieved to know that some of the highlighted parts have already been addressed or are currently being addressed. Even though the girl didn't have the ability to see into the future, Sir Night-Eye himself had a precognitive quirk, so he knew how stressful and frightening such a thing as knowing the future was. Whether or not that was true has yet to be confirmed, but he would even offer counseling and therapy if she needed it because something like this will cause a lot of anxiety and fears to pop up. Even though her results haven't been finalized yet, he will make sure she gets into UA because, in the worst case scenario, it would be the only safe place for her to go. She would be a great asset to their cause as well as more. The idea of taking her and the Greenette on as his apprentices was still on the table, but no one said that both couldn't be teachers for them both, just as All Might was for the boy. This was especially true since he knew that Recovery Girl had already staked her claim to the girl to be her apprentice because the woman wasn't getting any younger and her healing would be extremely valuable. He had other preparations to attend to for the time being, but what will happen in the future will be a topic to discuss once everyone has arrived. For example, telling a certain number 1 hero that they were going to have additional company. She had a strange, distinct feeling that she had been in this black void many times, but she couldn't quite remember how or why she had spent so much time there. She didn't know what was happening. The last thing she recalled was being on a train with the others when she suddenly felt sleepy for an unknown reason. She thought it was likely because her puppy was still sleeping on her lap and it must have rubbed off on her, causing her to fall asleep without realizing it. In addition to the fact that she always gets up early to start the day, she was up last night conducting some significant research and hacking that needed to be addressed. She woke up in a black void, but she had no idea how to feel about it, and she couldn't even come up with a reason to be there, much less explain her current circumstances or feelings. Everything felt overwhelming but not, as if her emotions were becoming conflicted, but she was still aware that the entire situation made her uneasy. She had never felt more confused in her life than she did at that moment. Poka found this to be very confusing and annoying. She is aware that she is traveling to UA with the others and the Erasure hero. They were chatting for a while, mostly between the 3 of them, before the older man had to excuse himself to make a private phone call, probably to Nezu. At that point, she began to feel drowsy. She must have fallen asleep without realizing it because she remembered fighting off the drowsiness to carry on the conversation, but she was unable to recall what was said because she only dimly recalled her world becoming hazy before this. Fortunately, she was unrestrained and could move through the emptiness, but she was unable to identify anything and could only hear her own footsteps in addition to her own voice. Despite her best efforts to call out to others, she received no response other than the echo of her own voice. Her sense of loneliness grew stronger as she continued to walk. It wasn't enough to make her overly cautious, but it was uncomfortably and even uncanny. She had no idea why she was there, why she was here, or even why this place seemed both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. She detested being ignorant. The more she continued her stride, the more it became apparent that there was literally nothing around her aside from the darkness. She could still see herself, but everywhere else was just nothing but a literal black void. That is, until she looked down, which caused her to pause when she noticed that she was wearing the same outfit she had on today and could see her reflection. She wore a dark blue belt with a silver buckle, cerulean blue baggy pants that hung down to her heels, a very pale blue, almost white, cozy turtleneck with no sleeves, long, fingerless, comfortable gloves that reached up to her forearms of the same color as the turtleneck, and strangely enough silver caps around the knuckles that allowed her to throw powerful punches with them, and, of course, the same shoes that she wore when she first arrived in Japan. For added warmth and comfort, there were white leggings underneath the pants as well as a sleeveless undershirt underneath the turtleneck. Naturally, without the pendant she carried with her at all times, where would she be? Fortunately, it wasn't as cold as it had been the previous 2 days. Even though I don't rap and I'd rather not look like a gangster, I'd need tattoos and ugly piercings to look like that, both of which I'd rather avoid at all costs, she joked, laughing uncontrollably. Just throw in some chains to hook around the pants on the side, a punk rock bandana, and a boombox, and I could pull off the punk rock rapper vibe. One thing I don't want to do is go into gangster territory. Quote. Huh, what was that? She asked, looking up and then around her. Quote. This strange, silent sound reappeared, but she was unable to locate its source no matter where she looked. From where is it coming? No matter where or how she looked, she was unable to locate the source of it, so she wondered suspiciously. She looked down because she had nowhere else to look, but when she saw the startling scene, she did a double take. It was she, or rather, her at the age of 6 or younger. When she was younger, she wore their favorite sweater, which was cream white with a sweet, simple-looking light blue candy embroidered in the center. She also wore tall white knee-length socks, black Mary jeans, and ocean blue skirts that reached above her knees. She looked exactly like she did years ago, but she was smaller, had some adorable baby fat around her face, and had hair that was much shorter than it is now, but it wasn't as spiky. Her bangs were also the same back then, and she still enjoyed wearing oversized sweaters sometimes because they felt like blankets. This was prior to her younger self wearing her pendant, which she received from her grandfather. She recalled that outfit in particular because it was one of her favorites, and she even remembered wearing it on a trip with her grandfather years ago. However, for some reason, she is unable to recall every detail, even though she usually had a very good memory. She did know that she and her grandfather traveled outside the country, but she could never remember where they went or why. She vaguely remembered that her grandfather had told her that they had to cancel their vacation because she and a few other children had been involved in a very traumatic incident that was so traumatic that their minds had to suppress the memories to protect them. At the time, this was the only explanation that made sense because she couldn't recall what had happened, though she had since become cautious about fires getting out of control. Her grandfather would never lie to her, so she had no reason to doubt him. She felt bad that she couldn't recall the friends she had made while on vacation with her grandfather, but as far as she could recall, she was unable to recall anything about the trip other than the fact that it mostly revolved around her only grandparent. Oh, wait a second, she thought puzzledly. When she gave it some serious thought, she realized that the only things she could genuinely recall were the times she spent with her grandfather and only her grandfather. She had no other memories of time spent with anyone else or away from him during that period. Why, that is illogical. She should have made some friends back then because she was always gregarious as a child. So why, this wasn't. If they had gone on vacation, Shirley would have at least recalled any areas she had the opportunity to independently explore or would have recalled anything truly noteworthy about their trip. However, she was unable to remember anything. Whether it was trauma-related amnesia or not, she had a gut feeling that something wasn't quite right. It simply didn't feel correct. And some of her memories, which she hadn't given much thought to, been hard on, or even questioned until now, began to make less sense the more she considered it. Why was she on vacation, alongside grandfather, for 3 years, if, in fact, it had been a vacation? Or did they really move? A move, simply. What was happening? A light, gentle hand suddenly rested on her right shoulder before she could even turn to see who it was and hopefully get answers. A sudden flash of light blinded her before she could think about this any longer. Just as the intercom lit up, alerting them to their impending arrival at the station and the need to get ready to disembark, Poca was startled awake, her eyes widening in shock and sitting up straighter with a faint, audible gasp. When she turned around in her seat and looked out the window, she saw that they would arrive at the station in about 2 minutes, give or take, from her proximity. She blinked twice, realizing that she had fallen asleep during their train ride. The other 2 boys followed suit, so she wasn't the only one. Although he maintained a neutral, cool expression to avoid appearing like an excited 5-year-old, Katsuki was now less suspicious and actually ecstatic, while Poca was nervous and Izuku was nervously excited. Not too long from now, they will begin training at UA. However, even as the 2 boys conversed, the girl nodded intermittently while listening, albeit with only partial focus, and Pomotaro, who was now awake, teleported back to his regular perch on her shoulder because he apparently woke up before her, and Ken went back to his perch atop her head. Poca was unable to resist. She seemed to be forgetting something. At least she remembered that the dream itself was somewhat. She knew she had fallen asleep. Strange and unsettling. However, she was completely unable to recall her thoughts or actions during that dream, and it seemed as though it was already quickly disappearing from her memory. Why? She was unaware, and she was more bothered by it than she should have been, especially since she felt as though she had experienced this situation more than once for an odd reason. She wouldn't be able to explain how or why if you asked her. Her thoughts were curiouser and curiouser. The only children who noticed her strange behavior while she was thinking this were the Pomeranian and the dragonfly, and not just her, because none of the children realized that the dog and the bug had witnessed all of them being startled awake at the same time, displaying a moment of shock and even a slight bit of fright before it quickly faded as if it hadn't been there in the first place. They noticed right away that the girl wasn't the only one who felt a little strange and couldn't explain why. The 2 affirmation little ones turned to the erasure hero as they all seemed to have a silent conversation with each other, having witnessed all of them being startled awake out of the blue as they had just as he was returning from a private phone call with the principal. Had any of the children, especially Poca, been paying attention, they would have noticed the look of concern on the animal, the insect, and of course their chaperone too, but he chose to keep this little incident to himself until further notice. Even after all these years, teenagers were still somewhat strange to him, and he occasionally questioned how he was able to survive his adolescence while maintaining his sanity. If the events that transpired prior to today had never occurred, he would have simply dismissed it as the kids being strange. The funny thing about life, though, is that it can occasionally throw you a curveball when you least expect it. It was actually a little concerning that the 3 of them didn't even seem to notice that they had all fallen asleep and woken up at the same time. He would have assumed that she would have used her quirks to help analyze the situation right away, but it seemed like she was too distracted by whatever it was she was feeling to even consider doing so. Even the girl didn't notice, even though it was already clear that she had a sneaking suspicion that something wasn't quite right. Although they will need to work on that, he recognized that she had her own boundaries and that it would make sense for her to feel so overwhelmed that she wouldn't be able to think of anything rational like that if something like this happened suddenly. Hopefully, they can address that so that if something similar happens again, she will remember to evaluate her skills and consider the circumstances. Failure to do so could result in an early burial in an inappropriate location. As they soon prepared to disembark, he pretended nothing had happened until he could obtain more information. All in all, the students were nervous in different ways. Attending the school for the entrance exam was one thing, but attending for training even before the school year began was quite another. Izuku was a mixture of nerves and excitement as he anticipated receiving training from heroes and, ideally, his future high school teachers. The knowledge that he wasn't the only one receiving this opportunity made him feel less shy and anxious, though he was still quite anxious because he wanted to make a good impression. He was practically bouncing on his feet from the combination of these 2 emotions, which made it impossible for him to remain motionless. Although Katsuki maintained a composed exterior, he was eager to show them what he had on the inside and was eager to begin whatever training this man was going to assign them. Even so, he knew deep down that if a flaw was pointed out, he could not be conceited or uninformed. This time, he didn't allow himself to get angry easily. In light of yesterday's events, last night, he was aware that he could never return to his former self. And not just because the girl would have his head if he did. If he wanted to have any hope, be a hero, and stay out of jail, he had to demonstrate that he truly wanted to be a hero, not just verbally, but physically. Is it true that deeds speak louder than words? However, he couldn't help but imagine that Poca would say something like, words and action must be applied together. What about Poca? She was already experiencing a whirlwind of emotions. She was pleased that she would have a space where she could freely express her eccentricities without worrying about onlookers or spectators watching her performances and the possibility that word would get out too quickly to the wrong people, who might actually hurt her, kill her or use her as a weapon. She also knew that Ua would take her safety into account and vow not to let this slip out. However, she was anxious for a number of reasons, the first of which was that she needed to make a good impression on the teachers because she knew they would be closely observing her and that this would be very different from the entrance exam. Second, she needed to exercise caution in everything she said and did to avoid the possibility of the truth being revealed too soon. Although Ua is a safe place, she didn't want to take any chances until after the events at the USJ, ideally. Regardless of the outcome, it will be determined by her ability to determine whether the villains truly knew the truth about her. Third, and perhaps most importantly, there was a very high likelihood of encountering All Might, hero or not. She was aware of the man's feelings regarding people with multiple quirks or those who had multiple quirk-like aspects to their own quirk, and there was a possibility that he would attempt to confront her alone in order to obtain answers. And no matter how she responded to his questions, she was afraid of what would happen. Speaking of which, she was terrified that she would either wind up 20 feet under the hands of the greatest hero or end up in jail, despite the fact that she had no intention whatsoever of hurting anyone. Her body trembles slightly, not enough to be noticeable unless you look very closely, but enough to be noticeable if you really paid attention to her physical posture. This is true even with her Pomeranian safely cuddled up in her arms for comfort and the dragonfly perched on top of her head in the same way. Her emotions are as visible as the shape of a circle, and Pomotaro and Ken did everything in their power to calm her down, or at least enough to prevent her from bolting, becoming rigid like a statue, or collapsing entirely, and not just because they could feel it. The dragonfly positioned himself to lie more comfortably on top of her head as he also vowed to protect his mistress by laying a siege of insects upon anyone who would dare harm their queen. Believe it or not, he has already gotten to know anyone in the area who would be willing to listen to him should their mistress need help if she was unable to contact any of them with telepathy. They understood how nerve-wracking yet important such a thing like this was, and they understood why she felt this way. Their concern for her well-being was only surpassed by their protectiveness of her. Aizawa watched the kids in the meantime because he could read them like a book. He could even see in Bakugo's eyes that, despite his outward display of composure, they were telling a whole other story. Nervousness, regret, and resolve. The first two were unexpected, especially considering what he had already learned about the boy. However, it would make sense that whatever had happened yesterday must have caused the boy to completely change. Yes, he still had a fiery temper, he still looked guarded, and he appeared as though he was prepared to jump the first time something happened that had an explosive impact. However, he was only able to see something else because of his years of experience as a pro hero and teacher. For the time being, he would keep watching until he was shown otherwise, but maybe there was still hope for this boy. Everyone around them, with the exception of the erasure hero, began to look around when they heard someone laughing so loudly and bravely. They quickly recognized whose laugh it was. Poca thought, I know that laughter anywhere, as her heart skipped a beat and trembled at the same time. When everyone finally looked up at the top of one of Yue's towers, they saw a figure standing there before he leapt so high into the sky that they could hardly follow him before he descended quickly and forcefully like a comet. In an instant, a boom was heard as the impact occurred, and everyone positioned themselves steadily against the accompanying mini-earthquake by shielding their eyes from the dust clouds that erupted in front of them. They all looked up when everything had calmed down and the dust clouds had finally dissipated. All Might, dressed in his Silver Age costume, exclaimed as he struck one of his signature hero poses, ha 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 ha. I am here, to welcome our new young trainees to Ua High. He had a famous smile on his face. Their responses, Aizawa is just finishing up, fighting the impulse to give the hero a facepalm and to use his quirk and scarf on him. Izuku grinned when he saw his mentor, but he had to bite the inside of his cheek to keep from accidentally saying something inappropriate because Poka knew more than Kachan did, and he still didn't know how much she truly knew from her mind-reading skills. He'll have to ask about it later. After what transpired 10 months ago, Katsuki is equally thrilled to see the man again and apprehensive about it. Nervous on the inside, and legitimately so. Despite how uncharacteristic that may sound, it was true. He had long admired and looked up to All Might, aspired to be as strong and powerful as him, and even defeated him, focusing more on the power aspect of his heroism than on saving lives. Has he truly become a conceited, haughty powerhouse as a result of all his admiration? In retrospect, the #1 hero felt foolish for not seeing it sooner because, despite his strength, he used it to save others at any cost. And if he ever found out what the boy's actual past actions were, he genuinely fears the response the man would have toward him. Therefore, he had to demonstrate that he was no longer a cruel, heartless criminal and that he would improve and become the hero that he genuinely and sincerely could be. What about Poka? Oh no. The poor girl felt like she was going to shudder in his presence and thought in a deep sense of dread as her heart nearly stopped beating. To avoid being noticed, she had to struggle mightily to remain motionless. However, it's clear that Ken and Pomotaro noticed because they became worried about her right away. Unbeknownst to her, Aizawa also observed her extremely rigid shift in posture. Only Pomotaro's licking and Ken's comforting words prevented her from breaking out in existential fear and panic. She was punishing herself inwardly for not anticipating that the large man would meet them at the gate. She knew she had to come up with a quick plan to avoid any questions or anything else that would confuse him. She smiled stiffly but shakily and said, "Who would have ever thought that we would be meeting the #1 hero here? Talk about unexpected, right?" In a sheepish but courteous tone. She wanted to give her a face palm for her own foolishness right then. What am I? 5 years old. It's obvious that I'm extremely suspicious. I'm doomed, she thought, her heart pounding faster than a running rabbit and her stomach swirling in agony. He informed the group, the reason for All Might being here is because he has important private hero matters he needs to attend to, but he said he would spare time to greet all of you before getting back to those matters. Fortunately, the erasure hero was the one who saved her butt at that precise moment. She opened her eyes, forgetting she had briefly closed them, and told herself, note to self, make Aizawa a cat-themed cake later to thank him. She was relieved that the boys didn't notice her strange behavior, and they accepted the explanation. As she said, let me guess, due to the matter you speak of being private business we are not to pry about it no matter how curious we are. Her nerves began to calm down enough for her to sound normal once more. He handed the 3 ids to them, and they accepted them, saying, right on the nose. As she examined the pass in question more closely, Poka said, guest passes. So we can pass through without setting off the alarm or asking a staff member to let us in the old-fashioned way. The card itself was sapphire blue, with the school's initials large, solid, and snow white. The text that read, "UA Guest Pass," was in solid bold type, and the coloring was as red as scarlet. All 3 of them were fastened to UA-issued lanyards, which were plain sapphire blue and white with scarlet red outlines. Aizawa remarked, right again. She watched as the girl carefully pulled the lanyard over her head so that it was around her neck. Katsuki stared at it as though he was deep in thought, but only for a few moments before he put it on casually, though there was some unnerving silence that went along with it, and Izuku stared at it as if he had been given a pot of gold. Shaking with excitement, it made sense that he was a hero fanboy and that US was the school he had dreamed of attending, before gleefully pulling the lanyard over his own head as well. Fortunately, the dog and the bug didn't have to worry about identification because the security system was designed to prevent human intrusions rather than those of animals or insects. The pale brunette was aware that this system needed to be adjusted slightly to make sure that no maliciously controlled animal or insect ever managed to infiltrate UA. All Might said, very perceptive of you, young lady. This reminded the girl that the top hero was still standing right in front of them. She told herself, play cool old girl, don't louse it up again, and then she thanked him nicely. And given the fact that you most likely still remember these 2 boys from that sludge villain incident months ago, there's no need for introductions for them, she began, gently petting her dog for support as she spoke. But as for myself, you don't know who I am. My name is Pocahontas Zyra Lath, Poka for short. It's nice to meet you properly. When she sensed that the boys were staring at her bewilderedly, she said, on the day of the exam, I fell through a portal that appeared out of nowhere and ended up flung in front of Dagoba Beach. All Might just so happened to be there and caught me before I had a very nasty crash. Yes, I remember you. You looked extremely shaken when I told you what day it was due to needing to be reminded out of disorientation on your end, and then you ran off in a blind panic. All Might remembered. Which caused her to bow her head in shame when she stated, which I'm still ashamed about. I truly am sorry for worrying you. I was really under a lot of nerves and my emotions were running a million miles a minute. A lot of stress, especially given that I only just arrived in Japan not too long ago, so getting settled in and all that can leave anyone high-strung. But that's still no excuse for me fleeing like that. Only a portion of the information was accurate, the remainder was concealed, and some had to be slightly stretched to avoid being discovered. I understand that something like that can really leave somebody really stressed and out of sorts, and even very easy to panic at the drop of a hat. Trust me, I know what that's like, given that I lived in America for a couple of years, so I know what it felt like when I first moved there after graduating UA to attend college. Granted, I was a bit calmer about it, but nonetheless it was still a bit nerve-wracking. No hard feelings. She was surprised to feel his giant hand land on her head, which was now free of one bug, and gently ruffle it as he reassured her. Poka nodded softly, letting out a silent sigh before he took his hand away from her. She was internally frightened by the fact that his great hand had been on her. It was larger than 3 baseball mitts combined, and he could have easily cracked her head open like it was an egg if he wanted to, as he did with AFO. Unfortunately, where one fear lay, another one quickly sprouted just as quickly as the first had been resolved. She still needed to remind herself not to panic, even though she didn't express it externally. Using adaptation and a detector, she was able to detect that, as she had feared and expected, he was very wary and suspicious of her, scary, but understandably so for him, and would be watching her closely. However, he planned to maintain his composure until he had proof. The last thing he wanted to do was act without concrete evidence and then come to regret it. In fact, this has happened before, and he would prefer not to do it again. The girl shuddered because she would prefer not to think about it, but to put it simply, it did not end well. However, even so, he could see that she was genuinely afraid of him and intimidated by him, as there were indications that she was, much to her own dismay, kicking herself for letting it slip, and he didn't want her to unless there was a legitimate reason. He had to project a sense of security rather than fear. His heart always ached when children were afraid, and the fact that this one appeared to be genuinely afraid of him for her own life troubled him more than he could ever acknowledge, even though he had no concrete evidence about her yet. For the time being, he needed to gain her trust in order to obtain answers without creating a commotion. Fortunately, he had the decency to feel ashamed of that. Even though that was comforting, it didn't entirely allay her own anxieties, especially when she thought about a specific fanfiction she had read. Was it an AO3 story instead? Although she hasn't read it in a long time, she did recall the scene in which All Might discovered that the Izuku there was, in fact, All for One's son. His response was, simply put, on the day that Izuku was scheduled to receive OFA, it was extremely terrible and would have killed him if Katsuki hadn't shielded him. It did take some time for the top hero to fully acknowledge his own errors and try to make amends with his apprentice, which he did, but that didn't alter the fact that his actions and reactions prior to that turning point were anything but heroic and resulted in a number of unintended consequences. Even though she could tolerate Katsuki's explosions, she knew she had no chance against All Might, so she was terrified he would do the same to her. He has had one for all for decades, and even though he has long since passed the quirk on to his apprentice, it doesn't change the fact that he is still incredibly strong. In contrast, she has only had her quirk for a few short days, and no matter how versatile it is or how well she has managed to control it thus far, she still runs the risk of being reduced to tomato paste with just one punch. At the very least, she would suffer terrible injuries and be permanently disabled if she didn't die. Hit it, turn it around. Particularly if she were overcome with fear, mostly, and hopelessness, or anything truly associated with them. Because those were the exact opposite of hope, and by fear, she meant the kind that made you dread and have nightmares. She learned this prior to the exams, and if she gave in, she might fail. Fortunately, she had regained her confidence after helping Izuku and being confronted by Nezu, and she was able to pass the test without any more problems. Apart from spitting at Tenya in the auditorium and almost crying in front of Midnight before even boarding the bus, it's possible that they barely passed the written exam. Moving forward, Poka had to earn the trust of the top hero in addition to being cautious around him. Additionally, it might be beneficial to have some insect vanguard keeping an eye on him in case something unexpected came up. She saw that Ken twitched his wings in a subtle acknowledgement, and to her relief, he promised to tell the other bugs about it so she wouldn't have to worry. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. Poka turned back to the hero, who excused himself just long enough to walk away so he could answer his cell phone, knowing that ringtone all too well. As Katsuki stared at this puzzled, thinking, he really should think about changing that ringtone, it really kind of does sound like he's being vain in that context, no offense. The voice sounded like back when he was in his early years when he first became a hero in America. Izuku remarked, the voice sounded like when he was in his early years when he was first becoming a hero in America, and in this specific manner. She thought in shock, how the boy figured that out right away is something that will forever baffle me. She used adaptation, a detector, and an insect to identify the types of bugs on school property other than those she was fortunate enough to have gotten help from at the exam site. Although it was still winter, she was able to detect that some insects were still out there, even in the cold, and even some that were hibernating. They were more than happy to assist, even though she felt guilty for waking them a season too early, and they assured her for a short while that they would stop at nothing to protect their queen, even if it meant emerging earlier than planned. The majority of them were worms and cockroaches hiding beneath the rocks, bees and wasps hibernating in their hives, and, of course, caterpillars in their chrysalis stage, which she had no intention of calling for help because she didn't want to endanger the insects going through a crucial stage in their lives. It surprised her that even the enormous Japanese hornets, who are somewhat temperamental, didn't mind helping her. As long as they avoided the voice hero, who was terrified of insects, the cockroaches should do the job perfectly. She didn't want to give the man a heart attack by inadvertently breaking everything made of glass on school property, which would be extremely expensive to fix. She decided to leave the worms alone because, in addition to being slow, not to be disrespectful, they also served a purpose in maintaining the health and strength of the soil and plants on the property. In case you're wondering about the dragonfly, she did check this morning before leaving, and it turns out that Ken was an Onodogaster sieboldii, Siebold's dragonfly, golden ringed dragonfly, jumbo dragonfly, also known as the Onionma, Yutgo Ting in Japanese, unbeatable dragonfly, in Chinese, and Jiangsu Jamjari, in Korean, which means general dragonfly. She was shocked when Ken told her that the insect aspect of her quirk had chosen him to be her guide for reasons he couldn't fully explain but could at least explain in a way an insect could comprehend. Thus, even though he shouldn't be outside at this time of year, her peculiarity in and of itself allowed him to endure the bitter cold of winter. She slapped herself for not investigating it sooner or even noticing it right away. This truly caught her off guard, so in a strange way, the quirk, although not fully sentient, had enough insight to realize that she would require a bug to help her in her hour of need, to serve as her advisor, as any queen or king would, and to ensure that Ken would not bear the consequences of being appointed to his duties. Additionally, when quirks are involved in this way, insects receive a slight intellectual boost to understand certain things. Who could have known? Because of the insect quirk's hive mind feature, she is able to command the roaches to monitor the top hero while remaining completely covert to avoid being noticed, especially by Present Mike, who she knows will destroy every window at Ua if he spots even one of them. "Consider it done," was uttered in unison by all the roaches in her immediate vicinity, who all understood their task. "Sorry about that, it was a call from one of the staff, I'm needed elsewhere so I'll have to take off. Give it your all in your training young fledgling heroes and go plus ultra. Now watch how a hero makes an exit like he's got somewhere to be," All Might said as he returned to the group after concluding his phone call. The hero zoomed back into the building's entrance as soon as he finished speaking, leaving behind a large cloud of dust and a powerful gust of wind. Poka's shoulders slumped in relief as she concluded, it's probably Principal Nezu or recovery girl who called him. In all honesty, she honestly believed that she would begin yelling an apology for her actions on that exam day. She even visualized herself in that scenario, utterly terrified and hysterical, screaming like a piha. Fortunately, she refrained from doing so. Even so, it was too close to be comfortable. As she was calming her racing heart on the inside, she reflected on the exchange and realized that she had chosen to sense his emotional thoughts rather than use mind reading, at least not completely, because she wanted to gain his trust and felt that doing so would be perceived as evil. She could say that she mostly avoided the bullet, even though her pup, the dragonfly, and the erasure hero unknowingly were aware of her actions. However, She should take care not to run into him by herself, maybe when he's thin but not when he's muscular. Who's a good puppy? Who's a good puppy? You are. Yes you are. Polka couldn't contain her laughter at how adorable Vlad King's behavior while cuddling her Pomeranian was. It made sense, though, considering that he had a dog of his own. This scene was made even more adorable and humorous by the fact that he was denied the chance to cuddle and kiss the Pomeranian during the exams because of professionalism. Her giggles appeared to be contagious, as the greenette to her right couldn't help but laugh a little, and Ken did the same in his own buzzing manner. Katsuki and Aizawa, on the other hand, appeared unamused. The former was annoyed by the delay, while the latter was simply irritated by the antics of his coworkers. They met up with Vlad King, Smintos, Ectoplasm, Recovery Girl, and Principal Nezu himself after leaving the #1 hero. Gym Gamma, also known as the Training Dining Land, or TDL, is where they met up. It sounds strange, but someone mentioned that there is a reference somewhere, but she never really looked into it either because she was too busy or wasn't present for the explanation at the time. This shocked her because it implied that either she was mistaken or that one of them had actually called the #1 hero, but for a different reason because they would both be busy with them all here. When the Blood Rush hero and Pomotaro first saw each other, everything happened in a flash. The dog leapt out of Polka's arms and landed in front of the hero, who caught him right away and showered him with puppy love while the Pomeranian began kissing him affectionately and continuously, which caused the others to laugh with amusement. As he formally introduced himself, the principal took the initiative to approach the kids and expressed his excitement about their potential. The two boys responded with a greeting and promised to give it their all. "It's good to see you again, Miss Lath. I trust that you've been well since our last encounter at the exams," he said in reference to Polka. "Yes I have, thank you very much. Thankfully I'm more settled into my new home, so a handful of my previous stresses have finally died down. There's still some work to be done but I am managing," she said, smiling back even though it was a statement rather than a question. The principal nodded in agreement. "That's very good to hear," she said. Izuku asked in confusion, "You two know each other?" And Katsuki raised an eyebrow at her. "After you and I parted ways, the principal found me and helped me get signed in since I came in super late. He even entertained Pomotaro while I was doing the paperwork," explained Polka. She was really wrought with worry and panic when it had occurred to her that she might not be accepted due to a late entry, but I reassured her that everything was well and helped her get registered without any further issue. Nezu continued, "She's actually not the only one who were late in terms of registry, so I appointed myself to handle that specific task given that the other staff members were busy both with the others who did register much earlier at more appropriate times than the others and in getting everything prepared for the exams themselves." Izuku said, "Huh, that makes sense." Both he and the explosion user nodded in agreement. Then the greenette turned to Polka and said, "Wait," startled by an idea that came to him. "When you said that it would save us time if we went to different stands to get registered, was that actually an excuse so that I wouldn't see you panic when it dawned on you of the ramifications of not registering earlier?" She was kind enough to smile and say shamefully, "Yeah. Truth be told, I was actually a big bundle of nerves much like you were, only I was more stressed and panicky due to only just arriving in Japan not too long ago, so I had a lot more worries on my shoulders compared to you. And I didn't want you to see that and then become stressed and worried yourself again, possibly even not be able to concentrate because of me, so to spare you that conundrum I said a truth that was true just so you wouldn't witness me looking like a panicked 5-year-old lost in a crowded area." The boys were really taken aback by that. They didn't believe she could be even more of a nervous wreck than Izuku himself, because whenever they met her, she always came across as calm, collected, and even serious. She was sincere when she acknowledged that she was nervous, but she never displayed any signs of fear, not even when Katsuki was hurling bombs at her while she was protecting Izuku from his wrath. Even though they had only known her for a few days, this revelation still shocked them both. However, they knew that she was from America and that anyone who moved that far away would become stressed and emotionally fragile. She would be prone to worry or anger, snap easily, become exhausted from all the paperwork, move furniture and make sure everything was in its proper place, and be emotionally high and easily irritated. With all of that stress and more, who wouldn't feel the same way she did? They were aware of this because, on a few occasions during their school years, they had some American classmates transferred into their classes. They were constantly reminded of the time and effort required to accomplish this, as well as how very challenging everything was, from moving and settling into getting used to the neighborhood to settling in at a new job, and so on. Overall, it's quite taxing, difficult, and time-consuming. Furthermore, since she mentioned that the move was unexpected, wouldn't it also make sense that it would be more challenging and taxing for her in that sense? Shyly rubbing the back of her head with her right hand, Poka continued, that and back then we had only just met, and the last thing I wanted was to cause you any more stress than you already had to deal with after helping you get settled before the written exam. I can understand that, Smintos suddenly said while everyone was turning to them. A few colleagues of mine from back of my school days were also from outside of Japan, and they too had the move sprang on them out of nowhere by their relatives. I can still recount them telling me how trying and tiring it was, from getting everything packed up, moving from one rental house to another, moving from place to place, the travel expenses, getting tickets for taking the planes or boats, paperwork, finding a suitable place to live. There's so much that goes on when moving from one country to a completely different one altogether. No matter the distance or place, difficulties are still there whether you expect it or not. Many thanks, Smintos. She gave a cheer. I can also vouch for that. In fact, my great-great-grandfather is actually from the western side of America, and he too had recounted stories of his time during the big family move, Ectoplasm added. And even just moving from one city to another is no small feat in itself, as my family and I had to move several times for work when I was younger. Huh, didn't actually know that. Who knew? Said the girl, who was the most surprised of the group. Nevertheless, Ectoplasm, thank you. The boys nodded in agreement, and Izuku took out his notebook to quickly record that after forgiving her for what she had done and thanking her for saving him more stress at the time. The principal then used this as an opportunity to introduce them all to the other staff members who would be assisting them during their training session. In addition to himself, Aizawa, Vlad King, Smintos, Ectoplasm, and Recovery Girl will be assessed for their peculiarities, their use of them, their adaptability, their inventiveness, their potential for improvement, any obvious flaws that need to be addressed, their limitations, and other things. From close quarters to long-range combat, from fighting with quirks to fighting without them, and even from fighting several opponents at once. The Recovery Girl was there not only to heal them if necessary, though she already trusted the girl to do the healing in case there were any rather extensive ones, while the elderly woman herself would take care of any minor ones, but also to test her future apprentices' abilities and provide her with a different set of training from the boys on the side to not only test her medical skills but also to help her grow and expand her medical knowledge on the field, especially in emergency situations. The Erasure Hero was also there to supervise and use his quirk to stop them if something went wrong. In response to the girl's inquiry, the older woman assured the boys that they would also learn first aid, since it is an important skill for hero work regardless of their capacity for healing. As for the principal himself, he would be there not only as a supervisor but also to assess the potential of the new applicants and future students. He would also offer advice if necessary and covertly begin rifling through the children's luggage, which was all placed in the side corner to keep everything out of the way, including their coats, because the gym was pleasantly warm and not freezing, so they didn't need their winter clothes at the moment. Once no one was looking, he could check their personal belongings to get a glimpse into their lives and ensure that nothing dangerous was on them. As a pro-hero and the principal of the school, he had to make sure that there was nothing dangerous laying under their noses. Even though the possibility was unlikely, it was still better to be safe than sorry. And, most importantly, to access the Greenet's hero analysis notebooks, which he had read about in the information provided. He was very excited to see the wealth of knowledge and information that the boy had been preserving for years and years. Midnight was actually going to join them, but she had personal matters to attend to, so she would be arriving a little later. She would be in charge of providing distractions and teaching them how to spar with opponents who had gas-related quirks that caused them to lose their vision through foggy means and respond more with tools than with physical combat. In order to create a workout plan and routine that would work best for all three of them, they were going to look at all of their strengths and abilities, feats and skills, versatility and combat styles, etc. today. Each of them would be put to the test in a variety of ways, including fighting without powers, fighting with powers in some capacity, using strengths and weaknesses that need to be addressed, and possibly even learning new things about their quirks or trying new things with them. After all, this was not a competition. Rather, the goal was to determine their abilities and then create a routine that would work best for each of their unique, eccentric tastes. It was also to determine what routines would be best for their development and future. When Katsuki inquired as to why, out of the thousands and thousands of students who had taken part, they had been selected for this, the principal cryptically replied that, for the most part, it was a secret that would soon be revealed. Only the pale brunette knew when. Soon, would be, since it probably had to be when the boys' middle school would be punished. Along with other information, she had stated in the covert letter she had sent to the principal that she would send the details of what everyone at their middle school had done to them, the police, and every resource that would take this matter very seriously and finally bring the hammer of justice down on their callous heads once and for all. She would write an entire page pointing out that, in spite of his own behavior, their school was primarily to blame for his behavior and everything that happened from preschool onwards. Unfortunately, this also included exposing the explosive user. Pointing out that he sincerely wants to improve and that he does sincerely regret his past transgressions, he asks that, at the very least, if he were to be punished for his callous act, it would be on probation rather than sent to juvenile detention or prison, where he would permanently lose his dream of becoming a hero. Suggesting that he hire more capable individuals who are capable of handling heavy-duty anger management, mentioning even that Ua would be capable of handling such a situation. The future would be seriously jeopardized if he were imprisoned or worse. She hoped that what she did would be more than sufficient to stop that from happening because she couldn't let that happen while she had the power to do so. Returning to the conversation, the principal did disclose that Izuku would require additional training prior to the start of the following school year because his quirk manifested much later than usual. This would enable him to better manage his quirk regardless of whether he is accepted into Ua or not. And because of the nature of Poka's quirk and the genuine worries about her safety because of her multi-talented quirk, she would have a place to train in private where she wouldn't be exploited or abducted because of how versatile her quirk was. Additionally, because her quirk only recently emerged, even though she managed to avoid answering that question, she would also require training to fully control it, even if she had already demonstrated great promise in being able to do so as if she had had it her entire life. Even though the explosive user appeared to be the third wheel, the principal pointed out that it wouldn't be fair to exclude him because of how close the three of them were despite the fact that their relationship was relatively new. He also had a lot of potential, so it wouldn't be right to have him sit out while the others enjoyed themselves. The boys can't help but wonder what the other reason they were all there was. Aside from the obvious explanations, it had to be something really significant. The only girl in their trio knew the real reason, but the question still baffled them all even after they were instructed to start with some easy warm-up exercises. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but wonder what else they might encounter today. Never in his whole life did he ever expect something like this to happen on his quiet walk around the neighborhood, which he rarely got to do. Here he was going about his day, less than eager to go back to the private middle school he attended. One of which he hated, as despite it providing good education everybody there was a suck-up as they wanted to buddy up with him just because his father was famous. His old man was no father by any means, or because he came from a wealthy family, or both, and he was absolutely sick of it. No thanks to that flaming pile of garbage for making his childhood a misery, so he had no way of being able to tell whether some people actually genuinely wanted to be his friend or not, nor did he even know how to socialize with people. Just because he was used to being alone didn't change the fact that, whether he admitted out loud or not, he was, in fact, secretly lonely, and didn't know how to connect with people outside of his sister and his older brother, who was rarely at home, for a very good reason. To his annoyance, at least 3 or 4 of the teachers, if not more, were just like the students. His old man viewed him as a masterpiece, while his siblings were viewed as failures. He was responsible for Toya's death, his mother's outburst that sent him to the hospital, and his intense training that left him in agony and even causing him to throw up when pushed too far. He detested everything about the man who claimed to be a hero. Because of this, he would demonstrate his heroism by using only his mother's quirk rather than his father's, even if he had to use it occasionally to thaw the ice. He refused to allow him to take advantage of him for his own self-interest. Why not start being nicer for a change, just like All Might, if you want to be number 1 so badly? He thought angrily. Oh wait, you can't because you hate him for existing and you don't know a thing about how to be nice. He was only a short distance from home when a UA-issued car unexpectedly pulled up next to him. Present Mike, to his own surprise, was in the driver's seat, and 13 was his co-pilot, so to speak. His sister had already been told that he was going with them, so she wouldn't be concerned if he didn't return home at the scheduled time. They explained that it was urgent that he accompany them because there was no time to explain and what they had to say couldn't be said out loud. Additionally, there is a possibility that he will miss some time from school. He will soon find out why. Fortunately, though, it won't affect his exam date because he will still attend the recommendations right away. All right, he said. As previously mentioned, he detested his school and didn't want to be around the brown-nosing people everywhere. Although he had never played hooky before, there was a valid reason for his absence in this instance. If two heroes were present to see him for an urgent matter, then who was he to refuse the chance to skip school for a while after today? Particularly if it was a significant issue. Furthermore, he was happy to comply if this did, in fact, irritate his old man in any way. Who cares about perfect attendance at this point? Even though he wasn't expecting to be the only person inside the car, there was another boy his age who had purple hair, appeared to have lost a fight with a kangaroo, especially around his face, where it looked like he'd been gagged multiple times, smelled like he hadn't taken a shower in days, and had clothes that looked like they were old hand-me-downs. The other boy was blonde and had a French accent, and he was with his family, which included a platinum blonde with glasses and a mustache. All of them appeared to be extremely uncomfortable. Everyone appeared nervous, but in different ways. The boy with the purple hair was nervous, but he tried to project an air of aloofness and boredom. The family of blondes, on the other hand, were not only nervous but also physically trembling and appeared borderline fearful, seeming twitchy as they looked around every corner as if something or someone would suddenly attack them, almost as if they were expecting death to strike them right away. Given his upbringing, he may not be an emotional expert, but he was aware of the telltale symptoms of anxiety and fear. He also understood what it was like to hide one's true feelings, which he did by masking them with anger, as the perplet pointed out. Something was wrong. They wouldn't all be in the same car unless there was a valid reason. This is especially true considering that he had unintentionally glanced back at the rear window behind them and noticed at least 2 police cars following, which only served to highlight how serious the situation was. He inquired as to why he was involved and not his father, and if there was indeed a serious issue, he was informed that Mr. Todoroki would be dealt with after his mission was over. That caught him off guard because, despite his stone face mask, 13 gave off the impression that she felt the same way. The way the voice hero said it, he could easily detect a hint of resentment and spite, which really surprised him because he didn't think other heroes would actually despise his father. When he said, "dealt with," it almost sounded like they were preparing to go to war against him. If they were there for him before his father, it was obvious that something else was going on. He would have to wait and see what was happening for the time being. He wasn't much of a conversationalist, so he pulled out his phone and looked up some of the videos his sister had suggested. She wanted to help him find a hobby he might enjoy so he wouldn't be a dull and completely cold boy, pun intended. Since it would be a while before he got to school, he might as well use this as a good way to kill time. What his father didn't know won't kill him, and he felt unusually rebellious today, so why not? She mentioned a concert once, didn't she?
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, bye bye.